The World Championships are some of the biggest events in Hearthstone and reflect months of qualification matches and intense training by the best players around the globe. The main intention of this video is to help new and returning players get a feel for how competitive players think and what the meta was like in 2021. So we decided to make this list include some of the more interesting cards of the championship, instead of filling this list with cards which are in the same decks over and over. So with that being said, let's get into the top 10. And at number 10, we have Mutanus the Devourer, which was played in 6 different decks. Mutanus is a 7-mana legendary Murloc that, when played, destroys a minion in your opponent's hand and gains its stats. But before we talk about our fishy friend, let's go over the tournament format. The way the 2021 Hearthstone Championship worked was that each of the 8 finalists brought 4 decks, and must ban one of their opponent's decks from being played. Then, with their 3 remaining decks, they will have to play a best of 5 with their opponent, where they have to beat their opponent with each of their 3 decks to advance in the tournament. As you would expect, this forced each deck to be independently good against every other deck, since even one poorly performing deck could cause you to lose the best of 5. Which is why it's actually very surprising that Mutanus, a card typically included to hard counter some decks, is the number 10 most played card. So why is the tech card even on this list? Well, as you'll soon find out, 7 of the 8 finalists brought a combo Demon Hunter deck, variations of Garrote Rogue, or had some sort of game finisher that relied on specific monsters to be in your hand. All of which were very prone to Mutanus' hand disruption effect. And although Mutanus' effect is random, meaning you can't choose which minion your opponent's hand to eat, the finalists are all pros and know exactly when the best turn is to eat their opponent's win condition. Mutanus was ultimately included in 4 pretty diverse archetypes, those being Hand Warlock, Corrupt Shaman, Owl Warlock, and Pirate Warrior, all to shore up their weakness around the expected number of combo decks. And honestly, Mutanus could have been even higher on this list if more pros teched him in. But I don't think anybody really expected half of all the decks brought to be combo. And speaking of cards which encouraged combo decks, and at number 9 we have Lightning Bloom, which was included in 7 decks at 2 copies each. Bloom is a 0-mana Druid and Shaman spell that gives you 2 mana when you play it, in exchange for locking you out of 2 mana on your next turn. For those of you who don't know, gaining extra mana is one of the best effects in the entire game, and Lightning Bloom is no exception, even if it is technically neutral in mana advantage. As mentioned, in a tournament so saturated with combo decks, it doesn't matter how much damage your combo does if your opponent gets theirs out before you. And if your combo also happens to disable or really slow down your opponents, then even better. In Druid, Bloom was played in 5 decks, all of which were nearly identical list of Celestial Alignment Druid. This 7-mana spell sets both players to 1 mana and sets the cost of every card to be 1 mana, basically ensuring the deck with the more expensive cards wins. And in the case of these decks, post-Celestial Alignment, their goal is to play a 1-mana Lady Anaconda, which makes most of their spells cost 2 mana less, and proceed to play every nature spell in their deck for free, which includes Survival of the Fittest. This deck has so many ways to abuse alignment, like with 0-mana Goldshire Gnolls and Umbral Owls, that as soon as Druids cast it, no other deck in the tournament can keep up with it. For those reasons, Lightning Bloom was absolutely essential in being able to turbo out alignment as soon as possible, since it was basically their only win condition. On the other hand, while good in Shaman, Lightning Bloom was pretty much used just to round out some turns when you needed a little bit more mana to survive or clear a board. Unfortunately, another very cool combo deck, Corrupt Shaman, was just ultimately outclassed by the much faster and more consistent OTK Quest Demon Hunter and Garrote Rogues. And at number 8, we have Mr. Smite, which was played in 7 different decks. This 6-mana 6/5 neutral pirate, which, when on board, simply gives all your friendly pirates charge, a keyword which lets them attack any target immediately. Smite was unsurprisingly played in Pirate Warrior, and also in the previously mentioned Celestial Alignment Druid, and was pretty good for what he did, since Mr. Smite has what's known as an aura effect, or an effect which continuously occurs while a minion is on the field. He actually gives himself charge too. This means he's effectively a 6/5 with charge that can give other minions charge, and is on par with how much damage Leroy Jenkins, another very good finisher, can do. In Pirate Warrior, Mr. Smite was a monster of a finisher, not only because of his own damage potential, but because he could also give almost every single minion in the deck charge. Considering heroes only have a maximum of 30 health, Mr. Smite is doing huge chunks of unavoidable damage every time he's played. And although Mr. Smite's pirate tag does help advance the warrior quest, which requires you to play pirates, the quest line is usually completed by the point, so he's kind of irrelevant for that. What he does help with, though, is giving random pirates summoned every turn by the quest reward charge, leading to huge amounts of unexpected damage. Likewise, in Alignment Druid, Mr. Smite pretty much just serves to benefit from your 1-mana Survival of the Fittest, which would make him a 10/9 with charge. Now, in most other metagames, this would usually be enough to win, but due to the heavy amount of combo, some versions also include Germination, which summons a copy of a friendly minion to copy a beefed up Smite for almost all of your opponent's health. I've included Mr. Smite above Lightning Bloom, even though it was played in the same number of decks, because of how much more impactful he was in decks he was played in, even if it wasn't by much. At this point, we're splitting hairs, but Mr. Smite could put out enough pressure to close out games on his own, while there was always a chance your opponent could come back post-alignment, since it would still lock you out of your next turn. And at number 7, we have the 27 core cards that make up the Garrote Rogue deck, which were in 7 nearly identical Rogue decks. Of course, since each finalist can only bring one deck for each class, this meant that 7 out of 8 of them brought the same deck, and that no other Rogue deck was even worth considering. So, what is Garrote Rogue? This deck centers around its namesake card, which is a 2-mana spell that deals 2 damage to the enemy hero, and then shuffles 2 bleeds into your deck. Each bleed card is cast as soon as they're drawn, and also deal 2 damage to enemy hero. The main idea of the combo is to ideally have no cards left in your deck, have a way to get 2 extra spell damage, and both copies of Garrote. Then on combo turn, you would play your spell damage, which would make all your Garrotes and bleeds deal 2 extra damage, both copies of Garrote deal 10 damage, draw a card, then the 4 bleeds in your deck would also deal 5 damage each, leading to a 1-turn kill. As we'll discuss later, it was pretty much a tie between Rogue and Demon Hunter for who had the best card draw, though Rogue could potentially draw way more cards under the right conditions with field contact. Of course, like all combo decks, Garrote Rogue was vulnerable to aggro and hand disruption, but with aggro being at an all-time weak, and Blizzard choosing to not print too many disruption cards, the only real counterplay was hoping that you could assemble your combo faster. And because that was the only real way to counter it, the only deck that had a favorable matchup was OTK Quest Demon Hunter, the most commonly brought deck. That wasn't to say the matchup was unwinnable though, since after you lost to a class, your opponent could no longer use it again. But for as warping as this deck is, the next card on this list were even worse and literally defined the whole tournament. And at number 6, we have the 29 core cards to make up the OTK Quest Demon Hunter deck. These cards were actually the inspiration for this video, since in one of the earliest videos on this channel, I listed Final Showdown, a crucial part of this deck, as one of the worst quests in the game. In my defense, the championship occurred just a week before writing the video, and was pretty much never played before then, so it was really hard to get a good gauge on its power level. With that being said, let's do this quest deck justice. OTK Quest Demon Hunter, despite being low tier 2 and ladder, was probably the deck to beat in the tournament. Remember that each of the 8 finalists has spent hundreds of hours preparing beforehand, and know the optimal way to pilot each deck in every matchup. It effectively makes every high skill cap deck much better, and is another reason why so much combo was played. So, what did this deck do that made it so unbeatable? Between access to the best card draw in the format, insane mana discounts offered by the quest reward, and extremely flexible combo, it was a very difficult deck to beat. Pretty much every card was either a card draw, more card draw, and the combo. Like mentioned, the combos the deck could pull off were pretty disgusting, so they could pretty reliably discount your hand by 10 or more. Some of the important breakpoints, or health totals that you need to be above to stay safe, were 24 health and 30 health. And what made it even better was that it had an amazing matchup against Garrote Rogue, the supposedly strongest deck going into the tournament. As a result, a lot of the players recognized this and chose to bring decks that lost to Garrote Rogue in an attempt to get a leg up in this deck. The only real weakness this deck had was against Swarm decks, but that was only if they happened to never draw Immolation Aura or wanted to sacrifice one of their combo pieces. And at number 5, we have Morarch Artificer. This 2-mana 2/4 neutral demon makes all minions take double damage from spells while it's on the board, and was included in 9 total decks. Artificer is slightly overstated, and what's kind of funny about this card is that its downside of making your minions also take double damage from spells is actually what made the OTK Lifesteal combo and Demon Hunter so broken. To go into more detail, Il'gynoth, the main combo piece of this deck, is a 6-mana 4/8 with Lifesteal that makes all your Lifesteal effects deal damage to the enemy hero instead. Lifesteal is Hearthstone's equivalent of Lifelink, which is a mechanic that makes any damage dealt also heal your hero for that much. And before Il'gynoth, a lot of Lifesteal effects were not balanced around the fact that they could potentially deal damage. And even after being nerfed, previously being 2 mana cheaper, the combination of spell damage, which increased the damage Lifesteal could do, Moarg, which doubled the damage to minions, and Fellscream Blast, which effectively tripled the damage, meant that it was fairly easy to accomplish various Lifesteal OTKs. The only issue is, the maximum mana in Hearthstone is 10, meaning you need the Demon Hunter quest reward to play the often 12 or more mana combos. Artificer wasn't just used in combo decks though, and was still very good when paired with other minion damaging removal spells. In fact, a well-timed Artificer with I-Beam or Immolation Aura would double their damage to minions, which could clear a huge board of threats, and win a game for the Demon Hunter deck. But more so in Demon Hunter, Warlock had a ton of good damage dealing removal that could really benefit from Moarg's effect. The Warlock combo deck loved being able to use Moarg to deal and heal for 6 with Drained Soul, absolutely decimate boards with 4 damage School Spirits, or deal just a bit more damage with Touch of the Netherzim. And while great on ladder, this deck ultimately just ended up being fodder for rogues and demon hunters. Moarg as a whole was amazing, both as a combo tool and as a flexible tool to aid removal spells. And at number 4, we have Guardian Og Merchant. This 1 mana 2/1 deals 1 damage to a minion and gives it Divine Shield, a keyword which lets a minion ignore the first set of damage it takes. This card saw play in Garrote Rogue and Face Hunter for a total of 10 deck lists. Across both archetypes, Og Merchant pretty much only had 2 uses. It could give a minion with at least 2 health Divine Shield, or, the arguably worse, deal 1 damage to an enemy minion with exactly 1 health, since it dying wouldn't give your opponent's minion Divine Shield. In Hunter, Og Merchant was ran pretty much because it was the only few good 1-drops in the format. Rarely did it have to be used to kill opposing 1-drops, and would often give Iron Deep Trog Divine Shield so that it could snowball and win the game. Before Trog was nerfed, it would actually summon a full copy of itself after your opponent casted a spell, meaning any buffs you had on it, like Divine Shield, would be copied onto a clone of your Trog. This is a large part of why Face Hunter was played at all, since it really punished your opponent from playing any spell that wasn't trying to kill the Trog infestation. In Rogue, Og Merchant was played for its 1 mana Battlecry. And when I mean Battlecry, I mean it was literally played because it had the Battlecry keyword. You see, the fastest way for rogues to get an empty deck was to play Field Contact, a 3 mana 3/2 which drew a card every time you played a combo or Battlecry minion. That meant an Og Merchant with a Field Contact on board was effectively a 1 mana draw card, which could also crucially give your Field Contact Divine Shield. And since you could only run 2 Field Contacts, it was really important for Garrote rogues to protect the ones they had, with Og Merchant or return to their hand before their turn ended. And just like in Standard, Guardian Og Merchant finds itself as one of the most played cards at the highest level of the game. And at number 3, we have Cult Neophyte, which was in 10 decks total. This neutral 2 mana 3/2 minion, when played, makes all of your opponent's spells cost 1 more mana during their next turn only. At first, you may be wondering why this card was played so much, if at all, especially since it had no notable synergy and had such a tiny 1-turn effect. This effect was not small at all, and could single-handedly shut down a ton of combo decks. Why, you may ask? Like you've probably caught on by now, high skill cards which rely on good timing and reading of your opponent's hand are ordinarily pretty mediocre, but in a tournament with the best players in the world, they know exactly how and when to use it, even if it's only 1 mana for 1 turn. Against Demon Hunter, a 2-turn Nephite could shut down a potential Immolation Aura and let them get in extra damage. Against a Rogue, a well-timed Nephite could lock them out of their combo turn, allowing you to pull off your own combo to win the game. Or if you know your opponent is desperate to buff their minions with a spell, you could make them pay just a little bit more mana and throw off their whole turn. Whether it's obvious or not, these sorts of micro-level decisions with no immediate tell are what separate the amazing players from the world-class one. On top of being yet another tool which offered counterplay to your opponent's combos, it was also just a good proactive 2-drop. Decks which wanted early game presence and protection from removal, like Garrote Rogue and Hand Warlock, included Nephite as a staple tech card. And since pretty much every deck relied on some spells for their ultimate combo or win condition, the only real time it was a dead card was against the relatively poor performing Pirate Warrior. There is a precedent for 1-turn floodgates like Nephite being good in the past. Lotheb is considered one of the best cards of all time, and still sees play as a relatively expensive card to this day in the increasingly strong Wild format. So it's really no surprise Nephite made her way to the top 3 on this list. And at number 2, we have Rustrot Viper. This 3 mana 3/4 neutral beast destroys your opponent's weapon when it's played and has tradable, a keyword which gives the player the option to shuffle it back into the deck and draw a new card for 1 mana. This was another card that I had slightly underrated since it's still a fairly new card and hasn't seen enough play to make a fair judgment about. This tournament is proof though that Viper is just as amazing as I always thought it was, being played in 12 total decks even when in an environment with fairly low number of weapons. Other than having premium stats for its cost, it was also an amazing battlecry which has long been played in tournaments, and best of all, tradable. Tradable is probably one of the best keywords a card can have, since if it's a useless card in a specific matchup, you can always mulligan it for 1 mana, and at that price it's comparable to Wind Chill, Tracking, Kobold Librarian, and Power Word Shield, all of which are amazing cards. In practice, Viper served as the 30th card in many decks, as Hearthstone's term used to describe a flexible or preference-based card slot that isn't core to a deck. And in the case of the 2021 championships, it seems like a lot of players like the extra weapon tech and tradable keyword to cycle through the decks. Really, it's hard to overstate just how good a 1 mana draw a card effect is in Hearthstone, since it helps you go through your deck and find cards that you actually want in your hand. In fact, in some cases, it was even the right play to trade Viper away right away instead of using its removal on your opponent's weapon, though this rarely ever happened. And although Viper had less total copies of it played than a lot of the others on this list, it deserves its number 2 spot for being the card with the second most number of decks, and in the most number of different classes. And at number 1, we have Guild Trader, which had 21 copies of it played in 14 total decks. This neutral 4-mana 3/4 makes all of your spells deal +2 damage, and is also tradable like Rustrot Viper. Guild Trader, unsurprisingly, saw exclusive play in the best 2 decks in the tournament, OTK Quest Demon Hunter and Garrote Rogues. And despite being tradable, Guild Trader never really used this keyword most of the time, because you actually wanted to keep her in your hand. Having +2 spell damage is an amazing effect since it makes all of your small spells so much more deadly, since the more of them you have, the more mileage you get with your spell damage. In practice, Guild Trader with 2 Garrotes and Swindle is potential enough for 30 damage, or could help you reach up to 36 damage combos when heavily discounted in Demon Hunter. Or if you're really desperate, you can always play her for 4 mana with any removal spell to stay alive for longer. Of course, if you do happen to draw her in your opening hand, or as you're about to die, you'll always have the option to spend 1 mana to trade to look for an answer. And this sort of flexibility combined with her amazing combo synergy just made her the centerpiece of the best and most played decks. An honorable mention goes out to the other spell damage cards which help make each of these 2 combos even more consistent and degenerate. Guild Trader was just the glue that held both of these 2 decks together. The combination of 2 good effects which synergize with high skill cap combo decks finalists often bring, made her the perfect card for this tournament. So, as the card with the most copies and inclusions into decks, Guild Trader takes her top spot, above her tradable partner as the most played card in Hearthstone of the 2021 championships. One of the benefits of Hearthstone's online format is that Blizzard can quickly buff, nerf, and change cards whenever they want. Lots of cards have had changes to them over their history, and in this video we'll be going over the cards which have had the most changes to them over the years. And at number 10, we have Molten Giant, which has had 4 changes to it over its lifetime. Its original version in Alpha was first printed as a 20 mana 10/10 that cost 1 mana less for each damage your heroes taken from their max health. A few weeks later, Molten Giant was nerfed to be an 8/8 instead of a 10/10, to tone down its power level and match the stats of the other giants. Much later, it was nerfed again, increasing its base mana cost from 20 to 25, meaning you'd have to be at 5 health for it to cost 0 mana. It was then reverted to cost 20 mana and not 25, along with the wave of buffs to other cards. And lastly, mostly as a consistency change, Molten Giant was given the Elemental tag to fit its card flavor. Molten Giant as a card has seen a very consistent amount of play throughout its history, especially in Warlock. Life Tap works amazingly with Molten Giant, and any damage your opponent does to you can help you get to that much closer to a free giant. In fact, the payoff of a free 8/8 has been so attractive, that was the cornerstone of Handlock, Dark Glare Warlock, and Questline Warlock, all of which have been some of the best decks in the game at some point. I'm sure if Molten Giant were in its alpha state, it would be seen everywhere. It's worth noting that there's one card that's been changed 4 times and is not on this list, and that is Lightspawn. Even though 3 of its 4 changes were buffs, all of the changes made to it have had the least impact on the overall meta, compared to the rest of the cards on this list. Molten Giant's nerf to 25 mana hit it especially hard, since you would have to be dangerously low to play it at all, and did a very good job at gutting it from the meta entirely. This card was also added to the Legacy set, but for this list, we won't be counting those as true changes to the card since it doesn't affect the stats or effect of the card. And at number 9, we have Druid of the Claw with 4 changes. Originally, Druid of the Claw was a 5 mana 4/4 that lets you choose to either gain charge or gain 3 health and taunt. In Alpha, Druid of the Claw was changed to only gain 2 health and taunt, so its bear form would be a 4/6 instead of a 4/7. Then, its transformed cat and bear forms gained the beast tag instead of being tribalist minions. Much later, its text was clarified to show its transformation, but still had the same mechanics. And finally, in a wave of buffs to old cards, Druid of the Claw was reworked so that its cat form was a 5/4 with rush, instead of a 4/4 with charge. And its bear form was a 5/6 with taunt instead of a 4/6 with taunt. In the early days of the game, Druid of the Claw was a staple in any Druid deck due to its very respectable 4/6 stat line and ability to push for lethal if needed. Its beast tag buff was also huge, though necessary flavor-wise, since the beast tag became very important later on in Druid's class identity, and didn't really do anything in the early version of the game. One of the big drawbacks of this card, though, is how unintuitive and inconsistent its original card text was. For example, Ancient of War, another Druid card, has attacks where you can choose to gain 5 attack or gain 5 health and taunt. And because the choose one effect is an enchantment, and doesn't transform the Ancient of War, it's able to be silenced into a 5/5. As written in the first 3 versions, You would expect Druid of the Claw to similarly be silenced into a 4/4, but it actually transforms into a cat or bear beast form, which isn't indicated in the text. That's why, along with Druid of the Saber, which had the same wording problems, Blizzard fixed the poor wording of this OG card. And finally, many years later, after Druid of the Claw stopped seeing any play, Blizzard buffed older nostalgia cards, but it unfortunately was still too slow to see play in any significant way. And at number 8, we have Knife Juggler with 4 changes done to it. Originally, Knife Juggler was very different, and was a 2-mana 2/3 that dealt 1 damage to a random enemy whenever you summoned a minion. It also, for some reason, triggered whenever you drew or added a minion to your hand, which was kind of an early quirk of cards that triggered off of summoned minions. In a fairly significant change, Knife Juggler's effect was changed to only trigger whenever you summoned a minion, as indicated on its card text. This was very quickly changed in one of the first alpha patches, so that it was now a 2-mana 3/2 that dealt 1 damage to a random enemy whenever you played a minion. Then it was nerfed to become a 2-mana 2/2 instead, but was unnerfed years later to once again be a 2-mana 3/2. For the first couple of years when Hearthstone was out, Knife Juggler was the definition of a staple card in any aggro or mid-range deck. It had premium stats for a 2-drop, synergized with any deck that played a lot of minions, and could win you the game if your juggled knife sniped your opponent's early game minions. Looking back to the very first version of Knife Juggler, that version would be broken beyond belief and could see play even in today's faster metagame. For those of you who don't know, triggers based off of summoning minions happen regardless of how a minion gets on the field, whether it be from hero powers, spells, or from other minions, whereas play triggers, like the current version of Knife Juggler, only triggers when you play that card from your hand. Even still, in the first couple of years of Hearthstone, the game was much slower, so you could afford to play a 2-mana 3/2 like Knife Juggler, have it not do anything immediately, and be fine. But as mentioned, it found its way into almost every deck that wanted early game minions, but became very problematic in swarmy decks like Zoo Warlock and Face Hunter. After it was nerfed to a 2/2, it immediately stopped seeing any play, since a 2/2 is actually much worse than a 3/2 since it can't even trade evenly into 2/3s. This slight nerf was a huge blow and one of the most effective nerfs of all time, and even after its nerf was reverted years later, it was just too slow and did too little damage with its effect to see any play. And at number 7, we have Conceal, with 4 total changes. Conceal was originally a 0-mana spell that gave a single minion stealth permanently. Then in Alpha, it was changed to cost 1 mana, and was later overhauled in Alpha to cost 0 mana and give all your minions stealth for 1 turn. Shortly afterwards, it was nerfed to cost 1 mana again, and finally was given the Shadow spell tag when spell schools were introduced. Conceal and stealth as a mechanic is one that Blizzard has struggled to keep from either being completely overpowered or completely underwhelming. Stealth is a keyword that makes a minion untargetable by enemy spells and minions, but makes it lose stealth when it attacks for the first time. The first versions of Conceal were awful to play against since it made minions with amazing effects untouchable by your opponent for 0 or 1 mana, unless they committed to a board clear to get rid of them. You also could use the first versions of Conceal to first attack with a large minion, give it permanent stealth, and either wait to perfectly trade into one of your opponent's minions or push massive face damage. When it was later changed to give all of your minions stealth but only for 1 turn, its uses pretty much stayed the same. It still protected your highly valuable minions on board, or made your board untargetable by your opponent for long enough. And even at 1 mana, making your entire board untargetable was so easily abused by rogues that it became a staple in any aggro or combo style rogue deck. Giving stealth to minions that were balanced around them not getting it proved to be so degenerate that Blizzard had to move it and Master of Disguise, another card that gave permanent stealth, to the Hall of Fame, Hearthstone's version of the ban list. Its final version made it a Shadow type spell, but as of yet, there have been no Shadow synergy cards printed in Rogue. This card, despite its rework and history of nerfs, proved to be such a problematic card that it deserves a spot on this list, just like our next entry. And at number 6, we have Blade Flurry, with a total of 4 changes. Blade Flurry was originally a 3-mana rogue spell that dealt your weapons damage to all enemy minions. Then, in one of the first patches in the game, it was reworked to cost 2 mana, deal your weapons damage to all enemy minions, and destroy your weapon. Shortly afterwards, it was buffed to deal damage to all enemies, including your enemy's face. Then, it was nerfed to the ground, now costing 4 mana instead of 2, would only deal damage to your opponent's minions, and would still destroy your weapon. And in an effort to buff old cards, they changed Blade Flurry to only cost 2 mana, but still kept its effect. This card, in addition to Conceal, helped define early Rogue as the most degenerate, unfair class in the game. So much so that the top deck back in the day was called Miracle Rogue, This deck in the right hands was unstoppable, and Blade Flurry helped the deck generate an insane amount of burst damage or create a massive board clear. The simplest use of the card was to hero power, buff up your weapon, attack face, then use Blade Flurry to clear your opponent's board and deal even more face damage. But it wasn't the early Miracle or Combo Rogues that caused this card to get nerfed into the ground, but because of Kingsbane Rogue. This deck centered around buffing it to become gigantic, searching out its shuffled copy whenever it broke, going face over and over until you eventually won. Blade Flurry just offered too much extra damage and board clear potential in Kingsbane Rogue, so Blizzard has kept it in a nerf state, otherwise it would just dominate and outdamage every deck out there. And at number 5, we have Unleash the Hounds, with 4 total changes. When Unleash the Hounds was first released, it was completely unrecognizable, other than by the name and card art. Its first version was a 1-mana spell that gave all of your beasts +1/+1 in charge. Later in Alpha, it was changed to give your beast +1 attack in charge instead. Then, in one of the first patches of the game, it was quickly reworked to be a 4-mana spell that summoned a 1/1 beast with charge for each enemy minion. A month later, it was significantly buffed to cost 2 mana instead of 4, before finally being nerfed to cost 3 mana instead of 2. Almost all of these changes happened before the first expansion had even come out, so a lot of players out there may not even be aware of all the complicated history of Unleash the Hounds. This card has seen competitive play for almost its entire lifetime, and it was one of the original cards that came out. Unleash first found its home in various versions of Face Hunter in its latest form as a way to punish other decks for creating wide boards and going face with 7 1/1 chargers. The hounds it summoned were also beast and could draw you cards off of Starving Buzzard or activate your kill commands. And since aggro decks that create massive swarmy boards have been so popular over the years, Unleash has just seen as much play. It's been so good at times that it's even been played in Beast, Spell, Reno, and mid-range hunters as a form removal and burst damage. There's no doubt that all the other versions of Unleashed would have seen a tremendous amount of play, so I guess we've been lucky being stuck with the least powerful version of this card. And at number 4, we have Hunter's Mark. This card has also had 4 changes since being printed and was originally a 0-mana spell that set a minion's health to 1 for 1 turn only. Shortly afterwards, it was buffed to permanently set a minion's health to 1 instead of only for 1 turn. Much later on, Hunter's Mark's mana cost was increased to 1 from 0, then was nerfed again to be 2 mana. And with a wave of buffs to OG cards, Hunter's Mark's cost was reverted back to 1 mana. This card may appear to have a less dramatic change than some of the other cards on this list, but the changes to its mana cost have affected its play rate more than any other nerf so far. You see, Hunters have always struggled with good single target removal, with much of the removal being either gimmicky or random. While Hunter's Mark costs less than 2 mana, it was cheap and efficient enough that almost every Hunter deck used it, even Face Hunters. The ability for Hunters to target and kill annoying minions, threats, or taunts with Hunter's Marks and a 1/1 made it invaluable, and even shut down some decks that tried to cheat out big minions. Mana nerfs are one of the worst nerfs a card can get, especially for cheap cards, since it means you have to pay more for the same effect. It also has the side effect of making a card even or odd cost, and when Hunter's Mark was buffed to become 1 mana, it immediately started seeing play in one of Wild's best decks of all time, Odd Questline Hunter. Hunter's Mark became even more prominent since the deck tried to run as many small spells that dealt damage as possible to turbo out the questline. This small spell also dealt the perfect 1 damage needed to kill a Hunter's Mark target, and invalidated newer decks that try to cheat out big minions early. And speaking of Hunter cards that have been at the mercy of card changes, at number 3 we have Starving Buzzard, with 4 total changes. In Alpha, Starving Buzzard was a 2-mana 2/2 which drew a card whenever you played a beast. Shortly after it was released, it was significantly buffed to trigger whenever you summoned a beast rather than just played one. A couple months later, Buzzard was nerfed to become a 2/1 rather than a 2/2, before being nerfed again to be a 5-mana 3/2 rather than a 2-mana 2/1. And finally, with a wave of old card nerfs reverts, Starving Buzzard was restored back to a 2-mana 2/1. This card is iconic within the Hearthstone community as the go-to example of poorly executed nerfs. Being fed up with the meta of Beast and Face Hunters, Blizzard absolutely nuked the poor Buzzard by more than doubling its mana cost, and ensuring that it would never see the light of casual or competitive play ever again. And what made this card so especially bad is that Buzzard is really only good if you combo this card with a bunch of other cheap beasts. But with 3 less mana and coming out at least turn 6, this card went from one of Hunter's best cards ever to unplayable garbage overnight. Starving Buzzard's revert was welcome though, and even saw some experimentation in Wild as a draw package in some Hunter beast decks. This card is a clear example of Blizzard nerfing some classic cards too hard and needing to fix their mistakes years down the line. And speaking of cards that were nerfed too hard, at number 2 we have Warsong Commander, with 4 total changes. Originally, Warsong Commander was a 3-mana 2/2 that gave all of your minions charge, which let them attack any enemy immediately. Somehow, Blizzard thought this effect was too weak and buffed it to be a 3-mana 2/3. Nearly a year later, Warsong was deemed too strong, and its text was then changed to only summoned minions with 3 or less attack had charge. Later on, Blizzard reworked this card to have the effect of giving your charged minions +1 attack, and was reworked again to give any summoned minions rush, which let them attack enemy minions immediately. This card has also become a meme in the Hearthstone community as the worst positive effect a minion can have. Whenever there's a polarizing or overpowered card, people always suggest nerfing it to give your charged minions +1 attack, as a joke to ensure they never see that card again. You see, charge has also been one of the most problematic keywords in Hearthstone since it pushes unavoidable face damage while also creating a minion that your opponent had to deal with. Nowadays, there are less than a handful of very selective charged minions because Warsong Commander taught Blizzard just how powerful charged minions can be. For a long time, Patron Warriors dominated the meta by simply playing Warsong and Grim Patron. You could create a board full of nearly unkillable 3/3s with charge, or you could run a 1-turn combo kill with Warsong and Raging Worgen, giving it charge and the ability to attack for more than 30 damage with the right cards in hand. And of all of the cards in this list, Warsong Commander has probably had the most unique changes done to it over the years, having 3 unique effects with no reverts to any of its previous effects. If it weren't for the number 1 spot on this list, Warsong Commander would have definitely been there due to its reputation and for how different its changes have been. And at number 1, we have Edwin Van Cleef, the card with the most number of changes over its lifetime at 5. Edwin in Alpha was originally a 3-mana 2/2 stealth minion that granted +2/+2 for each other card that you played this turn when you played the card. OG Edwin was quickly nerfed to be a 1/1 instead of a 2/2, but kept its original text. Shortly after that, Edwin was reworked to be a 2/2, but no longer had stealth, which was definitely the right move. And for a while, the only change done to Edwin was a slight wording change that clarified its text. But right before Edwin was set to rotate out of the core set, it was nerfed once again to cost 4 mana, but was then reverted to cost 3 mana just 5 days later when it was moved to wild only. As you can probably tell by now, stealth has been a very difficult mechanic to balance, especially for rogue cards. Edwin has seen play in pretty much every rogue deck, since pretty much every rogue deck has combo turns where they play a ton of cards. And even after playing only one other card, Edwin can still come out as a 3-mana 4/4. OG Edwin was probably one of the most overpowered cards in the game relative to the other cards in its format. A giant stealth Edwin could only be killed by 2 cards in the entire format, and was just an automatic win against certain classes. And as the game has evolved to become faster and faster, with rogues getting better and better card draw, being able to push a giant 20/20 Edwin by turn 6, stealth or not, was still too much for some decks to handle. It honestly surprised me to find that Edwin was the most changed card in Hearthstone, mainly because he's existed at 3-mana 2/2 for nearly his entire existence. The classic set is a nostalgic set home to some of the most memorable cards in the game, and being the oldest and largest set of cards means people have had lots of time to discover which cards are great and which ones aren't. Unfortunately though, not all of them have stood the test of time or were even really good when they first came out. And at number 10, we have Alarmobot. This 3-mana 0/3 mech has the effect where at the start of your turn, it swaps with another minion in your hand. So if Alarmobot manages to survive one of your opponent's turns, it puts one of the minions in your hand onto the field and returns Alarmobot to your hand. The most striking weakness of this card is it's too easy to deal 3 damage and kill Alarmobot on turn 3. Almost every deck packs some sort of early game removal, and with 0 attack it can't even trade into minions that attack into it. To top it off, when a minion is put directly onto the field, or swapped as Alarmobot is worded, it's considered to be summoned and not played. You see, in Hearthstone, a vast majority of cards that have effects are tied to battle cries, which only trigger when you play them from the hand. That means, if they were to be put onto the battlefield in a way other than by you physically dragging, dropping, and placing it, like summon it directly from your hand with an Alarmobot, then the battle cry won't trigger. Of course, a lot of the best big minions already don't have this requirement attached to them, but it also means that if you were to pull Alexstrasza with Alarmobot, it wouldn't set your opponent's health to 15 and give you an 8/8, it would just give you an 8/8. That's not even mentioning how effects that need to survive until the start of your next turn have been very hard to pull off, even on cheap 1-mana minions. But out of all of the terrible cards on this list, this is the only card that I can remember which had an even semi-viable meme deck built around it. The one thing that Lowerbot has going for it is that it's a win condition, just an extremely bad, terribly slow one. And if you Lightning Bloom and play this on turn 1, hope it doesn't die, and pull out a big minion, then you have a real chance to win the game. None of the other cards on this list really have that going for them, which is why Lowerbot is at the bottom of this list at only number 10. And at number 9, we have Lorewalker Cho. This is a 2-mana 0/4 that has the effect where whenever either player plays a spell, their opponent adds a copy of it to their hand. I think the intent with this card was to play it as a cheap 2-mana answer to block your opponent from playing spells, since whatever spells they play, you get a copy of. The thing is though, Cho really isn't that great at preventing your opponent from playing spells, since the removal spells your opponents play will usually have way more impact, and because Cho is too frail to stay up for very long. For example, if you have a wide board of minions against your opponent's empty board, and you played Cho to protect them, a good opponent wouldn't hesitate to use a board clear, even if that meant they got a copy of it. Because even though you both have the same card available, having the initiative means that your opponent will probably get more value from the spell than you will. And to make it even worse, anytime you play a spell with Cho, your opponent will also get a copy. But probably the worst part of Cho is how he has 0 attack and so little health, compared to Nat Pagal, a 2-mana 0/4 that has a 50% to draw a card at the start of your turn. Pagal is way better even though he has a chance to whiff, and is at the start of your next turn effect. That's because if Nat manages to draw even one card off of its effect, it's pretty much done his job. Cho is a lot harder to evaluate when his effect is helpful or useless, and is really inconsistent in value that he manages to get. And even the controlliest, most homebrew decks out there really can't justify a slot for Cho because of just how much potential he has to do nothing for 2 mana, or give a game-winning spell to your opponent. Of course, Cho would probably be playable if he had more health, like Doomsayer, and only gave you copies of your opponent's spells, but until then, Lorewalker Cho sadly deserves a spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Blade Flurry. This is a 4-mana rogue spell which deals your weapon's attack to all enemy minions and destroys your weapon. And honestly, this card has been pretty good throughout Hearthstone's history, except for this terrible, terrible version. You see, Blade Fury is among one of the most changed and nerfed cards throughout Hearthstone's history, and for good reason. By far, the most broken version of Blade Flurry cost 2 mana, dealt your weapon's attack to all enemies, and destroyed your weapon. Comparing this to the worst version of Blade Flurry, it's pretty clear to see why it deserves on this list. For one, it costs double in this version from what it used to be for a lot of Hearthstone's history, and 2, didn't deal any damage to your opponent. When a card says deal damage to all enemies, it's usually a pretty big deal, especially since spells that can directly deal damage to your opponent's heroes are pretty rare and usually really good. Blade Flurry had to get a nerf because of Kingsbane, an immortal and infinitely buffable weapon which could often gain 20 attack over the course of a game, and one-shot your opponent after attacking and using Blade Flurry. But after the nerf, it simply cost too much mana to not do face damage while still destroying your weapon. Destroying your weapon was a big deal, since you usually had to invest mana into the weapon and the weapon buffs itself, to make the attack large enough to actually clear anything. There's really no point in making such a weapon-centric deck just for this board clear when better rogue board clears already exist. And because it costs so much mana to make a halfway decent weapon, just to destroy it and create a pitiful board clear, Blade Flurry deserves a spot on this list. And at number 7, we have Young Dragonhawk. This neutral 1-mana 1/1 beast simply has Wind Fury, which means that it can attack twice per turn instead of once per turn. Wind Fury has typically been a pretty good keyword on the right minions because of how much damage they can do with even a couple of buffs. Whirling Zap-O-Matic is a great example, where it's an aggressive 3 attack with Wind Fury effectively means it's a 2-mana 6/2 whenever it gets to attack. The issue is though, in the past, Blizzard was very stingy about the type of minions that it gave Wind Fury to, mostly being understated minions with high health and low attack. But being a neutral card also hit Young Dragonhawk's potential to be better since Blizzard had to think how a 1-mana beast with Wind Fury could potentially interact with all 9 classes. And because of how few stats 1-mana cards usually had to play around with, really only being able to get 2/1, 1/2, or 1/1, Blizzard landed on the safest and by far most underpowered version of Dragonhawk. Even nowadays, with all the crazy buffs and beast synergy cards available, only having 1 health on a 1-mana minion is too fragile and not worth investing any buffs into, even with Wind Fury. Keep in mind, if you were to play Dragonhawk and buff it, a single removal spell would put you -1 in card advantage, all for a pretty pathetic amount of damage even with Wind Fury. Even Wind Fury Harpy, a terrible arena card, saw some competitive play as a buff target and a minion that could give Corpse Taker Wind Fury. Again, I'm pretty sure Blizzard was thinking about future-proofing this card from being too broken in the future, but made it so that even the most hardcore buff and beast stacks wouldn't ever want to play Dragonhawk when so many better alternatives exist. Dragonhawk is just too frail, doesn't hit hard enough, and is unfortunately not worth a card slot in any deck. And at number 6, we have Lightwell. This 2-mana priest minion is a 0/5 and heals a random damage friendly target for 3 at the start of your turn. Now that we're starting to get to the lower spots in this list, I hope you've started to notice a trend with these cards. 0 attack minions are really bad because they can't trade into minions that attack into them. Hearthstone has, and still is, very centered on minion combat. When your opponent's minion attacks into yours and trades 1-for-1 with it, that's usually not a bad trade, since you'd usually have gotten in some battlecry value and an attack in by then. Low attack minions, especially 0 attack ones, even if they do get their effects off, they can't deal damage back when an enemy attacks into them and won't be going for 1-for-1s. And in the worst and pretty common case, you'll play a minion like Lightwell, maybe get its weak effect off, have it die for free to another minion, and basically have wasted 2 mana and a card. And what really stings about Lightwell is how bad its effect is. Healing for 3 can be somewhat useful and isn't as useless as it is in other card games. But in a class like Priest, whose class identity is built around efficient healing, it's completely out of its league. Again, that's not to say the 0 attack minions in the past have been bad. Doomsayer, Nerubian Egg, and Flametongue Totem have all been good at one point. But because their positive effects outweighed the fact that they could make you go -1 in card advantage during minion combat. And like already mentioned, start of turn effects are notoriously hard to get off since you can't really protect your minions or stop attacks during your opponent's turn in Hearthstone. That's all to say, Lightwell's awful stat line and difficult effect landed on the spot on this list, but its ability to heal a friendly stops it from being at the bottom half of this list. And at number 5, we have Kidnapper. This is a 6-mana 5/3 rogue minion which returns a minion to its owner's hand, but only if you'd played another card that turn. And for my veteran Hearthstone players out there, I'm sure some of you forgot that this card existed, because I almost did when making this list. To put simply, this card is way too expensive for what it does and could be easily replaced by other classic cards. Not only does Kidnapper have the stats and stat line of a bad 4-drop, its effect is also tied to a combo requirement. For context, a lot of the best effects in Rogue are tied to combo effects, just to make them harder to pull off on curve. And being attached to this requirement, some cards making adding cards to your hand, destroying minions, or creating huge minions much cheaper for free, while still being attached to a fairly good body. And when comparing those combo effects to Kidnapper, you'll see that not only are you getting a subpar body, you're also not getting a discount on the effect. At minimum though, if you sap an expensive minion with Kidnapper that your opponent paid for, they'll have wasted the difference in mana doing nothing. Or if you're going for game, you can sap a big top minion in your way to attack your opponent directly. Kidnapper also has the effect where it can return a friendly minion back to your hand, but based on the Brewmaster cards, this alternative effect is basically worth 0 mana. The only thing stopping this card from being lower on this list, despite how much you're overpaying for the body, effect, and combo, is how decent sap has been at times. And speaking of 6-mana classic cards, and at number 4, we have the Priestess of Elune. This neutral 6-mana 5/4 heals your hero for 4 health when you play it from your hand. This card falls into the trap that some of the other cards on this list have fallen into, namely being way too understated for its cost and having a pitiful healing effect. And at 6 mana, it's almost a necessity for it to have a large impact as soon as it's played. You see, the more expensive a card is in Hearthstone, the more mana you're essentially investing, hoping that your big minions get to attack or get its effect off. Take Ultrasaur for example. For 10 mana, you get a 7/14, but that means you spent your whole turn doing basically nothing, and hoping your Ultrasaur gets to attack next turn, since minions in Hearthstone have summoning sickness. Newer cards like Raid Boss Onyxia fix the issue, making it so that all 10 mana you spend on minions to get to have an immediate effect on the board that turn, instead of having to wait until your next one. And while Priestess isn't as expensive or grand, 6 mana nowadays, and even during Hearthstone's release, was still quite a bit to spend on a card. And at that mana range, they ought to be game-winning effects, or considerable threats. Instead, all you get is a 4-mana body with a 0-mana effect. And without a tribe or repeatable effect, Priestess of Elune finds itself out of luck. Blizzard could have buffed this card to restore more health like Antique Healbot or have beefier stats, but they already basically made that card and it basically saw no play. And at number 3, we have Felguard. This 3-mana 3/5 Warlock Demon destroys one of your mana crystals when you play it and it has Taunt, a keyword which forces enemy minions to attack into it first. And honestly, at first glance, it doesn't look too terrible. After all, it's a Senjin Shieldmaster that only costs 1 less, and destroys one of your mana crystals to compensate. So, why is it so bad? That's because destroying a mana crystal is just about one of the worst drawbacks you can have on an effect. For those of you who don't know, at the start of each of your turn, you get a mana crystal. Destroy one basically puts you 1 turn behind, and puts you really far back in terms of mana to spend. Blast a Crystal Potion, a card which destroys a minion in one of your mana crystals, was actually played, but only because some Warlock control decks were really desperate for single target removal. If you played Felguard on curve on turn 3, that means your next turn you still have 3 mana, effectively losing you 7 or 8 mana until turn 10. And when you put it that way, paying 10 or 11 mana for a 3/5 with Taunt is almost comically bad. And while you could cheat it directly onto the field with other means, it's probably not worth doing so. For example, if you were to have a Voidcaller die and put Felguard on the field, it would count as summoning it, and wouldn't actually cause you to lose a mana crystal. But at that point, why not instead pull a bigger demon for free like Voidlord or Enhanced Dreadlord? That's to say, its relatively small stats aren't even worth cheating out through other methods, or with actual good demon synergy cards. And unlike the next card on this list, cheating out with Voidcaller wouldn't be completely useless. And at number 2, we have Blood Imp. This Warlock Demon is a 1 mana 0/1, which gives another random friendly minion +1 health at the end of your turn, and has Stealth. A keyword prevented it from being targeted by enemy spells or attacks until it attacks first. This version of Blood Imp is definitely one of the worst cards of all time. But before it was nerfed in one of the first patches in Hearthstone ever, it really wasn't that bad. Originally, it was a 1 mana 1/1 with Stealth, and would just give all your other minions +1 health, and was really good. For just 1 mana, you could play it to protect your board from small board clears, buff your minion's health just barely surviving attacking into an enemy minion, or attack for 1 damage if you really needed it. It was the complete package and very efficient for just 1 mana. Zoo Warlock immediately picked up pre-nerf Blood Imp and used it in other cheap, efficient minions to swarm the board and overwhelm their opponents. Sadly though, Blood Imp was nerfed to its current sad state, and retains none of its original benefits. For it to even break even on its mana cost, you have to wait at least 3 or 4 turns, which is an eternity at the beginning of the game. Early minions die and trade constantly, which means that oftentimes you won't even have a buffable minion on the end of your turn, since Blood Imp can't give itself health. Add to the fact that Blood Imp gets cleared by anything that so much as sneezes at it, and you could start to see why it's an abysmal card. But what really makes Blood Imp not even worth considering is its ability is random, only gives +1 health, and needs another friendly minion at the end of your turn. Comparing to something like Beaming Sidekick, whose effect is targeted, gives +2 health, and doesn't need another friendly minion at the end of your turn. And if it weren't for the laughably bad last card on this list, Blood Imp would have probably been the worst classic card. And at number 1, we have Angry Chicken. Angry Chicken is a 1 mana 1/1 neutral beast that has +5 attack when damaged. This card was originally printed as a joke, and has stuck around as the prime example of a good effect on the wrong card. For those of you who have never seen this card before, the first question you're probably asking is, how do you damage a minion that only has 1 health? And to that, I say, good question. The only real way to get Angry Chicken's effect off is to buff its health and then damage it. But as you probably guessed, this is definitely not worth the effort in doing so. And in every other scenario where you aren't trying to get its effect off, you're basically paying 1 mana for a Snow Flipper Penguin. It would seem like such a meme card would have at least some support making it worth playing, but in 8 years that Hearthstone's been out, the closest we've gotten is another chicken card with an even harder condition to fulfill. This card did originally have Enrage, a keyword that basically gave it the listed effect while the minion was damaged, but again, no Enrage support cards have ever been released either. And very similarly to Young Dragonhawk, this 1 mana beast just isn't worth the buffing or building a deck around, when so many other 1 mana beasts are beefier or do similar things but better. Ultimately though, Angry Chicken is just another meme card in Hearthstone that Blizzard decided to include to teach new players how to evaluate card power levels. So far, there have only been 2 expansions which have printed multi-class cards. Those being Mean Streets of Gadgetzan, which introduced tri-class cards, and Skullomance Academy, which introduced bi-class cards. And in this list, we'll be going over the best multi-class cards that have ever been printed over the years. And at number 10, we have Demon Companion. This is a 1 mana multi-class spell which is available for demon hunters and hunters, as indicated by the half dark green and half light green border around the card, and summons 1 of 3 possible demon companions. One of them is Kolek, which is an anagram of Leok, which is a 1/2 demon which gives your other minions +1 attack while it's on the field. The other is Refa, which is a 2/1 demon which can attack an enemy immediately, and is an anagram of Huffer. And the last is Shima, a 2/2 demon with taunt which is modeled after Misha. This card is just insanely efficient no matter which demon companion you manage to summon. Not only are there no other collectible 1-drops with their insane stats and effects, they also have half of the stats of the animal companions, which have long been considered to be great minions, while costing 3 times less. And while sometimes you'd wish you'd gotten a different companion for your exact situation, It's really not a stretch to say that all three of them would be played in almost every aggro deck if they were collectible. Some notable interactions that this card has is while Ruffa can deal direct face damage for lethal, Kolek can potentially do more damage or give you favorable trades if you have minions on the board. Or if you just want to build a board, the overstatted Shima is great for pushing damage or protecting your other cheap units. No matter how you slice it, the worst case is that you get a companion that you don't want, while the right one could potentially be game winning, all for just 1 mana. And because of the high roll potential, pretty much every aggressive tempo or mid-range hunter and demon hunter has wanted to include this card in their decks. While this card has seen a very generous amount of competitive play since it was printed, most notably in odd demon hunter decks in wild and face hunter decks in standard, the rest of this list is filled with absolutely monstrous cards. That isn't to say Demon Companion is bad at all. In fact, it could easily find itself in the top 10 of most other lists. It's just that all the other multi-class cards in this list have been way more degenerate at one point, or seen more play than Demon Companion has. And at number 9, we have Adorable Infestation. This 1-mana hunter and druid card gives a minion +1/+1 and summons a 1/1 beast onto the field and adds another 1/1 beast to your hand. This card was designed to be a 1-mana version of Ultimate Infestation, probably the most efficient 10-mana card ever printed, and proved to be just as good. All of the effects combined should arguably cost anywhere from 1.5 to 2 mana, meaning you're pretty much gaining a mana advantage for just playing it. And although Adorable Infestation doesn't fit in the same deck as its predecessor, it did find the same, if not more, competitive success in aggro spell hunters, beast druids, and token druids. And because it had so many effects stapled together, pretty much every deck in hunter and druid could find a way to squeeze it in and have it synergize with another card in their deck. In standard, Adorable Infestation was used to great effect with Kolkar Pack Runner, which could buff the swift hyenas it spawned as well as swarm the board with more 1/1s. Druids use this card to make both their Umbral Owls and Frostsaber Matriarchs cost less for each spell and beast you summon, respectively. Infestation lets you double dip and let Druid be able to drop these threats as early as turn 5. But by far the best use of this card was in Token Druid, which, as the name implied, tried to summon and beat their opponent down with a swarm of small minions. Infestation was once again a perfect match for this deck, which wanted to buff its early game minions while summoning as many minions as possible in order to buff them all with Mark of the Lotus and Savage Roar. And just like the previous card on this list, this card actually made it to the number 5 spot in one of our other lists, proving just how powerful the rest of those cards on this list are. And at number 8, we have Jandis Barav. This 5-mana 2/1 mage and rogue minion summons 2 random 5-mana minions and makes you secretly pick one that dies whenever it takes damage. And at first glance, you may wonder how this card is even on this list, especially since you're basically paying for a random 5-drop, since the other one can die to 1 damage. But because Jandis creates 3 bodies and forces your opponent to decide which of the 2 random 5-drops is the real one, since they can't actually see the choice you made, it actually is a pretty complex card, and could potentially bait out a lot of resources from your opponent. For example, in a pretty average case, if Jandis were to randomly summon an Ethereal Conjurer and a Dragon Consort, 9 out of 10 times you would pick the Ethereal Conjurer to die to any damage, effectively giving you a 13/7 for just 5 mana. Of course, 2 of the minions could be easily cleared, but even in Wild, those are insane stats for just 1 card. So in those 9 out of 10 times, your opponent will typically just deal 1 damage to the lower health minion and move on. But the mind game really begins when sometimes you unexpectedly pick the bigger minion, making your opponent waste a 1 damage on your still alive Ethereal Conjurer, while still having to deal with the Dragon Consort. At higher levels of play, the mind games go way deeper, forcing your opponent to deal damage to the obvious choice and potentially wasting resources, or to the worst choice and potentially taking a ton of damage. And even though it had the chance to completely whiff, it also had the chance to psych your opponent out or waste enough of the resources to turn a game around. You could play here when you were ahead, fighting for board, behind, or even trying to fish for lethal. And for all these reasons, she saw a ton of play in Odd Rogue, Reno Mage, and in pretty much every Rogue and Mage in Standard until she got nerfed to 6 mana and rotated out. And at number 7, we have Aya Blackpaw, the leader of the Jade Lotus. This 6 mana 5/3 can only be played in the Jade Lotus classes, which are Shaman, Druid, and Rogue. When Aya is played and dies, she summons a Jade Golem, a mechanic which summons a minion with stats equal to the number of Jade Golems you'd summon that game. So, for example, if you had summoned 3 Jade Golems previously, Aya will summon a 4/4 Jade Golem when played and a 5/5 Jade Golem when she dies, basically tying her power level to the number of Jade Golems you were able to summon by then. Each class was given 2 to 3 unique ways to summon Jade Golems, Aya and Jade Spirit, meaning if you played every Jade card in your deck, you could potentially summon a 9/9 and a 10/10 with Aya, which is easily enough to win a game. Although pure Jade Shaman and Jade Rogues never took off, she did see staple play in Jade Druid and Odd Shaman as a sticky finisher. For a decent amount of time, Jade Druid was one of the best decks in both formats, due to having access to some of the best card draw, mana ramp, and stalling cards in the game, eventually winning by being able to summon and shuffle infinite copies of Jade Idol. And as you would expect, Jade Druid was easily able to clear 12 Jade Idol summons a game, making a late game Aya a devastating threat. On the other hand, Odd Shaman was another deck which used a small Jade package made up of Jade Claws, Jade Lightning, and Aya, since they were good enough standalone cards to be competitive. Because even if you weren't able to summon any Jade Golems that game, which honestly was kinda rare, Aya was still a 6 mana 8/6 worth of stats, and easily enough to help finish out games as an aggro deck. And speaking of cards which fit into aggro decks, and at number 6 we have Nitro Boost Poison. This 1 mana rogue and warrior spell lets you give a minion +2 attack. But if you had played a card that was more expensive than it while it was in your hand, it also gives your weapon a +2 attack. While this card saw some experimentation in Warrior, there were never enough good weapons to justify running Nitro Boost. Rogue, on the other hand, absolutely loved this card and abused it in as many decks as possible. Have you ever wondered why nearly all of the weapon buff cards in Rogue are either bad or have been nerfed at some point? Well, that's because Kingbane's exists and is the bane of Team 5, the Hearthstone development team. Kingsbane is a 1 mana 1/3 weapon which, when broken, reshovels itself back into your deck and permanently keeps any buffs applied to it. Simply put, when every weapon buff is balanced around only being able to use a weapon a set number of times, it makes a card like Kingsbane's, which basically has infinite durability, potentially very broken. And with the introduction of Nitro Boost Poison, yet another good weapon buffing card, this was the card that broke the camel's back. And with at least 5 other ways to buff Kingsbane, and access to a ton of draw, it was almost trivial making getting your infinite durability Kingsbane to have 10 or more attack. Odd Rogue also loved this spell since it could easily be corrupted and deal 6 damage with her hero power for just 1 mana. It was effectively a 1 mana fireball in most Rogue decks, and unfortunately it had to get nerfed. With the nerf to 2 mana, it meant that it could no longer be played in Odd Rogue, since it now had an even mana cost, and was much harder to corrupt in Kingsbane Road since a ton of their cards cost 2 or less mana. And at number 5, we have Potion of Illusion. This 4 mana mage and rogue spell adds 1 mana 1/1 copies of all your friendly minions on board to your hand. And for those of you who would expect this card to be a bad deal most of the time, you'd be right. That's because if you want the maximum value for this card, you need to have a full board of 7 minions, and have enough space to hold 7 1/1 minions in your hand. So which decks was this card actually good in? The answer is any deck that really wanted extra copies of the cornerstone minions that their decks were built around. While Potion was played in Reno Mages to copy their high value minions, the reason it's on this list is because of its insane burst potential in combo decks. The first of these decks was Exodia Mage, which utilized the Mage Quest reward Time Warp, which lets you take an extra turn. On the combo turn, you would have to somehow manage to get 4 Sorceress Apprentices on the board, play Time Warp, play Archmage Antonidas, and a spell, at which point you would have access to infinite 0 mana fireballs. Crucial to this combo was being able to get 4 Apprentices, but since you could only include 2 per deck, cards like Molten Reflection and Potion were critical for getting enough extra Apprentices. Exodia decks would eventually start using Flamewaker instead for the burst damage, but drop Potion in favor of Molten Reflections. In Rogue, however, Pillager Rogue was at one point the best deck in Wild, which is no easy feat at all. The new combo revolved around Spectral Pillager, which dealt damage equal to the number of cards that you had played that turn. And with the help of Spirit of the Shark, which doubled your combo effects, Scabs, which offered a ton of discounts, various cheap cards, and Potion, this deck was easily able to deal more than 50 damage. And what's really funny is that the Potion could just add 1/1 copies of your entire combo back to your hand if you messed up. Or if you needed 1 mana 1/1 versions of your critical minions to make the combo even cheaper and deadlier. The only thing holding this card back from being higher in this list is how hard Pillager Rogue is to pilot optimally, despite consistently being tier 1 at some of the most powerful times in Wild. And at number 4, we have Hysteria. This 3 mana Priest and Warlock spell lets you choose a minion and force it to attack another minion until it dies. Hysteria was originally printed to act as a creative form of removal, either by forcing one of your enemy minions to attack until it died, or by targeting a big minion on either side to attack and clear other minions on the field. And for just 3 mana, it could often go 1 for 1, which is still a great deal when compared to other removal. Other than being really good removal, Hysteria also found itself in one of Wild's many S-tier decks that got quickly nerfed after being released. Basically, all you have to do for the combo turn is play Wretched Tiller, a 1 mana 1/1, which deals 2 damage to the enemy hero every time it attacks. Deathspeaker, a 3/2/4 mana minion, which made another minion immune for that turn, and Hysteria on that tiller. And if there was at least 15 minion health on board, which included the 4 from your Deathspeaker, the Immortal tiller would attack 15 times because of Hysteria and let you kill your opponent in one turn. But if your opponent were to realize this, you can always play Shrinkmeister on your tiller, a 2 mana 3/2 that gave a minion -2 attack for the turn, letting your 0 attack immune tiller attack an infinite number of times for an infinite amount of damage. And by infinite, I mean it would only deal 60 because Hearthstone has infinite loops hard-coded to only repeat 30 times. This combo was obviously nerfed since a 7 mana 3-card combo with almost no counterplay made it by far the best deck at the time. And remember how I mentioned how good it was as removal? Well, it was still so good in its intended use that it received another nerf later, this time increasing its mana cost to 4. And at number 3, we have Lightning Bloom. This 0 mana Druid and Shaman spell lets you gain 2 mana crystals for the turn only, and overloads you by 2, a keyword which makes you have much less mana on your next turn. So sure, this card basically gives you 2 mana this turn at the cost of taking 2 mana from your next turn, but why is it so high on this list? Well, it's because most of the time when you're playing Lightning Bloom, your play is so strong that it doesn't matter that you have 2 less mana on your next turn. And despite being a strictly worse innervate, at least it's a nerfed version of one of the best cards of all time. For these reasons, Lightning Bloom has seen near universal inclusion in Shaman and Druid over the past 2 years. One of the most notable decks Bloom's been included in is Celestial Alignment Druid, which, as the name implies, basically aimed to turbo out their namesake card, which cost 7 mana and set both players' mana to 1, and made all cards cost 1 mana. It also lets you play another minion post-alignment, since even though it would only cost 1 mana, it would still give you 2 mana to play with. Or in Wild, with the introduction of Bloom, Aviana Kun, decks got a lot better, since they could now run a consistently better nerfed innervate in their decks. The Druid combo would involve playing Aviana, a 10 mana minion which made all your other minions cost 1 mana, Lightning Bloom, and Kun, which would restore all your mana, letting you play up to 10 more minions that turn. Some decks opted to use a super beefed up Cthulhu and Togwago combo, a Malygos spell deck, or even a Star Aligner OTK to finish off their opponent. Even Shaman got in on the OTK party, building an impressively strong Firehard deck, revolving around playing as many direct damaging spells as possible in a single turn, which Lightning Bloom helped by giving more mana on the combo turn. Even some aggro decks started to run Lightning Bloom for its mana burst potential. And speaking of staple cards that have been played ever since it's released, and at number 2 we have Kazakus. This 4 mana 3/3 is the leader of the Cabal and can only be played in Mage, Priest, and Warlock. When played, if your deck has no duplicates in it, he lets you create a custom potion which can cost 1, 5, or 10 mana, and lets you choose 2 effects from a pool of 10 options. And the way Hearthstone is designed is so that you'll only be able to see 3 options, like a Discover, whenever you pick your potion effects, making the chance you're able to select a specific potion effect a little more than 50%. And honestly, most of them are pretty good, and the good ones are really good. Some of the best 5 mana ones let you deal 4 damage to all minions, deal 5 damage, or resurrect 2 friendly minions that had died that game. The only part of this card that might be of some slight concern is Kazakus' poor stats and condition for creating a custom potion. Luckily, Reno decks were already very popular, and they built their decks around not having any duplicates just so they could play Reno Jackson for his amazing full health effect. Kazakus perfectly fit into Reno decks, which have been pretty much always good and had their place in the meta, even in Wild. Again, there are almost too many variants of Reno Mage, Reno Priest, and Reno Warlock to name, and all 3 of these classes at one point had tier 1 Reno decks. Reno Mage at one point used a pre-nerfed Luna's Pocket Galaxy to make all minions in their deck cost 1. Reno Priest used Raza, Anduin, and a ton of Psycho cards to burst down their opponent with a machine gun of hero powers. Reno Warlock used Void Caller, Big Demons, and their insane amount of card draw to easily win games. And in all of these decks, Kazakus was the glue that made all of these decks consistent and powerful. Kazakus has always been powerful and in the meta, and if it weren't for the next card on this list, this Dragon Troll could have definitely been the number 1. And at number 1, we have Flesh Giant. This 8 mana 8/8 giant available for Priests and Warlocks costs 1 mana less each time your hero's health changes on your turn. And for as seemingly simple and difficult a condition is to get off, it is actually the easiest giant in the game to get to 0 mana. You see, more so in Warlock than in Priest, both classes have ways to restore and deal damage to their hero, which can both cause Flesh Giant to cost less. This card immediately started seeing play in Darkglare Warlock, a deck which revolved around taking damage to cheat out a ton of mana. Molten Giant and Flesh Giant really helped to solidify this deck as an S tier 1, since you could so easily drop at least 2 of them by turn 4. And after Darkglare got absolutely busted, Flesh Giant, with the help of pretty much the whole Darkglare package, found themselves in Questline Warlock, undoubtedly one of the most broken cards of all time, and one of 2 cards that have ever been straight up banned in Wild. Basically, all you had to do was just take a ton of damage, play the quest reward Blightborn Tasman, which made any damage you take redirect your opponent, and kill them with either Fatigue or with your other self-damaging cards. And if this plan didn't work out, or if you got too low, you could always rely on your Giants to pack the game up for you instead. And an honorable mention goes out to Raise Dead, another multi-class card which was almost always played with Flesh Giant, and another broken card. I've decided to give Flesh Giant the number 1 spot instead because not only has it been nerfed twice, whereas Raise Dead hasn't been touched at all, it was also the main reason why Dark Lair decks are able to output so much damage so early into games. And since I didn't want to talk about basically the same deck at the number 2 spot, I've included it here at the number 1 spot with Flesh Giant. No other card in the game has allowed any deck to easily get a 0 mana 8/8 and ultimately warp the meta around trying to counter Questline and Dark Lair Warlock. And for those reasons, Flesh Giant definitely deserves the number 1 spot on this list. Potion cards are a limited collection of spells in Hearthstone that have a variety of one-dimensional effects. Over the years, despite not having any real relation or synergy with each other, Blizzard has printed enough cards with Potion in their name to make a list on. So in this video, we'll be going over some of the best Potion cards in Hearthstone. In number 10, we have the Pint Size Potion. This 1 mana pre-spell gives every enemy minion -3 attack during this turn only. This card was actually the second ever card that subtracted attack, and was played just as much as Shrinkmeister, which is to say that they both almost never saw any play. Pint Size was originally thought to be good in minion-heavy pre-stack, surprisingly, since the attack debuff put on enemies could lead to favorable traits. Like if you had Dark Cultist on board versus your opponent's Sorceress Apprentice, you could play Pint Size, attack into the now 0 attack Apprentice, and take no damage on your Cultists. And the thinking was, the more minions you and your opponent had on board, the more value you could get off of this card by getting good trades off of your opponent's minions. The only issue was, a good aggro priest deck wouldn't be meta until nearly 3 years later. And by that point, Pint Size was both out of rotation and long forgotten. Literally, the only niche this card ever had was in Arena, and as a niche pick off of a spell discovery effect. In Arena, the ideal situation of having lots of minions to minion combat was the bread and butter of that mode, which playing Pint Size wasn't a question of if you could get away with value, but when. The only real deck that ever wanted to play Pint Size Potion was some Dragon Priests, which was a mid-range deck that wanted to dominate the board by playing efficient minions and trading often. This version of Dragon Priest was successful for a while, but after that, Pint Size became more and more obsolete as better and better versions were printed over the years. Despite seeing almost no play, Pint Size Potion at least saw some competitive play, at least compared to the only 2 potions left off of this list, which is why Pint Size Potion barely makes the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Potion of Heroism. This 2 mana Paladin spell has the effect of giving a minion Divine Shield and drawing you a card. And a small quirk of this card is that in order for you to be able to draw a card from its effect, you need to give a minion Divine Shield, otherwise it can't be cast. As a side note, this is one of the only potions on this list that isn't from one of the Cabal classes, which were the classes in Mean Streets of Gadgetzan's expansion that got access to most of the potion cards on this list, and Kazakis. Anyways, this card really isn't that great as a buff, but was mostly played for its ability to let Paladins cycle through their deck. Throughout the years, Paladin has had many cheesy combo decks that required him to draw a few very specific, not easily searchable cards. The thing is though, Paladin has also had some of the worst card draw in the game, with most of them having to rely on weak neutral cards to help them. In recent years though, after Potion of Heroism rotated to Wild, some Control Paladin and Pure Paladin decks saw success with them. Control Paladin used Heroism to give them something to spend their mana on in the early game, and repeating its effects later on in the game with Immortal Prelate and Lynessa Sunsorrow. Likewise, Pure Paladin, which is a deck which benefits from only being made of Paladin cards, also used a small buff package with Hand of Adal, Potion, Prelate, and Lynessa to double dip on the buff effects too. Unfortunately, Potion never really took off in any real meta decks while it was allowed in Standard or in Wild, and was replaced usually in favor of Hand of Adal, which actually had to be nerfed because of how good it was. And at number 8, we have Fellfire Potion. This 6 mana Warlock simply deals 5 damage to all characters, both friendly and enemy ones. Fellfire Potion follows the familiar pattern of Fel corrupted cards negatively affecting itself or friendly characters in exchange for being overstated or mana efficient. And with compared to others similarly priced board clears, it's really not that bad. At the time this card was printed, Flamestrike only dealt 4 damage to all minions, and was long considered to be the benchmark for all good removal spells. And even for just 2 more mana, it dealt 2 more damage to all enemies like Hellfire, another long-time Warlock removal spell. The only issue was, at 6 mana, Fellfire Potion would come out far too late and deal too much damage for it to be relevant that often. You see, because of how the card is worded, Even though it has the potential to deal 5 damage to your opponent's face, part of the cost was taking 5 damage yourself. And when you're playing this potion as a removal spell against aggro decks, having a massive board clear doesn't matter when you're also helping your opponent kill you. On top of that, it also cleared your minions, pretty much obliterating its chances of ever being played as a flexible board clear in mid-range or tempo warlock decks. But during the expansion, when a majority of these potions were printed, one of the best decks in the game was Reno Warlock, which required you to run 30 unique cards in order to get 2 of its big payoff effects to go off. And because you had to run 30 unique cards, rather than 2 copies of 15 good cards like most other decks, their card quality had to suffer in some places. Felfire Potion just happened to occasionally be played in Reno Lock as one of the worst cards in that deck, as a stronger Hellfire and cheaper Twisty Nether if they needed more board clear against Swarm decks. And at number 7, we have Volcanic Potion. This 3-mana mage spell simply deals 2 damage to all minions. Unlike Felfire Potion, this Volcanic Potion only deals damage to minions and not to both heroes. This is just another card that's completely outclassed by today's standards, and was briefly played as one of Mage's only cheap board clear spells. And really, when compared to nearly identical cards which were never played, like Dragon Wrath, it's almost a miracle that Volcanic Potion saw any play. The only reason why this card wasn't completely forgotten about on release was because it was one of the more efficient ways to deal with the infamous Pirate package, consisting of pre-nerf Buccaneer, South Sea Deckhand, and pre-nerf patches. This monster of a package lets you potentially put out 2-3 worth of stats on turn 1 and completely dominate the meta to the point where just about every aggro, tempo, and mid-range deck tried to run a Pirate package in it somehow. But because a turn 3 Volcanic Potion could just barely clear a small-time Buccaneer, patches, and some other small minions, it bought some slower mage decks just enough time to stabilize. The only reason it wasn't played more though was because paying 3 mana for a 2 damage board clear is pretty pitiful and couldn't even completely clear out a typical aggro board. Other comparable options at the time were Power Shot and Hunter and Consecration and Paladin, and even both of these cards were becoming obsolete. The only exception is that years later, Priest was given Breath of the Infinite, which is used basically as a Volcanic Potion in 95% of decks, but only because Priest has so few board clears. Mage, on the other hand, has some of the best damaging spells in the game, and there are a ton of small board clear options depending on what deck you want to build. For a while though, there's no denying that it was one of Mage's more important spells they used to survive the onslaught of early Pirate and aggro decks. And at number 6, we have Black Crystal Potion. This 4-mana Warlock Potion lets you destroy a minion, but also makes you destroy one of your mana crystals. This card, at first glance, seems like the worst potion on here, and in a vacuum, that's because it is. While spending 5 mana to destroy a minion was on the weaker side, there were a couple of cards that had this priced in. But what really made this card painful is that it permanently destroyed one of your mana crystals, meaning if you play this on turn 4, it would basically give you 1 less mana to play with until turn 10. This also meant that Black Crystal Potion, when played early in a game, was effectively a cost of 10 mana to destroy 1 minion. So, why was this ever played, considering other similar cards like Felguard never saw any play? Well, when you're in a life or death scenario and you just want to survive for a couple more turns, ruining your future turns doesn't really matter. For example, Phase Hunter and Aggro Demon Hunters don't care if they give their opponent a free mana crystal with Arcane Golem, if they can just swing in with it and kill your opponent with it. And for that same reason, if you just need to kill one of your opponent's big threats because they just went all in, then the drawback of Black Crystal Potion doesn't really matter. That's why Reno Warlock, the strongest deck in the format, picked up Black Crystal in case they needed a cheap removal spell against an aggro deck. Of course, by today's standards, Black Crystal is just a bad card, but when Reno Warlock was dominating the ladder, since there were no standard and wild formats yet, you could be sure to see this potion everywhere, even though it's just an objectively worse Assassinate, and completely outclassed by Plague of Flames. Black Crystal Potion deserves to spawn this list for its inclusion just about every early version of Reno Warlock. And at number 5, we have Greater Healing Potion. This 4-mana pre-spell lets you restore 12 health to a friendly character. At first, this card may not seem that good, especially since a big healing card in Priest, a class known for their ability to efficiently heal, may seem redundant. But unlike most cards which only have the effect of restoring health, Greater Healing Potion was actually pretty competitively viable for a while. The thing you have to understand about healing cards in Hearthstone is that at some point, a card restores enough health to your hero where it can stop a lot of aggro decks' momentum. Take Reno Jackson, a card which restores your hero to full health while imposing a heavy deck restriction, and consider that he's still considered to be one of the best cards of all time. Basically, if you can heal a ton right after an aggro tempo, or a mid-range deck tries to rush you down, you've basically won. And if they waste all their cards and mana trying to kill you as fast as possible, and you're able to just completely heal off the damage they did, you'll have gained a massive card and mana advantage. That being said, Greater Healing Potion was a dream for slow turtle decks since it was both efficient for 4 mana and let them survive for an ungodly amount of time. The infamous Big Priest loved this card for a long time, and was responsible for its annoyingly consistent competitive success in Wild. This deck basically aimed to stall until they could play Shadow Essence or Barnes, summon a mini version of one of the threats, and resurrect it over and over again with its full stats. But because Big Priest couldn't run any small minions, which would ruin their res pool, they had to rely on small removal spells and Greater Healing Potion to survive long enough to get their win conditions. Reno Priest even started running this card despite being one of the most heavy heal decks in the game, because aggro and burst damage was so prevalent at some points that Reno wasn't enough. And as sad as it is that you can't target enemies with it and make it into a 4 mana deal 12 damage with Soul Priest, Greater Healing Potion definitely deserves its spot at number 5 for how common it was for a couple of years. And at number 4, we have Potion of Polymorph. This 3 mana spell is a secret, or a type of spell which only triggers on your opponent's turn, and transforms the next minion your opponent plays into a 1/1 sheep. Secrets are Hearthstone's equivalent to counter spells in other card games, and are the only real way you can interact with your opponent during their turn. And although they trigger the first time their condition is meant, meaning they can easily be played around, your opponent only knows if you played a secret and not which one it is. The idea behind most of them is that they generate value as your opponent plays suboptimally, as they test and play around each of the possible secret triggers, and there are a lot of them. And as the only one of the potions which isn't a spell, Potion was actually played a decent amount, despite being among the heavily saturated slot for secrets which trigger upon playing a minion. You see, this potion was the only one of the mage secrets which can deal with any single minion your opponent plays, which is important to more than ever now with some decks that are built completely around their key minions. A well-timed Potion of Polymorph could either force your opponent to throw away a minion to get rid of it, or could win you the game on the spot, even to this day. Unfortunately, most players know by now that every mage secret can easily be diffused if you just play a small minion, small spell, or just any card you don't care about. And even though it was a decent secret, it really only saw play in some secret mages as a tech option, and in some Reno decks that really want to throw off their opponents. And at number 3, we have Dragonfire Potion. This 6 mana pre-spell deals 5 damage to all minions on both sides, except for dragon minions. In almost every case, this card is just a better removal spell than Felfire Potion, and actually one of the better board clears in Priest. You see, every expansion, Blizzard always manages to print one mediocre board clear for Priests, which always manages to see play because of how desperately Priest needs board clears. Before Dragonfire was printed, the classic set gave Priest Holy Nova, which was a very expensive board clear that did pitiful damage. Goblin vs. Gnomes gave Priest Light Bomb, which only worked against high attack minions. And the League of Explorers gave Priest Excavate Evil, which really cost 1 more mana than it should have. All of these cards basically doomed Priest with some of the worst board clears in the game. That is, until the infamous Dragon package was released. This set not only gave Priest Dragonfire, it also printed the most mana efficient card at the time, which, wouldn't you know it, was also another board clear. And with these tools, Dragon Priest and Reno Priest became nearly impossible to swarm with wide boards. You see, although Dragonfire Potion and Felfire Potion look really similar, both costing and dealing the same amount of damage to all minions, there's a reason why one is so much higher on this list than the other. That's because Dragonfire didn't deal damage to your own hero, meaning the only cost you had to pay for a pretty consistent board wipe was for you to just play its normal mana cost. The only drawback, of course, is that it didn't affect dragons, but this was almost never an issue because dragons aren't that aggressive or go wide on board. The potion even managed to find success in Wild after it rotated out of Reno Priest's premier board clear, since almost every aggro deck's minions weren't dragons and had 5 or less health. Of course, as time passed on, Priest has actually been given some of the best board clears of all time, and yet Dragonfire still saw play for its reliability compared to other cheaper options. Reno Priest, and by extension Dragonfire Potion, doesn't see as much play as it did in the past, but when it did, it was the best deck in Wild for months, which is no small feat in Hearthstone's strongest format. And at number 2, we have Potion of Madness. This 1 mana pre-spell lets you take control of an enemy minion with 2 or less attack for 1 turn. But what it doesn't explicitly say is that you also get to attack with it while it's under your control. This card was great and was also one of the best arena cards ever. Potion of Madness is insanely efficient for what it does, because in the best case, you can go 2 for 1 in card advantage while gaining board control all for just 1 mana. For example, if your opponent had a 2-1 and a 3-2, you could use Potion to clear 2 of your opponent's minions, while still having enough mana to play your own. Of course, you can always use it to damage 2 of your opponent's minions, but you don't get to keep the minion you stole forever. But because Potion gave the minion temporary charge, it was also used in inner fire decks. The main combo of these decks revolved around having a very high health minion to stick on the board, buffing its health up a bunch of times, doubling its health with Divine Spirit, setting its attack to be equal to its health with inner fire, and attacking your opponent for over 30 damage. This combo really isn't as complicated as it seems, and in some cases can even be completed before turn 5. And with more and more support for this deck, it's actually one of the best decks as of writing this video. It just so happens that in older versions of this deck, they also included a potion package in case you wanted to use one of your opponent's minions. The basic health buff inner combo was the same, except you would use Wave of Apathy to set the attack of all your opponent's minions to 1, steal your opponent's highest health minion, do the combo on it, and kill your opponent with their own minion. And if it weren't for the next potion on this list, which was featured in even more broken combos, Potion of Madness could have made it the number 1 spot on this list. Number 1, we have Potion of Illusion, another one of the only non-Cabal class potions. This 4-mana spell, available to Rogue and Mage, adds a 1/1 copy of all minions on board to your hand. And while it may seem strange to such a seemingly slow and expensive card at the top of this list, Potion of Illusion is here because its ability to sustain combo potential. While this card was used in a ton of Reno Mage and value-focused Mage decks as a way to get extra copies of their high-value minions, it actually saw more success in Rogue as one of their few dual-class cards in the game. Fairly recently, Potion of Illusion was a core part of Pillager Rogue, which was arguably the best deck in Wild. This combo revolved around Spectral Pillager, a minion which dealt damage equal to the number of other cards you had played that turn. After drawing a ton of cards in the previous turns and setting up a Spirit of the Shark, you could very easily play your entire hand on turn 5, deal over 50 damage, and still sometimes have mana left over. This was the high roll scenario, of course, but killing your opponent by turn 8 was considered to be very slow with this deck. And what truly made Pillager Rogue disgusting was with Potion of Illusion, you could just add 1 mana copies of your entire combo back to your hand, and do it all again on your next turn. The only reason this deck didn't completely dominate Wild was because of how hard it was to pilot optimally. Meaning it actually was only really terrifying in higher legend ranks. Potion of Illusion definitely deserves the number 1 spot on this list because no other potion has seen as much success or prevalence since their printing. And in that it was released during some of the strongest states of the game ever, and it's no wonder that Potion of Illusion deserves to be called the best collectible potion card in Hearthstone. 10 mana cards are some of the rarest types of minions in the game, and usually have game-winning effects. And even though there haven't been that many of them printed so far, the ones that have been competitive over the years have been very good. So in this list, we'll be going over the best 10 mana cards of all time in Hearthstone. And at number 10, we have the Sea Giant. This neutral 10 mana 8/8 costs 1 less mana for each minion on the battlefield while it's in your hand. Sea Giant was a monster during the first couple of years of Hearthstone and was seen in just about every board-centric deck out there as a late-game finisher. You see, Sea Giant counts you and your opponent's minions for its conditions, meaning it's really easy to get a free Sea Giant if you and your opponent are both competing for board control. And before aggro decks became really good at removing their opponent's threats and setting theirs up with 1 card, fighting for board was usually a game-long fight. So what aggro and mid-range decks would do is drop a Sea Giant to set up another threat before their opponent could play a board clear. And honestly, out of all the giants at the time, Sea Giant was one of the better ones since it was so easy to reduce its cost below 4 mana, which was an amazing deal for an 8/8. And for nearly 4 years, Sea Giant saw some play in one form or another, in any board that wanted to go wide. Zoo Warlock, ever since Alpha, loved this card since their whole strategy was to go wide of the board with a ton of cheap, efficient minions. For whatever reason, Zoo was the cockroach of Hearthstone decks, never truly dying or becoming completely unviable. And because Zoo was always somehow a thing, Sea Giant was along with him as a way to push massive face damage. And even in Wild, Sea Giant dominated the ladder with its insane synergy and even Shaman, which tried to flood the board with pirates and 1-mana totems from the hero power. But as removal got better and better with dealing with swarmy boards, Sea Giant became less and less viable as a mid-game threat, since it almost always was stuck at costing 9 or 10 mana. Sea Giant definitely deserves to be the number 10 spot on this list, though, for being an amazing game closer and being an iconic early Hearthstone card. And at number 9, we have Scrapyard Colossus. This 10 mana 7/7 neutral elemental has taunt and summons a 7/7 elemental minion when it dies. This card is a monster in terms of value, and honestly would have been considered broken if it was printed a few years earlier. The unconditional 14/14 worth of stats for 10 mana is still insane by today's standards, and is made even better by the fact that both parts of Colossus have taunt. A big problem with 10 mana cards is that if they can't reduce their mana cost or have an immediate effect on board, they're just going to be ignored by your opponent, no matter how big they are. And even though there have been no great ways to reduce its mana costs, it can be cheated out with other cards and has Taunt, which is a keyword considered to have an immediate effect on the board. The first major deck that picked up Colossus was Big Priest, a deck which loved cheating out big, high-value targets. This deck would first find a cheap way to get a small version of a big minion from their deck, have it die, and resurrect it to full size. And with the introduction of Blood of G'huun, which basically cast Shadow Essence every turn, it was incredibly easy to get small copies of Scrapyard Colossus, which would still summon a full-size 7/7 when it died. In Standard, it terrorized the ladder as one of the best late-game cards in Ramp Paladin, which attempted to cast Nozdormu as fast as possible to get the 10 mana. It even saw play in Standard as the big elemental of choice in Tribal N'Zoth decks, who summons a minion from each minion type that died the game. And even more recently, Colossus has been seeing a ton of playing cheesy rogue decks which try to get big death rattles off without playing them. And by using Cobalt Illusionist and Smokescreen, they can very easily fill the board with 7/7s by turn 4. Of course, Scrapyard Colossus' lack of mana reduction ability does hurt its viability, but it's still just an amazing generic 10-drop, and I hope Blizzard decides to keep printing future 10-drops. And at number 8, we have Cthulhu the Shattered. At the start of the game, this 10-mana neutral card splits into 4 5-mana cards that are shuffled into your deck. When all 4 pieces of Cthulhu are played, the actual completed Cthulhu card isn't shuffled into your deck. And when you finally play Cthulhu the Shattered, it randomly deals 30 damage, while only targeting enemies. For reference, all of the pieces of Cthulhu are quite good, those being the Eye of Cthulhu, which randomly deals 7 damage while only targeting enemies, the Heart of Cthulhu, which deals 3 damage to all minions, the Body of Cthulhu, which summons a 6/6 with Taunt, and the Maw of Cthulhu, which lets you target and destroy an enemy. This new and improved version of Cthulhu skips having to use the bad Cthulhu buffers in your deck, and only requires you to play all of its pieces. And what makes it even better is that against a full health opponent and an empty board, Cthulhu can deal exactly enough damage to one turn kill them. Even having to spend 20 mana over the course of the game on its pieces really isn't even that bad, since all of them are pretty decent standalone cards. When Cthulhu was first released in Standard, just about every class loved running it as a second win condition, since in the late game it could potentially be completed to either obliterate their opponent's board, or just win the game. And unlike most other win conditions which require a lot of support, Cthulhu was a one-card inevitable win condition that only slightly diluted your deck with its pieces. This card, like most of this list, is one of the few control deck win conditions that are still viable these days because of how fast aggro and combo decks have become. Wild, on the other hand, saw the OTK potential of Cthulhu and went with a more combo approach, trying to draw and play the completed Cthulhu as fast as possible. And even fairly recently, in one of the most powerful formats of Wild ever, Cthulhu found its home in a deck centered around it. Using a combination of control druid staples, this deck used a devious combo to have an insane amount of mana each turn. After playing Wildheart Guff, who increased your maximum mana from 10 to 20, this deck would then ideally try to play Twig, break it by playing a new weapon, immediately go up to 20 mana, and proceed to draw through their entire deck and play Cthulhu by turn 8. And speaking of degenerate druid cards, at number 7, we have Ultimate Infestation. This 10-mana druid spell lets you deal 5 damage, draw 5 cards, gain 5 armor, which is just an additional health for your hero, and summon a 5/5 minion. When Ultimate Infestation, or UI, was first printed, it legitimately became the best card in Hearthstone overnight, because of how much value it provided for just 10 mana. Sure, maybe just isn't the right word for a 10 mana card, but it is when you're getting about twice the value for what you paid. And without boring you too much with the math, the damage cost about 3 mana, the draw cost about 7 mana, the armor cost 1 mana, the body costs about 6 mana, and even more depending on how much you value the effect packaging. So yeah, if you manage to get off UI in Arena, Casual, or even in a ranked game, you're very, very likely to win. It just offers so much between offering survivability, board presence, burst damage, and, most importantly, a ton of card draw. Ever since then, every non-aggro deck has been trying to get as many UIs as fast as possible to get towards their win condition. On release, UI was immediately abused in J Druid, probably the most oppressive deck that has ever existed in the game at the time. Using insanely good control cards, stall cards, and mana ramp, and an infinitely reusable win condition, this deck was pretty much uncrackable until it got hit with a ton of nerfs. Even to this day in Wild, UI still sees play in Celestial Alignment decks, which loves using UI after setting its cost of all cards to 1 mana. It's really hard to understate just how unfair this card feels when it's played against you, especially since every Druid in Wild is packing 2 of them these days. The only real weakness this card has is that it can sometimes draw you too many cards, sometimes making you overdraw or get to fatigue faster than you'd like. And for those of you that played when UI was all the rage, it might surprise you that this card only makes it the number 7 spot on this list. but honestly the rest of these cards in this list have been so incredibly strong recently that this was as high as I could place UI on this list. And at number 6, we have Kun the Forgotten King. This 10 mana druid card is a 7/7 and lets you choose between gaining 10 armor or refreshing all of your mana crystals. At first, this card looks fairly innocent. After all, if you want to get to 0 mana 7/7, you have to wait until turn 10 to do it. And the armor choice is really bad. But if this video is going to teach you anything, it's that anytime mana manipulation is printed in Druid, people are going to find a way to abuse it. And while Kun was never a top tier meta threat in Standard, he has shaken the entire wild meta to this day. When he was first printed, people immediately recognized his combo potential with Aviana, a 9 mana 5/5 minion which made all your other minions cost 1 mana. So what people would do was first play Aviana, make Kun cost 1 mana, play him, refresh all of their mana crystals, and be left with a full 10 mana while all their other minions now cost 1 mana. And because you pretty much had infinite mana in terms of which minions you wanted to play, people ran whatever wacky combo they wanted, since they were guaranteed to win at that point. Some of my favorites include Star Aligner OTKs, copying a bunch of Ragnaroses, but the thing that ultimately got this combo nerfed were Malygos stacks and Leroy Jenkins combos. Aviana got nerfed to 10 mana, meaning she could have been included in this list, but over the years Kun has seen so much play even after her nerf, and Aviana Kun combos were still possible, except that you needed to play Innervate after you played Aviana now. Togwaggle Druid, which used the base Aviana Kun core, essentially tried to draw through their entire deck to get fatigue, and on combo turn, play King Togwaggle, swap your decks, and Azalina Soul Thief to copy their opponent's hand. That's because Togwaggle also gave your opponent a King's Ransom, which they could use to swap the deck back. But since you also had one, you could guarantee that you kept a near empty deck. And for as convoluted as this deck seemed, it was actually the only viable combo Druid deck in Wild for a while. Nowadays though, Kun is seen everywhere without Aviana, since he can potentially refresh up to 20 mana after you played Guff, or help you play more cards post-alignment, and enjoys a very healthy amount of competitive success. And at number 5, we have N'Zoth the Corruptor, which, fun fact, was first depicted in any form of artwork on this card here. This neutral old god is a 10 mana 5/7, which summons every friendly minion with a death rattle that died this game. And as a side note, since Hearthstone has a maximum board size of 7, N'Zoth can only summon a maximum of 6 other death rattle minions, since it itself takes up a board slot. This card is probably what any veteran Hearthstone player thinks of when the topic of good 10 drops comes up, and for good reason. At the time, N'Zoth was one of the only ways to get an insane amount of value the longer you held onto it. Before Wizards of the Old God, the highest value late game options you had were Lord Jaraxxus, Yrcera, and maybe Nefarian. They were pretty good at the time, but didn't output that much pressure. But with N'Zoth, you could include all the good death rattles you wanted and pretty much win after you played it. And other than getting way more value than 10 mana in the late game, the boards N'Zoth created all had death rattles and could summon a new threatening board if removed. It truly was a control player's dream, and even made control warriors, priests, and paladin viable for quite a long time, between Sylvanas Windrunner, Sledge Belcher, and Karen Bloodhoof already being staple control cards. N'Zoth slotted right in if you wanted another way to overwhelm your opponent. It got to the point where control decks tried delaying playing their N'Zoth for as long as possible so they could have the final unkillable board. And the only weakness N'Zoth had was if you didn't have enough death rattle minions die that game, but even with only a couple, the value N'Zoth offered was unmatched. For its entire bout on ladder, before the standard and wild ladders were introduced, N'Zoth never dropped off in viability, and was the staple late game card in every control deck. And with time, N'Zoth got even better in Wild, with more and better death rattle cards coming out every expansion. No other cards could even touch the potential amount of stats and value offered by a single card. That is, until the next card on this list was printed. And at number 4, we have Blood Reaver Gul'dan. This 10 mana Warlock hero gives you 5 armor, summons all friendly demons that died this game, and replaces your hero with Siphon Life, which costs 2 mana and lets you deal 3 damage and heals your hero for 3 health. But unlike N'Zoth, Gul'dan lets you refill your entire board with 7 friendly demons, since he himself replaces your hero. Gul'dan was another monster of a late game card, arguably more so than the original N'Zoth. This card was absolutely disgusted and offered everything you needed out of a card: healing and amazing hero power, and summoned an enormous board. If you're still unsure, you may think that demons are worse than the average death rattle minion, but over the years, Blizzard has printed some of the most busted big demon synergy imaginable. It all started with Kobolds and Catacombs expansion, which printed Skull of Minari, which summoned a demon from your hand for free each turn, and Voidlord, an enormous demon. And with Doomguard and Mal'Ganis, it was very easy to get over 50 mana worth of minions from one card. This led to the creation of Cublock, which abused the Skull and Carnivorous Cube to get free copies of big demons and duplicate them over and over again. And if your opponent happened to clear them all, you could just summon them back again with Gul'dan. Over time, people realized that the big demon package was good enough to fit in almost every Warlock deck, and so it has. And with Voidcaller being in Wild, which can summon any demon from your hand, and the introduction of more and more good demon support, like Archwitch Willow and Antheron, it was pretty much an instant loss if your opponent managed to play Gul'dan on turn 10. What made it even worse was that almost all of the big demons had death rattles, meaning they could potentially be resummoned by N'Zoth too. As a result, these two have been attached at the hip for a long time, since a weak N'Zoth meant a stronger Gul'dan, and vice versa. Reno Warlock and Cublock have absolutely dominated the meta with their access to insane Warlock control tools, and unbeatable late game, only being countered by fast combo decks. Even today, Blood Reaver Gul'dan can still be seen in even Reno decks, which still love to abuse the unbeatable late game big demon boards he creates. And at number 3, we have Mechathune. This neutral 10 mana mech is a 10/10, which has the effect where, if it dies, and your deck, hand, and battlefield are empty, then you get to instantly win the game. Mechathune is only one of 2 other ways to instantly win a game, and there is no way to play around this effect. Even if your opponent hero is immune, which ordinarily stops your hero from being affected by anything, Mechathune can still go through it and destroy their hero. At first glance, this card might not seem worth building around, even if it has an instant win effect, because of how rare it is to actually completely empty your deck, hand, and board. But over the years, people have gotten really good at finding the best cards and decks to optimize this combo. The earliest iteration of this deck was played in Druid, who had access to some of the best survivability and card draw in the game, making sure their deck and field were empty and playing every other card in their hand. On the combo turn, they would play Mechathune, innervate for 1 extra mana, and naturalize it for the win. Of course, this combo is extremely vulnerable to disruption, and it was sometimes hard to be able to find the mana to play every single card in your deck in hand. That's why in future versions, they would start to run Hemet Jungle Hunter, which destroyed all cards in your deck which cost 3 mana or less. This helped a ton since you wouldn't have to draw every card in your deck, and you could just run a combo which only used the cards that cost 4 or more mana, using Reckless Experimenter, Coffin Crasher, 2 Ticking Abominations, and Mechathune. A pattern you might start to notice is that even though some classes had easy ways to clear one of their 3 areas, clearing the remaining 2 of them often took the entire game. That is, until Cataclysm was printed for Warlock, which lets you clear your board and hand for just 4 mana. This card was so effective with Blood Bloom in Mechathune decks that Blizzard actually had to nerf this combo. In today's age though, Mechathune Warlock is still one of the best combo decks in Wild, now relying on Shadowhunter Vol'jin to get Mechathune on the field for 5 mana, and using Cataclysm to win the game. And even though Mechathune had a slow start from when it was first printed, it's now one of the top meta threats in today's meta, which is why it definitely deserves a number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Goldshire Gnoll. This 10 mana 5/4 has Rush, which is a keyword that lets it attack enemy minions immediately, and cost 1 mana less for each other card in your hand. Remember how I mentioned that the best 10 mana cards have an immediate effect on board and can reduce their mana cost? Well, this is pretty much the card I was talking about. Although Goldshire Gnoll is a fairly new card and has seen some play in Standard, he has seen non-stop play in Wild and is an absolute beast. A long time ago, Handlock was a deck centered around using the Warlock hero power as much as possible in order to build up a large hand so they could play Mountain Giant for cheap. Unfortunately, Mountain Giant didn't really get any similar cards for a long time, until United and Stormwind released a new big hand package. Among it was Goldshire Gnoll, along with Spicebread Baker for healing, and Antheron for a massive 1 mana threat. In Wild, even Warlock abused its 1 mana hero power offered by Gen Greymane to reach a full hand very quickly. And for those of you doubting how good and, at best, 1 mana 5/4 with Rush is, it could single-handedly shut down any aggro deck, or stall for long enough to stabilize with Dreadlich Tamsin. Evenlock essentially accumulated enough good synergistic cards in one deck to the point where it's currently the best deck on the Wild ladder, by completely obliterating every combo deck with its extremely cheap overstated minions. An honorable mention goes out to Lokholar the Ice Lord, another 10 mana card, for being in pretty much every version of Evenlock since its release. I decided to give Goldshire Gnoll this spot because his synergy applications to other decks, like Renolock, make him better and more flexible in more decks than Lokholar. Before Gnoll, the only options Evenlocks had for early board were Drain Soul and Defile, which were great cheap control options but couldn't kill any minions with 4 or more health. There were also no great ways to contest a wide board, since even Warlock specialized in playing 1 large minion each turn, making Gnoll even more important in stopping aggro decks from snowballing. And speaking of 10 mana cards which reduce its mana cost, at number 1 we have Flesh Giant. This 10 mana 8/8 minion available to Priests and Warlocks costs 1 mana less each time your hero's health changes during your turn. Even though it once cost 8 mana, Flesh Giant is so good that I still think it's the best 10 mana card. And you already know that if this card has already been nerfed twice and is still the best card of the mana cost, that it's still an insanely strong card. So what's so good about it? Well, Flesh Giant is still probably the easiest card in the game to get to 0 mana, and is an enormous 8/8 to boot. And while Molten Giant requires you to dip below 10 health to cost 0 mana, if you play it right, you can be at full health and drop 2 0 mana Flesh Giants. The way Flesh Giant's text is worded is so that both healing and taking damage on your turn reduces its costs, since it was originally designed to incorporate both Priest and Warlock class identities. The problem is that Warlock is somehow the king of self-damage and healing, meaning it's almost trivial to get it out before turn 4. In the past, Flesh Giant was one of the main payoff cards in the Dark Lair Warlock deck, which centered around its tutelar minion, which restored mana every time it took damage, and with enough cheap damaging cards, it was very easy to not only get a full board, but cycle through your deck and find very cheap Flesh Giants. This deck was by far the best deck in Wild for nearly a year, which is an incredible amount of time in the modern era. Then, with the introduction of the Demon Seed, a questline which rewarded you for damaging your hero, this deck immediately shot up to an S-tier deck, with ways to play your entire hand of damaging cards, all of which reduced the cost of Flesh Giant. It soon became clear how broken this deck was, and the questline was banned from Wild. Even today, Flesh Giant is still very viable and sees a ton of play in even Warlock decks, despite the prevalence of fast combo decks. And as much as I hate putting Demon Seed cards at number 1 again, there's no denying how insanely powerful every deck with Flesh Giant in it has been. Dinosaurs are a very popular type of creature, and also happen to be a type of beast minion in Hearthstone. They aren't their own tribe per se, and because they aren't, we've taken the time to compile the best cards in the game that just happen to have dinosaurs in their artwork. And at number 10, we have Marsh Queen. This 1-mana hunter quest requires you to play any 7 1-mana minions and adds Queen Carnarsa to your hand when you do. Queen Carnarsa, which is actually a dinosaur, is a 5-mana 8/8 beast that, when played, shuffles 15 Carnarsa's Brood into your deck, which are 1-mana 3/2 beasts that draw a card when played. This card was a part of the original set of quests and does count for this list because of the raptors in the foreground. And because of its quest nature, will always start in your opening hand, so you have the option to play it turn 1 every game. The main issue with Marsh Queen though is that even though the quest is pretty easy to complete, Queen Carnarsa really didn't have the finishing power that other good quests had. The best way that this card has been used has been to either buff all the quest reward broods for an OTK, or to use Chef Nomi as a final finisher. By using Warsong Wrangler to give all your raptors +2/+1, you could then play Tundra Rhino, which lets all your beasts attack immediately, then play a bunch of charging 5/3 broods to kill your opponent. And what would usually happen is that after playing a raptor, you would draw into another one, meaning you could quickly swarm the board, but also deplete your deck. Chef Nomi, which only summons a board to 6/6 if your deck is empty, helped alleviate this issue as a second win condition to close out games. Now, the Marsh Queen isn't really that great of a card, and is really kinda subpar even when compared to other quests release. But because the rest of the dinosaur cards not included on this list were worse, the Marsh Queen deserves it at the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Mounted Raptor. Mounted Raptor is a 3-mana 3/2 beast that summons a 1-mana minion when it dies. This card, for as simple as it is, was a staple of early Druid decks because of how often its death rattle resulted in a positive effect. Back when the game was a lot younger and Standard hadn't been introduced yet, the power level of the game was actually quite low. So much so that the best mid-range and aggro decks just looked like really good arena drafts. Arena, for those who don't know, was a really popular game mode where players would pick one of 3 cards and draft their entire deck. And because the way the draft system worked back then, Mounted Raptor was everywhere since it was common, and a class card. So it was picked a lot in Arena because it offered a lot, which made people try it out in token and mid-range Druid builds in ranked Hearthstone. And even though most of the Raptor's value was tied to its death rattle effect, because a lot of other good cards were like this, and the meta was just pretty slow, tempo wasn't really a huge issue for Raptor. In fact, having a death rattle was actually viewed as a positive since Piloted Shredder showed just how good stickiness, or a minion's ability to stay on the board after being removed, was. Piloted Shredder was a 4-mana 4/3 that summoned a random 2-drop when it died, and was just about the most played 4-drop from its release until Mounted Raptor was released. It was an absolute powerhouse that punched way above its mana cost, only occasionally summoned a Doomslayer on death. Mounted Raptor basically had a -1 in every number Piloted Shredder had, so it's really no surprise it was ran whenever possible. You might have noticed though that I've only really talked about very old metas, and that's because the Shredder-type minions have become more and more overshadowed by good support cards that just synergize with the rest of the deck. But because of how good it was for a number of years, it deserves a spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Direhorn Hatchling. This warrior beast is a 5-mana 3/6 with Taunt and shuffles a 5-mana 6/9 with Taunt into your deck when it dies. And despite its relatively mediocre stats for a 5-drop and death rattle effect that has a long payoff, this card actually saw a pretty good amount of play in Control Warrior decks, especially in OG Quest Warrior decks. The quest, Fire Plume's Heart, requires you to play 7 taunt minions, and when you do, adds a Sulfurous to your hand. And as a quest reward, this 3-mana 4/2 weapon changes your hero power to deal 8 damage to a random enemy, just like Ragnaros. At the time of the Warrior quest and the Hatchling's release, there really weren't that many good taunt minions in Warrior, and Hatchling was one of the least bad options. Again, because of the nature of shuffling an overstated taunt minion into your deck, the game could potentially end before you ever got to draw or play the Direhorn Matriarch. And in those situations, you would have just played a Fen Creeper, a card no one includes in any deck. But because the shuffled Matriarch was so big, with stats rivaling an 8-mana card, it could often put enough pressure on your opponent in the late game to either win or bait out some hard removal for it. Luckily, Control Warriors were well suited for drawing through most of the decks, with the occasional old version of Odd Warrior loving it. Fatigue is a mechanic in Hearthstone that deals 1 more damage each time you draw a card with an empty deck, and can very quickly kill players. In Control versus Control matchups, even drawing a single card more than your opponent could mean you die to fatigue faster than your opponent. And because there weren't that many ways to shuffle more cards into your deck back then, Direhorn was essential in extremely slow, tanky Control Warriors that tried to win by outlasting their opponents in fatigue. Since then though, the meta has gotten so fast that most of the time you won't even get to draw the Matriarch before the game ends, meaning Direhorn Hatchling has long since been replaced. And at number 7, we have Crackling Razormaw. Razormaw is a 2-mana 3/2 hunter beast that when played, has the effect where if you control another friendly beast, it adapts it. Adapt was a newly introduced keyword at the time that lets you choose one effect from 3 options to give your minion from a pool of 10 unique buffs. So if you played Razormaw on another beast, it could give them 3 options the first time, or a new set of 3 completely different options the next time. One big drawback though to keep in mind about this card is that it can only give its effects off of another friendly beast, meaning it can't adapt itself, or a minion that's not a beast. So as a 2-drop, the best use for Razormaw has been to first play a 1-mana beast on turn 1, play Razormaw on curve on turn 2, and start the game off strong. And as a perfect turn 2 play or a late game finisher, Razormaw was the critical card needed to make an aggro beast hunter work. It was able to synergize very well with an already competitive aggro beast package consisting of Dire Moles, Scavenging Hyena, Master's Call, and more. And when you start imagining the best case adapts, Razormaw's versatility is pretty clear to see. With a turn 1 Direball, ideally you could adapt it with Flaming Claws to get a 4/3 and a 3/2 by turn 2. Or with a massive Hyena, you could give it lightning speed for easy lethal. Or even give your Savannah Highmane Crackling Shield so you could get a free trade into another big minion. But being highly synergistic with the beast wasn't all great though, because it tied in Razormaw's viability to the viability of the Beast Hunter beasts in the format. Luckily, these types of decks lasted for quite a long time, though they weren't always the top meta threats in every meta. And at number 6, we have Vicious Fledgling. This 3-mana neutral beast is a 3/3 that adapts whenever it attacks. Fledgling started a trend of Blizzard printing very snowbally minions and pretty much made packing cheap 3 damage removal a necessity. Snowballing is a term some Hearth players use to describe cards that, once they start rolling, are very hard to stop and can become quite big threats. And at first glance, the infamous Flappy Bird might not really look like it, until you look at the possible pool of adaptions. Some of them were really not that great, but if you got Wind Fury as your first adapt, that meant you could attack again to get another adapt for free, like more health or stealth to protect your fledgling until the next turn. Then you could attack your opponent twice with Wind Fury for another 2 adapts, hoping you get more attack or the ability to not be targeted by spells. And at this point, a gigantic Flappy Bird with protection and a handful of adapts was usually enough to single-handedly win the game, either by draining your opponent of resources trying to kill it, or because of how much damage Wind Fury and a couple of attack buffs could do to it. It even formed the core of the Spiteful decks, which basically aimed to play the best independently good minions at the time until they could play their finisher, Spiteful Summoner. The only problem was, this deck required you to only play minions, except for a few very expensive spells. And among them was a Vicious Fledgling as one of the best independent 3-drops. Even years later, Fledgling found itself in odd rogue since they needed more snowbally 3-drops to add to their already very aggressive deck, but was sadly cut in favor of less vulnerable options like Hench Clan Thug. And at number 5, we have Subject 9. This legendary 5-mana 4/4 beast draws 5 unique secrets from your deck when you play it, and despite how simple it looks, it was actually pretty good in secret decks. Secrets are a type of spell in Hearthstone that only trigger during your opponent's turn whenever they do whatever is listed on the card, and are Hearthstone's equivalent to counter spells or trap cards from other card games. The main problem with secrets, though, is that you have to play them during your turn, and you can't decide when they trigger. Instead, they trigger whenever possible, leading to players often playing cheap or disposable cards to test for the most common secrets. With all of this in mind, you may start to ask, why is Subject 9 any good? Well, that's because drawing 5 of almost any type of card is really, really good in Hearthstone, and because Hunter specifically has gotten a lot of secret support over the years. Cards like Lesser Emerald Spellstone, which summons an extra 3/3 for each secret you play while it's in your hand. Crossroads Gossiper, which grants a +2/+2 after a friendly secret is revealed, and Dun Baldar Bunker, which draws 3 1-mana secrets, are all great additions. But what really makes this card work is Cloaked Huntress. This 3-mana 3/4 makes all your secrets cost 0, meaning if you manage to play Subject 9 with this on board, you could play 10 mana worth of secrets for free. And as a minor aside, in Hearthstone you can only play a maximum of 5 aura-like spells, whether they be quests, sigils, or secrets. They also have to be unique, meaning you can't have, for example, 2 explosive traps up at the same time. This mechanic makes Subject 9's Battlecry that much more valuable because it means you could potentially pull all 5 unique secrets without them interacting. Of course, this card has the potential to not always draw 5 secrets, but when it does, it's usually enough steam to stabilize or win the game. And at number 4, we have Gonk the Raptor, yet another dinosaur raptor. This 7-mana 4/9 beast lets your hero get another attack if you kill a minion. At first glance, this card may not seem that great, especially since it's kind of understated and has an ability that some average cards have had in the past. So, why was this card any good? Other than being a druid card, a class known for their broken combos, Gonk also had a hidden mechanic, where if you had 2 of them on the field at the same time, you got 2 extra attacks each time you killed a minion. And if you were able to kill enough minions with 2 Gonks on board, you could attack your opponent's face that many times with your hero, leading to a 1-turn kill. And even though you needed to play Gonk, find a way to copy it, a bunch of minions to attack into, and enough attack to kill your opponent, Gonk Druid was legitimately a good deck for a decent while, mostly because of how good the base Druid control core was. In addition to Ultimate Infestation, the best value per mana card in the game, Druid also had access to pre-nerf Wild Growth, the best ramp card ever, Malfurion the Pestilent, the best control hero at the time, and pre-nerf Spreading Plague, one of the best anti-aggro cards of all time. And with his core, all Druid needed was an inevitable combo that could deal over 100 damage if needed. The Gonk combo was able to do this by stacking as many attack spells as possible, use Malfurion's hero power, and attack with 2 Gonks into a couple of minions to get more than enough damage to kill a standard 30 health opponent. Eventually, Blizzard changed how Gonk works so that copied Gonks don't give your hero extra attacks, effectively killing off the combo. But while it was still around, Gonk the Rapper was a seriously powerful dinosaur. And at number 3, we have the Gentle Megasaur. This neutral 4-mana 5/4 beast lets you choose an adaptation to give all your Murlocs when you play it from your hand. And because Megasaur gives you the option to choose the best of 3 adaptations that best fits your situation, this card is a must-have in pretty much every Murloc Shaman and Murloc Paladin deck to date. And as far as Murlocs go, they've always been a hidden meta breaker, since if a deck can't remove every single Murloc for the first couple of turns, Murloc decks can continue their early game momentum to win games very early. Even if games did manage to drag on for longer, a Gentle Megasaur could give all of your Murlocs +3 attack to push for lethal, or Divine Shield to play around board clears, or even Poisonous if you had to kill a bunch of taunt minions in a way. A 5/4 body for 4 mana was really good too. And on top of having a potentially game-winning Battlecry, it saw a heavy amount of competitive play whenever a Murloc package was decent. And like mentioned, whenever the meta gets too slow, or when control decks become heavier and heavier to beat other control decks, Murlocs were usually the fastest aggro decks in Standard. The combination of playing Murloc Tidehunter on 1, Rockpool Hunter on 2, Murloc Warleader on 3, and Gentle Megasaur on 4 was often enough to win games on its own. And because all of these cards were class neutral and in Standard for such a long time, some people started playing Murloc decks even in classes with no other Murloc support cards. Murloc Mage is a classic example of how players beat the meta, since at the time, Reno Mage was by far the best and most popular deck. But because other Reno players thought they would be playing against another Reno Mage, they would often mulligan for the greediest and heaviest cards, only to find themselves dying by turn 5 to Murloc Mage. And even though Megasaur had the chance to not give the adapt best for situation, getting pretty much any buff on 2 to 3 Murlocs could close out a game because of just how much pressure it provided. And at number 2, we have Spiker Ridge Steed. This 6-mana Paladin spell gives a minion +2 attack, +6 health, taunt, and the ability to summon a 2/6 minion with taunt when it dies. And because the amount of taunted stats it gave for just 6 mana, this card was quickly adopted in any control or value-centered Paladin deck that could fit it in. For reference, the 2/6 minion it summons, Stegodon, while also being in the theme with this list, is also a collectible minion that costs 4 mana. And yeah, it's not a great 4 mana minion, but it essentially means that Spiker Ridge gets a little under 8 mana worth of value for just 6 mana. And because it gave a minion taunt, with another layer of taunt behind it, if a control paladin managed to get this card off on a minion, it could pretty much single-handedly win the game on its own. In almost every single matchup, aggro decks usually ignore whatever minions control decks play in favor of getting as much damage as they can before the board is cleared. But because the threat of this card exists, many aggro decks actually had to go out of the way to clear any paladin minions by turn 6, just so there weren't any targets for Spiker Ridge Steed. The only real weakness of the card is that, like all good buff spells, the meta catches up and adds more silence effects to completely negate its effects. Silence works by eliminating all text on a card, which includes any buffs and buff death rattles, which Spiker Ridge Steed has. Even years later in Wild, Spiker Ridge Steed was used in even cost paladin decks, which Spiker Ridge Steed fulfilled at 6 mana, or in currently competitive pure paladin lists, which played only paladin cards and activate their payoff cards. It's only beaten out by another dinosaur card because it pretty much single-handedly revived a dead archetype. And at number 1, we have Dino Tamer Bran. This 7 mana 2/4 Hunter legendary summons a King Crush when played, as long as your deck contains no duplicate cards in it. King Crush was originally a 9 mana 8/8 legendary beast that has no summoning sickness, meaning it can attack any enemy immediately as soon as it's summoned. And while King Crush at 9 mana never really saw any play, Dino Tamer Bran is simply a monster, and pretty much made Reno Hunter viable in Standard and Wild. More accurately though, the deck became rebranded as Highlander Hunter in Standard since the original Reno Jackson had rotated out, and, well, because there can be only one of each card in your deck. It's hard to really understate how good having a 2 mana discount on King Crush was, in addition to having an extra 2/4 body for 7 mana was. By far the most common use for it was just to play it on 7, slam Crush into your opponent, and be left with an enormous body afterwards. In fact, to this day, it's still probably the single best card to play on turn 7, assuming your deck has no duplicates. And like mentioned earlier, this card jump-started Highlander Hunter, a previously very niche deck, and with the help of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and Zul'jin, ensured this deck had enough value, tempo, and burst to beat just about any deck. This deck was very good and spawned a ton of variations, like Dragon, Secret, and Face Highlander Hunter, because of how good the core of the deck was. And in Wild, with all the rest of the other Highlander cards, Dino Tamer Bran made a nearly unbreakable Highlander core that you could add to just about any gimmick to still have work. Whether it had big beast package, a secrets package, a spell package, or a combination of the three, it was guaranteed to be at least somewhat viable. Even in the fast-paced meta of Wild nowadays, Highlander Hunter can keep up and surprise opponents with a double Bran combo to summon 2 King Crushes and attack for a massive 16 direct damage. And even though Bran isn't a dinosaur himself, he definitely deserves to be the top spot on this list because of how good he was ever since his release. 2 mana minions with 2 attack and 3 health are one of the most common stat lines in Hearthstone, and in this list we'll be going over some of the best of these early game staples. And at number 10, we have the Sun Fury Protector. Sun Fury Protector is a neutral 2 mana 2/3 minion that gives taunt to friendly minions it's played next to. You see, the best way to use this card is not as a regular 2 mana minion, but as a small combo with any large minions you can get on the board, since giving your other minions taunt doesn't really generate any tempo. For those of you who don't know, taunt is a keyword that is very overvalued on certain Hearthstone cards, costing as much as 1 mana on some, when its true value is actually just above 0 mana. Of course, taunt becomes more useful the more your deck loses health, or the more your deck can cheat, as this is where Sun Fury Protector found her home. This card saw a lot of play in the early days of Hearthstone and in Classic, an alternative format with just the first set in rotation. This card was used in Mid-Range Druid, a very popular and solid curve stone deck, and pretty much made handluck viable. In the early days, with just basic and classic set, many classes like Druid and Warlock were very hard pressed to find any efficient removal or healing for their class, so they had to resort to unconventional means of staying alive against Zoo Warlocks or other aggressive decks by using taunt minions. Mid-Range Druid aimed to use Sun Fury Protector on its medium-sized minions, just long enough so they could play their larger minions and stabilize without being bursted down. Handlocked used Sun Fury Protector to taunt their gigantic cheap minions to create an unbreakable wall where their opponent couldn't get through. Handlock's basic strategy would be to life tap every turn until they had a massive hand, play cards that synergize with the Warlock hero power, and win with the huge amount of stats that were able to create in the first couple of turns. The issue was, sometimes aggro decks were just too fast and required you to play some cards early on to survive, disrupting your cards that synergize with big hands. Sunfear Protector was so good at stopping early aggression by taunting big minions that some decks even started adding Ancient Watcher, a huge minion that can't attack, just so they could be taunted by Sunfear Protector. Sunfear Protector has even seen some play recently in Evenlock, a much more powerful, tuned-up version of Handlock for its ability to still reliably taunt the huge giants it can produce. So, despite being among the very first cards ever printed in Hearthstone, it takes the number 10 spot because it saw a ton of competitive success in the early days, as well as seen some niche play in very powerful decks, even to this day. However, all the other cards in this list have either seen more competitive play in more powerful metas, or can combo to do more broken things. And at number 9, we have Firemancer Flurgle. This 2-mana legendary Murloc minion is a 2/3 with the effect that every time you play a Murloc, not summon, it deals 1 damage to your opponent's hero and all of their minions. At first, this card may seem underwhelming, especially considering you need other Murlocs in your hand to trigger its effect. When it first came out, it saw some played Murloc Shaman decks in Standard, which were actually quite powerful considering how a new wave of really good Murloc support had just come out. Cards like Spawnpool Forager, South Coast Chieftain, and Lushwater Scout created excellent early game threats that could all later be buffed up with No Fin Can Stop Us, to push for lethal as early as turn 4. Flurgle saw its home as another Murloc threat to play on 2 that could completely shut out some of the swarmy type decks, especially Stealth Aggro Rogue, which dominated at the time. It's worth noting that Flurgle's effect is not targeted, similar to Consecration, so it can kill stealth minions by playing Murlocs without having to wait for them to unstealth. It was only until Wild players discovered a combo that Flurgle really started to get noticed. The combo was simply playing Flurgle and Toxaphene, a 1-mana 1/2 Murloc that gives a friendly minion poisonous, an effect that lets a minion destroy any other minion that it damages. So, since Hearthstone processes battle cries before whenever effects, Toxaphene's battle cry would give Flurgle poisonous, then the game would register that a Murloc was played, and Flurgle's effect would trigger. But since it would deal 1 damage to all enemy minions, and therefore damaging them, they would all be poisoned and die instantly to Flurgle's effect. In essence, this was a 2-card, 3-mana combo, which cleared only your opponent's board and left you with a 1/2 and a 2/3 minion with poisonous, and the ability to do it again. You see, unlike in other card games, there are no effects to stop poisonous from killing your minions, unless they have Divine Shield, making this combo pretty much unstoppable. Also, Shamans have a card called Ice Fishing, which draws 2 random Murlocs for your deck, which means you could just add this broken combo to your hand from 2 mana by not including any other Murlocs into your deck, which weren't very common anyways. Soon enough, pretty much every Wild Reno combo or Murloc Shaman was trying to fit 1 copy of Ice Fishing, Flurgle, and Toxaphene into the deck, so they could wipe their board for 5 mana by just plain Ice Fishing. Of course, you always had the chance to draw one of the combo pieces, but it would reliably clear your opponent's board, no matter how big, and also left you with a poisonous Flurgle as a cherry on top. Flurgle is so good that board-centric decks still have to play around the Flurgle combo, or just pray their opponent hasn't drawn Ice Fishing yet. And at number 8, we have Merkspark Eel. This 2-mana 2/3 Shaman minion beast lets you deal 2 damage whenever you play it, but only if your deck contains only even cost minions. So, other than having to build an even Shaman deck around it, this card is just very efficient for what it does with its mana cost. Whenever you want to deal 2 damage to clear your opponent's 1-drop or push directly at your opponent's face, at worst, it's a River Croc with an Arcane Shot staple to it. To put it another way, if this card were neutral and not Shaman exclusive, it would probably be a staple in every even cost deck, and could spawn new even decks just because of how good this effect is at every stage in a match. So, what has held back this card from being better than the higher placements on this list has to do mostly with how good even Shaman has been historically and how it fares now, since its limiting restrictions cause it to only be used in specific decks. So, how did even Shaman do? Very well. For a pretty long time before Standard was around and after it rotated into Wild, even Shaman was the top dog that every deck was trying to beat. The thing about Shaman is that the class goes through phases where the cards Blizzard prints for it are either complete garbage or meta warping, to the point where it's become a meme within the Hearthstone community. And ultimately, even Shaman was pretty polarizing, mostly because even Shaman at that point had received enough neutral good cards that it didn't have to rely on synergy cards too much to be a very strong deck. As a beast, Merkspark Eel was only there so that it could get its amazing effect off, while the rest of the deck tried to swarm the board with its hero power and cheating out big minions that had totem synergy. And as an interesting side note, this card eventually did get added to the Hall of Fame, Hearthstone's equivalent of a ban list, though not for any reason you might think. Blizzard decided to move all the even and odd cost synergy cards to the Hall of Fame, regardless of if they were good or not, because of how many of the altered hero powers created similar games. However, since it's moved to Wild, the meta has sped up so much over the years where it can easily be out-tempoed even by the weak modern meta decks of today. And speaking of other even Shaman cards, and at number 7 we have Diligent Note Taker. This 2/3 Shaman minion returns the most recent spell you played when spell bursted, or when a spell is casted for the first time. So basically, this card just adds a copy of the spell of the next spell you cast after you play the Note Taker. This card was kind of just a better version of Electra Storm Surge, a legendary minion which casts your next spell twice. Note Taker had a more efficient body, a premium 2 mana 2/3 instead of a poor 3 mana 3/3, and let you add a copy of a spell to your hand, which actually could be considered an upgrade over just casting a spell twice, even though you did have to pay the cost twice. Playing from your hand meant you could target your spells, rather than hoping for the best, since when spells are cast from a battle cry like Electra's, the targets are chosen randomly. It also didn't matter most of the time, since the spells you wanted 2 of either it didn't matter if you cast it twice, like with board clears, or were spells you wanted to target or save for specific threats. So it made sense that a card that went card neutral and copied a spell you really wanted to your hand saw play in all sorts of Shaman decks. So much so that when it was first printed, it actually saw play in some aggressive Shaman decks because its 2/3 body was decent enough to contest the board and threatened to copy a spell if not killed before its spell burst went off. Most recently, it has seen competitive play in Wild as a value generating card in Galakron Shaman, as a way to trigger more invokes off of Invocation of the Frost, or get more copies of the overturned Windpaw Cavern spell. And because its power level is tied to how good the best Shaman spells are, it's likely the Diligent Note Taker will always have some relevance no matter what the meta is. And at number 6, we have the Galaka Crawler. This is a neutral 2 mana 2/3 beast that lets you destroy a pirate and gain +1/+1 when you play it, but has no effect if there aren't any pirates on the board. This is the only tech card, a type of card that very specifically counters certain cards in the archetype, on this list, simply because of how powerful the archetype it counters is. Pirates have a long history of competitive success, but they truly started to become a meta threat when Patches the Pirate first came out. Patches, when he first came out, was a 1 mana 1/1 with charge which could cheat itself out of your deck whenever you played a pirate. So what would happen, first in Pirate Warrior, is that you would play a good pirate on 1, pull Patches out of your deck for free, and attack into your opponent's face for 1 damage. This may seem fine, especially with how much cheating out of the deck there is in other card games, but in Hearthstone, Patches is the only minion that can pull itself out of the deck for free when you play a minion. It basically gives you a free 1/1, which is huge on turn 1, and thin your deck by 1 card, which in a 30 card deck isn't insignificant. Even though there was a chance to draw Patches, a term coined to mean drawing any cards you wanted to stay in your deck, Patches created its own pirate package that every single aggro deck in Wild has used ever since Patches' release. The chance to draw a pirate on 1, cheat out a 1/1 without charge, and thin your deck is so good in fact, that decks run it even though they have no pirate synergy. Needless to say, pirates have dominated in Wild and Standard since Patch's release, so it's no wonder that Blizzard actively had to print Galaka Crawler in an attempt to stop pirates from warping the meta so much. Whenever pirate decks become too common or too good, Galaka Crawler has been a staple tech card that many decks use to try to slow down pirates by destroying one of their minions and creating a 3/4 to contest the early game board. So even though Galaka Crawler never made competitive decks possible, like some of the other cards in this list, it did serve as a vital and heavily used tool to counter some of the best decks in Wild. And at number 5, we have the Twilight Deceptor. Twilight Deceptor is a 2 mana 2/3 priest minion that lets you draw a card if either hero has been damaged before you play it. This card doesn't seem like it would fit Priest's passive control style, but actually saw competitive success in an aggressive Shadow Priest deck ever since its launch. In the set it was launched with, Blizzard wanted to push an aggro priest deck, something that people have been trying to make work ever since beta just for the memes, and printed Dark Bishop Benedictus, a minion which, if your deck has only shadow spells, turns your hero power into shadow form, which for 2 mana lets you deal 2 damage. This card was amazing, turning Priest's passive hero power into a better steady shot. Priest also got some of the best aggro cards of all time in this expansion, including Void Touched Attendant, which makes all damage sources deal 1 extra damage, Defies Leper, and Twilight Deceptor. And in Wild, Shadow Priest had accumulated enough aggressive cards from other expansions to immediately be a top meta threat. The plan was to include the Pirate package, which even included Defies Leper funnily enough, Shadow Visions to get extra copies of Mind Blast, and other minions that could cheat out for free. This deck preyed especially hard on combo decks which did nothing on the first couple of turns, since Shadow Priest can snowball exponentially harder than other aggro decks with the help of the Void Touched Attendant. This deck did, however, run out of steam quickly and had very few answers to many cheap board clears, and that's where Twilight Deceptor really shined. With all the damage either your hero naturally takes from its own cards, or from all the damage you're pushing at your opponent, Twilight Deceptor's requirements were really easy to fulfill and gave Shadow Priest just enough steam to quickly finish games. Its premium 2-mana 2/3 body also didn't even lose the deck steam, going card neutral and was the perfect card draw that Shadow Priest wanted. It also saw some play in Reno and Big Priest decks that really wanted the extra card draw, but its requirement was so easy to fulfill in Aggro Priest that it has been a staple in Standard and Wild Shadow Priest. But even though Twilight Deceptor has been great in a deck that has been competitive since its revival, it hasn't been around quite as long as some of the next cards on this list. And at number 4, we have the Arcanologist. This 2-mana 2/3 mage minion simply has the effect to draw a secret from your deck when you play it. This card has pretty much seen play in every mage deck that wants to play secrets, even if they're only running 2. This card may seem broken, which it is, but what kind of balances this card is the fact that most secrets lose you tempo when you pay for them or are overcosted for what they do. Mirror Entity is a prime example, where the first minion your opponent plays on their turn gives you a friendly copy. When played optimally, Mirror Entity could give you a huge minion by mistake, or force your opponent to not play the big minion that they've been saving up for. But if they're smart, they'll just play one of their small minions first, giving you a copy of that, and going into their regular turn as normal. And that's the problem with mage secrets especially. You can pretty much play the cheapest minion or spell from your hand to test for any secrets, and get away with little more than a slight inconvenience to your normal turn. Of course, there are times when your secrets will gain value for just existing, but that only happens when you can play a bunch of them at once. And that's exactly what Secret Mage did, an aggro deck which aimed to cheat out most of their secrets for 0 mana, with Mad Scientist and Cabal Lackey, and use all the good mage cards which synergize off of those secrets. This deck had it all: cheap board clears, amazing burst damage, huge cheap minions, and by far the best draw any aggro deck has ever had. In fact, this deck was so dominant for so long in Wild that people really thought it would become off meta because of how good all the cards were. This deck, like other Wild decks, basically got one new support card each expansion, and Secret Mage was among one of the first archetypes that got enough good support. It's worth giving an honorable mention to Medivh's Valet here, another 2-mana 2/3, but unlike Arcanologist, it hasn't seen play in decks other than Secret Mage or Reno Secret Mage. No, Arcanologist has another function, fetching Ice Block, one of the best cards of all time I might add, to your hand from your deck. And so many mage decks at one point wanted to play Ice Block that Arcanologist was included just so you were more consistent at drawing it. And at number 3, we have Farwatch Posts, which actually was even more powerful as a 2/4 before it was nerfed. Farwatch Posts is a 2-mana 2/3 neutral minion that can't attack. It makes each card your opponent draw cost 1 more mana. So, whether your opponent naturally draws cards or uses card effects, it will make all of those newly drawn cards cost 1 more, but not more than 10 mana. And despite looking innocent enough, this card is actually one of the only floodgates in the game, printed nearly 7 years after Hearthstone's launch. You see, unlike in other card games, there are very, very few ways to interfere with your opponent on their turn. Hand traps, floodgates, and counters simply aren't printed that often, so you can pretty much only interact with your opponent during your turn. Of course, there are secrets, minion floodgates, and weird counter spells, but again, they are the exception to the rule and not the norm. So it makes sense, as the more powerful a card game gets, the more you want to limit the resources your opponent has to do powerful things. Farwatch Posts has seen play in so many control and combo decks that it's hard to name all of them. And what makes it great is that it screws with aggro decks and combo decks, usually the 2 best types of decks in Hearthstone. Equally well, since aggro wants to play their naturally drawn minions for cheap, and combo wants to draw a lot of cards. It also just slows down the game, since your draws will be unaffected, but creates a must-kill 2/3 on the board that, if left unchecked, can pretty much win you the game with the amount of mana advantage it creates. This card may not have been around as long as some of the previous entries in this list, but when it was played, it was in more decks and saw play in much higher power-leveled formats. And at number 2, we have Ship's Cannon. Ship's Cannon is a neutral 2-mana 2/3 minion that randomly does 2 damage to an enemy whenever you summon a pirate. And what's really important about this card is that it triggers whenever you summon a pirate, in addition to whenever you play one. And like I've mentioned in this video already, the pirate package has been played in almost every aggro deck ever since its release, and Ship's Cannon is part of what makes it so good. The best way to play this card is to save it and 1 mana pirate until turn 2 or 3, play the cannon pirate, summon patches from your deck, get 2 cannon shots, and hopefully kill 2 of your opponent's minions. We've already talked about Mercspark Eel, which deals 2 damage once, and how good of an effect that was. Ship's Cannon has the potential to do it twice when played from your first pirate, and continue doing it with each other pirate you play if left unchecked. And in Pirate Warrior especially, this card, if played on turn 2 with no answer, will win the game for this deck, since they can play multiple pirates per turn to either push massive damage to your face, or clear all of your minions for free each turn. Again, it's worth stating how this card, which has the potential to miss all of your opponent's minions, or be a dead card when you draw with no pirates, was still played in nearly every aggro deck since Patches was released, even with at most 5 other pirates, because of how game-winning and snowbally this effect is. And what really speaks to its power level is that Blizzard has recognized the power of Ship's Cannon and made alternative versions of the card with the same effect, and all of them are amazing. It's just that Ship's Cannon was the first, cheapest, and one of the best pirate support cards of all time. And at number 1, we have Dark Glare. Dark Glare was originally a Warlock 2-mana 2/3 minion that after your hero takes damage on your turn, you restore 2 of your mana. To put it simply, this card is probably one of the best cards of all time to ever have been printed, and enabled multiple Tier 1 and Tier S decks in its lifetime. You see, one of Warlock's core themes is self-damage, so they already have a ton of good competitive cards to take advantage of its effect. And Dark Glare's effect is definitely worth building a deck or package around, since restoring mana is one of the best effects you can have on a card. Any card that can cheaply cheat out mana, that is, get a mana for free or get effects or minions for cheaper than what they should be, have been very troublesome, and Dark Glare was no exception. The combo with Dark Glare was to basically play it and any cheap card that damaged you, since any card that costs 2 or less would be free or restore mana. For example, you could play a Tour Guide on 1 and get 0 mana hero power, play Dark Glare on 2, life tap to get a card for 2 free mana, proceed to play all the cards in your hand, and most of your deck slam multiple giants down and end your turn. The only thing that made this deck somewhat balanced was that it was extremely difficult to pilot optimally, especially with how low your hero's health could be, but it soon became clear how broken this deck was in the hands of a master. This card was so good that it created its own prefix, creating Dark Glare Warlock, Dark Glare Zoo, and Dark Glare Questline Warlock, even after being nerfed twice to be a 3-mana 3/4 that only restored 1 mana. And yes, at one point it helped make Questline Warlock probably the most powerful deck of all time, skyrocketed to consistency of around 60% win rate, even after being nerfed twice. This card was on a whole other level, and it really helped with just how well the whole deck synergized with each other. The Warlock questline pretty much just required you to damage your hero with your quest reward, Blightborn Tamsin, making all damage you take damage your opponent instead. This just incentivized the deck to have more cheap damage cards that you could spam out for free with Dark Glare, and eventually caused Blizzard to step in and just gut the entire deck. Pretty indisputably, Dark Glare deserves to be number 1 spot on this list because of how long it's been dominant for, and for the sheer number and power of the decks it's been in and helped to make. Healing in Hearthstone is actually somewhat valuable compared to other card games, so in this video we're looking at the 10 best healing cards of all time. And at number 10, we have the Antique Healbot. This card is a neutral 5-mana 3/3 that heals your hero for 8 health. And for a long time, this card was run in a ton of control decks, just because it was the only decent healing option that all classes could use. You see, pretty much the only neutral healing minions either didn't restore that much health, or were really inefficient at what they did. So when Healbot came out in one of the first expansions, classes that had almost no good healing cards, like Rogue and Mage, immediately started using it solely for massive healing. It also helped that Antique Healbot really wasn't even that understated, since it was basically a 2-mana 3/3 with a healing touch staple to it. And unlike in some other card games, restoring health to your hero has actually been a pretty good effect to have on minions, since it can sometimes shut down aggro and combo decks. You see, the best type of aggro decks don't actually focus on outputting as much damage as possible, but on outputting exactly 30 damage as quickly as possible. As a result, aggro decks rarely run extra card draw, and rely pretty much on their opening hand and any drawn burn damage to help them finish out the game. And that's why Antique Healbot was so good. Since you could run 2 of them, you could gain up to 16 health, putting you out of range of a lot of early aggro decks before they ran out of steam. This also let Warlocks and Rogues begin to use their health more as a resource, either by life tapping or attacking with their hero more often, since they knew that if they got low, they could always Healbot. This card doesn't see any play anymore though, even for its mech tag, just because it's become too slow and sadly doesn't offer enough healing. But, at least in the early days of Hearthstone, Anti-Killbot single-handedly made control and combo decks much more viable against aggro decks, which is why it deserves a number 10 spot. And at number 9, we have Spirit Lash. This 2-mana pre-spell deals 1 damage to all minions and restores health to your hero equal to the amount of damage it dealt. Despite looking simple, this card was a must-run priest during the age of aggressive pirate warriors. Before Priest got all the amazing aggro tools that they have today, Priest has pretty much been the punching bag of all aggro decks, because they had almost no early game board clears. Before Spirit Lash, their only options were to run cheap single target removal, or hero power until turn 4. As mentioned, aggro decks have been very powerful throughout Hearthstone's history, so it's always been a struggle for control and combo decks to try and stay alive long enough to stabilize. Spirit Lash did help a lot at slowing down games enough to the point where Priests could actually play the game. By far the most common play to see before Spirit Lash was released was to play a Pirate on 1 and pull patches out from the deck. Spirit Lash, which dealt exactly 1 damage, would kill any turn 1 pirates, heal for a slight amount, and slow down pirate warriors just enough so Priest could stabilize in the middle game. It also helped to patch one of Priest's main weaknesses at the time, many low health minions. Before Holy Nova was buffed to 4 mana, this was pretty much their only option if they wanted to kill a board of 1 health minions. With Spirit Lash, Priests were easily able to deal with any swarm decks while still healing off of it. And as an extra bonus, Spirit Lash, when played with Blood Mage Thalnos, would deal 2 damage to all minions, draw a card, and pretty much heal your hero to full. And even though it's still occasionally played, even in today's meta, most early game minions have more than 2 health, making it a lot less potent than it used to be. Still, its ability to heal for up to 14 health against a full board for 2 mana, even if it didn't kill anything, is valuable enough that modern Reno and Big Priest run this OG removal spell. And at number 8, we have Mistress of Mixtures. This neutral 1-mana minion is a 2/2 that heals both heroes for 4 health when it dies. This was another very important anti-aggro minion that a ton of decks used for a long time. The 2 overwhelming benefits of this card are that it's overstatted for a 1-drop and restores 4 health to your hero when it dies. Oftentimes, this minion alone can kill 2 of your opponent's 1-drops and heal your hero for 4 health, all for just 1 mana. This card was immediately picked up when it was printed and saw tons of competitive play. It's hard to overstate how important healing and board clears have just been because of how good aggro decks have been in Hearthstone. Combo and control decks at times have had a majority of their decks dedicated to anti-aggro cards, with a small portion of their deck actually dedicated to their win condition. This card was the bane of aggro decks since, as a 1-mana 2/2, which was unheard of at the time, it could easily contest the board and shut down aggro decks. Its effect was also almost always a purely positive, since restoring health to your full health aggro opponent didn't do anything. The strategy for most non-aggro decks was actually to just stay alive long enough for aggro decks to run out of steam and then slowly turn the tides and win. Mistress of Mixtures fit perfectly into this game plan since it slowed down some aggro decks so much that it became almost unwinnable. This card saw play in a numerable amount of decks, but is mostly associated with Reno Priest and Cube Warlocks, who both loved the healing and early tempo it gave. This card is actually quite similar to Zombie Chow, another 1 overstatted 1-drop, since they both restore health to your opponent and were used heavily as anti-aggro tools when they first came out. But one of the main issues Mistress of Mixtures has is that its healing isn't immediate, but triggers when it dies. So if you're at full health, you waste its effect since your hero's maximum health is 30. Or if you need the healing immediately, you're out of luck. And as of now, Armor Vendor has replaced Mistress as the new 1-drop of choice since it fixes both of these issues by giving your hero armor as soon as you play it. But since it gives armor and doesn't heal, she isn't included on this list. And at number 7, we have Ziliax. This neutral legendary is a 5-mana 3/2 with a whole mess of keywords. Basically, this card can attack enemies as soon as it's played, ignores the first amount of damage it takes, heals your hero for how much damage it does, forces your opponent to attack into it, and can add its stats and effects to another mech minion. In practice, Ziliax is mainly used to deal 3 damage, heal for 3, and be a 3/2 with lifesteal. And because of all of its bundled effects, Ziliax was at one point the most played legendary in Standard and Wild. What makes this card really unique though, is being able to use it in different ways to utilize all of its keywords. For example, when played on an empty board, Ziliax is a 3/2 with Taunt, Divine Shield, and Lifesteal, and can effectively lock out minions from damaging you. Or you could play it with a mech to give it Rush and all of Ziliax's keywords. But, as mentioned, what really made Ziliax so efficient was its ability to deal 3 damage, heal for 6, and be a must-kill target for any aggro deck. This anti-aggro effect was decent enough that it saw a ton of play in Standard in just about every deck, some control decks in Wild, and most notably, Big Priests, which wanted to cheat out a 5/5 version of Ziliax's Blood of Gahun. Unfortunately though, being a jack of all trades and master of none means that Ziliax's power alone hasn't founded a competitive home as of now. Almost every deck has more synergistic cards it wants to run over Ziliax, even if it is an individually strong card. And at number 6, we have Blood Reaver Gul'dan. This 10-mana hero card resummoned every friendly demon that died this game, gave you 5 armor, and changed your hero power to Siphon Life, which is a 2-mana hero power that lets you deal 3 damage and heal your hero for 3. This card has single-handedly changed how Warlocks build their decks because of how much value you get off of this card. You see, this card actually wasn't all that great when it came out, simply because there were no big demons in rotation. But after a couple of expansions, this card terrorized the meta and spawned one of the cheatiest decks of all time, Cubelock. This deck, with a wave of big demon support, was able to bring out Doomguard and Voidlord for 5 mana by using Possessed Lackey and Skull Minari, created multiple copies of them, and resummoned multiple Doomguards and Voidlords with Gul'dan. In fact, Cubelock was so good at either creating giant walls of taunts or multiple charging Doomguards that it saw competitive play in Wild for a while. And with the addition of Mal'Ganis and enhanced Dreadlords, you could resummon them multiple times per game. This card, along with the original N'Zoth, were the ultimate late game cards, and actually saw play alongside each other since Voidlord and Dreadlord are both great death rattle demons. All of this to say, Gul'dan's battlecry was one of the best in the game, and he became an equally amazing hero power. Not only could it cast Dark Bomb every turn, but you can also heal for 3 as well, which would almost always get value since Warlocks try to life tap as much as possible. It should say something that Gul'dan is one of the only 10-mana cards that has ever been played competitively, considering how strong aggro is nowadays. And speaking of good Warlock cards, and at number 5 we have Spice Bread Baker, which is a neutral 4-mana 3/2 minion that restores health to your hero equal to the number of cards you have in your hand. This card was printed in a new wave of handlock support cards and pretty much immediately started seeing play. Back in the early days of Hearthstone, one of the best OG decks was Handlock. Basically, it would abuse the Warlock hero power life tap to consistently gain life points to get a whole bunch of cards in hand, which would synergize with Mountain Giant, a 12-mana 8/8 that cost 1 mana less for each other card in your hand. And because Handlock would be drawing so much of their deck so quickly, they could easily find Mountain Giant and play it for 4 mana. But for a long time, this was just about the only good Handlock support, until a new wave of cards that synergized with big hand sizes was released. Cards like Antheron and Goldshire Knoll offered even more giant, cheap threats. Encumbered Pack Mule added more filler cards to your hand, and Spice Bread Baker offered desperately needed healing for the deck. You see, Handlock is a very passive deck that does nothing for the first couple of turns and hopes to win by dropping multiple cheap threats before they die. A trend you might have noticed is that a lot of the best Warlock cards turn health into card or mana advantage, so they usually need very efficient ways of healing to offset that downside. Often, the best answer to hand-style Warlock decks was to aggro them down before they could do anything, or burst them down from 10 health, since that's the health total they needed to play Molten Giant for free. Spiced Bread Baker was the perfect solution to this problem, and shored up one of Handlock's few remaining weaknesses. And even though it hasn't had that much diversity in the type of decks it's been included in, Spiced Bread Baker has seen play ever since its release, and has been quite meta-dominant at that. And at number 4, we have Drain Soul. This 2-mana Warlock spell deals 3 damage to a minion and has lifesteal, a keyword which restores health to your hero equal to the damage it dealt. And despite how simple this card looks, it's very efficient at 2 mana and it still sees competitive play in Wild. For context, Frostbolt was the premier 2-mana removal spell that others were compared to. It dealt 3 damage, could target your opponent's face, and freeze the target if needed. And for a while, it was the best removal spell, since other classes' removal spells either couldn't target face, or not as many benefits. At this point, Drain Soul had actually been in the game for a while, but did 2 damage instead of 3, and saw no play. This is until Blizzard decided to buff a whole bunch of old cards, which included Drain Soul, and just by increasing a single number on the card, and making it deal 3 damage instead of 2, Blizzard made Drain Soul competitively viable overnight. It has seen play in pretty much every Control Warlock deck because of how good it is and how well it synergizes with other Warlock cards. Drain Soul has even been printed as a Priest card, and still saw a ton of play even though Priests have already had other good healing options at their disposal. And even though Drain Soul can only target minions and has the potential to whiff on the healing effect if you're at full health, these drawbacks don't really matter. What made Frostbolt good was the potential to use it in combos to kill your opponent in one turn. What made Drained Soul significantly better was its ability to remove an opponent's minion, heal off the damage it dealt, and slow the game down enough for Warlock to get their win conditions. And at number 3, we have Eldrachi Warblades. This Demon Hunter card is a 3-mana 2/3 weapon with lifesteal, meaning it heals your hero equal to the damage it dealt. While on the surface, this card seems bad, and maybe even weak compared to the other cards on this list, Warblades saw play in one of the most meta-dominant decks of all time. You see, Demon Hunter is a fairly new class in Hearthstone, being the 10th class release 6 years after launch. And because Blizzard really wanted to push Demon Hunter to be competitive as soon as it was released, Demon Hunter got possibly the most busted and synergistic set of cards we've ever seen. Some of the worst offenders were Battle Fiend, an overstatted snowbally monster, Priestess of Fury, a mini Ragnaros which could attack, Skull of Gul'dan, which was the best card draw of all time, and Altruius the Outcast, one of the best combo cards of all time. All of these cards, and many, many more, all came together to make Demon Hunter the best class at aggro, control, mid-range, combo, drawing, healing, and removal. And at its very peak, Odd Demon Hunter in Wild became an S-tier deck. In addition to all the previously mentioned broken cards, the main power of this deck came from its hero power, Demon's Bite, which gave your hero +2 attack for just 1 mana. It could easily win by turn 5 or clear your opponent's entire board with Warglaives and a hero power. Of course, all of that attacking had a downside, and that was all the damage your hero would take. Luckily, Demon Hunter had access to a 0-mana Drain Life at the time, and Eldrachi Warblades, which when used with your hero power could heal your hero by 5 each time you attacked. This deck didn't last long though, but has since been a thorn in Standard by enabling a lifesteal OTK with Il'gynoth, where all of your lifesteal effects instead deal damage to your enemy's hero. And at number 2, we have Reno Jackson. This 6-mana 4/6 heals your hero to full health, but only if your deck has only unique cards in it. That means if you have duplicate cards in your deck, by the time you play Reno, his effect won't go off. And as much as it pains me to say it, Reno isn't the number 1 spot on this list, especially since this is what most veteran players first think of as the best card that can heal you. For Reno's entire lifetime, he has single-handedly stopped aggro from running rampant and being the best deck of the format. He is the namesake of his own deck format, is the bane of aggro decks, and is such a fan favorite that he's had a whole expansion gimmick centered around him. And to players confused as to why healing your hero to full health with such a severe limitation has been good for so long, it's because this is actually all you need to do to beat many aggro decks in Hearthstone. From a deck building perspective, an ideal aggro deck kills your opponent as quickly as possible, efficiently using all their mana, health, and cards to do so. In practice, that means aggro decks almost always run out of threats and burst quickly, if you're able to survive their initial onslaught. And even at 6 mana, which is near unplayable for any other card in Wild, he has had such a game-deciding effect that it's actually worth trying to survive until 6 mana, hoping you can draw Reno, play him, and stabilize. And with other support and value cards, Reno decks have always been present as the premier control decks of Standard and Wild. So much so that aggro decks have been including counters just to stall Reno for a couple more turns. And if it weren't for how insanely broken the last card on this list is, Reno would have definitely been at number 1. And at number 1, we have Demon Seed. This Warlock questline first requires you to take 6 points of damage on your turn and deals 6 damage with lifesteal to your opponent when you complete it. Then, when you take another 8 damage on your turn, it again deals 3 damage with lifesteal to your opponent. And finally, when you take another 8 damage on your turn, you get Blightborn Tamsin as your reward, which is a 5-mana 7/7 that redirects any damage you would take during your turn to your opponent instead. This card was great in Standard, but was truly disgusting during its short time in Wild. Yes, that's right. The Demon Seed was banned in Wild, and is one of only 2 cards that have been banned ever. What made this deck unstoppable was a critical mass of good cards which damage you, good healing cards, and card draw. You see, while you could use your other self-damaging cards to kill your opponent after you played Tamsin, the real strength of the deck came from redirecting any fatigue damage you would take during your turn. Fatigue is Hearthstone's version of decking out, where you draw a fatigue card that deals 1 more damage for each card you draw from an empty deck. So the first card you drew from an empty deck dealt 1 damage to your hero, the second would deal 2 damage, and so on and so on. And after a couple more, fatigue damage really starts to add up and will usually kill you after about 10 cards. So what Demon Seed decks would do is run Dark Lair, play all of their self-damaging cards for free, draw cards with self-damaging cards, play some Giants, and play Tamsin on turn 5. Then, for the rest of the game, they would life tap and draw as much as possible. And while it would be possible to nerf Demon Seed even harder into the ground to unban it, Tamsim's mechanic of redirecting fatigue damage meant the Demon Seed decks would inevitably win against any other control deck or combo deck, since they had infinite damage and wouldn't take fatigue damage themselves. Legendary spells are one of the rarest and most iconic types of cards in the game, so in this list we'll be going over the worst of the bunch that aren't quest or quest lines. And at number 10 we have Floop's Glorious Gloop. This 1-mana druid spell has the effect where, whenever any minion dies this turn, you gain a full mana crystal. It's worth noting that this card only gives you mana until the end of the turn, but can go above the number of mana crystals you have. And of all of the cards in this list, this is the only one that sees any competitive play in Wild, the most powerful game mode of Hearthstone, though it's only ever seen in one very specific deck. It's worth noting that, for the most part, legendary spells are actually quite good for how few of them there are. Quite a few of them have seen some play during their standard rotation, or to fulfill very specific niches that some Wild decks needed. Gloop found its home in the notorious Linecracker Druid, which uses a combo to gain about 2,500 armor in one turn, making them pretty much unkillable before their opponent died to fatigue or jade golems. Although this deck may seem very strong, especially with how unkillable Druid has become nowadays, it's still easily rushed down by any aggro deck before they can pull off their combo. Floop's Glorious Gloop just has to take the number 10 spot on this list because, although it sees some play, the remaining 5 legendary spells not included on this list are just leaps and bounds better than every other card. All of these cards have been played as staples in very good decks in the past, with many of them having to be nerfed because of how overtuned they were. And at number 9, we have Soul Mirror. Soul Mirror is a 7-mana legendary pre-spell that creates a copy of all of your opponent's minions and forces them to attack into their copies. You also get to keep the copies that survive, but most of the time you want to use this card to just clear your opponent's board. While this card may seem like a cheaper Twisting Nether with a potential upside, this card is actually way clunkier to use than it may first appear. First of all, if you want to just clear your opponent's board, all of their minions have to have more attack than their health, so that your clones can actually have enough attack to kill your opponent's copies. In which case, it just becomes a more expensive light bomb, considered to be a pretty poor board clear nowadays. Also, if you do have any minions on the field, you may run into board size issues where you don't have enough room to create any copies of your opponent's minions, in which case they would remain unharmed. So, why isn't this card further down if it's just been a subpar removal? Priest is a class that has plenty of other options for efficient removal, but sometimes in really slow control matchups, they really want to steal one of their opponent's death rattle minions or high attack health minions to use for themselves. And what's really funny about this card is that it's probably the best card that no one wants to put in their deck, since Priest can discover this card multiple times per game from one of their many discover effects. It's a dead card in most matchups, but you can expect to see it from discoveries quite a lot since legendaries have a higher chance to occur than other cards. This card really only saw play in decks in Standard when Psychic Scream just rotated out and Priests were really desperate for more board wipes. Out of all the cards in the game, it's really not that bad. It's just among the worst out of the pretty good subset of cards. And at number 8, we have Deck of Lunacy. This 4-mana legendary mage spell turns all the spells into your deck into other random spells that cost 3 more originally, but they still cost the same as their original spell. So, if you were to play this with a fireball in your deck, it could transform it into a Mask of Cthulhu that would only cost 4 mana. Originally, this card cost 2 mana and saw a ton of play when it first came out, and was played in a spell-only mage deck. The deck was busted, especially with how much spell mage support had just come out. Encounter's Flow could reduce the cost of your entire deck for only 2 mana, Refreshing Spring Water was a guaranteed 0 mana draw 2, Apex's Blast gave amazing value, and simply playing a Deck of Lunacy would generate so much advantage that the game would just end after a couple of turns. There was a perfect storm of good spell support and good random spells in the game, where all spell mage became too meta shaping. Blizzard nerfed the entire package, with Deck of Lunacy getting hit hard to become nerfed to 4 mana. However, even in its heyday, Deck of Lunacy saw no play in Wild because spell mage was still too slow to even compete with control decks. Deck of Lunacy relies on having enough time to draw your transformation spells and generating good spells, neither of which can happen with how fast Wild is, and how bad random spells are in Wild. The nerfs really didn't help it either, especially since 4 mana is just way too much to be paying for a card that doesn't immediately do anything when it's played. But it's still better than the rest of the cards in this list, which saw no play even when they were in rotation. And at number 7, we have Mira's Unstable Element. This legendary rogue spell makes you draw the rest of your deck, and that's it. So, For 5 mana, this card would refill your hand with 10 cards from your deck, burn the rest of it, and put you into fatigue. For how simple the card is, the effect has the potential to win you the game by drawing 10 cards, and this fact did not go unnoticed. Odd Rogue in Wild was very powerful, and the deck was looking for good, odd mana cost finishers at the time. You see, with how Baku the Moon Eater made you build your Odd Rogue deck, cards had to either cost 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9 mana to get the amazing upgraded hero power at the start of the game. So as a result, almost all of the cards in the aggro Odd Rogue cost 1 mana, meaning they ran out of steam very quickly. To remedy this, some players thought to use Myras to refill their hand and try to push for lethal. The problem with this card though, isn't the downside of going into fatigue, but with how expensive it is. When you play this card, you're already accepted that the game will end very soon, so the little amount of fatigue damage you take doesn't really matter. What does matter though, is when you play Myras, you can't really apply that much pressure with the mana you have left, especially when it's before turn 10. You pretty much have to just play Myras, end your turn, play as many cards as you can afterwards, and hope your opponent didn't have one final board clear. The fact that it cost 5 mana, which is hugely expensive for any aggro deck, meant that you pretty much had to have a dead turn when you played Myras to refuel. Ultimately, it saw play for like a month or two, was quickly replaced with better options, and has never been considered for any aggro rogue deck since. And at number 6, we have Stormbringer. This 6 mana legendary shaman spell transforms all of your minions into random legendary minions. While this sounds great and possibly worth building your deck around, this effect is actually really bad. Throughout Hearthstone's history, Blizzard has had this idea that generating random legendary minions is somehow a worthwhile effect, when in reality, many legendaries are unstatted, need deck-specific synergies to be remotely playable, and are just small most of the time. Even back when Elisa's Starseeker was first printed, and Control Warriors tried to rush out Golden Monkeys, which replaced your hand and deck with random legendary minions, there were still a huge number of unplayable or garbage legendaries you can generate. Since then, Blizzard has continued to dilute the legendary minion pool by printing even more small legendary minions, which has made Stormbringer inconsistent at best. While there is the possibility to get some really great legendaries, on average you're just going to get 3 3s with no relevant effects for 6 mana. When it was first released, it actually cost 7 mana, and was even worse than it is now. Shaman was in a rough spot and had no zoo decks that could even feasibly build around it, so it was left untouched for years. Fairly recently though, the Stormbringer was buffed to cost 6 mana, and saw some experimental play in even Shaman decks as a finisher. Oftentimes, even Shaman would be stuck on turn 6 with a board of totems, but no way to take advantage of them and close out the game. The Stormbreaker was used for a bit as a way to cheese out unwinnable games by transforming those totems into giant legendaries, but would most of the time turn your totems into slightly bigger legendary minions. And although Even Shaman was better at the deck than Odd Rogue, the version of Even Shaman that Stormbringer was in was very bad in its meta, whereas Myra's was at least used during Odd Rogue's rise to power. And at number 5, we have Xerx's Cloning Gallery. This 9 mana legendary pre-spell creates 1/1 copies of each minion from your deck. Or if you have 7 or more minions in your deck, it fills your board with 1/1 copies. I think the intended use of this card is to run a bunch of good Death Rattle minions, have them die quickly, and then gain value off of this card. But in almost every situation, it's just too slow for what it does. For one, unless your summoned 1/1s are a threat or have taunt, your opponent is going to ignore your board and continue their own game plan. Xerx doesn't offer enough pressure either, with only 7 attack on board at most, so it'll usually just be 9 mana to do nothing for that turn. When the card first came out, it saw the briefest amount of play in Wild as another threat in Big Priest. This deck aimed to cheat out small versions of their big, game-winning minions with cards like Barnes and Shadow Essence. Have those small copies die, then resurrect those minions to their normal stats with Resurrect or Eternal Servitude. And the main reason Xerx saw some experimental play in this deck is because Big Priest only ran minions that would be good as 1/1s or with their normal stats. The thinking went that if Big Priest were able to live until turn 9, the board of 1/1s that Xerx's Cloning Gallery would make would actually be a substantial threat, and possibly be enough to win the game against certain matchups. The only issue was getting to turn 9, since what Big Priest struggled with the most was getting completely obliterated by aggro. Most of the time, Xerx would just be too expensive to ever play before dying, and with better late game threats, like Mass Resurrection, and early game removal coming out, like Penance, Xerx was completely outclassed, even if it was considered briefly in a historically powerful deck. And at number 4, we have Deck of Chaos. This 5 mana legendary Warlock spell has a unique effect to swap the mana cost and attack of all the minions in your deck. And actually, when this card first came out, it cost 6 mana and not 5. This card works best in a minion-heavy deck with low attack, high mana minions. For example, if you were to play a deck of Chaos and then draw into Moshog Enforcer, it would become a 2 mana 8/14 with Taunt and Divine Shield. So, why is this card so low on the list? Well, it's mainly because it's another legendary spell that does nothing immediately when you play it, and because the minions you have to run with the deck of Chaos are quite bad. You see, Deck of Chaos only affects the minions in your deck, and not the ones on your hand or battlefield. The faster and more zones a spell can target, the better it will be. Targeting the field is great because the effects are immediate. Targeting the hand is fine, but you still have to pay the mana cost to get their full effects. But targeting the deck and only the deck is the worst thing a spell can do because you have to draw and pay mana for the card to get any of its value. Basically, it doesn't matter how many 2 mana 8/14s you have in your deck if you can never draw or play any of them. Another huge issue is that even if you do build your deck around this card, you still have to hope you draw it early, since there are no specific spell searchers that can target Deck of Chaos. That means you'll probably have to play most of the game with your otherwise subpar minions, hope you can draw and play Deck of Chaos, and pray you don't die before you hopefully draw and play one of your swapped minions. And at number 3, we have Kangor's Endless Army. This 7 mana legendary paladin spell resurrects 3 random friendly mechs that died this game, and then they get to keep any magnetized buffs they might have had. Magnetic is a keyword that lets a minion with it add their stats and card text to another friendly mech. So if you had, let's say, a mech warper that had a Ziliax magnetized to it, Kangor's Endless Army would resurrect it as a 5/5 with Divine Shield, Taunt, Lifesteal, Rush, and the text of Mech Warper. But if an Annoyotron were buffed with Dino Size, Kangor's would only resurrect it as a 1/2 with Divine Shield and Taunt, and not with the Dino Size buff. Unlike other card games, Hearthstone has no graveyard, where you can select certain targets from it. All resurrect-like cards are random unless specified, meaning that Kangor's is just as likely to res a 1/1 as it is one of your huge mechs. And what doesn't help is that the mechs by nature need lots of early game board presence so they can stay on the board and use their synergy cards. Another thing that really hurts this card is that a lot of the best magnetic cards summon 1/1 mechs when they die. So even if you wanted to take advantage of the extra attack in Kangor's Endless Army, you'll just be hurting your chances of bringing back your huge mechs, since you'll also further dilute the res pool with those 1/1s. And since each 1/1 mech counts as a separate mech that died that game, you could potentially summon 3 1/1s even if they appear identical. Even if there is the potential to resummon only large mechs by cutting out all the small ones, mechs as a whole are pretty underpowered compared to some of the other tribes in the game. Many of them were printed in the second expansion of the game, and they've aged poorly over the years, with many of them becoming power crept or obsolete. Kangor suffers from the issue of having to deal with Hearthstone's random graveyard mechanic while being reliant on a weak tribe, which is why it's at the number 3 spot. And at number 2, we have Boom Ship. This hefty 9 mana warrior spell has the effect of directly playing 3 random minions from your hand and giving them rush, meaning they can attack immediately but only into other enemy minions. This card suffers most in this list from its very expensive mana cost for a poor effect. And what makes Boom Ship so much worse than the rest of this list is that it needs at least 3 other cards in your hand to get its maximum value. Like in other card games, drawing cards has a cost, and not playing them means they aren't doing anything to help you. Going -4 in card advantage is huge, and it essentially means that Boom Ship is a 9 mana 4 card combo that hopefully creates a big enough board that your opponent can't clear. Also, much like most of this list, this effect is random. So if you have any small unplayed minions in your hand, they could accidentally be pulled instead of one of your big ones. And even if you do build a deck with only big minions to be summoned by the Boom Ship, you still have to hope to draw the only copy of this card and be alive by turn 9 after doing basically nothing. Ultimately, paying so much in mana and in card advantage is just not worth it, especially for a spell that is somewhat underwhelming and unreliable in which minions it can summon. This card just ekes out over the number 1 spot though, and only because Warrior has slightly more support for this card than for what the number 1 card's class does. And at number 1, we have Flark's Boomzooka. This 7 mana legendary hunter spell directly plays 3 random minions from your deck, forces them to attack enemy minions, and then makes them all die. Usually any card in Hearthstone that can cheat minions out of your deck into the battlefield are immediately tested to see if they're broken, since not having to pay to draw or play minions is one of the best effects in the game. In fact, it's the reason why Patches, the only card that can do this for free, is one of the best cards of all time and sees play everywhere. Flark's Boomzooka, though, has some of the worst effects a big spell can have, all combined into one. First, this card uses the minions directly from your deck and not a copy of them. Nowadays, it's pretty rare for game finishers to not use a copy of a minion from your deck, and for good reason. By the time you're ever in a situation where you want to play Boomzooka, you also want to have enough late game threats left in your deck to win, or at the very least not go into fatigue first. But since Boomzooka directly summons 3 minions, it puts you a -3 in fatigue with the potential to kill your late game threats for little benefit. It also can only target enemy minions, meaning the minions you summon can't go face, and can only clear a maximum of 3 enemy minions. And worst of all, the minions you do happen to summon die immediately afterwards. So any of the big minions you did summon can't stay on the board. I think Blizzard meant this spell to be used as a removal spell that also synergized with Death Rattle minions in your deck. But to get any sort of value from it, you need to run few large Death Rattle minions, which just runs into the anti-synergy of burning your only threats. And even if you decide to run it as a mid-range or control hunter, you still have the chance to accidentally kill your best minions, or not even kill any of your opponent's minions if you pull any small ones from your deck. Just about the only positive thing this card has going for it is that you can only run 1 copy in your deck instead of 2, which would make the deck even worse. In fact, you could remove 2 of its restrictions and still not want to pay 7 mana for the effect. This card takes the cake as the worst legendary spell, since it's so limited and not even worth building a deck around its awful payout. Battlegrounds is an alternative auto-battler version of Hearthstone that has borrowed a couple of cards from the base game to use as viable minions. Some of the minions on this list, though, have since been removed or replaced in favor of fresher and more easily balanceable cards. So in this list, we'll be going over the best cards that have appeared in Battlegrounds, but more focusing on how they performed in the base mode of the game. And at number 10, we have the Savannah Highmane. This classic hunter card is a 6-mana 6/5 beast, which summons 2/2 beasts when it dies, and is currently a tier 4 minion in Battlegrounds. When this card was first released in Alpha, people lost their minds over how many stats Highmane had with no downsides. In addition to having respectable stats for a 6-drop, its Death Rattle summoned minions which are also worth about 3 mana. This card was one of early Hearthstone's best cards ever, due to how overwhelmingly hard it was to fully counter without taking damage. You see, Face Hunter back then was really overtuned, with some of its cards having to get nerfed upwards of 3 times, and Highmane was the finisher that ended games within a couple of turns. For those of you who don't know, early Face Hunters looked a lot differently than they do nowadays, and weren't as fast as they are now. After Starving Buzzard was nuked to become 5 mana, Hunter no longer had their best draw engine available and had to resort to playing cheap, aggressive, well-statted minions to get enough damage in before a board clear. Highmane with Leroy Jenkins were usually the only cards in that deck that cost 3 or more mana, since they were usually the only expensive cards that could reliably get damage in. Nowadays though, Highmane has been pushed out of Face Hunter decks for not doing enough, since most cards have to have immediate, on-board effects to be good rather than just being a bundle of stats. Though it has some play in niche Death Rattle Hunter decks, Highmane deserves a spot on this list for how iconic and prevalent it was in the first couple of years of Hearthstone. And at number 9, we have the Defender of Argus. This 4-mana 3/3 simply gives minions next to it +1/+1 in taunt, and is a tier 4 minion in Battlegrounds. Functionally, it's basically just Wriggling Horror and Sun Fury Protector combined, but in the early days of Hearthstone, it was in a decent number of good decks. Back in the day, giving your minions +1/+1 was surprisingly good, because of how much minion-to-minion combat there was. For example, if Rivercroc was buffed by Argus and able to trade into Bloodfront Raptor, it meant you were able to kill one of your opponent's minions while forcing out another answer, letting you go +1 in card advantage. And while board clears did exist, also being able to buff your minions out of range of board clears to push for damage was a pretty respectable play. These benefits, as well as taunts to protect your damaged minions, pushed tons of Zoo decks for a while to include Argus as a semi-game closer. And while it had the chance to whiff if you didn't have enough minions on board, most decks that played this were able to swarm the board to always get Argus's full effect off. In fact, this ability to give taunt to adjacent minions, with the cherry on top of giving a +1/+1, actually helped enable Silence and Hand Warlock decks to thrive for a while. These strategies basically aimed to play cheap, large minions which either can't attack, or required you to be passive for a number of turns. And after taunting your big walls to shut down aggro decks with Argus, you were free to work upwards towards your actual win condition, just like in Battlegrounds. This card would have been a higher spot on this list if not for the fact that it actually was buffed from being a 2/3 back to its original 3/3 status, and still doesn't see any play. And at number 8, we have Voidwalker. This is a 1-mana Warlock minion 1/3 that has taunt and was a tier 1 minion in Battlegrounds. At first glance, it may seem like a card this simple has no purpose being on this list, but it has been surprisingly prevalent in Warlock decks throughout history. You see, decks that want to play minions on 1 want as many stats on their minions as possible, so they can quickly finish the game out. In Hearthstone, you typically want 1 more stat than your mana cost for attack and health, with an additional minor upside. One example that was played quite a lot was Knife Juggler, which at least had 2 stats in attack and health and a major upside to dealing 1 damage whenever you summoned a minion. And when 1-mana minions follow this formula, they typically offer the best value of stats for their mana cost. Voidwalker found its home in Zoo Warlock decks, which have seen competitive success in every format until fairly recently. And keeping in mind its cost, 1 mana for 4 stats with an upside is very good, even if it isn't aggressively statted. Zoo's goal is to swarm the board with cheap, efficient cards, with stuff like Flame Imp, Possessed Villager, and even Knife Juggler. Voidwalker worked perfectly in this deck either as a solid turn 1 play, or as a fairly big taunt minion which can protect your other more fragile minions. Since then though, Voidwalker has only really seen competitive light in normal Hearthstone and in Battlegrounds, but only whenever Voidlord dies and summons 3 of them, since they have since been removed from the tavern as a viable minion. And since Voidlord is a decent card in both formats, mainly serving as a desperate taunt minion to help you stay alive, Voidwalker is seen quite often and serves as a second layer of annoying taunts. And speaking of simple cards, at number 7 we have Righteous Protector. This 1-mana 1/1 Paladin minion was formerly a tier 1 minion in Battlegrounds and has Taunt and Divine Shield, meaning enemy minions must attack it first and damage from the first hit it takes is negated. Similarly to the previous entry on this list, Righteous Protector saw play for how efficient it was at its cost. In the first couple of turns, it basically is a 1-mana 1/1 with Taunt that summons another 1/1 because of its Divine Shield. And it's not really a stretch to say that any 1-mana card that summons or death rattles into another 1/1 has historically been very good. Or in the mid-game, with just a couple of buffs, Righteous Protector can quickly become a major threat because of its Divine Shield. Or, as it was most commonly used in Battlegrounds, in the late game it can serve as a crucial taunt minion which can block 2 attacks. 2 good keywords on 1-mana minions is pretty much unheard of, and because of how independently good it was, Righteous Protector found a home in almost every Paladin deck that could ever run her. Most notably though, Odd Paladin consistently ran her and saw tons of competitive success in Wild. Revolving around summoning 2 Silverhand recruits each turn with their hero power, Odd Paladin dominated the ladder for quite a long time, and ran Righteous Protector as a solid turn 1 minion, and as a way to protect all the recruits on board. Even with just 3 recruits on the board, playing Quartermaster on turn 5, which gave all of your Silverhand recruits +2/+2, was actually enough to finish the game out, even in Wild. And with her introduction to the core set, she has only continued to see more play in Standard. And at number 6, we have Mal'Ganis. This 9-mana 9/7 Warlock demon gives your other demons +2/+2, makes your hero immune to all damage, and was replaced as a tier 5 minion in Battlegrounds by Catherine Natir. When Mal'Ganis was first printed, he saw almost no play because at the time, a lot of the demons and demon synergy cards Warlocks had were pretty bad, like Demon Fuse, Felguard, and Blood Imp. They either didn't do enough for the terrible drawbacks or were just generally understated. Mal'Ganis did work well with Voidcaller, a 4-mana 3/4 that plays a random demon from your hand when it dies, but that was pretty much the only good demon support for a long time. Then in one expansion, Blizzard printed a big demon support package for Warlock, basically letting it cheat out huge demons for free. The Skull of Minari summoned a random demon from your hand at the start of your turn. Possessed Lackey summons a random demon from your deck when it died. On top of that, Warlock was able to use Voidlord, Doomguard, and Mal'Ganis in Wild as their only demons. His effect of making your hero immune was especially good since it meant that your opponent couldn't burst you down with direct damage spells without first killing Mal'Ganis. And since the release of big demon support, other decks, like Arena Warlock, were able to finally run Mal'Ganis since it meant they often didn't need to pay the full 9 mana to get him on the field. Instead, they could play Skull, wait until they drew Mal'Ganis, and get him onto the board and resummon him with Gul'dan later in the game. And because he made your hero immune, he also prevented your hero from taking fatigue damage, meaning he became a must-kill target in the fairly common Reno Lock versus Reno Lock matchups back in the day. And even though Voidlord is also in Battlegrounds as a tier 5 minion, I've decided to include it with Mal'Ganis as an honorary spot, mostly because Voidlord and Mal'Ganis did very similar things, but mainly because I didn't want the number 5 spot to talk about a big demon support package again. And at number 5, we have the Annoyotron. This neutral 2-mana 1/2 has Taunt and Divine Shield and was a tier 2 Battleground minion. At first glance, this card looks very similar to Righteous Protector, with seemingly worse stats. After all, for 1 more mana, you are essentially paying for 1 more health and the mech tag. It might surprise you, though, that Annoyotron has seen quite a bit of competitive success for nearly its entire lifetime, in a variety of decks. In the early days, it saw play as a fairly well-statted taunt minion that needed 2 attacks to get through, finding a home in Mech Mage, Mech Hunter, and even some control decks. But what really made this card successful over the years were its common keywords and tags. In Standard, its taunt keyword let it synergize with a very good Razormate Battleguard, Its even mana cost let it be included in Even Paladin, and was able to be pulled by Call to Arms and protect Farwatch posts, and actually was core to 2 of the best decks of all time. For one, Annoyotron's pesky Divine Shield and Taunt actually helped enable Shutterwalk decks, an infamous and annoyingly broken deck. Basically, Shutterwalk would repeat all battle cries you played for the game, and after playing some battle cries that could copy it and return cheap copies to your hand, would let you go infinite and repeat this effect. Part of this combo included Corpse Taker, which would gain a whole mess of keywords if you had a minion in your deck that had them, like Annoyotron, and would be repeated when Shutterwalk was played. It was also part of a briefly S-tier wild deck, Snip Snap Warlock. Basically, the 3-card 5-mana combo revolved around creating free infinite copies of Snip Snap in your hand and attaching them to the mechs, which included Annoyotron. Somehow, through all sorts of metas, Annoyotron always finds a way to be there, whether it be the core set, in Battlegrounds, or even as a playable hero. Although Annoyotron is no longer in Hearthstone Battlegrounds. And at number 4, we have Toxaphene. This neutral 1-mana 1/2 Warlock gives a friendly Murloc Poisonous, a keyword which causes any minion damaged by it to be destroyed. Toxaphene was a tier 4 minion before being removed because of how broken it was. And unlike Battlegrounds, Poisonous is really not that great due to how many token minions there are, and how poorly statted most Poisonous minions typically are. That being said, Poisonous does synergize quite well with Murlocs in the base Hearthstone game. The best Murloc deck, being Murloc Shaman, relied on swarming the board with cheap, synergistic Murlocs that could quickly overwhelm your opponent. And with cards like Spawn Pull Forager, Underbelly Angler, and Murloc Tidecaller, this was pretty easy to do. Except when your opponent played a large taunt minion, which you had to sacrifice all of your Murlocs into. With Toxaphene though, a meek Murloc Tinyfin could become a threat and take down any large minion. But what really made Toxaphene amazing was its excellent niche in Wild with Firemancer Flurgle to create an insanely cheap and consistent full board clear. Flurgle is a 2-mana 2/3 Murloc which deals 1 damage to all enemy minions whenever you play a Murloc. And since Hearthstone processes Battlecry effects first, then triggers whenever effects, what would happen is that you would first play Flurgle, play Toxaphene, and target Flurgle. Flurgle would get Poisonous, and decimate your opponent's entire board with its now Poisonous effect. And with the card Ice Fishing, which draws 2 Murlocs from your deck for 2 mana, this is effectively a 3-mana 2-card combo which can very easily be drawn from your deck. It also had the benefit of creating a Poisonous 2/3 Flurgle which could also trade into a large minion and threaten to wipe your opponent's board again. Of course, you always had the chance to draw one of the 2 combo pieces and limit you to only running 2 Murlocs, but it would reliably clear your opponent's board and was so good that it's been included in pretty much every Wild Reno, Combo, and Murloc Shaman deck. The only thing stopping Toxaphene from being higher on this list is how reliant it is on Flurgle to be any good competitively in standard Hearthstone. And at number 3, we have Southsea Captain. Southsea Captain is a neutral 3-mana 3/3 pirate that gives all of your other pirates +1/+1, and is currently a tier 2 minion in Battlegrounds. And to no one's surprise, this card saw exclusively play in pirate decks, where all your other minions could benefit from its great effect. This card was one of the first ever printed in the game, but never really saw success until Patches the Pirate was released. This 1-mana 1/1 with charge, at the time, pulled itself from your deck for free whenever you played a pirate. A pretty common play in Pirate Warrior was to pass on turn 1, play Ship's Cannon on 2, and play Captain on 3, pulling a 2/2 Patches with charge and triggering the cannon twice. And because Patches basically made Captain a 3-mana 5/5, it saw play in a small pirate package in a ton of aggro decks, including the very good on Rogue. This deck, with the upgraded hero power, included a ton of weapon synergy cards, which happened to synergize well with pirates. And with the release of Questline Warrior, this card became a near auto-include in both Wild and Standard. You see, the pirate questline, Raid the Docks, needs you to play 8 pirates in total for the reward, with the first step requiring you to play 3 pirates, then 3, and then finally 2 more. And with so many pirates required, this deck basically had to include as many good pirates as possible to turbo out the quest as fast as possible. And even though Southsea Captain costs 3 mana and is heavily contested for deck space by other 3-mana pirates, he remains a solid choice for pirate builds that want to play around board clears and kill slower decks faster. And at number 2, we have the Vulgar Homunculus. This 2-mana 2/4 Warlock Demon has a taunt and deals 2 damage to your hero when it's played, and was formerly a tier 1 minion in Battlegrounds. And just like in Battlegrounds before its removal, this card's main allure is that it's a pretty efficient 2 mana that synergizes with self-damaging cards. For one, it was a staple card in every Zoo deck since its release as a beefier, stronger, and bigger Voidwalker. Homunculus fit Zoo deck's game plan perfectly as an overstudded minion with a minor downside, since Warlocks didn't really care about damage to themselves unless it put them into range of getting killed from the hand by direct damage spells. Where this card really shined though was in the S tier series of Dark Lair and Questline Warlock decks, which centered on trying to cheat out as much mana as possible by abusing self-damaging cards like Homunculus. When Dark Lair first came out, it was a 3 mana 3/4 that restored 2 mana crystals whenever your hero took damage. The combo with this card, usually as early as turn 3, would be to play Dark Lair and as many cards that damage you and cost 2 mana or less, since they would basically cost no mana. Cards like Cobalt Librarian and Raise Dead would draw cards and gain you mana, Spirit Bomb and Crystallizer would lower your life points for free for Molten Giants, and Vulgar Homunculus was a free 2/4, and with the introduction of the Warlock questline, which could effectively deal infinite damage, Dark Lair Warlock along with Vulgar Homunculus became that much stronger. This deck was so good in Wild, in fact, that it actually caused the Demon Seed to be the second card ever to be banned from Wild, with Homunculus playing a part in being able to complete the quest before turn 5. And if it weren't for how prevalent and game-winning the next card could be sometimes, Homunculus could have definitely taken the number 1 spot, even though the card was removed from Battlegrounds because it was actually pretty terrible in that version of the game. And at number 1, we have Bran Bronzebeard. This 3 mana 2/4 doubles all of your Battlecry effects, which are most on-play effects, and is a current tier 5 minion in Battlegrounds. Bran is another fan favorite, and for good reason. This card basically made a ton of value-centered decks way stronger by essentially doubling the value you got from some cards. And with his fellow setmate Reno, ushered in a new wave of control decks. Even though Bran and Reno didn't synergize directly with each other, they did both help control decks by offering even more value in control matchups, and survivability against aggro decks. Value, for those of you who don't know, is a term Hearthstone players use to talk about cards that do more than perform above their mana cost, or generate more mana than they cost. Often by making high impact plays on the board or by generating new cards. Whether it be by discovering more potions, drawing more cards, invoking more, creating stronger board clears, gaining more armor, or whatever else, there were endless uses for Bran depending on the matchup you were up against. And as a 3 mana 2/4, he could contest the board against aggro decks and was often a must-kill target. And what's funny is that he was useful in tons of control, combo, and some aggro decks. Like mentioned earlier, a vast majority of Hearthstone cards have Battlecries, to the point where it's rare to find a deck that doesn't run a good handful of Battlecry minions. Some of the most creative and competitive uses for Bran, though, were to summon 4 Boom Bots with Dr. Boom to push for lethal, draw 4 cards with Cold Light Oracle to kill your opponent with Fatigue, or to pull 2 minions from your opponent's hand with Dirty Rat while your opponent had a Doomsayer up. Needless to say, Bran had tons of uses and was one of the hardest cards to play optimally. But when he was just about one of the best cards in the game. It's hard to understate just how prevalent and good Bran was in every meta he was in, even if he never enabled an S tier deck. But because of his inclusion in so many busted decks, he definitely deserves to be at the top of this list, and is also just as good over in Battlegrounds. On paper, zero attack minions should just be about the worst minions in the game since they can't attack or deal any damage back when they're attacked. And while they are seemingly useless, all of the entries on this list have effects that make them good enough to see competitive play. And at number 10, we have Mana Tide Totem. This is a 3 mana 0/3 totem for shamans that lets you draw a card at the end of each of your turns. This card is a pretty good example of what to expect on this list, since its only use is as, essentially, a repeatable spell effect as long as it's on the board. Mana Tide has long been a staple of the Shaman class since it's only one of a few card draw options available for it. And barring Ancestral Knowledge, which has always been a mediocre card at best, if you wanted to draw more cards as a Shaman, you just pretty much had to run it. The idea behind this card is that once you play it and end your turn, it immediately draws you a card and has the possibility of drawing you an infinite amount of cards as long as it stays alive. But with only 3 health, which is comparable to a lot of 2-drops, and no attack to defend itself, it was dead easy to kill it if your opponent had developed any sort of board beforehand. It also didn't even pay off unless you kept it alive for at least another turn, since at 3 mana you had to draw at least 2 cards for it to even be comparable to an Arcane Intellect. But despite all these drawbacks, the need for card draw was so bad that most decks put up with it, where it found itself in some of the best decks in the early days of Hearthstone. Unlike other classes, Shaman did have access to some of the best control tools and totem synergy cards in the game, meaning it was very possible to protect and buff it for enough turns in a row for it to completely snowball a game into a win. Unfortunately though, like most of the cards from the classic set, enough cards have been printed in the game to the point where card draw is no longer an issue for Shaman, and with that, Mana Tide Totem fell into obscurity. But because of how much it was played and used well into the game's lifespan, it definitely deserves to be placed in the number 10 spot on this list. And speaking of Shaman cards, and at number 9, we have Spirit of the Frog. This is a 3 mana 0/3 Shaman minion which gives itself stealth for 1 turn, making it untargetable to enemy spells and minions, and has the effect where whenever you cast a spell, This card lets you draw another spell from your deck that costs 1 more mana than the one you just casted. Spirit of the Frog was the definition of a combo enabler, and was just straight up a better version of Mana Tide Totem in basically every Shaman deck. For one, it basically had built-in protection the turn it was played, meaning if you played it on turn 3, you didn't have to worry about it being targeted and dying for free, unlike Mana Tide Totem. And on the following turn, if your deck was set up for it, you can go into crazy chains, ideally starting with a 0-cost spell, playing the 1-cost spell you drew off of Spirit, and basically playing through your entire deck. This strategy was so good that it basically pushed Frog Shaman to be one of the best decks in Standard, and as the new main draw engine in most Wild decks for some time. But where Spirit of the Frog really shined was in Burn Shaman, which tried to burst down your opponent from full using all of the amazing direct damage spells Shamans had access to. For example, if you happen to have Lightning Bloom in hand, which gave you 2 free mana for the turn, you could then Lightning Bolt your opponent, then Crackle them, Lava Burst them, and Overdraft them, dealing up to 20 damage. And since Overdraft would let you draw another 2-cost spell and got rid of your Overload, you were free to continue the chain, if your opponent wasn't already dead yet. And through the combination of other 2 spells to continue the chain, and Diligent Note Taker to copy your important burst spells, it basically made most other forms of spell draw in Shaman obsolete. But because Spirit of the Frog decks are so reliant on drawing it to actually function, most players have opted not to use it because of how inconsistent those decks are. That said, Spirit of the Frog definitely deserves to be on this list for its status as the best draw engine Shaman has to offer, as well as its inclusion in various Tier 1 and Tier 2 decks over the years. And at number 8, we have Bone Web Egg. This 2-mana 0/2 Warlock minion summons 2 2/1 beasts when it dies, or summons them when Bone Web Egg gets discarded. And despite what you might think, discard effects in Hearthstone are nowhere near as broken as you might think they are. Unlike in other card games, all discard effects are random, which means you can't pick which cards get RNG'd into the void. They also don't trigger if you happen to burn them from your deck, so cards like Altar of Fire have no synergy. Despite their limitations though, Discard Warlock has actually been quite a good deck in the past. You see, just like any archetype, once a critical mass of good synergy cards become available, basically any archetype can become viable. And when you know it, Bone Web Egg, along with a new package of discard cards, actually pushed Discard Warlock to have one of the most insane early high rolls ever. Before Bone Web Egg, one of the main problems with discard decks is that even though they have a ton of cards they can discard, and cards that you want to discard, they didn't have a lot of cards that actually wanted to discard. But with the New Age discard package, which included Hand of Gul'dan, which could potentially draw you 3 cards for free, and Bone Web Egg, which was the only other card that could summon itself when being discarded, suddenly Discard Warlock became one of the few good mid-range decks in Wild. These 2 cards helped immensely in shoring up Discard Warlock's problem of board control and draw, to the point where it actually had an unstoppable early game and refuel potential, even by Wild standards. And when paired with Wicked Whispers, which discards your lowest cost card, you could give all of your minions +1/+1 while also summoning 2 3/2 spiders with it. Unfortunately, as good as the potential high rolls were in the deck, the real carry of the deck was the Merchant Hand combo, which was a cool 2-mana draw 3 that would absolutely win most matchups on the spot. But because Bone Web Egg's use was limited to pure discard decks, it can only make it to the number 8 spot on this list. And at number 7, we have Doomsayer. This rather unique 2-mana 0/7 neutral minion has the effect where it destroys all minions on the field, including itself, if it manages to survive until the start of your next turn. This card holds a special place in many long-term veterans' hearts, since Doomsayer was the card that every control deck wanted to have in their opening hand, and worked almost too well against aggro decks. In an ideal world, your opponent would play their 1-drop, you would pass, they would play their 2-drop, and you would play Doomsayer. And since almost no aggro decks back in the day had enough damage to kill the massive 7th health Doomsayer by turn 3, even if it dealt 0 damage back, they'd be forced to waste their turn 3 doing nothing, all while watching their crucial early game board get blown up by Doomslayer. This play alone was usually enough to single-handedly win the match for control decks, since without their early board or tempo to snowball off of, most aggro decks would quickly run out of steam and get crushed by more efficient removal. These early turns were, and still are, so crucial to most aggro decks that it wasn't even a bad play for some control decks to coin out their Doomslayer in turn 1, just so they could preemptively stop their opponent from building up a board. And even when an aggro deck spent their turn 3 using a direct damage spell to help clear a Doomsayer, they'd still be going 1 for 1 and wasting a ton of damage that they could have been using to hit you. Doomsayer was also a very solid card in control versus control matchups during the early days of Hearthstone. Against an opposing Sylvanas, you could play a Doomsayer against her, remove her in some way, which would steal your Doomsayer, pass, and have them blow up their own board at the start of their turn. Or it could even be played behind a friendly taunt minion as a threat to potentially clear your opponent's massive board if left unchecked. Unfortunately, since then, every single class in the game has gotten more surefire, cheap control tools to slow down aggro decks a ton. And I'm sure if the game were as slow as it was a couple of years ago, Doomsayer would still see a ton of play. But with the rise of aggro decks that can easily deal 7 damage on turn 3, and combo decks that don't even want to contest the board, a lot of old school control decks have basically seen no play at all. Unfortunately, aggro decks have become too fast for Doomslayer to deal with, which is why he's only the number 7 spot on this list. And speaking of classic cards, at number 6 we have Summoning Portal. This 4 mana 0/4 Warlock minion makes all of your minions cost 2 mana less, but with a minimum cost of 1 mana. At first glance, this card seems pretty awful considering it's just a more expensive and restrictive version of Sorcerer's Apprentice, but for minions. I mean, just to break even on mana, you'd have to play 2 other minions, and only if they cost 3 or more mana. And I'll admit, this is a pretty weird placement for this card, especially consider that Summoning Portal has been a horrendous card for 99% of its time being printed. But during that other 1% of the time, it has enabled degenerate combo decks so good that it actually forced Blizzard to change one of the core mechanics of the game just to nerf it. So what happened? Well, it all started right before the Boomsday Project expansion was launched, where every player who logged in was given a free copy of Snip Snap. This neutral 3 mana 2/3 legendary mech has the effect where you can fuse it to another mech, you can play 2 repeatable temporary copies of it until the end of your turn, and it summons 2 1/1 mechs after it dies. And if you haven't spotted the combo yet, don't worry, because neither did Blizzard. Because if you manage to have Summoning Portal and Mech Warper on the board, which makes all your mechs cost 1 less mana, it makes all of your copies of Snip Snap cost 0 mana, meaning you can essentially play an infinite amount of stats in one turn by magnetizing them to each other. To this day, I'm still not entirely sure how the interaction worked, considering the text of the Summoning Portal doesn't allow for 0-cost minions, but I think it's because Mech Warper doesn't have the extra limitation. In any case, this deck had the potential to kill you by turn 4 if you drew the nuts, and since all the combo pieces were either free or dirt cheap to craft, the early days of the Boomsday expansion were completely awful to play during, since every game was just who could assemble the infinite Snip-Snap combo the fastest. Since then, Blizzard has changed the actual Echo mechanic so that every generated Echo copy has to cost at least 1 mana, even if it could cost less. But because Summoning Portal did enable an arguably S-tier deck to exist, I've placed it just outside of the top 5 since it did suck in every other scenario. And at number 5, we have Nerubian Egg. This neutral 2 mana 0/2 simply summons a vanilla 4/4 minion when it dies. This card, despite not being able to attack on its own, was actually crazy good for a long time in a lot of aggro decks as a solid turn 2 play. And while it is useless on its own, you've got 28 other cards in your deck that can help bring out its true potential. Nerubian Egg was actually the first egg card Blizzard ever printed, with a ton of spin-offs being printed because of how much fans love the card. It's basically an overstatted 3-drop at the cost of a 2-drop, but it's stuck inside an egg that can't break itself, which was a pretty creative idea at the time and taught players about how 0-attack minions work. Over the years though, players have gotten really creative with trying to get the maximum value out of it, either by forcing opponents to attack into it, buffing its attack to pop itself, triggering its death rattle a bunch of times in spells, or forcing it to die. When it first came out, it was a staple in every Zoo Warlock deck, which tried to overwhelm their opponent with a ton of cheap minions, and did more than you'd think for a 0-attack minion. For one, it offered board clear protection. If an egg was on the board and your opponent played a spell that dealt 2 or more damage to all of your minions, they'd have to deal with a 4/4 Nerubian afterwards. Or if you buffed its attack somehow and killed another minion with it, you'd actually be gaining a massive tempo and mana advantage off of it. In a respectable 4/4, the Nerubian it spawned also diversified an otherwise swarmy Zoo deck, and usually required your opponent to play some sort of single target removal to get rid of it. Years later, Token Druid, another tier 1 deck, picked this card up because of its sheer utility, and made more use of it using the insanely efficient Mark of the Lotus to make it a permanent threat. And even though it doesn't have a notable tribal synergy, the fact that it stuck around for so long after being printed in the first expansion really speaks to how well it was designed, which is why it's placed here at number 5. And at number 4, we have Flame Tongue Totem. This 2 mana 0/3 Shaman Totem gives adjacent minions +2 attack while it's on the board. Flame Tongue has been in the game ever since release and has seen on and off play at the highest level the entire time. In the early days of the game, it saw a lot of play as one of the best aggro tools in the game. Although it may seem incapable of doing much damage because it buffs your minion by +4 attack, it can rack up a ton of damage in just a couple of turns. Pair that with the Shaman hero power that summons minions for you to buff with it, and some of the most unstoppable early game threats early Hearthstone has ever seen, and you were almost always guaranteed to get maximum value off of it. And because Flame Tongue gives the attack boost to adjacent minions immediately, it's effectively a 2 mana 4 attack minion that lets you attack immediately, meaning you can easily dominate board control against other temple decks, or punish control decks for being too slow. Later on, when Baku and Gen were printed, Shaman became even better at swarming the board with totems, since Gen made your hero power cost 1 mana if you only included even cost minions, and because Flame Tongue Totem costs 2 mana, it saw staple play in this tier 1 deck and made all of the seemingly harmless totems your hero power summoned into immediate threats. And because Flametongue Stone's effect was tied to an aura effect, if your opponent happened to kill an adjacent minion, a new one would slide in where the other one died and would also get buffed. This mechanic of Flametongue has been so influential, in fact, that it's also one of the main reasons why most players and pros still take a second or two to consider their minions' board positioning, just because Flametongue Totem and other similar cards have been so prevalent at one point. Even now, despite getting hit with 2 nerfs, Flametongue Totem is still on the rise, with both Standard and Wild getting their own share of competitive Totem synergy cards, and while even Shaman is currently a low tier 2 deck in Wild, its complete dominance for years in Wild definitely earns it a top 4. And at number 3, we have Runic Egg. This neutral 1 mana 0/2 simply lets you draw a card when it dies. If you've seen our last couple of videos, you know that we love 1 mana draw 1 effects, and Runic Egg definitely fits that category. The only problem is Runic Egg is about 100 times harder to use and get value off than just about every other cheap cycle card out there. So why is it in the top 3 on this list? Well, if you asked me this a couple years ago, I'd probably wonder that too. But since then, there have been a ton of changes to the meta that have made it worth running. For one, since the release of Runic Egg almost 6 years ago, Warlock has become the de facto control king in Hearthstone, with some of the most greedy, slow, and dominant decks owing their success to the amazing control spells the class has to offer. And while I won't list every great control tool Warlock has to offer, some of the best ones have amazing synergy with the egg. Defile, a classic Warlock staple, is a 2-mana spell that deals 1 damage to all minions and repeats it if it kills one. Has immediate synergy with the egg as both a way to pop it and has 2 health minion to continue the Defile chain. Plague of Flames, another great spell, at just 1 mana destroys all of your minions and destroys a random enemy minion for each one, pairs amazingly well with egg, since it lets you destroy an extra enemy minion basically for free. This New Age control package was especially good in Mecha'thun Warlock decks, which tried to empty their hand, deck, and battlefield as quickly as possible, so they could trigger Mecha'thun's Death Rattle effect to instantly win the game. And while you may be skeptical about how good a literally dead card was, Mecha'thun Warlock has been a tier 1 deck in Wild multiple times owing to the extra draw the egg provides. It's also one of the cheapest card draw options out there that can be nuked by Hemet Jungle Hunter, which greatly helped the deck's consistency and speed at which it gets to its Mecha'thun combo. And while Runic Egg has mostly fallen out of favor, its crucial ability to cycle through some of the best decks in Wild has not gone unnoticed. And at number 2, we have Naval Mine. This neutral 2 mana 0/2 mech deals 4 damage to your opponent when it dies, which is very in flavor of what you'd expect a mine to do. What isn't expected though is how good this card is for what effectively is a pack filler. Somehow, through the power of synergy and scammy rogue cards, Wild players immediately abuse this card in one of the most unstoppable combo decks of all time. And while the actual combo doesn't actually deal 30 damage, its surprisingly good early game and intractable combo made it quite the force to deal with. Naval Mine didn't have it all great though, and was thought of as a pure meme deck for quite a while. After all, you'd probably expect some sort of big, complicated mess of a strategy to work, instead of random mine triggering a bunch of times and killing you. But the only reason why this deck was even able to exist was because out of every minion out there, Naval Mine has the single best ratio of direct damage to cost in the game. And with all the ways Rogues has to accumulate to trigger death rattles in a single turn, it's no wonder Mine Rogue became a top combo deck in Wild for a time. So what you do to set up the combo beforehand was first play Snowfall Graveyard, a spell which made all your death rattle triggers twice for 3 turns. Necrium Blade, a weapon which triggered a death rattle when it broke, and set it to 1 durability. Then on the combo turn, you'd play Sketchy Information, which would also trigger a Mine's death rattle, Naval Mine, break the Necrium Blade, and deal around 27 damage. But because this combo doesn't really use any floodgate-prone cards, like a ton of Battlecry minions or spells, Mine Rogue, as it's called, is a surprisingly resilient combo deck. Unfortunately, despite being a key card in a very good Wild deck, I can only place Naval Mine at number 2 spot on this list because of Prince Renathal. This card lets decks that play him start the game with 40 cards and 40 health, which effectively puts any decks that run him out of range of Naval Mine, and makes the matchup pretty much impossible to win. But unlike Naval Mine, the next card on this list has no problems dealing with Renathal decks. And at number 1, we have Spirit of the Shark. This 4 mana 0/3 rogue minion, like Spirit of the Frog, makes itself untargetable by enemy attacks and spells for 1 turn, and also doubles the effects of all battle cries and combo minions you play. And for those of you who don't know, the battlecry keyword triggers when you play the card from your hand, and the combo keyword is just like a battlecry, except you need to have played at least 1 other card during your turn beforehand for the effect to trigger. As you'd probably guessed by now, this card is every combo player's dream card, and has accordingly enabled some of the most degenerate, unfair, and crazy combo decks of all time. Well, in Wild that is. In Standard, there were no good combo win conditions that really need you to double your minions' effects to work, and was only really played as a way to make your giant Edwin combos even bigger. Wild players, on the other hand, had access to all of the most disgusting combo enablers of the past and present, and eventually created Pillager Rogue, which tried to play as many cards in 1 turn as possible to deal that amount of damage to their opponent's face using their namesake card. This was the single best combo deck to beat in the format for a while, and no deck, no matter how aggressive or tanky, could ever truly get out of range of its one-turn combo kill. You see, after setting up Spear of the Shark on turn 4, this deck could easily OTK your opponent on turn 5, since pretty much every card in the deck had a Battle Cry or combo effect that could generate more cards, reduce the cost of those cards, or let you replay those cards over and over again. Its reign as the single best deck in WoW didn't last for long though, since every other deck started running cards that either disrupt or outpace the inevitable Pillager Rogue combo. Despite Renathal killing basically every other OTK deck out there, Pillager Rogue is still a top threat in Wild, with its only weakness being its insanely high skill ceiling. With such a large number of cards required to play during the combo turn, it's almost inevitable that most players, including pros, will miss out on some damage or be unable to play their hand before their turn timer runs out. And when the only limitation to your deck is how good of a player you are, I'd say it's hardly a drawback. And because Spear of the Shark helped enable Pillager Rogue to become one of the most recent Tier 1 decks in Wild, and still sees competitive play to this day, it has to be named the best zero attack minion in the game. The Curse of Naxxramasset, or Nax as it's more commonly called, was Hearthstone's first ever expansion and drastically shook up the meta when it first came out. And while they are among the oldest cards in the game, that doesn't mean they haven't been good. In fact, many of these cards' lists have had a massive recent resurgence in the meta. And at number 10, we have the Undertaker. This neutral 1-mana 1/2 minion gains +1 attack and health whenever you summon a Death Rattle minion, a keyword which only triggers after the minion it's attached to dies. And just as a side note, Undertaker's text is written in such a way that any Death Rattle minions you play also trigger it, since playing a minion also counts as summoning it. When you first look at this card, you may not think too much of it, especially considering it's only a 1-mana 1/2 that requires you to play a lot of Death Rattles to work. After all, there have been tons of busted 1-drops over the years that scale way harder and have more deck synergy. So it may surprise you to hear though, that as soon as Nax was released, this card immediately became the best card in the game. You see, although there weren't too many cheap Death Rattle minions at the time, hunters had just enough access to make for an insanely fast aggro deck, trying to play as many minions as fast as possible. In fact, just playing Undertaker and any aggressive Death Rattle minion alongside it pretty much forced every other deck in the game to immediately respond to it, either gaining you mana advantage or outright winning the game because of how much pressure it put out. And even if this deck did happen to whiff on drawing any Death Rattle minions, the looming threat of a potential 1-mana 3/4 or greater eventually forced Blizzard to nerf it to only gain +1 attack whenever you summon a Death Rattle minion, in one of Hearthstone's earliest balance changes ever. But like most nerfs, this seemingly innocuous change completely tanked Undertaker's viability since it could no longer scale its own health to grow out of range of certain removal spells. Years later, in a round of nerf reverts to old cards, Undertaker returned to its old state, but by then the meta in Wild had moved so fast that it was largely forgotten. It did see some play as a premier 1-drop in Death Rattle Demon Hunter though, since their support cards did recently get buffed, but its lack of Death Rattle itself and low health for a modern 1-drop make it far outclassed in today's fast-paced metagame. I decided to put Undertaker in the number 10 spot on this list above some more popular fan favorites, because even though none of these cards see any play today, Undertaker was the only one of them to have both been a near S-tier deck, and been so good at one point that it needed to get nerfed. And at number 9, we have Death's Bite. This 4-mana 4/2 warrior weapon has the effect where it deals 1 damage to all minions when it breaks. This card is just one of the best mid-range weapons, and has everything you'd ever want on one. For one, its high attack means that you'll be able to very easily kill all minions that come out by turn 4. And while its low durability may seem like an issue, it also ensures you'll be able to break it if you need it so you can get off its whirlwind effect. At launch, Death's Bite immediately became a staple in Warrior because of how unusually efficient of a card it was, and as the best control class in the game at the time, with access to some of the best removal, survivability, and board clears in the game, Control Warrior actually stood as one of the best decks for a long time. One of the main reasons was actually because of Death's Bite, since it could contest both aggro and mid-range boards very well. With 2 durability and enough attack to clear most early game minions, Death Bite could easily go 2 for 1 while also clearing any 1 health minions with its Death Rattle. In fact, one of the cooler things you were able to do with it was to first clear out an enemy minion with it, and hold on to it at 1 durability to deter your opponent from ever flooding the board. Or with the 1 durability you had left, you were also able to clear any 5 health minion, since Death Bite's Death Rattle would finish it off. The astute amongst you might recognize, though, that its wording implies that it would also deal 1 damage to all of your other minions. But for the most part, this slight drawback either didn't matter since Control Warrior didn't use many minions, or can actually benefit from it by using cards like Acolyte of Pain. This Death Rattle was so good on a weapon actually that it helped to make Grim Patron Warrior the single best deck in the game, since players would often hold Death's Bite and break it on their combo turn so they could flood their entire board with Grim Patrons. And while Death's Bite is much too slow for any modern metagame, the fact it was so good that even aggro pirate warriors considered using it makes it definitely deserve a spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Haunted Creeper. This neutral 2-mana 1/2 beast has an effect where it summons 2 vanilla 1/1 non-beast tokens when it dies. Out of all the cards in this list, Creeper is actually pretty unique because it relies entirely on its own stats to be good. Whereas other Naxxramas cards have unique effects that have all aged well with increasing power levels of the game, Creeper pretty much relies on summoning normal 1/1s. So why is Haunted Creeper on this list instead of other staples? For one, Creeper just has a ton of stats for a 2-drop without a significant downside. While not entirely accurate in practice, if you add up all the stats on Creeper, it totals out to be a 2-mana 3/4, which is an amazing stat line that usually comes with some heavy costs. The caveat being that it's only a 2-mana 1/2 that does nothing when it first comes out, with its Death Rattle being easily clearable by any small board clear. But because its Death Rattle almost always forces your opponent to respond to it, smart opponents will try as hard as they can to not pop it too early. Pretty much no 1-drop or 2-drops can completely kill all parts of the spider without dying itself or investing at least 3 attacks into it. And when most aggro mid-range decks want to stay on the board for as long as possible, it's pretty clear to see why Creeper hung around the meta for so long. There were almost too many early decks that ran this thing, even if it had little to no synergy, ranging from Zoolock to Face Hunter to Beast Druid, and even find itself in Totem Shaman. But by far the most dominant deck this card has ever been in was Token Druid, which abused Druid's amazing board wipe buffs and protection spells to create a threatening swarm of minions that could also spawn a new wave of minions when they all died. This deck, more than pretty much every other deck in the game, needed to stay on the board to win, and used a ton of cards that either swarmed the board or protected the board you had. Mark of the Lotus pretty much single-handedly made this deck very competitive, and got better the more minions on board you had. So Creeper either deterred your opponent from using board clears, or helped to push damage faster if it did die. It's not even that bad of a 2-drop in casual decks, especially because of how well parts of it can stick around, even if it sees almost no play today. And at number 7, we have Nurubar Weblord. This neutral 2-mana 1/4 makes every Battlecry minion cost 2 more mana while it's on the board. For those of you who haven't played Wild in a while, this may come as a shock to you as to why Weblord is even on this list. This card was so bad when Naxx first came out that almost every big YouTuber recommended new players to disenchant the card, even if it was only for a laughably small amount of dust. And at the time, they were pretty spot on. When Weblord came out in the first set of the game, everybody ignored it because it didn't have a premium stat line and often hurt you just as much as your opponent. But despite its rocky start, Weblord could probably make it onto the top 10 list for awful cards that became god tier staples later on. Now, ordinarily, a 1/4 is pretty bad since it'll just die to any normal 2/3 minion, but in the modern Wild format, being a 2-mana 1/4 is actually an amazing stat line, since it can clear through the swarms of 1-health minions out there, and can live most early spell removals. You see, compared to the early days of Hearthstone, almost every good minion has to have an immediate effect on board when they're played. Sometimes it's in the form of a taunt or a board effect, but a vast majority of immediate effects are from battle cries. This is mostly because of the way keywords are written in Hearthstone, since if you want a minion to affect a trigger as soon as it's played, it has to be on a battlecry. That means there are a ton of battlecry minions, all of which are heavily affected by Weblord. This card falls into the rare category of a Floodgate tech card, meaning it punishes certain cards by making them unable to be played. Of course, making battlecry minions cost 2 more may not sound like a lot, but when most games are decided in the first 4 turns, every mana crystal matters. And while Weblord doesn't see play in every deck, it has seen notable inclusion in Evenlock, Tax Paladin, and Token Druid as a way to deny Reno Jackson and other game-winning battlecries. It just goes to show how well Blizzard actually designed the Naxxramas cards, especially since it was the first expansion they ever printed. And while Weblord might have had a slow start, its continual and massive rise gives it a great spot on this list. And at number 6, we have Reincarnate. This 2-mana nature spell for shamans lets you destroy any minion and resummon it at full health. At first, this card looks like a worse version of Astral Healing, a terrible 0-mana card which restores a minion to full health, but it actually does a lot more than that. Reincarnate, as the name suggests, lets you destroy a minion and bring it back to life, and was originally meant to synergize with all the new Death Rattle cards introduced in Naxxramas. For example, if you had a damaged Sludge Belcher, you could cast Reincarnate it to both restore it to full health while also summoning 1/2s for you since it did die. But what's really interesting about this card is that even though the wording suggests it kills and resummons the exact minion that you targeted, it actually summons a fresh copy of that card. What this means is, say your opponent has a Silverhand Recruit and they cast a Dino Size on it. Casting Reincarnate will destroy the 10/10 Recruit and summon a fresh 1/1 Recruit without any enchantments on it. And while it could be used as a makeshift health restore or an enemy silence spell, players managed to abuse its effect years after Naxx release to cheat out huge minions as early as turn 5. This deck, aptly called Big Shaman, used cards like Ancestor's Call and Muck Morpher to cheat out the massive 10 mana minions in their deck. Once on board, would cast Reincarnate to both trigger their game-winning Death Rattle effects while also returning them to their full size. This card, along with Big Shaman, very recently became the single best deck in Wild with the release of 2 insanely powerful Colossal cards, which could summon their extra body parts into the board no matter how they were summoned. Unfortunately, Blizzard had to quickly nerf this deck because of how easily they could summon a turn 1 Yashiraj. But the fact that Reincarnate briefly made it into a modern S-tier deck definitely means it deserves a spot on this list. And at number 5, we have Mad Scientist. This 2-mana 2/2 neutral minion has the effect where it will directly play a random secret from your deck onto the board after it dies. And secrets, for those of you who don't know, are a special type of card that are only active and triggerable during your opponent's turn, and are specific to just a few classes, with mages getting access to 3-mana secrets, rogues and hunters to 2-mana secrets, and paladins to 1-mana secrets. This card was, in short, extremely busted and was on par with the power level of Undertaker. Whether he was in control, mid-range, or aggro decks, pretty much every deck loved having him since he was probably the easiest way in the entire game to cheat out mana. As a 2-mana 2/2, he's still pretty decent at contesting the board, but like most other Death Rattle minions, having low health can actually be an advantage. And when he did finally die, usually after going 1 for 1, not only did Mad Scientist in your deck, he also saved you from having to draw and pay the mana for a card that cost up to 3 mana. It's not like the cards it would pull were bad either. Secrets were already being played before he was printed, and players were happy to play them even if they did happen to draw them. Even in the worst case of Paladin, which only had access to 1-mana secrets, with Avenge, Mad Scientist was still effectively a 2-mana 5/4 that thinned your deck. As a result, he rightfully saw a ton of play in Mage, to the point where he became a must-include card since he could consistently pull off Ice Block, a card so good it had to be moved to the Hall of Fame. Mad Scientist also performed amazingly well in Secret Mage, a long-time tier 1 deck that abused the Critical Mass of Secret synergy cards to deal insane amounts of damage, while also drawing a ton of cards. And while Ice Block still continues to see play to this day in Wild, Mad Scientist has largely been replaced by Ancient Mysteries, a spell which can let you immediately play and draw a 0-mana secret from your deck. But because of his immense amount of play during the first couple of years of Hearthstone's lifetime, Mad Scientist can only make it at the number 5 spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Deathlord. This overstated neutral 3-mana 2/8 minion has Taunt and directly summons a minion from your opponent's deck onto the battlefield when he dies. When Nax was first released, Deathlord was considered to be too risky of a card, with only the most heavy control decks even considering playing it. After all, the downside of summoning one of your opponent's huge minions could potentially lose you the game on the spot if he came out too early, especially if you had no removal. And while Deathlord had an ungodly amount of stats for a 3-drop, they weren't aggressive enough for any serious aggro deck to consider running him. But as aggro decks got faster and faster, most control players realized they needed a good early game to deter shutting down aggro decks before they could snowball too hard. It was only after a couple of expansions after Nax's release that players realized that Deathlord was actually the perfect answer. You see, even if most aggro decks were eventually able to smash through Deathlord's enormous 8 health and directly summon a random minion from the deck, it would often cost them most of their early board to do so. And after all that work, Deathlord would usually only pull a puny 1-drop without activating his battlecry, and would have gone for at least a 2 for 1. This tempo loss was actually so devastating that most aggro decks simply wouldn't attack into a Deathlord until they had either an answer for it, or could play a minion big enough to actually contest it. Deathlord was even good against control and combo decks in the late game, since a well-timed Deathlord could prematurely pull out one of your opponent's win conditions from their deck and kill it before they can do anything about it. Even in today's meta, Deathlord still sees play, but not because of his anti-aggro or anti-combo effect. No, he sees play exclusively because he's the highest health 3-mana minion in the game that Inner Fire Priest can both play and attack with. And along with 2 Divine Spirits, which can quadruple its health, and Inner Fire, which can set Deathlord's attack equal to its health, this extremely cheap and simple combo is one of the fastest ways to kill your opponent in Hearthstone. It's kind of funny that despite all the complexity and mind games Deathlord offers, he's just been reduced to a beefy wall. But because of how good Inner Fire Priest has been of late, preying on slower combo and control decks, Deathlord has to be in the top 5 on this list. And at number 3, we have Voidcaller. This 4-mana 3/4 demon for Warlocks puts a demon from your hand onto the battlefield when it dies. And as a fun fact, every single card from Nax that could put a card directly into the battlefield has been included on this list, and for good reason. Starting to get to the cards that have aged like fine wine, since their strength are largely dependent on how good other cards in the game are, or in this case, how good the demons are for Warlocks. When Voidcaller was first ever printed, it was both laughed at and pitied because of how absolutely abysmal the demon tribe originally was. Because even though Warlocks did have access to Doomguard, the next most competitive demon they had was Failstalker. And although Mad Scientist thinned your deck, Voidcaller actually made you go -2 in card advantage, since it required you to have drawn the demon that you wanted to summon, and cost twice as much mana. But with the release of Kobolds and Catacombs, which introduced some of the best archetype-specific support in the entire game, Warlocks suddenly had access to a nearly unbeatable big demon package. This package was made up of Skull Minari, which let you cheat out a free demon at the start of each of your turns, Possessed Lackey, which was like the demon version of Mad Scientist, and Void Lord, which was the Big Daddy payoff card of the whole deck. These cards basically made every Demon Warlock tier 1 overnight, being included in some notorious decks in the game's history, like Cube Lock, Reno Lock, and even Lock. As time went on, for whatever reason, Blizzard has continuously printed amazing big demon support for Wild, whether it be printing even more good payoff cards, ways to cheat them out, or ways to resummon them after they've died. And during the whole time these decks were rampaging through the meta, Voidcaller was almost always there as the cheapest way to quickly summon a big demon on the board. Although it did have a high enough health total to unintentionally live after attacking, most Warlocks have been running cards like Plague of Flames and Defile to ensure that their Voidcaller died quickly. Some decks even started running Sense Demons, an otherwise terrible card, just so they had the chance to potentially hit Voidcaller combo even more consistently. And because Voidcaller helped make the big demon package the competitive threat it is in Wild today, it definitely deserves to be the number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Poison Seeds. This 4-mana druid spell destroys all minions on both sides of the boards, and summons vanilla 2/2 Trent minions to replace each one that died. If Narubar Weblord made it onto the list of garbage cards that became meta-defining, Poison Seeds could probably take that number 1 spot. When Naxxramas was first released, Poison Seeds was completely trashed on because it didn't really clear anything and could sometimes make small minions even more threatening. And at a pretty pricey 4 mana, it wouldn't do anything to stop early swarmy boards, since it would just replace them with 2/2 tokens. Even against a full board of huge minions, it could still potentially leave up to 14 damage on the board, which would kill you anyway. So, how did Poison Seeds become so good? Did Druids get access to a new 2 damage board clear to pair with Poison Seeds? Or maybe some sort of card which benefited from the number of Trents on board? Nope. Druids have just gotten insanely tanky over the years to the point where they can largely ignore the Trents that Poison Seeds summon. You see, even though heroes by default can have a maximum of 30 health, some classes get access to armor, which can stack infinitely on top of your normal health. And what's funny is that even though Warriors' class identity is how good they are at gaining armor, Druids nowadays blow them out of the water, often stacking more than 30 armor by turn 5. And that's not an exaggeration either. With access to some of the most flexible, efficient, and broken cards in the game, all of which can grant you armor, Poison Seeds became a natural fit. After all, in Wild, the biggest concern you have as a slow deck is if your opponent has a threat that can scale faster than you can gain armor, or if your opponent summons a ton of huge threats that can just punch through your armor. And while most other classes in the game would just put in a couple of hard removal spells to fix this, Blizzard decided that one of Druid's main limitations would be their lack of access to any good removal. Plus, with Spreading Plague, a spell which summons a 1/5 taunt for each minion your opponent controls, dealing with your opponent's board of 2/2s post Poison Seeds is actually quite trivial now. Ordinarily, Poison Seeds would be forgotten about in any other class, but because it's really Druid's only access to a board clear that doesn't target, can destroy minions through stealth, and is essentially a cheaper mass polymorph, pretty much every single control or combo Druid deck in Wild for the past couple of years has run it, and for good reason. And at number 1, we have Lotheb. This neutral 5-mana legendary minion is a 5/5 that when played, makes all of your opponent's spells cost 5 more mana during their next turn. While seemingly simple, this Ancient Nax card is probably one of the best cards in the entire game, and is the face of Wild in my opinion because of its longevity, relevance, and honestly insane power level. I mean, just in today's meta alone, he's used in most of the tier 1 and 2 decks in Wild, and has been like that for a while now. You see, hand disruption is honestly pretty rare in Hearthstone, so any good ways to interfere with your opponent during their turn have been experimented with heavily. Even cards which are easily played around and have one-time effects have still seen a ton of play just because they force your opponent to take a suboptimal turn to play around their effects. And although Lotheb doesn't necessarily stop all effects from being cast, his ability to lock out almost all plays that involve spells takes his strengths to a completely different level. He quite literally bricks half the cards in the meta, but because most swing turns involve at least one spell being cast, he actually has more impact than just working half of the time. His versatility in almost all types of decks and situations helps a ton too in his viability. If you're an aggro deck, you can use him as a way to deny your opponent from playing a crucial board clear. Or if you're a control deck, you can use them as a way to deny your opponent from playing their game-winning combo for an extra turn. Or if you're a combo deck, you can use them as a way to stall aggro decks from drawing or playing their finishers. He even works for any of the previously mentioned uses for any deck that's playing him, and even as just a good proactive turn 5 play. And the fact that he can be used in every deck against every matchup means that he's never a dead draw and always has at least one use, as long as you roughly know what cards your opponent's deck is playing and when they're most likely to play them. Loatheb is a card that will quite literally win games on the spot. As a result, Loatheb has been both a wild staple and a longtime fan favorite card, which is why he definitely deserves to be called the best card to come out of the Naxxramas set. Common rarity cards are the most plentiful and simple cards of the game, to the point where most casual players are able to unpack all of them by the time each expansion cycle ends. That isn't to say they're weak by any means though, as you'll soon find out. Almost every single card on this list has been nerfed or moved to the Hall of Fame at some point, which is Hearthstone's version of the ban list. So in this video, we're going over the best common cards in the game, selecting one card to represent each of the 10 classes. And at number 10, for the Hunter class, we have Rapid Fire. This 1-mana spell lets you deal 1 damage and has Twin Spell, which is a keyword which adds an extra copy of that card to your hand after you cast it. Almost every single Twin Spell card that has ever been printed over the years has been overpriced, but most of them still manage to be quite good. You see, the way Blizzard balanced Twin Spell cards was by adding a 1-mana tax to having the keyword, since it essentially puts you +1 in card advantage if you manage to use both halves of the spell. And although cards like Air Raid and Rapid Fire have alternatives that cost 1 mana less, or significantly less in the case of Blessing of the Ancients, all of these cards have seen play at one point or another. So why did we choose Rapid Fire to represent the Hunter class instead of Starving Buzzard, which was recently reverted to its game-breaking state from Alpha? Or Explosive Trap, which has been in nearly every single Hunter deck? Well, even though Rapid Fire hasn't been out for that long, it's also the main reason why Hunter's best overall deck to date has been so consistent and powerful. Questline Hunter, which is a deck centered around playing spells that deal damage, loved playing any damage spell so they could turbo out their quest reward, Tavish Master Marksman, which, for the rest of the game, lets you reuse your 0-mana hero power every time you cast a spell. In total, the questline requires you to play 6 damaging spells and upgrade your hero power with each step. And since Rapid Fire essentially gives you 2 1-mana spells that deal damage for the price of only drawing 1 card, if you drew Rapid Fire, you were almost guaranteed to drop a turn 5 Tavish and win the game on the spot. And once you were in the machine gun form, no deck, even in Wild, could stop the insane amount of burst damage this deck provided. Odd Questline Hunter was especially notorious for this, since with a 3 damage hero power provided by Baku at the start of the game, and a ton of ways to draw spells, this deck could easily deal over 45 face damage during a game if needed. Rapid Fire even had to be reworked to cost 2 mana and deal 2 damage just so Odd Questline Hunter couldn't play it. Even that wasn't enough though, and variants of Questline Hunter still continue to see play in Wild to this day. As ridiculous as this might initially sound, Questline Hunter is probably the weakest tier 1 deck any of these common cards has helped make on here, which is funny considering it dominated the Standard and Wild ladder for months. The rest of this list is just filled with such insane cards that I had to only place Rapid Fire at 10th, but it is by no means bad. And speaking of twin cards, and at number 9, for the Demon Hunter class, we have Twin Slice. This 0-mana spell gives your hero +1 attack this turn and adds a 2nd slice to your hand, which is also a 0-mana spell that gives your hero +1 attack. This card essentially works exactly like if it had the Twin Spell keyword on it, but I think Blizzard didn't want to include an expansion-specific keyword on a card in the first Demon Hunter set. Demon Hunter was Hearthstone's 10th class and was added 6 years after launch in early 2020, and to compensate for having so few cards, Blizzard decided to make the class pretty good. This pick for the Demon Hunter class was actually really hard because pretty much every card in the initial set was nerfed within just a couple of weeks, and they weren't just decent or strong. In Standard, the sole tier 1 deck until a critical mass of cards been nerfed was variations of Tempo Demon Hunter, which tried to cram as many broken cards into it as possible. One of the main win conditions of this deck, if it somehow ever managed to lose board control, was to use an Ultra Skull combo. Ultras has the effect where he dealt 1 damage to all enemies after you casted the leftmost or rightmost card in your hand. And unlike other card games where you can freely shuffle your hand, not being able to was now a core part of the Hearthstone class. With Ultras and the insane mana discounting and card draw provided by pre-nerf Skull, it was very easy to deal over 5 damage to all enemies in a single turn. The only real limitation was if you ever had expensive cards clog up your leftmost and rightmost slot in your hand, but that wasn't an issue with Twin Slice, since the 2nd slice card you generated always got added to the rightmost side of your hand. And while Twin Slice was amazing as a combo continuer in Standard, after its nerf to its current state, it inadvertently made Demon Hunter the best deck in Wild instead. This new deck was called Odd Demon Hunter, and used exclusively odd costed cards, like Twin Slice, so that Baku could upgrade its basic hero power at the start of the game. And with the combination of an insanely efficient hero power, other busted Demon Hunter cards, and an insane amount of burst potential, this deck became a very solid tier 1 deck in Wild, even after several rounds of nerfs. Since the current Twin Slice adds a second slice to your hand, you don't have to commit both parts if you just want to use one half to kill a small minion or save it for a different turn. Either way, every deck loved the cheap burst damage and removal flexibility it provided, and nearly every single Demon Hunter deck, whether it be combo, tempo, or control, ran it at some point. Not many cards can say they saw more play in Wild after getting supposedly nerfed, but because Demon Hunter as a whole hasn't been doing so great as of lately, Twin Slice can only make the number 8 slot on this list. And at number 8, for the Rogue class, we have Shadow Step. This 0 mana spell lets you return a friendly minion to your hand and makes it also cost 2 mana less. This card, for as common as it is in other card games, is just as amazing in Hearthstone as you would expect. Out of all the classes in Hearthstone, Rogues are mostly known for their insane tempo plays and one-turn kill combos that they can manage to pull out of thin air. Luckily, Shadow Step was the glue that held both of these types of decks together ever since beta. Picking Shadow Step as the best Rogue common was honestly a really hard pick, since a lot of Rogue staples, like Backstab and Eviscerate, have seen a similar amount of play. But after thinking about it, Shadow Step has enabled and been included in most of Rogue's really strong decks. In Alpha, Shadow Step was a big reason why Miracle decks, basically the only competitive deck Rogues had for a long time, was able to combo so many cards together with Auctioneer or beef up a 2020 Edwin. Even in Classic format, an Evergreen format where only cards from that set are allowed, Miracle Rogue is by far the best deck in the higher ranks, because of how much potential burst damage it can do when piloted by a skilled player. Later on, it also helped create one of the most controversial decks in the game, Caverns Rogue. This deck centered around playing 4 minions with the exact same name, and gave you a reward which set the stats of all of your minions to become 5/5. This deck was insane, and only limited by how lucky you can get drawing duplicate minions from your deck. Luckily, with the help of Shadow Step, it became trivially easy to bounce minions back and forth from your hand to finish the quest by turn 5. And with the help of multiple 5/5 boars that could attack immediately, you basically had to hope that your opponent didn't get lucky or knew how to play the game. And even fairly recently, Shadow Step helped Rogues rebuild their former glory by enabling Pillager Rogue, which was one of the best decks in Wild for a good amount of time. This deck, like all the previous ones, required you to play as many cards as possible in a single turn, so that Spectral Pillager could deal direct damage to your opponent. And in addition to letting you repeat a minion's battlecry for 2 mana less, to make the whole combo go over smoother, it also lets you reduce the cost of a crucial minion for your combo turn. In fact, a pretty common play was the Shadow Step Scams with a Spirit of the Shark to effectively gain you 12 free mana to easily clear 30 damage with Spectral Pillager's effect. While it wasn't as glamorous as a card as Fillet Fighter or Conceal, Shadow Step was a core card that made every degenerate combo rogue deck that much better. And at number 7, for the Warrior class, we have N'Zoth's First Mate. This 1 mana 1/1 pirate equips your hero with a vanilla 1/3 weapon. This card, along with Bloodsail Cultists, were the first non-rogue and non-neutral pirates to ever be printed. So if you hate playing against Pirate Warrior and 90% of modern aggro decks, you have these two to thank. N'Zoth's First Mate, soon after the standard Wild Ladder split occurred, was mostly played in Temple Warriors and Dragon Warriors, just because of how good they were for taking early game board control. N'Zoth's First Mate in particular was great at this, since it offered a 1/1 body on board and a 1/3 weapon that could trade into and kill most opposing 1-drops your opponent tried to put out. And while there was some pirate support cards at the time, N'Zoth's First Mate really took off after the OG version of Patches was first printed. At the time, Patches was a 1 mana 1/1 pirate that summoned itself from your deck after you played any pirate and could attack immediately. And if you think this card is just another bad legendary, like almost every single big YouTuber did at the time, you'd be on the same boat. Unfortunately, Patches, even after getting nerfed, is still one of the best cards of all time and is arguably the most influential. This little pirate shaped how every single aggro, control, and combo deck has built their deck ever since his release. The main draw of him is the numerous things he does for you with his simple effect. For one, he gives you a free 1/1 stats when you first play a pirate, which is extremely crucial on the first turn of the game when every stat point matters. He also thins your deck by 1 card, which may not sound like a lot, but does in Hearthstone where every deck only contains 30 cards. But in order to improve your odds of drawing a specific card and drastically improving your early game, he needs to be pulled out by another pirate as soon as possible. And with N'Zoth's First Mate, you can effectively establish 2/2 worth of stats, have a 1/3 weapon you can immediately swing with, and thin your deck for all just 1 mana. This 1-turn play, along with a myriad of amazing pirate and weapon synergy cards, has allowed Pirate Warrior to consistently be tier 1 or 2, despite the ever-increasing power creep of the game. It's really hard to overstate how prevalent and dominant Pirate Warrior has been in the game's history, since it's existed in some form or another for the past 5 years. In fact, N'Zoth's First Mate has been in every single version of Pirate Warrior ever since it was printed, with its latest deck inclusion being in Questline Warrior. This version of Pirate Warrior especially loved N'Zoth's First Mate, since it's the only way they can equip weapons besides Ankar. In the end, I chose not to give Blood Deckhand, which was arguably stronger after its buff, because it didn't inspire Blizzard to print more Pirate Warrior cards, unlike N'Zoth's First Mate, and was quickly reverted. And at number 6, for the Paladin class, we have Righteous Protector. This 1-mana 1/1 has Taunt, a keyword which forces all enemies to attack it, and Divine Shield, a keyword which negates the first amount of damage it takes. Taunt and Divine Shield on their own aren't really the best keywords to put on a minion, but together they make for a really good combo. Taunt on its own nowadays has really fallen off, since most of them can be one-shotted by a huge attacker, and offer pretty much no value. But with Divine Shield, it requires at least 2 attacks to get through, even from 2 huge attackers. There's a good reason a Noyotron has seen so much play over the years, but Righteous Protector takes it one step further. Only sacrificing 1 health point to cost a whole 1 mana cheaper, Righteous Protector is essentially a 1 mana 2/2 with Taunt and requires 2 attacks to kill it. This is an amazing deal, and was a good reason why it saw a ton of play in Paladin decks that wanted a good early game buff target, a cheap stalling minion, or a way to contest the early game board. Righteous Protector did it all, and most notably saw play in Odd Paladin, Pure Paladin, Hand Buff Paladin, and Cheese Paladin. In Wild, she saw staple play as a way to protect the board of Silverhand recruits Odd Paladin would summon with their hero power, and annoying opposing aggro decks. And while she couldn't stop board clears, the protection she did provide was often enough to close out games with buffed up recruits. While Odd Paladin wasn't the most popular deck, it did boast some of the highest win rates in Wild at times, preying on every deck without at least 3 ways to deal with a board full of 1/1s. And after she was reintroduced into the core set, which let her be playable in Standard again, she saw play as the premier 1-drop of the format. With a ton of good buff cards in the format and very few good silence cards, she was guaranteed to have utility. Even now in Wild, she combos really well with other Paladin staples, like Grimsteed Outfitter and Hand of Adal, which could both buff Righteous Protector to be a major early game threat. As you'll soon see, when a card is great in the early game and great in the late game, you know that it's an amazing card. And at number 5, for the Shaman class, we have Ice Fishing. This 2-mana spell simply lets you draw 2 Murlocs when played. This card, unlike a lot of the other cards of this list, is actually pretty weak independently, but is here for a good reason. Although you may think of typical Murlocs as being weak, bad minions, Blizzard has actually been printing some very good expensive ones that aren't meant for typical Murloc decks. The real reason that Ice Fishing is in the top 5 on this list is because of a 2 Murloc combo involving Fire Mancer Fergal and Toxaphene. Most aggro decks typically only have 2 instant lose conditions, when their opponent plays Reno Jackson, or when their opponent kills them. Ice Fishing, on the other hand, introduced a third potential lose condition for Shamans to abuse against every single deck out there, because of how insane the combo is. Basically, the only setup for these was 2 specific Murlocs in your deck, and playing Ice Fishing when you needed to. Then, on the combo turn, all you had to do was play Flurgle, a 2-mana Murloc which dealt 1 damage to all enemies after you played a Murloc, and Toxaphene, a 1-mana Murloc that gives another friendly Murloc Poisonous, an effect which lets a minion destroy any other minion it damages. So since Hearthstone processes battle cries before whenever it triggers, Toxaphene's battle cry would first give Flurgle Poisonous. Then the game would register that a Murloc was played, then Flurgle's effect would trigger. And since Flurgle would deal 1 damage to all enemy minions, damaging them, they would all be poisonous and die instantly to Flurgle's effect. It was essentially a 2-card, 3-mana combo which cleared only your opponent's board, and left you with a 1/2 and a 2/3 minion with Poisonous. And unlike other card games, there are no effects that stop Poisonous from killing your minions in Hearthstone, unless they have Divine Shield, making this combo as inevitable as it is unstoppable. Not only does it thin your deck by 2 cards, which is one of the main reasons why Patches is so good, as we've explained earlier, but a 1-card, 5-mana, 1-sided board clear is still unmatched by any other class or card combination, period. You could even play Ice Fishing on turn 2 and play the Flurgle Toxaphene board clear as early as turn 3 if you really need a board clear. And while this combo is very new and hasn't seen as much play as other aggro Shaman cards, like Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, and Crackle, the only good Shaman decks seen play right now are free Shaman variants, which all use Ice Fishing package as a get-out-of-jail-free card. It was honestly really hard picking the best common Shaman card since almost every good Shaman deck is so different from the last one. But like our other choices, we rank cards higher depending on how powerful the format it was played in, and for how long it was played for. And since Flurgle Toxaphene combo has made every deck more weary about building a huge board against Shamans, I think Ice Fishing deserves to be called the best common shaman card. And at number 4, for the Druid class, we have Oaken Summons. This 4-mana spell gives you 6 armor, which is additional health for your hero, and directly summons a minion from your deck that costs 4 or less mana. When Oaken Summons was first printed, it was sort of brushed aside as a niche control tool, since the best target for it, at the time, was Ironwood Golem. The great thing about unconditional summons in card games, though, is that as more and more cards get printed, the more likely they are to become better over time, and that's exactly what happened when Zoldrak Ritualist was first printed, which effectively made Oaken Summons a 4-mana 3/9 that gives you 6 armor, since battle cries don't trigger in Hearthstone if a minion is cheated out. And even though you had the chance to draw patches, a term Hearthstone players use for drawing useless cards that you want to keep in your deck, this small combo was so good at stopping aggro decks that almost every non-aggro druid started running this package. But what really propelled Oaken Summons onto this list is after Injured Marauder and Archmage Vargoth were printed a couple of years later. Injured Marauder was just a bigger and beefier version of Zoldrak Ritualist. That was much better to play if you did happen to draw it, while Vargoth was just a generically good card that could repeat a spell you cast that turn. And if played as early as turn 4, Oaken Summons would, ideally, pull Vargoth from your deck, it would recast Oaken Summons since it was the only spell you played that turn, pull a full health Marauder from your deck, all while netting you 12 armor. While this is basically a game-winning play against most aggro decks, the fact that Oakens creates a very threatening 5/10 that can quickly kill your opponent, summons a 2/6 must-kill target, and nets you an insane amount of armor, all for just 4 mana, definitely makes it one of the most proactive plays you can make in the game. And even though you have the chance to whiff by summoning the Marauder first, or by drawing all of your 4 costs, or if you ever include any of the minions that cost 4 or less mana, when this chain reaction does go off, it's still nearly unstoppable. In fact, this combo is the main reason why druids are able to play such slow, stally decks in Wild, while having virtually no early game. All they have to do is survive the early game is to mana ramp as fast as possible, draw cards, and play Oaken Summons to completely stabilize against aggro decks. That's not even mentioning how a single turn with an untouched Vargoth can completely ruin your opponent's game, since a couple of good repeated spells can also just win you the game. These days, Druid is doing quite well. But this was another hard pick because of how many good rarity staples there are in Wild, but I ultimately decided on including Oaken for its massive swing potential and increasing relevance in Druid over the past couple of years. And at number 3, for the Priest class, we have Northshire Cleric. This 1-mana 1/3 minion has the effect where, whenever a friendly or enemy minion is healed, you get to draw a card. This card is probably one of the most busted cards of all time that still hasn't gotten a nerf yet, and for good reason. In addition to being a 1-mana 1/3, which by the way is the best stat line on a 1-mana card which they can have, has a perfect ability that synergizes with its stat line and class. Cleric is still truly one of the most splashable cards in the game that can be played in nearly every good priest deck. At worst, Cleric can go 1-for-1 with most 1-drops, and trading evenly against 2/2s. In practice though, 1/1s and 2/1s are extremely common because of the prevalence of pirates, meaning Cleric can very often go 2-for-1, and with the help from the Priest Hero Power, healing your Cleric for 2 health, keeping it alive, and drawing a card for 2 mana is very much worth it, and was the main method Priest used to stall during different metas. For that reason, Priests and Control players alike loved the grindy control nature of Cleric, who could very often stay alive during an entire game, drawing cards for you while you healed your other minions. A fan favorite combo was to play Wild Pyromancer, which dealt 1 damage to all minions whenever you played a spell, and Circle of Healing, which healed all minions for 4, while a Cleric was on the board to kill 1 health minions and draw a ton of cards. You see, although Priests are able to generate cards and value from keeping their minions alive, there really aren't that many ways to just draw cards in Priests. This was a huge part of why most good Priest decks needed a way to generate extra cards. Otherwise, they tend to just run out of steam. In fact, she was one of the only reasons why Reno Priest thrived for so long in Wild, since she stalled in the early game and offered much needed card draw in the late game. This is another Titan deck in Wild that existed for so long, people were certain that it would exist in some form or another until the game died. This deck basically revolved around playing Shadow Reaper Anduin to get Void Form hero power, which lets you deal 2 damage and refresh every time you played a card, Razah the Chained to make Void Form cost 0, and a ton of cheat cards. The idea was that with a free Void Form and a ton of cheap cards, you could machine gun down your opponent from full health, which could happen very quickly. Nowadays though, her high health is extremely valuable in Inner Fire Priest and not much else. This new and improved deck basically tries to buff up the health of an early game minion as much as possible, double it a couple of times with Divine Spirit, set the minion's attack to equal its health, and crash into their opponent for a 1-turn kill. It just so happens that this deck's damage is exponential, so any extra health they can get, like on a Northshire Cleric, makes every minion this deck puts out a threat. And because of her integral role in basically every old school Razakis and Inner Fire Priest deck, she definitely deserves a spot on this list, even if Power Word Shield is a very close second. And at number 2, for the Mage class, we have Sorcerer's Apprentice. This 2-mana 3/2 simply makes every spell cost 1 mana less to play while this minion is on the field. This should be no surprise to anyone that's played Mage before Apprentice's harsh nerf, since a flat mana discount on all spells for just 2 mana is absolutely insane. This is probably by far the worst example of mana cheating, a term Hearthstone players have for paying way less for an effect that's intended, completely dominating the direction of a class has gone towards ever since the game's release. While on paper, it may seem like discounting the cost of spells by only 1 mana may not seem like such a big deal, especially since Priest has their own version that has seen significantly less play. What Priest doesn't have, though, is access to an insane number of good spells and spell synergy cards that Mage does. This card was a must-include in nearly every Tempo Mage, Combo Mage, Quest Mage, and otherwise gimmicky Mage deck out there. At first, when spells weren't as powerful as they are now, Apprentice was played as a good proactive 2-drop that had the chance to cheat out some of your biggest spells sooner if it managed to survive on board. The first real friend that made Apprentice insane was Flamewaker, which was a 3-mana minion that randomly dealt 2 damage to enemies whenever you casted a spell. And while a 3-mana cost to randomly deal 2 damage may not seem that good, with just 1 Sorcerer's Apprentice and a couple of 1-mana spells, an old-school Tempo Mage could easily have the momentum to win by turn 5. And as Mage got more and more support cards that shored up all of their weaknesses, like having bad 1-mana cards and running out of steam too quickly, Apprentice was there the whole time ensuring you could play your entire hand and kill your opponent in 1 turn. All of this culminated in Quest Mage, which was one of the few S-tier decks in the game's history that still remained a tier 1 in Wild for years after getting nerfed, which is still unmatched to this day. Quest Mage was a combo deck that required you to cast spells that didn't start in your deck in order to get the reward Time Warp, which gave you an extra turn. This deck was broken beyond belief due to how fast the quest could be completed by the critical mass of spell generation cards in Mage, the insane mana discounts Apprentice could get off of each game, and the complete uncounterable win condition where they could pummel you with giants on their next turn. And years later, after Quest Mage finally got nuked into the ground, extremely fast OTK decks continued to dominate the Wild ladder because of how cheap it was to cast 20 plus spells in a single turn. These decks revolved around Flamewaker's Apprentice combos and Mozaki Apprentice combos, almost always ending the game by turn 6. With the insane number of ways to draw cards for free, reduce the cost of spells, or even generate mana for free, this deck abused Apprentice's effect until she finally got nerfed. I honestly can't think of a single other card I've seen more than Sorcerer's Apprentice. The only reason this card isn't at number 1 though, is because the next card has been in even more broken decks in that class that has completely outmatched the first 5 cards on this list. And at number 1 for the Warlock class, we have Kobold Librarian. This 1-mana 2/1 minion simply has the effect where it deals 2 damage to your hero and draws a card. Yes, it might surprise you to find out that this meek-looking kobold is the best non-neutral common minion in the entire game. This card is truly the most splashable card ever, since I can't think of a single Warlock deck that doesn't want to run him, unless they have certain deck restrictions. It may look like just a 1-mana 2/1 with the Warlock hero power attached, but having this on a card is absolutely insane for cycling through your deck. Drawing a card is worth about 1.5 mana, so any card that can draw you a card for 1 mana is already an amazing deal. Like mentioned, all Hearthstone decks must contain 30 cards, meaning there's an added premium for being able to search through all of your cards quickly. That's the reason why cards with Tradable, a keyword which lets you mulligan that card for 1 mana, are still considered to be so good, even if they aren't truly drawing you a new card. This card has so much going for it that it's honestly shocking that it only costs 1 mana. The fact that including 2 of them basically means you have a 28 card deck still nets you a decent 1 mana 2/1 and damages you, which isn't even a downside in most Warlock decks, is just insane. This card has been in by far the most number of banned, hotfixed, or otherwise S-tier decks, which have almost always been Warlock decks, from basic Zoo Warlock to Cube Lock, OTK Tiller Warlock, Stealer of Souls Warlock, the thousands of variants of Dark Glare Warlock, Discard Warlock, Megathune Warlock, and by far the most degenerate of all, Questline Warlock. I think it's fair to say that Kobold Librarian has seen its fair share of play. I think the thing that really made this card so broken is that over the years, Blizzard has printed more and more cards that just negate the negative drawback of Librarian, while actually encouraging you to damage yourself more. Probably the first real card that had amazing synergy with Librarian was Dark Glare, since before then it was just a really good independent card. Dark Glare has the effect where after you damage yourself, it restores 2 of your mana crystals, meaning you would actually gain mana while still drawing a card. And with the revert to the Molten Giant nerf and the printing of Flesh Giant, which would both cost less the more and more damage you did to yourself, this package of cards had pretty much no counterplay. I think this is the perfect card to have at the top of this very expansive list, since it shows what happens to a card with a good effect that has a supposed drawback turned into an even better effect after a couple of expansions. Keywords are the bolded words that almost every card in the game has, and is usually the short form for a fairly common effect. And while Blizzard has printed over 40 keywords in the 8 years Hearthstone's been playable for, that doesn't mean all of them are created equal. So in this video, we'll be looking at how good certain keywords are, instead of how good the cards that have them are. And at number 10, we have Mega Wind Fury. This keyword lets a minion with it attack up to 4 times in a single turn, and, fun fact, has never been printed on a single collectible minion in Hearthstone. So why is this keyword on it when you can't even put a minion with it in your deck? Well, that's because it could easily be the best keyword in the game if printed on the wrong card, which is why Blizzard has been so strict with its distribution. In fact, the only way you can even summon a minion with Mega Wind Fury on ladder is by using either Whirlwind Tempest or Mimiron's Head, which are both not very good to say the least. Whirlwind Tempest, in addition to being expensive and overstated, requires you to keep a couple friendly Wind Fury minions alive, which is basically impossible considering they are all understated and must kill targets for your opponent. On the other hand, Mimiron's Head, another understated minion with a condition that's basically impossible to pull off, spoiler alert, actually made it into our number 1 spot on our list for the most difficult win conditions to build around. And while I won't go into too many specifics, the combo that Mimiron's Head relies on to summon Voltron is too fragile and basically a pipe dream to ever get off in a competitive game. So why is Mega Wind Fury on this list at all? Well, that's because I think it's the most expensive keyword out there that could be printed in very specific circumstances. I'm sure Blizzard is well aware of the supremely degenerate strategies Mega Wind Fury could potentially lend itself to, especially considering that any attack buff suddenly gets quadrupled. And while Mega Wind Fury probably was meant as a joke, the fact that it's a bolded keyword does mean that it counts for this list. And while neither of the 2 Mega Wind Fury cards ever saw competitive play, their keyword was so inherently broken that they had to be designed bad. Even still, I think the keyword itself is valued at about 10 mana honestly, considering it would still be vulnerable to taunt minions removal and the cost to even get it out. Maybe one day Blizzard could print a 10 mana 2/2 with Mega Wind Fury, but I'm sure somebody out there can find a way to make it into an OTK. And because it was one of the highest base costs and simultaneously worst distributions on actual cards, Mega Wind Fury manages to barely make it onto this list. And at number 9, we have Discover. This unique Hearthstone keyword presents you with a random 3 choices from whatever specific pool of cards was referenced and lets you pick one, usually to add to your hand. This mechanic was first introduced during the League of Explorers expansion as a one-off keyword, but ended up being so popular with the fanbase that Blizzard has continued to print cards with it to this day. It's been said before, but Blizzard really did do a good job with Discover since it perfectly takes advantage of the online medium by offering randomly selected cards from uncollected sets, or even copies of cards from your deck. In nearly every case, being able to discover an option, rather than randomly generating one, makes a card much better, since you can always pick the option that best suits your situation. In fact, this part of the mechanic has been so good that Blizzard has even reused the exact same 3-option discovery option window for some of their other keywords. Some of the best examples of this were Shadow Visions, which lets you selectively pick a spell from your deck, and the infamous Primordial Glyph, which basically was a 0-mana card that generated a spell. In other cases, Discover just gives you more options, like in the case of Eternal Servitude. This card, despite costing twice as much as Resurrect, actually helped revive Big Priest from being a dead deck in Wild because it ensured you could always pick the best minion for your situation from your res pool and would never whiff during your important swing turns. So, if I've been talking so highly of Discover, why isn't it higher on this list? Well, with popularity comes with it a ton of mediocre cards, most of which have been filling Blizzard's pack fillers for the past 5 years. Even still, most of them have managed to still have some competitive niches. But again, the keyword has to be dragged down by the sheer number of bad Discover cards out there. If the Discover keyword had to be given a mana cost, I'd price the effect of randomly generating a card and drawing a card from your deck anywhere from 0 to 1 mana. Blizzard has also very clearly recognized this, as proved by the 38 different variations of a 1-mana Discover a Card spells that have been printed over the years. But if you ever need a cheap option, a value option, or just a flat-out desperation play, you can probably find something you need from a Discover card that even your deck may not have. And at number 8, we have Freeze. This mechanic forces the affected character to skip their next attack, and usually skips that character's next attack phase. This keyword was a complete nuisance in early Hearthstone because just about every deck at the time was completely board-centric, and relied on minions to win games for them. And even though the freeze mechanic doesn't stop minions from taking combat damage, the fact that a well-timed freeze on a big minion or a board wipe freeze could completely brick some decks out of playing for a turn made it one of the most hated keywords on release. It almost always encouraged freeze players to run stally decks while limiting the number of options your opponent had. That being said, the only real meta-relevant freeze card for a long time was Frost Nova, a card which only froze all of your opponent's minions and could be comboed with Doomsayer for a near unstoppable 5-mana board clear. Keen viewers may have noticed that I mentioned that freeze usually skips a character's next attack earlier on, and while it would ordinarily freeze them for a full turn, since your opponent will usually have attacked with all their minions, if they choose to just not attack, then their minion can immediately unfreeze after their turn ends. And because people figured out that you can cheese the mechanic to only freeze your opponent's minions on the following turn, Freeze Shaman has actually been a tier 1 deck in Wild off of the back of Snowfall Guardian. And while the base freeze mechanic has been a helpful tech option in the past, particularly against decks which attacked with their heroes a lot, the reason this mechanic is so low on this list is because some of the cards that freeze keyword has been attached to have just been insanely good. For example, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and Ray of Frost have seen a ton of play in Mage, but it was mostly because of their abilities to deal direct damage or function in combo decks. Windchill and Windpaw Cavern have also been great, but that's because they should really cost 1 to 2 mana more than they do right now. If I had to put a price on this mechanic, I'd say the board freezes should cost 3 mana, and single freezes should cost 0 mana, yet Blizzard has printed multiple cards over the years that completely blow past these estimates. So I don't even know anymore. I'm sure Blizzard had continued to print early Hearthstone-like freeze cards, it wouldn't have even made it on this list. But because of the sheer strength of a lot of the more recent inclusions, I had to put freeze at the number 8 spot on this list. And at number 7, we have Battle Cry. This keyword lets the card it's attached to activate the text specified after the battle cry when it's played from your hand. If Discovered is the bread of Hearthstone, Battle Cry is the butter. You see, if you want a minion, weapon, or hero card to have any sort of effect when played from your hand in Hearthstone, it almost always has to be attached to a Battle Cry. It doesn't matter if your Battle Cry is conditional, game-winning, or so weird you have no other way to explain it. If you want to do something when it hits the board, it's going to have a Battle Cry. And since minions make up a vast majority of the types of cards in Hearthstone, it's no wonder that you can see battle cries on just about every minion out there. That being said, battle cries are still quite limited, since they only activate when you play them from your hand, and not when they get randomly summoned or resurrected. Some of the most broken, overplayed, and format-defining cards in the entire game have had battle cries, including beasts like Blood Reaver Gul'dan, Shutterwalk, Reno Jackson, Wildheart Guff, Grey Sage Parrot, Swordfish, Loatheb. These cards have featured and carried so many tier 1 decks over the years to the point where it's almost impossible to find any decks that don't contain at least a couple battlecry minions. And because they're so prevalent, any cards which can benefit battlecry minions or stop them from being played at all have actually seen a ton of competitive success, even in Wild. So if so many amazing cards have battle cries, why is it so high on this list? Well, that's because I didn't tell you that there are over 1,200 cards as battle cry in the game, and I only picked the really good ones. As you'd expect, most are pretty average and some are terrible. In reality, battle cries shouldn't cost anything, and entirely depends on the cost of the effect that it's attached to. Besides, the Hearthstone has long since passed when immediate effects had to be taxed more than delayed effects, and is seen now as the norm for most cards. But because of the sheer impact that really good battlecry minions have had on the game, despite being a very cheap keyword, I'd say it's just enough to carry the entire setup to the number 7 spot on this list. And at number 6, we have Tradable. This fairly new keyword gives you the option to shuffle the card back into your deck and draw a new one for 1 mana, or play the card normally. And as a side note, once you play a tradable card, it basically functions as a normal card since it only works while it's in your hand. For those of you who don't really play Hearthstone, drawing cards is pretty valuable, and is usually worth about 1.5 mana to draw a specific type of card from your deck. 1 mana cards which let you cycle through your deck, like Cobalt Librarian, Powerword Shield, and Crimson Sigil Runner, have historically been very good, since it lets you go through your 30 card deck very quickly to find the cards you actually need. And while these cards also have a slight bonus attached to them, 1 mana cycle cards have even been playable with no other effects attached to them. So as you can probably see by now, the fact that all tradable cards give you the option to draw a card from your deck for just 1 mana already makes them comparable to some of the best cards of the game, and adds a ton of consistency to just about every deck. And even though you do have the chance to immediately redraw the tradable card you just shuffled away, the extra flexibility and deal you get with the tradable is just insane. This is probably the best normal keyword in the game right now, since even though there haven't been any nerfs in this category, they're considered to be very strong cards in both Standard and Wild. Tradable cards like Shard of the Naru, Blackwater Cutlass, Fire Sail have seen a ton of play in Wild and Standard because they're all great anti-aggro tools that also help very fast combo decks cycle towards the cards they need. But probably the biggest reason why these cards are so high up on this list is because Blizzard, for whatever reason, printed tradable cards on a ton of tech cards, which are highly situational cards which benefit from it the most. In fact, some Tier 1 decks in Standard and Wild will have included either otherwise useless tradable cards just so they can trade them and draw even faster through their deck. So, how much does it cost? Surprisingly, Blizzard made it cost virtually nothing to print as an extra keyword, since Royal Librarian was printed as a straight up better version of Spellbreaker. And in my opinion, tradable cards should be taxed by an extra 0.5 mana to 1 mana worth of stats, for quite literally never being a dead card in any matchup. It just doesn't really make sense to me as to why they printed competitively viable standalone cards, and then also gave them one of the best splashable keywords in the entire game. And at number 5, we have Immune. This keyword is pretty self-explanatory. The target can't be targeted or damaged by your opponent, but can by friendly targets. This placement may surprise a lot of newer players. After all, what could be better than literally making a character immune? Unfortunately, the immune keyword has had some challenges to make it less overwhelmingly powerful, like making immune targets vulnerable to non-targeting destruction effects and to targeted enchantments. At this point in the list, we're starting to get to keywords which are really powerful and either need restrictions or nerfs, and immune is a perfect example of that. Obviously, no card game can realistically make any character permanently immune. So Blizzard has either made immune effects temporary, make some other characters immune, or attach to weapons. Historically, immune cards have never really been a problem because of its extremely limited distribution and fact that it's often temporary. Despite that though, immune effects on the right cards have proved to be extremely powerful due to the base strength of the keyword. Late game cards like Raid Boss Onyxia and Mal'Ganis have proven to be extremely powerful cards in Wild, and can often single-handedly win games off of the value that their immune effects provide. Even in Standard, where immune has been largely restricted to slightly better versions of Divine Shield, tempo decks have abused immune to easily take board control and never let go of it. By far, the most broken card immune has ever been printed on has been Ice Block, which is probably most players' first encounter with the keyword. This card prevents any lethal damage you would have taken on your opponent's turn and makes your hero immune until the start of your turn. And barring any secret hate cards, Ice Block basically guaranteed that you couldn't lose to any unexpected burst damage, as insane as it sounds. For just 3 mana, you basically gained a free turn, where you could do whatever you wanted while knowing that Ice Block would save you. To this day, I'm still pretty shocked by the number of cards that have immune, though nowadays it's always tied to some sort of temporary condition. As for the cost of immune, I don't think any amount of mana could make permanent immune fair, but if it's limited in such a way so that your opponent can remove it on their turn, then it could be priced at just over 1 mana. And at number 4, we have Charge. This old school keyword allows minions with it to attack any enemy immediately after being summoned, and basically skips their first turn of summoning sickness. While it may seem like having a keyword to attack like a normal minion may not seem like a big deal, Charge has always historically been an extremely problematic keyword. You see, in Hearthstone, other than secrets and taunt minions, there are very, very few ways to interact with your opponent's minions on their turn. The whole game was built around you having a full turn where you could respond to your opponent's minions before it was allowed to attack, and Charge just skips right over this rule. You see, the reason why Charge is significantly higher on this list than Freeze is because while Freeze can potentially prevent you from getting killed, Charge minions can just straight up kill your opponent with no thought involved. A phrase you might hear in the Hearthstone community is fun and interactive, which originated because Charge minions were exactly the opposite to face. Not only could Charge minions deal a huge chunk of damage to your hero, they also had the potential to trade into one of your minions while still leaving a body that you had to deal with. As for meta-relevant cards, well, there's a lot of them. Sky Captain Crag, Mr. Smite, Korkron Elite, Chillblade Champion, Kaya Sunfury, Arcane Golem, Southsea Deckhand, Argent Horse Rider, and even Wolf Rider, all basically had minimal text and the same job. Hit your opponent in the face and stay on board for as long as possible. And for as simple as these cards look and are, they've all been significant cards in the Standard and Wild meta at some point. In fact, barring immunity, I don't think a single other keyword could have replaced Charge on these cards and still made them meta-relevant. Some of the worst offenders in this category include Leroy Jenkins, who was a Hall of Famed, nerfed, and is an aggro staple in Wild, Patches the Pirate, who was nerfed and still an aggro staple in Wild, and Warsong Commander, who was hit with one of the most brutal nerfs of all time. And if I had to price the cost of adding Charge to a card, it would definitely have to depend on the amount of attack it has, or at a base cost of 2 mana. The fact that these Charge minions can basically get a free damage spell while still being a threat on board, have pushed a lot of aggro decks to be the best decks in the game at some point, which is why Charge definitely deserves to be the top 5 on this list, and should probably never be printed again. And at number 3, we have Recruit. This keyword lets you directly summon a random minion from your deck, or pulls them as Hearthstone players say. If you played any card games before, you probably can guess why this mechanic is so high up on this list. For one, other than the base cost of the card, with Recruit you don't have to pay any extra mana for the specified minion or to even have it in your hand. Take Call to Arms for example. This 4 mana spell lets you recruit 3 minions from your deck that cost 2 or less mana, and can very easily be built around only pulling minions that cost 3 mana. And while you may argue that having to build around these recruit cards is just another cost for its payoff, it's kind of insane to see how much mana recruit cards were designed to cheat out. In fact, this isn't even the most disgusting example, since Possessed Lackey used to be able to cheat out 9 mana Warlords for just 6 mana. Even today in Wild, Oaken Summons is still considered one of the best cards in the game, since you can build your deck around it to pull out Archmage Vargoth, who will recast Oaken Summons to pull out a full health injured Marauder, or an effective 4 mana 6/16 with added bonuses. And while there aren't too many cards out there that actually have the Recruit keyword, a lot of them have the exact same mechanic but written out in their card text. Old Yashiraj basically casted Gather Your Party at the end of your turns. Mysterious Challenger basically recruited 5 unique secrets from your deck, and Patches the Pirate basically recruited himself the first time you played a pirate. And at some point in the game's history, all 3 of these monsters have been core cards in the best decks in their formats. I can't even think of a single other keyword that allows for such unfair board swings and gets more and more powerful with each new expansion. And while it isn't as necessarily game-breaking as it is in other games, the fact that you can summon specific minions from your deck without ever having to draw them, while thinning your deck, is just insane value from one keyword. Again, this keyword should be priced in accordance to the cards that it's pulling, but because it does so much, it should have to cost at least as much as the minion it's pulling. Recruit definitely deserves to be at the number 3 spot on this list, considering it has by far the easiest potential to gain a huge mana advantage off of it, and completely snowball a game out of control. And at number 2, we have Start of the Game. This keyword simply activates the card's specific text at the start of each game and doesn't require you to draw it or pay its mana cost to activate. As long as it's in your deck and its conditions are met, start of game effects will always trigger, and, well, are pretty insane. While the effects on most of the start of the game cards may not seem too great, the fact that they basically cost nothing to include while giving you a significant advantage at the start of the game has made them some of the most game-changing cards in the game. It's hard to overstate how much of an impact they've had on the game, especially since they basically change the starting rules of Hearthstone and usually only require you to slightly change the cards used during deck building. This keyword has by far the highest portion of good cards in it, and most of them still see a generous amount to play, even in Wild today. The first of these cards was Baku and Gen, who modified your hero power at the start of the game if you only included odd or even cost cards in your deck, and were so good they actually forced Blizzard to create the Hall of Fame set, which was Hearthstone's version of a ban list. At the time, pretty much every single deck in the meta was either an odd or even deck, whether it was even Totem Shaman, odd aggro Rogue, even Hand Warlock, or odd aggro Demon Hunter. And with the introduction of Archbishop Benedictus, which catapulted aggro Shadow Priest as a tier 1 deck in Wild and Standard, Cthulhu the Shattered, which became Druid's single best win condition in Wild, and Prince Renethal, who was already making it to tier 1 decks in Wild, the start of game keyword has never looked better. Another reason for the dominance could be the sheer consistency these decks had. A surprising number of the best competitive decks can still flop super hard if they don't get specific cards they need at the right time. And while normal decks spend the whole game hoping to draw their one specific win condition, or one of legendary that'll win them the game, start of game cards ensure that they'll never have to worry about that. So, how much should the start of game keyword cost? Well, it's pretty tricky since all of the start game effects are free, so they have to impose some sort of other cost to offset the mana advantage they generate at the start of the game. If I had to say, I'd probably make the net effect cost 0 mana, since starting the game off with even just a 1 mana advantage, like in the case of Baku, Gen, and Benedictus, can already lead to insane decks. And other than the next keyword on this list, no other keyword in the game can provide the amount of value and deck synergy that the start of game effects can provide. And at number 1, we have Quest and Questline. These are special types of spells that always start in your opening hand before the game starts that you can choose to keep or shuffle back into your deck during the mulligan stage. Then, once played, it permanently stays on the field, and will reward you once you finish its specific requirement. And yes, before you mention it, Quest and Questlines are technically 2 different keywords, but because they function so similarly, I've grouped them together here at the number 1 spot. The only difference between them is that Questlines are in a sequence of 3 mini-quests that end with the final reward, while Quests just have one set of requirements and a reward. In short, no other keyword in the game comes even close to the number of nerfed, Hall of Famed, or otherwise banned cards that have been printed. In fact, we made a video on just those quests, and not every quest deck that's been good at some point, I'm sure we could easily clear an hour in length. So just as a quick preview, we'll go over some of the most overpowered quests in chronological order. Starting with the first batch printed in Journey to Un'Goro, we have OG Quest Warrior, which was tier 1 in Standard, Caverns Rogue, a nearly S tier deck in Standard that had to be nerfed twice in 1 year, and Waygate Mage, which was an S tier deck in Wild and was nerfed, still remained an S tier deck, and is currently the best deck in Wild right now. In the second batch of quests printed for Saviors of Uldum, Blizzard tried to make them slightly weaker, but ended up printing New Quest Druid, which was a tier 1 deck in Standard, and New Quest Shaman, which currently is a tier 1 deck in Wild. And finally, with the release of questlines for United and Stormwind, Blizzard somehow printed quest cards which were somehow even more powerful than the first batch. In Standard, questline Shaman, Rogue, Druid, Mage, and Demon Hunter were all tier 1 decks at one point, while questline Hunter, Warrior, and Warlock all dominated in Wild as tier 1 decks, even after getting nerfed several times. And as much as I hate to talk about it again, the Warlock questline, the Demon Seed, has been the second card to have ever been straight up banned from Wild for being too overwhelmingly dominant. In retrospect, while there are a decent number of bad quests out there, because you know that all your deck has to do is complete the quest reward, it makes every quest deck extremely consistent and synergistic. And in a game with 30 card decks and synergy being king above all else, good quest decks are really hard to compete with, which is why quests deserve to be called the #1 best keyword in Hearthstone. 1/1 minions are the weakest minions that can still attack in Hearthstone and are generally underrated, but have enough of them and they can really work towards winning the game. In this list, we'll be talking about the best cards in the game which can summon a 1/1 minion. And at number 10, we have the Haunted Creeper. Haunted Creeper is a 2-mana 1/2 beast which summons 2 1/1 tribalist spiders when it dies, and came out in the first expansion of Hearthstone. Many veteran players will probably remember this card because it was basically a staple, must-run 2-drop during the first couple of years of the game. And at first, Creeper really may not look that great, especially since it just dies to any normal 2-mana 2/3 or 3/2 minion. But when you add up its stats, Creeper can potentially be a 2-mana 3/4, which at the time were good stats even for a 3-drop. Haunted Creeper's true power, though, laid in its stickiness, which is a term Hearthstone players use to describe how hard it is to completely remove all the part of a card from the battlefield. Pretty much no 1-drop or 2-drops could completely kill all parts of the spider without dying itself, or investing at least 3 attacks into it. And when most aggro mid-range decks want to stay on the board for as long as possible, it's pretty clear to see why Creeper hung around in the meta for so long. There were almost too many early decks that ran this thing, from Token Paladin to Hobgoblin Zulok to Beast Druids. But by far the most dominant deck this card has been in was Token Druid, which abused Druid's amazing board-wide buffs and protection spells to create a threatening swarm of minions that could also spawn a new wave of minions when they all died. This deck, more than pretty much every other deck in the game, needed to stay on the board to win, and used tons of cards that either swarmed the board or protected the board you had. Mark of the Lotus pretty much single-handedly made this deck very competitive, and got better the more minions you had on board. So Creeper either deterred your opponent from using board clears, or helped to push damage faster if it did die. Even now, it's not even that bad of a 2-drop in casual decks, especially because of how well parts of it can stick around even until turn 5. But it deserves the number 10 spot on this list because of how little it's been played and more powerful in recent formats. And at number 9, we have Dr. Boom. This neutral 7-mana 7/7 legendary minion, when played, summons 2 1/1 Boombots, which randomly deal between 1 to 4 damage to an enemy when destroyed. This card, for as simple and weak as it first seems, was another absolute monster in early Hearthstone, and pretty much warped the first couple of years worth of metas around it. And at time, there were pretty much 3 staple cards that any self-respecting deck needed to include: Sylvanas, Ragnaros, and Dr. Boom. So, why was it so good back then? For one, the game was a lot slower back then, with a heavy focus on squeezing as much value as you could out of your cards, even in aggro decks. People were almost never being killed by turn 6, and combo and aggro cards didn't really start being degenerately good until years later. Stats were very important, and Dr. Boom was by far the best value you could get for 7 mana. In addition to a 7/7 body that could trade into 2 to 3 other minions, Boom could go face for a lot of damage, and his Boombots could easily kill other minions for free, or eke out just enough damage to kill your opponent. You see, because the Boombots can randomly target any enemy when they died, that meant they had the potential to go face for 8 damage, kill any enemy minion at 4 or less health, or do basically nothing. But because Dr. Boom was so immediately threatening, and his bots had the potential to instantly win the game with enough luck, he could usually go for 3 for 1 in card advantage. Running Big Game Hunter became a necessary staple just to counter Boom in Ragnaros, but even then, the Boombots still had a chance to get a lucky bomb off and even out the tempo lost. Eventually, he started getting called Dr. 7 because he would usually win the game if played on 7 mana. And even though he got his own hero, alternative card, and expansion centered around him, Dr. Boom never really took off in Wild because of how he isn't really immediately impactful when played, which is why he's only at the number 9 spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Tour Guide. This 1 mana 1/1 has the effect when played where your hero's next power will cost 0 mana. And as a side note, his hero power cost reduction remains even after your turn ends, so you can hold on to the mana cost reduction until you need it. This inclusion may confuse some of you because for one, this card doesn't seem to be able to summon a 1/1 at all. And for many veterans, this card is crazy good and should deserve to be much, much higher on this list. But if you're playing as a paladin, Tour Guide can absolutely make your next hero power cost 0 and let you summon a 1/1 Silverhand recruit. So for that reason, we'll only be evaluating how good Tour Guide has been only when his battle cry is used to summon a 1/1. And honestly, a baseline 1 mana 1/1 that summons another 1/1 has historically been quite good. They can be used to trade cleanly into 1 other health minions or even take down some 2-drops. But where Tour Guide really shined was in Wild Odd Paladin, which basically tried to summon as many Silverhand recruits as possible with the hero power. Dude Paladin isn't exactly a new deck, but was especially good in Wild with how many good Paladin buffs had been printed over the years. Odd Paladin was a consistent meta threat, and was able to win by overwhelming their opponent with Silverhand recruits, or by draining their opponent of resources by spamming their insanely good upgraded hero power. So where did Tour Guide fit into all of this? Well, if you're playing as an Odd Paladin, Tour Guide on 1 and hero powering effectively gives you 3 1/1s for 1 mana, which is still one of the best 1 mana plays you can make in the game. And to the fact that literally every card synergizes with summoning Silverhand recruits, and it's easy to see why Tour Guide was pretty darn good in Odd Paladin. And at number 7, we have Muster for Battle. This 3 mana Paladin spell summons 3 1/1 Silverhand recruits and equips a vanilla 1/4 weapon to your hero. This card was another Paladin staple when it first came out. Muster, as it was called, was one of the best turn 3 plays in the game at the time because it immediately created a wide board and gave your hero a 1-attack weapon to immediately attack with. Usually in Hearthstone, when you cluster or add flexibility with 2 effects, the parallel of the card goes down. Muster was one of the first cards ever printed to not have this problem, and was played extensively because of it. 3 recruits for 3 mana was a pretty fair deal, but add on to that a free 1 mana weapon, and you basically are generating free mana every time you play this card. It's worth noting that Light's Justice, the 1 mana 1/4 weapon Muster for Battle equips, is actually a collectible card, but it's never really played for how weak it is on its own. And unlike the first 2 entries on this list that were staples in the early years of Hearthstone, Muster continued to see play for much, much longer. The first real degenerate deck this card was in was Secret Paladin, which basically aimed to play the best, most efficient Paladin cards to beat their opponent out with tempo, eventually closing out games with Mysterious Challenger, which would consistently pull 5 mana worth of secrets directly from your deck. Muster perfectly complemented this game style, using the dudes and weapon to perfectly trade into enemy minions to continue snowballing and winning the game. And just like the previous entry in this list, it was also part of the core Odd Paladin deck list that dominated Wild for quite a long time. Summoning 3 recruits really was the icing on the cake since a lot of their finishers got much, much better when buffing recruits instead of normal minions. And when you consider how old this card is, it makes it all the more impressive that Mustard continues to see some niche play, even to this day. And at number 6, we have Living Roots. This 1 mana druid spell gives you the option of summoning 2 1/1s or dealing 2 damage to any target. And for as simple as this card looks, what really made this card really perform is how good both choose 1 options are for just 1 mana. For one, the ability to deal 2 damage to any target for just 1 mana has historically been pretty good as removal, and as a cheap damaging spell to use in a 1-turn kill or OTK combos. Whether it was with Arisian, Kel'Thas, or Avionicon, all of these combos were abused using Malygos and throwing 5 to 6 cheap spells at your opponent's face for an OTK. Nowadays though, traditional pure damage OTKs are less common than other ones, mainly because of how slow they are and how relatively easy they are to play around. Living Roots really found success with its other choice, since being able to summon 2 1/1s was super valuable in Druid. This card, unlike Haunted Creeper, was a staple in every version of Aggro Token Druid, which has been a consistent meta threat in Wild. It even was one of the better turn 1 plays in the deck too, which is surprising considering how nearly half the deck was just 1 mana cards. Other than providing 2/2 worth of stats for just 1 mana, it also synergized with the Broken Mark of the Lotus, and could help close out games quickly with Savage Roar. This card was the perfect token card, and even gave you the option of dealing 2 damage to any target to kill a taunt minion, or do a little bit of burst damage. Unfortunately, Roots could have been higher on this list if it weren't for how much more widespread and currently played the next cards in this list are. And speaking of which, at number 5, we have Adorable Infestation. This 1-mana Hunter and Druid spell requires you to buff a minion by +1/+1 to summon a 1/1 beast, and add another 1/1 beast to your hand. If you want to talk about efficient effect packaging, this card is the definition of it. Adorable Infestation is really insane and has a lot of uses as a 1-mana card. You could buff your 1-drop on turn 1 to trade into your opponent's 2-drop while also getting a 1/1. You could save the extra beast in your hand to play it for 1 mana for more board presence. You could use it for its various beast and spell synergies. And just like this card's spin-off of, it provides way too much tempo and value at its mana cost. And to top it all off, being a dual class card means the Adorable Infestation saw plenty of play in 2 different classes. Probably the most common use of this card has been in aggro and mid-range decks in Standard, which loved the early game tempo provided in synergy with Kolkar Pack Runner. One of the funnier competitive decks Adorable Infestation was included in was Penflinger Hunter. Back when he could target heroes, Penflinger was a card that dealt 1 damage and returned itself to your hand whenever you played a spell. So, what you would do is play as many spells as possible while spamming Penflinger damage at your opponent's face. It also has been great in Beast Druid, which aimed to rush out cheap copies of Frostsaber Matriarch and Umbral Owl by summoning beast and playing spells. Luckily, Infestation double dipped and was, again, one of the best early card games you can play in that deck. And despite being a fairly new card, Adorable Infestation has quickly found itself becoming a Druid and Hunter staple in both Standard and Wild. And at number 4, we have Bees. This 3-mana Druid spell summons 4 1/1 bees and forces them to attack a minion. It's worth noting this card needs to target a minion to be playable, can't target nothing, and summons 4 1/1 bees, needs at least 4 board spaces to summon all the bees, and makes the bees stop attacking the minion if it dies before all of them can attack. So, if you're playing this targeting an enemy 3/2, assuming you have enough board space, it will basically deal 2 damage and leave you with 2 1/1s. Some of you may be wondering why this card is so high on this list, especially when you consider how every combination of damage and 1/1 summoning is really kind of mediocre. During its rotation in Standard, it was played a decent amount because of just how little cheap removal Druid had at the time, and how weak the format was. But in Wild, this card helped to make a very strong off-meta combo deck. The deck was Linecracker Druid, and the combo ultimately resulted in your hero being nearly unkillable. Basically, while abusing Druid's myriad of mana discount options and ramp, on the combo turn you would play Linecracker, which doubles its attack every time it kills a minion, play bees into your own Linecracker, as you can attack your own minions with this card's effect, killing 4 bees in the process, and finally playing Earthen Scales to gain armor equal to Linecracker's attack. This could net you a cool 2500 armor if done enough times. And while it is a lot, you may be asking, is it really enough to make you invincible? Hearthstone has a built-in turn limit of 50 turns, and considering this combo is executed by turn 20, it forces your opponent to deal an insane amount of damage per turn until the turn limit, all while making them figure out a way to avoid running out of cards and dying to fatigue damage. Linecracker Druid, of course, always runs a copy of Jade Isle, which lets them shuffle extra copies into your deck to avoid fatigue damage and letting you summon bigger and bigger threats. Bees essentially enabled this anti-meta combo deck to work and destroyed any slow value or combo decks in Wild for a while. And at number 3, we have Wound Prey. This 1-mana Hunter card lets you deal 1 damage to any character and summons a 1/1 beast with Rush, a keyword which lets it immediately attack enemy minions. Honestly, this card is pretty trash on its own, and isn't really worth playing in a vacuum. Hearthstone, of course, is a game centered around synergies and card combos, and comfortably found a home in all versions of Questline Hunter, both in Standard and Wild. The questline basically requires you to play 6 spells that deal damage and changes your hero power to cost 0 mana, and be able to target minions. It also rewarded you with Tavish, which is a 5-mana 7/7 that permanently makes every spell you play refresh your hero power. So basically, the game plan would be to play as many spells that did damage as possible, play Tavish, machine gun your opponent down with a hero power that refreshed every turn you played a spell. Add in some card draw spells, and it's pretty easy to deal more than 30 damage in a couple of turns, even in Standard. The only thing that didn't make this deck more degenerate than it already has been is how few good Hunter spells there are that do damage. You see, there really are only a couple handful of good damage spells in Standard, and just a couple more powerful ones in Wild, meaning you can't make a full damaging spell deck. Wound Prey, as well as its weaker version On the Hunt, were excellent since they both synergize with the questline, were odd-costed cards so they work with Baku, and actually summon beasts which can make Kill Command deal extra damage. It's hard to express how much random burst damage this deck could do between rapid fire and tracking, all while weaving in free 3 damage hero powers. Since then, Wound Prey has also been included in some Standard face hunters as a slightly better Elven Archer, but its strength ultimately depended on however good Questline Hunter has been, which has been really, really good. And at number 2, we have Snip Snap. This neutral legendary mech is a 2-mana 2/3 that summons 2 1/1 mechs when it dies, and it has 2 somewhat obscure keywords. The first one is Magnetic, which gives it the option to attach itself to another mech by adding its stats and keywords to it. The second one is Echo, which lets you play a card multiple times in one turn by adding a repeatable ghost copy to your hand that disappears at the end of your turn. Essentially, the idea behind this card is flexibility, letting you play 1, 2, or 3 copies of Snip Snap during your turn, either playing them as normal minions or as mech buffs. The card has seen a fair share of inclusions in mech decks, Reno decks, and even some zoo decks, but it really wasn't an issue in those decks. No, what made this card broken was a 5-mana 3-card combo that let you gain infinite stats in one turn. Basically, all you would do is play cards like Mech Warper, Corpse Widow, and Summoning Portal, then Mech Warper, which now costs 0 mana, and finally as many repeatable copies of Snip Snap before your turn timer ended. And if you had just one mech on board that could attack, you could attach all of your infinite copies of Snip Snap into it and just attack your opponent directly with infinite damage. The combo was pretty absurd, and with all the good card draw options Warlock had, it really wasn't that hard to pull off the combo consistently by turn 5. Of course, Blizzard had to nerf this S tier deck by making it so that all Echo copies can't cost less than 1 mana, meaning you could no longer get free, infinite copies of Snip Snap. But if it weren't for how dominant and ubiquitous the next card on this list has been throughout all of Hearthstone's existence, Snip Snap could have definitely been at the top of this list for how broken of a deck it helped make. And at number 1, we have Leroy Jenkins. This 4-mana 6/2 neutral legendary minion summons 2 1/1 dragons for your opponent and has charge, a keyword which lets minions attack immediately when played. This legendary WoW card is on here for a good reason, because it basically gave every class a better fireball before it was nerfed. Charge has been Hearthstone's most controversial keyword, because it created uninteractive scenarios where your opponent could just push face damage without you being able to do anything about it. By far, the worst example of this was during Alpha, where you could easily pull off a 20 damage combo by playing Leroy, Power Overwhelming, Faceless, and going face with 2 giant Leroys. The 1/1 summons by Leroy were meant to balance the card by being able to kill Leroy for free after you played him, but this downside doesn't matter in 99% of cases. Even after being nerfed to cost 5 mana, basically every single aggro deck still tried to find a way to fit him in whenever he was in the format. And for those not familiar with Hearthstone, it may seem like 5 mana to deal 6 damage may not seem that great. But aggro matchups very often come down to just a single mana and health point mattering. Leroy is also the perfect cost for most aggro decks, being playable when the game is about to end, while also having the most efficient, aggressive burst damage potential of the neutral card. Even now, Leroy has seen playing versions of the best, most aggressive aggro decks of all time. It didn't matter if the deck was Pirate Warrior, Aggro Shaman, Odd Demon Hunter, or even Zoolock, pretty much every deck that had an aggressive tilt wanted a strong, reliable finisher, and Leroy was the man. This chicken-eating paladin definitely deserves the number 1 spot on this list for how consistently powerful he's been in most metas ever since Alpha. As an online competitive card game, it's no surprise that Hearthstone has its own ranked ladder system. The ranked system is divided into leagues, which is the typical bronze, silver, gold promotional system, and ranks, which are denoted by a picture of a Hearthstone card. Over the years, the ladder system has changed quite a bit to the current system, with the most iconic and most well-known cards being selected to represent each rank. And in this video, we'll be going over some of the best cards which are featured on the ranked ladder. So at number 10, we have Sir Finley Margleton, who represents the Diamond 3 rank. This legendary 1-mana neutral minion has 1 attack, 1 health, and lets you choose a new basic hero power from 3 random options. Basic hero powers, for those of you who don't know, are a unique mechanic in Hearthstone, which are abilities that are specific to your hero's class, and are only usable once per turn. Finley's effect is unique that you are able to choose a hero power specific to another class, which better fits your situation. Although Finley may seem pretty mediocre, especially considering how the most optimal decks want to use their inefficient hero power as few times per game as possible, his 1-mana 1/3 body was his main draw for quite a while. Before modern times, when a new 1/3 was printed every expansion, cards like Finley were quite rare, even if they didn't have an immediate threatening effect. In fact, for a decent amount of time, Dire Maul, which was a vanilla 1-mana 1/3, saw a ton of play just because of how important that stat line was. In aggro mirror matches, being the first one to land a 1/3 on board would win you the game since it could kill a whole bunch of your opponent's 1-health minions and stop them from ever establishing a board. And if you and your opponent both happen to drag out the game, you could always use the Hunter hero power, Demon Hunter hero power, or Warlock hero power that Finley gave you earlier in the game to help finish the game. These hero powers were really great to get, especially in decks like Pirate Warrior, which had a hero power that didn't synergize at all with its aggressive playstyle. Although Finley isn't played as much these days, his unique effect has found a surprising niche in Wild. You see, even though I said the basic hero powers are pretty bad, finding ways to upgrade or change your hero powers has defined some of the best decks in the format. So, what some tech-heavy decks would do is play Grizzled Wizard, which swapped you and your opponent's hero powers, play Finley, choosing the worst possible hero power for your opponent, and swap your hero powers back, essentially destroying the hero power your opponent's deck was built around. And for just 3 mana, this combo can still shut down the best decks in Wild, even if it is just a gimmick. And at number 9, we have Warsong Commander, which represents the Silver 7 rank. This 3 mana 2/3 warrior card lets any minions you summon with 3 or less attack enemies immediately, instead of having to wait a turn due to summoning sickness. This card, at its best, created one of the first instances of an extremely overpowered deck that the entire game had to warp around. So, what's so bad about giving a 3 attack minion charge? After all, it's not like it's that much damage. Well, if you're able to buff a low attack minion's health by a ton, like in the case of Frothing Berserker, it's pretty easy to see how problematic this card can become. Unlike in other card games, like Magic, where you can use any minion on your side of the field to block an attack, only minions with Taunt can block attacks on your opponent. And with the release of Grim Patron, which summoned another Grim Patron every time it survived damage, there were a ton of good targets for Warsong to give charge to. One of the more common combos with Warsong was to give a couple of Grim Patrons on board, play Warsong, play 2 Frothings, which gain attack every time a minion takes damage, and as many whirlwind effects as possible. Not only would this juice up your Frothing Berserkers, which now each had charge, it would also give your newly summoned Grim Patrons charge too, in case your opponent had any taunts in their way. And since there was no standard/wild ladder split at the time, everybody had to suffer against Patron Warrior and the absolute blindside wins it could pull off. Since then, Blizzard has nerfed Warsong Commander to actually be unplayable garbage, with a slight buff doing nothing to help its play rate. Although Warsong was a beaster in the early days of Hearthstone, and would probably see play nowadays in her unnerved form, I had to put her at number 9 on the spot, just because of how long she's been bad for. And at number 8, we have Dr. Boom, which represents the Diamond 7 rank. This neutral 7 mana 7/7 legendary that summons 2 Boom bots when played, which are 1/1 mechs that deal between 1 to 4 random damage when they die. This card, for as simple and weak as it first seems, was another absolute monster in early Hearthstone and pretty much warped the first couple of years of metas around it. 7 mana is a lot to be paying for any cards nowadays, but other than Sylvanas and Ragnaros, Dr. Boom probably was the best value you could get for an expensive card in almost any deck. This card saw play in nearly every deck, from Zoo, mid-range, control, and even some supposedly aggro decks. Stats were very important, and Dr. Boom was by far the best value you could get for 7 mana. In addition to a 7/7 body that could trade into 2 to 3 other minions, Boom could go face for a lot of damage, and his Boom bots could easily kill other minions for free, or eke out just enough damage to kill your opponent. You see, because the Boom bots can randomly target an enemy when they died, that meant they had the potential to go face for 8 damage, kill any enemy minions at 4 or less health, or do basically nothing. Running Big Game Hunter became a necessary staple just to counter Boom in Ragnaros. But even then, the Boom bot still had a chance to get a lucky bomb off and even out the tempo lost. Eventually, he started being called Dr. 7 because he could usually win the game if played on 7 mana. Dr. Boom saw so much constant competitive play during the early years of Hearthstone that he became an iconic Hearthstone character, even if he wasn't in World of Warcraft. He even got his own hero card and starred in a ton of expansions, which is why he even got a rank portrait at all. That said, Dr. Boom is far too slow to see any play nowadays, but he definitely deserves a spot on this list for how much of a menace he was to early Hearthstone. And at number 7, we have Anoyatron, which represents the Bronze 6 rank. This 2 mana 1/2 neutral mech simply has Taunt, meaning enemies must attack into it, and Divine Shield, which lets it ignore the first amount of damage it takes. For as silly as this card appears, Anoyatron is actually just good enough to see competitive play. It may surprise you to learn that a card with so few stats and only keywords even made it onto this list, but over the years, its unique packaging of effects have made it quite a good early game minion. At first, Anoyatron was used for its namesake, mainly as a cheap way to tank 2 of your opponent's attacks or to slow down aggro decks in early game. It could easily trade into 2 of your opponent's minions and could be a massive threat with just a couple of buffs. But what really made this card successful over the years or its common keywords and tags. In Standard, its taunt keyword synergizes with the very good Razor main Battle Guard, and let this version of Aggro Druid easily swarm the board with 0 mana taunt minions. Its even mana cost let it be included in Even Paladin, and was able to be pulled by Call to Arms and Protect for Watch Post, and Nerubar Weblord, helping form the infamous Annoying Tax Paladin, which could shut down nearly every wild deck by turn 4. It was also part of the briefly S-tier wild deck Snip Snap Warlock. Basically, the 3-card, 5-mana combo revolved around creating free infinite copies of Snip Snap in your hand and attaching the mechs, which included a Noyotron. And years later, with the release of the new and improved mech synergy cards, like Mech Shark, which is an insane OTK tool, and Radar Detector, which draws you 5 mechs, a Noyotron has seen renewed play in both Standard and Wild. Somehow, through all sorts of metas, a Noyotron always finds a way to be there, whether it be in the core set, in Battlegrounds, or even as a playable hero. It's no wonder this meek card found its way into the ranked ladder and onto this list. And at number 6, we have Sorcerer's Apprentice, which represents the Silver 10 ring. This 2-mana 3/2 mage minion simply makes all of your spells cost 1 less mana. For as unassuming as this card looks, any veteran card game player worth their salt will recognize how dangerous unconditional cost reduction of cards can be. For nearly all of Hearthstone's history, Apprentice was the #1 reason why mages were one of the best classes at casting spells. And for good reason. With just a few ways to abuse casting cheap spells, Apprentice could very easily ensure that you could go through your entire deck and kill your opponent. Even back when Hearthstone didn't have a ton of spells or effects that could easily abuse the cost reduction of spells, Apprentice was played in every control, combo, and tempo mage variant out there. And with the introduction of Flamewaker, these two formed a duo that would be unmatched by any other tempo deck for a long time, between being able to spam cheap spells with Apprentice and pretty much always winning board control with Mana Worm. You pretty much always lost board control and eventually the game against most tempo mages. The flat discount on spells is so brutal that she's one of the truly must-kill minions in the game, otherwise your opponent can just really pop off on the turn after. And because Apprentice was in the classic set, she saw play even after other support cards rotated out. It's hard to understate how limiting she was, since I'm pretty sure she was the only reason Blizzard didn't print any cheap direct damaging spells in each other than Ice Lance. Years later, she re-emerged with Flamewaker with a ton of spell support cards. And honestly, I really have no idea what Blizzard was thinking when they printed even more spell cost reduction cards in Mage, with tons of ways to refill your hand. Unfortunately, she got obliterated with nerfs, where she got her mana cost doubled, and hasn't seen any play since then. But because of her massive impact in the game, she has helped shape the mage class ever since. And at number 5, we have Shudderwock, which represents the Platinum 4 rank. This 9-mana 6/6 legendary shaman minion repeats all of your battlecry effects from other cards you played this game. And before you ask, no, it doesn't repeat its own battlecry when played, but it can with just a little bit of help from other cards. The Infinite Shudderwock combo, as it was called, was actually really simple and just required you to play a card with the battlecry that summoned a copy of itself, and Grumble, which would return 2 1-mana copies of Shudderwock back to your hand, essentially giving you infinite battlecries. When this combo was first discovered, it was nearly unbeatable in the standard ladder since most decks could not output enough pressure to kill control shamans by turn 9. And once you had enough 1-mana Shudderwocks in your hand, just about any battlecry effect you played previously in the game would be good enough to win the game. The only limitation was that Shudderwock repeats your battlecries in a random order, and not in the order the minions were played, meaning there was always a chance that your Grumble battlecry would go off first before it could copy itself. But with more and more busted cards being printed into Shaman, there were always tons of redundancies and ways to ensure that you could always get your infinite Shudderwock combo to go off. Some notable examples include playing multiple copies of the much better Serenite Chain Gang, and the absolute insane Brilliant Macaw. I think Blizzard intended Shudderwock to be played like a massive late-game value bomb, like N'Zoth or Tess, or as a solid turn 9 value play, and not to go infinite. Even now in Wild, Shudderwock is the core win condition of Free Shaman, which abuses its multitude of freeze and lockdown and hand disruption battlecries to shut down just about every other deck in the meta. If you were ever around the time when Shudderwock was first printed, you would understand just how defining and infamous he was to that time period of the game. And at number 4, we have Mountain Giant, which represents the Platinum 7. This neutral 12-mana 8/8 elemental costs 1 mana less for each other card you have in your hand. This giant has been around since the launch of Hearthstone, and has seen some sort of play through about just every meta. And although it is a neutral card, Mountain Giant saw near exclusive play in one class, Warlock. Whether it's just off the base hero power, or cost reduced one from Yen, or with the upgraded one, pretty much every non-aggro Warlock deck wants to press their hero power as much as possible, since it actually generates card advantage. And because you're drawing so many cards with it, what would usually happen is that you would have to start dumping cards from your hand so that you don't overdraw. Mountain Giant fixes this problem by giving you a cheap threat to dump very early on in the game, costing as little as 3 mana with a full hand. And even though you can't ever get it to cost 0 mana, under normal circumstances, this was enough of an upside that synergized with the Warlock hero power that every control and Reno deck started running it. Cube locks love this card since a turn 4 Mountain Giant into a turn 5 Carnivorous Cube would very easily win you the game. In Handlock, a turn 4 Mountain Giant was one of your best 4 plays, since you could copy its stats with Faceless Shambler or Faceless Manipulator. And even today, one of the best decks in Wild is Evenlock, which abuses its 1 mana hero power to abuse its other hand-sized cards that synergize with Mountain Giant. What really made this card such a beast was that dropping it against aggro decks meant that you could easily go 3 for 1, or just start crashing into face very quickly, threatening lethal. Or against slow controller combo decks, you could also drop it to very quickly threatening lethal. It's not hard to see how an, on average, 4 mana 8/8, which rewards you for drawing cards, has seen a ton of play over the years. The only real disadvantage is when you're top decking with very few cards in your hand, but if you're ever in that position as a control deck, you've probably lost already. And at number 3, we have Gen Greymane, which represents the Gold 4 rank. This 6 mana, 6/5 neutral minion has the effect where, at the start of the game, if you built your deck so that it only has even costing cards, your hero power will permanently cost 1 mana. Gen is absolutely insane, even if he's actually just a vanilla 6 mana 6/5, because he helped define multiple tier 1 decks ever since his release. If you've ever heard us talking about an even deck before, Gen is the reason why those decks were named that way. He could very easily have an entire video about all the various competitive decks that he's ever been in over the years, so let us know if you want to see a video about that. Although, it may seem like making most hero powers cost 1 less doesn't sound that good, especially on effects that cost about 0 mana to begin with. Being able to spam hero powers for so cheap actually is a win condition that has enough synergy that's worth building a deck around. In fact, of all the basic hero powers, the only class I could think of that hadn't had a good even deck are Demon Hunter, because Gen's effect does nothing, Priest and Warrior, because their hero powers don't have immediate board impact. The first oppressive deck Gen spawned was Even Shaman, which was so good in Standard that Blizzard actually forcefully rotated him out early to the Hall of Fame, which was Hearthstone's version of the ban list. This deck tried to spam out 1 mana fire totems as often as possible with their hero power, capitalizing with other totem synergy cards and board swinging cards to absolutely steamroll the ladder. And while there have been fringe even Druid, Paladin, and Mage decks, one of the big tier 1 decks nowadays has been even Warlock, which we talked about earlier on in a spot. But because Gen has been a more oppressive deck than Mountain Giant ever has, Gen definitely deserves to be in the top 3 on this list. And at number 2, we have Reno Jackson, which represents the Diamond 5 rank. This neutral 6 mana 4/6 legendary minion restores your hero to full health, but only if your deck contains no duplicate cards in it. Unlike Gen though, your deck only has to contain unique cards in it by the time you play Reno, meaning you could potentially build your deck to contain a couple of duplicates, draw them, then be able to play and activate Reno. Reno is another card which could have its own entire video dedicated to the history of the decks that he's been in, but I'll give you the long and short of it. For Reno's entire lifetime, he has single-handedly stopped aggro decks from running rampant, and being the best deck in the format. This card is the namesake of his own deck format, is the bane of aggro decks, and is such a fan favorite that he spawned multiple other support cards to make it even better. And to players confused as to why healing your hero to full health with such a severe limitation has been good for so long, it's because this is actually all you need to do to beat many aggro decks in Hearthstone. From a deck building perspective, the ideal aggro deck kills your opponent as quickly as possible, efficiently using all of your mana, health, and cards to do so. In practice, that means aggro decks almost always run out of threats and burst quickly if you're able to survive their initial onslaught. And with other support and value cards, Reno decks have always been present as the premier control decks of Standard and Wild. So much so that aggro decks have been including counters just to stall Reno for a couple more turns. Some examples of when Reno was at his best was in Raza Priest, which used Raza and Shadow Reaper Anduin to get 0 mana Void Form, LPG Mage, which abused the 5 mana Luna's Pocket Galaxy, and Big Demon Reno Lock, which cheated out wave after wave of big demons. In fact, Reno Priest and Reno Warlock were so good for so long that people conclude that cards would never be good enough to ever shake up the meta. And, well, they were wrong, but not by that much. Reno Warlock still manages to see play in today's extremely fast combo meta, mainly through teching in enough instant win conditions against certain decks. As much as it pains me to put Reno at number 2 spot, again, the number 1 spot on this list has been undeniably insane in the last couple of years. And at number 1, we have Molten Giant, which represents the Platinum 6 ring. This neutral 20 mana 8/8 elemental costs 1 mana less for each point of damage your hero has from full health. So for example, if your hero is at 10 or less health, then Molten Giant will cost 0 mana. This card, despite requiring you to enter critically low life totals, is just absolutely insane when you start realizing how many cards synergize with losing health. In, you guessed it, Warlock. This card was a core part of the 4 Giants variant of Questline Warlock, one of the few S-tier decks in Hearthstone's history. This deck focused around damaging your hero as much as possible to trigger all 3 steps of the questline, to get the reward Blightborn Tasman, which makes all damage you take on your turn damage your opponent instead. To get this reward, the deck would stuff in as many cheap damaging cards as possible and Dark Glare to cheat them all out for free, since it restores mana every time you take damage. And while you may not deal enough damage to yourself to get the reward every game, that's why the Giants were also in the deck. Flesh Giant cost 1 mana less each time you damaged or healed yourself, and Molten Giant cost less when you were low, meaning that they could very consistently cost 3 or less mana by the time you drew them. This deck basically had no weaknesses, since you could heal out of range very quickly, out-damage just about every deck, and have an insane board presence with the Giant variant. And it's not like the 4 Giants variants came out of nowhere, since before the questline was printed, it was also one of the main variants of Dark Glare Warlocks, which was the sole tier 1 deck for quite a while and wild. The only low point in this card's history was when it was nerfed to cost 25 mana, but even then it was included in some Mimi Holy Wrath Paladin decks. Molten Giant definitely deserves to be number 1 spot on this list for its inclusion into a deck so good that its core card had to get banned in Wild. And because no other card on this list can brag about that, even Reno, the infamous Molten Giant definitely deserves its top spot on this list. Dragon aspects in Hearthstone have been pretty game-changing cards over the years, and with a new dragon-focused expansion announced for World of Warcraft, we thought we'd highlight some of the best in Hearthstone. And at number 10, we have Kalecgos. This 9 mana 4/12 dragon initially costs 10 mana and has the effect where you get to discover a random mage spell, a keyword which lets you choose one of 3 randomly generated options, and it makes the first spell you play each turn cost 0 mana. I should note that if you play a spell before you played Kalecgos, you won't get the discount since he only makes the first spell you play each turn cost 0 mana. But besides not being able to coin out Kalecgos and get his full effect, his effect is great no matter which game state you're in. If you're ahead, you can find a spell to push for advantage. Or if you're desperate, you can try to fish for a big removal spell. Or if you're really desperate, you can try to Hail Mary with one of Mage's many entirely luck-based spells. While Kalecgos is intended for you to be able to discover a spell, pick whichever one you want, and cast it for free, he also has the option of making any of your other spells in your hand cost 0 mana, as long as it's the first spell you're going to cast that turn. You can cast whatever big spell you want. And if Kalecgos manages to survive, you can use his effect to make another spell cost 0 mana on your next turn. This card was one of the main payoff cards of the LPG Mage, a deck which used Luna's Pocket Galaxy to make all of her huge minions cost 1 mana. This deck was pretty gross, especially when Galaxy was buffed to only cost 5 mana, and was so good it tore up Wild before it was reverted back to 7 mana. For now though, Kalecgos deserves his spot for being at least somewhat playable in Wild, a feat few aspects not on this list have achieved, but is still a very fringe card. The rest of the cards on this list have been a lot more prominent, at least in Standard, but that could soon change. Recently, Kalecgos has been added to the Core 2022 set, which is a yearly rotating collection of cards available to all players, meaning he is now also playable in Standard. Hopefully, with weaker competition, Kalecgos can find viability, but for now, he sits at the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Deathwing Dragonlord. This version of Deathwing is also a neutral 10 mana 12/12 dragon, but it has the effect where he puts all dragons in your hand onto the battlefield when he dies. A fun fact about this card is that it is, to my knowledge, the first ever card printed that was an alternative version of a legendary that already existed, and lets you play 2 of the same character. Of course, nowadays, and in other card games, this is taken for granted, but it was pretty novel at the time. Anyways, this card never really saw any play except for a fringe, off-meta, big dragon deck. You see, the reason why this Deathwing can have such a big effect while still being well statted is because it takes forever for it to get its effect off. On top of having to wait until 10 mana to play him, you also have to find a way to kill him to get off the effect, which is no easy task with 12 health. And if your opponent was scared of having to deal with all the dragons Deathwing could summon, they could always find a way to silence, transform, or shuffle it to negate the on-death effect from triggering. And for nearly 2 years, he remained pretty much unplayable. That is, until a critical mass of good big dragons were printed, and a cheesy big dragon rogue rose to infamy. This deck used the newly printed Necrium Blade, which triggered a death rattle effect when it was broken. To trigger this Deathwing's death rattle, which could be copied with the 4-mana Necrium Apothecary, and if you were really lucky by turn 4, you could have a full board of enormous dragons, and kill your opponent shortly afterwards. This deck was so broken when it did finally hit its, at best, inconsistent combo, that Apothecary even got nerfed to 5 mana. And while this combo is still just as good as ever, I think players are put off by its purely RNG-based strategy, even if it is an instant win if you do manage to hit the high roll. And at number 8, we have the original Alexstrasza. This 9-mana 8/8 neutral dragon lets you target either your hero or your opponent's hero and set their health to be 15. For reference, all heroes and classes in Hearthstone start the game with 30 health. And unlike in other card games, in Hearthstone you can't heal above your hero's maximum health of 30, bar for one exception. Armor, however, is a very common mechanic, which adds health points on top of your hero's base health. This means you can effectively gain infinite health on your hero as long as you have the armor to do it, while your base health caps off at 30. What this means for Alexstrasza is that it doesn't set a hero's maximum health to be 15, rather she basically damages or heals a hero so their health is exactly 15. And since now you know how hero health and armor works, you'll understand why Alexstrasza's effect won't touch armor at all. In the early days of Hearthstone, one infamous deck used to run Alex and show off her terrifying power. Freeze Mage was a deck built around stalling long enough with ice-themed cards until the right time. Then, on combo turn, with an ice block up, they would play Alexstrasza, end their turn, and on their next turn, use some combination of Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and Fireball to deal 15 damage to their opponent. Of course, by modern standards, this combo is laughably easy to play around. But back then, the only real options you had were to kill them before their combo turn, or to heal or armor up out of range and hope they didn't have enough damage to kill you. Her flexibility was also devastating, since she wasn't a dead card even against aggro matchups. For example, if you faced off against an aggro deck like Face Hunter and needed a little bit of healing to survive, you could always play her when you were low at health to be reset back to 15. But since then, other, cheaper, and more efficient healing and damaging options have been printed, but the OG Alexstrasza still deserves a spot on this list for how influential she was during the beginning of Hearthstone's life. And at number 7, we have Murozond. This 8-mana 8/8 Priest Dragon is the leader of the Infinite Dragonflight and plays all the cards your opponent played on their turn, but for you. So at first glance, this card may seem really good, being an 8-mana 8/8 with an insane upside. And well, that's because it is. A theme with a lot of the cards on this list is they are very good, probably because Blizzard wanted their iconic dragons to also be everywhere in Hearthstone. Some notes about this card is that although Murozond does say play in its card text, it doesn't actually trigger the battle cry of a minion, and plays spells but with random targeting. So for example, if your opponent played Dr. Boom and Dark Bomb on their turn, Murozond would only summon the 7/7 body of Dr. Boom without the Boom bots, and cast Dark Bomb with any random target. And what's great about this card is that if your opponent were to play one of their win conditions, a high value card, or a crazy combo turn, Murozond would copy it all for just 8 mana. In addition to just being a generic good card in value, he also had uses as combo disruptor and as a combo piece. Back in the day, a pretty common priest combo involved using King Togwaggle and Murozond to kill your opponent with fatigue. Assuming you had an empty deck, King Togwaggle would swap decks with your opponent, putting them into fatigue, and giving them the King's Ransom card, which let them swap their decks back for 5 mana. But when they did that, you could just play Murozond to reswap your deck permanently, giving them your empty deck and putting them into fatigue. And as cool as this combo was, it died out when Reno Priest and the rise of the better and faster win conditions. Unfortunately, the Murozond only comes in at number 7 spot because as of yet, he has yet to be a truly degenerate card like the rest of the cards of this list. But just like Kalecgos, and with his inclusion as the Priest Legendary minion in the new 2022 core set, he may finally be able to find more success during his second bout in Standard. As of now, it's too early to tell, but he could easily move up a couple spots in the future. And at number 6, we have Ysera Unleash. This 9-mana 4/12 Druid Dragon shuffles 7 Dream Portals into your deck when played, which summon a random dragon when spawned. This version of Ysera single-handedly made Dragon Druid, a previously meme tier deck, into one of the strongest standard decks ever at the time. This deck basically used all the new dragon support cards printed in Druid in order to play Breath of Dreams. This card is a 2-mana spell that lets you draw a card and gain an empty mana crystal if you're holding a dragon in your hand. This card is absolutely insane if you can get its conditional effect to go off, and it's comparable to a pre-nerfed Wild Growth, one of the strongest cards of all time. And because Breath was so crucial, a Dragon Druid had to play a decent number of dragons, like Ysera Unleashed. Not only does this card let you summon up to 7 dragons of any cost, most of which costs 5 or more, each portal is free and can summon the legendary dragons from other classes. And despite being a 9-mana card with no immediate effect, the potential to summon huge free dragons each turn made it very worth it. On top of that, Emerald Explorer, one of the best new dragons printed, lets you discover a random dragon when played, and offered Ysera as a quite often option. You see, class cards are more likely to be offered as a choice during Discover options, and since Emerald Explorer and Ysera Unleashed were the only Druid dragons, one or both of them would almost always be an option. That meant you could almost always pick Ysera Unleashed, shuffle more Dream Portals into your deck, or another Emerald Explorer, in hopes of offering yet another Ysera. Despite being a debilitating 9-mana, some Druid decks in Wild were able to squeeze in Ysera as one of their contentious late-game cards, just because of how much value momentum each Dream Portal offered. And at number 5, we have Nozdormu the Timeless. This version of Nozdormu is a 4-mana 8/8 Paladin Dragon, and sets each players to 10 mana crystals when played. The idea behind this card is that even though an 8/8 body for 4 mana is an amazing deal, your opponent is the first player that can actually use all 10 of the newly generated mana crystals, since yours are all empty. One deck quickly rose up with the release of Nozdormu, which basically packed every good expensive card Paladin had around a Tip the Scales package. This package consisted of High Abyss Allura, Tip the Scales as your only spell, and a ton of Murlocs. And what you'd hope would happen was that you'd play Allura, which casts a spell from your deck whenever you played a spell, play the coin, and cast Tip the Scales, summoning about 20 mana worth of Murlocs. It may seem like giving your opponent the max amount of mana to play around with is an awful play, given how completely awful Temporis is. But if your deck is built to be able to spend 10 mana each turn, you can easily win. For example, if you play Nozdormu against an aggro deck, sure, they'll probably be able to dump their entire hand and gain a lot of initiative at first, but if you're able to survive their initial wave, then your opponent won't have any cards left in their hand, forcing them to watch you spend all your mana each turn until you're able to turn the tide and win. And this basic game plan works so well, even against really slow control decks, that Allura got nerfed to 5 mana, since Allura, Tip the Scales, and Nozdormu gave Ramp, or Scam Paladin, too many instant win plays. And with the Murloc package, even if Ramp Paladin whiffed, they still had a fairly decent early game. And even though Ramp Paladin and Nozdormu were extremely oppressive, I can only place it at the number 5 spot on this list because it basically died overnight to an indirect nerf. And at number 4, we have Alexstrasza the Lifebinder. This neutral 9 mana 8/8, when played, either deals 8 damage if you target an enemy character, or restores 8 health if you target a friendly one. Although this version of Alexstrasza can't potentially deal or heal as much damage as the original Alexstrasza, she does offer more flexibility and consistency. Like in most card games, direct damage is valued so much more than healing, meaning Alexstrasza is almost always used to deal 8 damage. And it might surprise you, but other than Ragnaros, whose effect is random, no other minion in the game can deal 8 damage to an opponent's hero without any other requirements or strings attached. This is really important because control decks, the main type of deck that Alexstrasza is played in, were finally able to slot in some burst damage potential, while still being flexible in other use cases. Or in controller mid-range matchups, Alexstrasza could be used to deal 8 damage to a minion, already making you go neutral in card advantage while putting a huge start on the board. Or when you're really desperate for healing to get out of range of a combo, you can heal your minions or yourself, though this is the least efficient option. In comparison to other cards, Alexstrasza's Battlecry is worth anywhere from 3 to 8 mana, while giving you a massive 8/8 body. In practice, Alexstrasza was used in pretty much every mid-range and control deck until the core 2021 set rotated out, where she still saw play in the occasional Reno deck, even to this day in Wild. And at number 3, we have Malygos the Spellweaver. This new, reprinted Malygos is a neutral 9 mana 4/12 that draws spells from your deck until your hand is full. This card is amazing, and if it weren't for how insanely powerful the standard format was at the time, this card could have definitely had decks built around it in the past. The ability to potentially draw 10 spells from your deck is worth about 10 mana, on top of the very respectable 4/12 stat line. And when this card was first printed, the only real limitation of it was that there weren't that many decks that had a lot of good spells, and how fast the meta was. This Malygos offered a ton of value, or card advantage, in exchange for being very expensive and slow. Most other good expensive cards, like the Raid Boss Onyxia, had to also offer some tempo or immediate board impact, Otherwise, you could potentially spend your entire turn playing a minion that your opponent could just ignore. To get around this, Malygos was played in a deck which could either cheat him out for much less mana, were desperate for card draw, or wanted him for Kazakusan. Like most expensive cards in Hearthstone, if you can find a way to discount its mana, you should find a way to do so. In Standard and even in Wild for a while, Celestial Alignment was the premier way to satisfy your inner Timmy. Celestial Alignment is a 7-mana druid spell that sets all cards and mana crystals to 1, meaning post-alignment your Malygos will be a 1-mana 4/12 that can potentially refill your hand. This comboed great with Lady Anacondra, which down made most of your spells cost 0 mana, letting you play any druid nature spell you wanted for free. Some other notable threats, like Questline Hunter, whose deck was almost entirely of spells, and Mecha'thun Warlock, which wanted to draw through their entire deck, also loved Malygos' insane draw potential. And although he had a slow start, Malygos even sees play today in Standard as one of the 2 staple dragons that is played with Kazakusan. And speaking of blue dragon aspects, and at number 2, we have the original Malygos. This neutral 9-mana 4/12 dragon simply has spell damage plus 5, a keyword which makes all of your damage spells do that much more damage. Malygos is one of the oldest cards in the game, and is still one of the most problematic design space limiting cards in the game alongside Stone Tusk's Boar. I think Blizzard's original idea was for players to play Malygos on turn 9, hope he's able to survive with its 12 health, and enjoy the massive amount of spell damage on the following turn. You see, even though it doesn't make all of your spells do damage, and only boost the ones that already deal damage, it's still fairly easy to find a way to make Malygos very cheap. Over the years, there have been a ton of competitive to semi-viable Malygos decks, but for the sake of brevity, we'll only be going over the best ones. Miracle Rogue was a very high-skill combo deck that aimed to survive long enough until it could pull off a miracle turn to win the game. Built around the classic Rogue staple cards, this deck basically tries to conserve resources and survive long enough until it can pop off with Gadget and Auctioneer, and try to draw through their entire deck, try to discount their entire hand, and use a discounted Malygos with a ton of cheap spells to try to kill their opponent. In more modern times, Avian-Kun decks have long abused Malygos for their one-turn kill combos. Basically, you play Aviana, Innervate, and Kun. This deck could make all of their minions, including Malygos, cost 1 mana, while refreshing 10 mana crystals. From that point, using some combination of Sath Rovar, more Malygoses, Moonfires, and Living Roots, you could easily deal more than 30 damage. And while it may seem convoluted, Aviana-Kun decks, and by extension Malygos, remain as a prominent threat in Wild, though not as much as the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. This neutral 9-mana 8/8 adds 2 random dragons to your hand and sets their mana cost to 0 when played, but only if every card in your deck is unique. This card is really good and still one of the few minions that cost 8 or more mana worth playing that doesn't need to be cheated out. When players in Wild are paying 9 mana for a card and are still satisfied by the results, you know a card is busted. So, how good is it? Well, this unique card condition has been around for a really long time, and started off with Reno Jackson, one of the most played and well-liked cards of all time. Reno restores your hero to full health and created his own archetype just so control decks could survive and stabilize against aggro decks. And because of his conditional battlecry, he created Highlander, or Reno decks, where there can be only one of each card in your deck. And over time, and with more and more expansions, there's now a ton of good Highlander support. So Alexstrasza's conditional battlecry isn't a huge deal to pull off. In fact, she even recreated Highlander decks in Standard with Zephyros and without Reno, and had a deck built around her, just because of how good of a payoff of a card she was. So, how good was the actual battlecry? Dragon Queen Alexstrasza was printed in the Descent of Dragons expansion, which had just released some of the best expensive dragon minions of all time. Unfortunately, many of them had no support in the classes, but because of how Alexstrasza's battlecry is worded, she could generate them even if they weren't from your class. And with the new core set, she could also generate the amazing reworked dragon aspects too. On average, you're going to be generating 2 dragons worth about 6 mana each, meaning you can effectively get a cool 20 mana's worth of value by only paying 9. And the real icing on the cake is that instead of just summoning 2 dragons, she adds them to your hand for free, meaning you can get their battlecry effects, since they trigger on play and not on summon. Or you can hold on to them until a future turn. Eventually, Blizzard had to nerf her so that she couldn't generate herself, and increase the cost of the generated dragons to cost 1 mana each. Though this didn't really stop her play rate. She even had her mana cost reverted, where she still sees fairly consistent play in Wild. Tech cards are any cards that are used in decks to counter common matchups, while often being dead cards against others. They usually do one specific thing to mess up another deck's game plan. So in this list, we'll be going over the 10 best of these tech cards over the years. And at number 10, we have the Big Game Hunter. Big Game Hunter is a 4-mana 4/2 that destroys a minion with 7 or more attack when played. This tech card was meant to efficiently destroy big minions, and actually used to have decent stats for its cost. Originally, when this card was most played, the card was a 3-mana 4/2, and a very strong card. Back in the day, many classes had no good single target removal, due to how few cards there were in the game. Druids especially had trouble dealing with big minions, since their best single target option they had was Starfire. And even in classes that already had good removal, like Mage, they were still more than happy to run a decent 3-mana card which had the ability to kill one of your opponent's major threats. Since the game was much slower, Ragnaros and Sylvanas were staple late-game cards that every deck ran. This tech card was so heavily played that it was abbreviated as BGH, and was played so much everybody knew what you were talking about if you mentioned it. Some decks tech so hard against the meta, they even started running Abusive Sergeant, which gave a minion +2 attack, just so they could buff Sylvanas to 7 attack and kill her with a BGH. It actually started to push out slow, big decks so much that every time a new card had 7 or more attack, the Hearthstone community would meme that it would never see play because it dies to BGH. And for how silly it was kind of true. Blizzard did eventually nerf BGH to cost 5 mana rather than 3, making this tech card much worse in aggro or combo decks that didn't often run minions that had 7 or more attack. And even at 4 mana as it is today, the meta has shifted to be so much faster and have much better removal cards that BGH has seen no recent competitive play. Even still, its early dominance in Hearthstone's history for such a long time deserves number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Spellbreaker. This 4-mana card is a neutral 4/3 that silences a minion when played. This was another very popular staple card in a lot of decks, and filled the niche as a good neutral silence minion. Even before a ton of minions started having good onboard effects, Spellbreaker was at least considered in every deck because of how flexible silence was. If you were an aggro deck, like Pirate Warrior, you could use silence to get rid of a minion's taunt, and attack your opponent directly. Or if you were mid-range or a tempo deck, you could silence an enemy minion's buffs and kill their minions easily. And if you were a control deck, you can silence any minion that lost your opponent the most amount of value. Basically, silence had so many good targets for so many good decks, that Spellbreaker was usually played as a one-of, just in case you really needed to silence an enemy minion. It, like many of the other tech cards on this list, also wasn't even that bad to play on curve, since a 4-mana 4/3 was good enough in the early days to kill 2 small minions before dying. Some of the best targets for Spellbreaker were expensive taunt minions, since silencing it and going face was basically as good as killing it. Or if your minions were to be debuffed or frozen, you could silence your own minions to still attack with them. Of course, there have been better silence tech cards over the year, like the 2-mana Ironbeak Owl, or now Royal Librarian, but Spellbreaker saw so much play that Blizzard had to move it to the Hall of Fame, Hearthstone's first ban list, so that other decks could actually run taunts and buffs without worry of being silenced all the time. And at number 8, we have Bad Luck Albatross. This 3-mana 4/3 beast shuffles 2 1-mana 1/1 vanilla beasts into your opponent's deck when it dies. This tech card, rather uniquely, was played to counter Reno decks, which have been played ever since its release. For those who don't know, Reno Jackson is a 6-mana 4/6 minion that when played, fully restores your hero, but only if every card in your deck is unique. That meant if Bad Luck Albatross were to die, the 2 Albatrosses it would shuffle into your opponent's deck would actually ruin Reno's Battlecry condition. And over the years, there have been many cards that have the same condition as Reno, with the most notable ones being Zephyrus the Great and Kazakis. Reno decks have pretty much always been some of the best decks in Standard and Wild, so having a way to finally tech against these decks was a breath of fresh air. Albatross was especially good since these decks would hold the Reno-like cards until the perfect moment, only for them to become useless when Albatross died. This card saw play in any deck that could copy it multiple times, aggro decks that really wanted to counter Reno's full heal, and even other Reno decks that wanted to win the mirror matchup more often. And even against normal decks, being a 3-mana 4/3, forcing one of your opponent's naturally drawn cards to be a useless 1/1, was actually so good that it actually got nerfed to 4 mana. Albatross wasn't unbeatable though, even after its nerf was reverted. Since the condition on Reno and support cards is only if your deck has unique cards, all your opponent had to do was just draw one of the 2 Albatrosses to reactivate their cards. And with Reno decks already running a fair amount of card draw, and Hearthstone decks only being 30 cards, it was pretty easy to draw at least 1 Albatross within a couple of turns. And speaking of very specific hate cards, at number 7 we have Skulking Geist. This neutral 6 mana 4/6 destroys all 1 mana spells in both players' decks when you play it from your hand. This card, as you can probably tell, is a tech card meant to destroy any problematic 1 mana spells in your opponent's deck. When this card was first released, it was a very welcome card and saw immediate play. At the time, Blizzard had just given Druid some of the best cards of all time, and created a very overtuned and warping class. It was so bad in fact that nearly the entire standard ladder was just different versions of Druid which utilized the same staple of cards. The main issue was a combination of Ultimate Infestation, an extremely good late game card, Spreading Plague, an extremely good anti-aggro card, Malfurion the Pestilent, an extremely good hero card, and access to the pre-nerfed Innervate, considered one of the best cards of all time. Druid, before its nerfs, was absolutely unstoppable, and Skulking Geist was the only tech card at the time which could even remotely slow down Druid. You see, most Druid decks relied on some sort of 1 mana spell to help them win the game, whether it was Mark of the Lotus or Jade Idol. By destroying part of the win conditions, it helped other classes to at least fight back before they got completely outvalued. Afterwards, it saw continual play in control decks as a counter, once again, to Jade Idol, since this card could shuffle copies of itself back into the deck and effectively prevent any Jade decks from taking fatigue. And what's funny is that even though destroying 1 mana spells is a very niche effect, a lot of powerful decks over the years have needed 1 mana spells as their win condition. Geist has also been used to counter Freeze Mage, Jade decks, Kingsbane Rogues, Galakron Shamans, and most recently, dominant Odd Questline Hunters. While it was originally printed to only counter Jade Idol, Skulking Geist deserves a spot on this list for its consistent use as a tech card to counter some of the most degenerate decks in the game. And at number 6, we have Eater of Secrets. This neutral 4 mana 2/4 destroys all of your opponent's secrets and gains +1/+1 for each one destroyed when played. This card was actually the first neutral minion that, as its name implies, is able to destroy all of your opponent's secrets when played. For those of you who don't know, secrets are kind of like Hearthstone's equivalent of counter cards, which can only trigger on your opponent's turn when they do certain things. Even now, there have been other cards that destroy your opponent's secrets, but they have only destroyed one of your opponent's secrets, or are class specific. When this card first came out, it was continuously memed of as awful, and saw no play for a long time. After all, a 4 mana 2/4 was awful to play with no secrets, and only 3 classes had access to them at the time. But in Wild, pretty much every mage deck that could was playing the Secret Ice Block, one of the best independent cards of all time. This 3 mana secret lets you avoid fatal damage and makes you immune for that whole turn, effectively making you unkillable during that turn. It basically gives you an extra turn for 3 mana, and lets you not have to worry about your opponent's board or burst killing you. Ice Block made Mage one of the best combo and control classes, with variations of Reno and Quest Mage being competitive for years, which is an extremely long time for any deck to last in Wild. Later, Mage even started getting tons of secret support, which just created another very dominant meta deck, Secret Mage. And at the time, Eater of Secrets was a highly recommended tech card since it was able to devastate so many different Mage decks for a while. Against combo Arena decks, you could play Eater of Secrets to destroy their Ice Block, catch your opponent by surprise, and push for lethal directly. Or against any type of Secret Mage, a single, well-timed Eater could destroy 15 mana worth of secrets and win you the game on the spot. And for how specific the effect is, being able to counter one of the best cards in the game and ruin your opponent's game plan has been so useful that Eater of Secrets deserves a spot on this list. And at number 5, we have Narubar Weblord. This 2 mana 1/4 simply makes all Battlecry minions cost 2 more mana. When Weblord came out in the first set of the game, almost everybody ignored it, mostly because it didn't have a premium stat line and often hurt you just as much as your opponent. But over the years, people have valued Weblord's aura effect more and more due to its ability to slow down your opponent's plays. You see, compared to the early days of Hearthstone, almost every good minion has to have an immediate effect on the board when they're played. Sometimes it's in the form of a taunt or a board effect, but a vast majority of the time, an immediate effects are in the form of battle cries. This is mostly because of the way keywords are written in Hearthstone, since if you want a minion's effect to trigger as soon as it's played, it has to be a battle cry. That means there are a ton of battle cry minions, all of which are heavily affected by Weblord. This card falls into the rare category of a Floodgate tech card, meaning it punishes certain cards by making them unable to be played. Of course, making Battlecry minions cost 2 more may not sound like a lot, but when most games are decided in the first 4 turns, every mana crystal matters. This can devastate Battlecry heavy minion decks if they have no hard removal, since it can lock them out of 2 full turns if left untouched. In the past, this card was used in Aggro Druid and Tax Paladin decks that didn't use a lot of Battlecry minions so they could lock out cards like Reno Jackson, which would heal their opponent to full health. Having such a universal condition may not sound like a tech card, But with how powerful some spell-heavy decks are, Weblord can be completely useless in those matchups. Slower decks have started realizing its power as a tech card though too, funnily enough. Lock out other tech cards, or shut down Battlecry heavy decks. Weblord might have had a slow start, but its continual and massive rise gives it a spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Golakka Crawler. This 2-mana 2/3 destroys a pirate when it's played. Golakka Crawler is probably what most people think of when a tech card comes to mind, and for good reason. Throughout the years, and ever since its release until rotation, Golakka Crawler has been a reliable way to keep pirates in check. Pirates have long since been a meta threat, but it all started with the release of Patches the Pirate. This 1/1 charge could pull itself from the deck for free whenever you played a pirate, and has been one of the main reasons why pirates has been relevant as long as they have. Patches is basically a free 1/1 that thins your deck, and has been so good that pretty much every aggro deck in the last 5 years has used it. And even with the chance to draw Patches, and its nerf to remove charge, some decks have created a pirate package just so they can abuse Patches. Needless to say, pirates have dominated in Wild and Standard since Patches' release, so it's no wonder that Blizzard actively had to print Golakka Crawler in an attempt to stop pirates from warping the meta so much. And its stat line as a 2-mana 2/3 is decent enough to see play in both aggro and control decks, even if it doesn't get any value eating a pirate. Whenever pirate decks become too common or too good, Golakka Crawler has been the staple tech card that many decks have used to try to slow down pirates, by destroying one of their minions and creating a 3/4 to contest the early game board. It's been so needed at times that some decks have had to run Golakka Crawler in a deck with pirates just so they could punish other pirate decks. And if it weren't for the other tech cards on this list, Golakka Crawler would probably be the best tech card in the game. And at number 3, we have Dirty Rat. Dirty Rat is a 2-mana 2/6 with Taunt that, when played, summons a random minion from your opponent's hand to the field. This card is one of the few hand disruption cards in Hearthstone, and has seen consistent play in most Control and Reno decks. You see, when Dirty Rat was first printed, its intended use as an overstated 2-drop was to contest whatever it pulled from your opponent's hand. But as a control deck, you really only wanted to play Dirty Rat when you knew you could remove whatever it pulled, making it effectively the first neutral discard effect that could selectively pull minions from your opponent's hand. Even counting using a hard removal effect, Dirty Rat is still effectively a -1 in card advantage, the same as just playing a normal card, while also messing with your opponent's game plan and setting up a fairly big 2/6. Most combo decks, the main decks Dirty Rat was teched for, almost always have to run specific minions to OTK you, like Mozaki, Mecha'thun, or Malygos. So being able to pull them from your opponent's hand and kill them could win you the game on the spot. And what really made Dirty Rat an insane tech card was how good it was against even aggro or other control decks. Most aggro decks run pretty small minions, so having a 2-mana 2/6, even if it pulled another minion, was usually enough to slow down aggro decks that it was pretty unpunishable turn 2 play. Or against control decks, a well-timed Dirty Rat could pull one of your opponent's win conditions or value cards, putting you massively ahead in terms of advantage. And for those reasons, Dirty Rat has consistently been among the most played cards in Wild. And the only real weakness of this card was how hard it was to use optimally, especially since you had to rely on luck and knowing enough about your opponent's deck to weigh the odds on when to play it. Even still, Dirty Rat has proven to be one of the best tech cards of all time, just like the next card on this list. And at number 2, we have Rust-Rot Viper. This card is a neutral 3-mana 3/4 that destroys your opponent's weapon when played. It's also tradable, meaning that you can choose to shuffle this card back into your deck and draw a new one for 1 mana. Rust-Rot Viper hasn't been out for long, or even in the best meta, and yet it has seen a ton of competitive success. Usually, what makes a good tech card is how game-winning it is against its targeted decks, and how playable it is against its suboptimal matchups. Viper fulfills both of these conditions well due to its amazing stat line and tradable mechanic. Nowadays, most decks that run weapons only bring a few good weapons to help them win, since running a ton of weapon gives diminishing returns. So, as a premium 3-mana 3/4, you can effectively destroy one of your opponent's very valuable weapons for free, gaining tempo and mana advantage. And what makes this card really great is that against decks that don't run any weapons, you can just trade it away for 1 mana and get a new card, instead of having it sit dead in your hand like all the other weapon tech cards. For reference, a lot of cards already value drawing a card at more than 1 mana. So being able to cycle Viper for 1 mana has been so good that some decks run it just for this effect. The only thing holding this card back from being higher is that historically, weapon decks were a lot stronger before Viper was printed, and have all but vanished except in questline Pirate Warrior. Even still, it was the most played card while it wasn't standard for a while, with tons of success in Wild too. There's no doubt that if this card were to exist in a meta with more good weapons, it would absolutely become the tech card of choice. And at number 1, we have Lotheb. This neutral 5-mana legendary minion is a 5/5 that, when played, makes all your opponent's spells cost 5 more mana during their next turn. This card didn't see much play when it first came out, but like other tech cards in this list, has become more valued as the power of the game has increased over the years. Lotheb came out in the first expansion of the game and was brushed aside since the game was more focused around minion combat, and just a few spells helped round out decks. Nowadays though, spells, despite being one-time use only, are just as powerful and played as their minion counterparts. They can summon minions, buff your minions, draw cards, push for lethal, or just be win conditions. To put another way, if a card were to be printed that made all of your opponent's minions cost 5 more mana during their next turn, it would absolutely be one of the best cards in the game, but it would still be worse than Lotheb. You see, as a tech card, Lotheb has so many good applications that most people wouldn't immediately think of Lotheb as one. Aggro decks play it as a finisher to protect their board from spell removal. Control decks use it to slow down other control decks. And all decks use it to shut combo decks out for one turn. Of course, as a tech card, it's useless against all minion decks or when your opponent doesn't have any spells they want to play that turn. But other than that, it effectively shuts out half of all cards your opponent could play. Most of which would either be removal or game-winning combo cards. And as a 5-mana 5/5, it's actually still good enough to be played as is, just to gain info on how many spells your opponent has in their hand. Lotheb, as a result, has been a wild staple as a generically good tech card for years, either as a tech finisher for aggro decks, or as a combo shutdown for control decks. Epic cards are the second rarest tier of card in Hearthstone, and are depicted by a purple gem in the center of each card. They typically have some of the more unique effects in the game, and usually require synergy with other cards to work at their maximum potential. Over the years, some of these cards have had effects which have been either too niche, or have had no good support cards to help it, so don't be too surprised if you don't recognize a lot of the cards in this list, since a lot of them see almost no play at all. And as a unique thing in this video, we'll also be going over some changes Blizzard could make to make these forgotten cards be at least a little bit more playable. And at number 10, we have Death Axe Punisher. This 4-mana 3/3 when played gives a random lifesteal minion in your hand +2/+2. Lifesteal is a keyword that's just like Lifelink from Magic the Gathering, which lets a card heal your hero equal to the amount of damage it deals. The only problem is, there are only maybe 10 playable lifesteal minions in the entire game, out of over 4,000 cards in the game. I just find it kind of funny how Blizzard decided the most fitting effect for this dude with a mohawk, holding an Arcanite Reaper and fighting off ghouls, was to have it buff lifesteal minions of all things, and have no relation at all to weapons. Whereas most other bad epic minions have ways to build a deck around their condition, or have ways to mitigate their bad effects, Death Axe Punisher is almost always just going to be a 4-mana 3/3 with no effect. The only reason I didn't put this card much lower on this list is because it does have amazing synergy with Ziliax, which is still a great standalone card in most decks. Ziliax is basically just a mess of keywords, but it essentially can immediately attack, freely trade into a minion, force enemies to attack into it, and has lifesteal. And as a general rule, the more keywords a card has, the more it benefits from any slight increases of stats, like a free +2/+2 provided by Death Axe. Unfortunately, there are already a bunch of other ways to buff minions which completely outclasses Death Axe Punisher. Cards like Mark of the Lotus, Grim Street Outfitter, Azara's Gardens can also buff lifesteal minions if needed, as well as the rest of your hand or board. I think it wouldn't be too off to buff Death Axe Punisher to be a 4-mana 4/4, so that you don't lose a ton of tempo, as well as making its lifesteal buff a +3/+3, just because of how few good lifesteal minions there are to even benefit off of its effect. And at number 9, we have Mortuary Machine. This 5-mana 8/8 mech gives minions your opponent plays Reborn, which is a keyword which summons a minion with 1 health after it dies. This card is the third card in a series of 5-mana 8/8s with heavy downsides attached to them. But unlike the other two, Mortuary Machine was actually way worse. When you first compare it to Fel Reaver, which burns 3 cards whenever your opponent plays 1, and Brittle Tide Hydra, which deals 3 damage to your hero every time it takes damage, you may think giving enemy minions Reborn is about the same level of downside. And while Fel Reaver and Hydra's effect can potentially kill you, they don't have any immediate effect on board. Your opponent can play all the cards they want to get you to fatigue with Fel Reaver, or deal up to 24 damage by damaging Bitter Tide Hydra, but neither of those will win back the board for them. Against Mortuary Machine, all they have to do is play a couple of taunt minions, and suddenly they have a nearly invincible board that you can't break through. The whole point of 5-mana 8/8s and aggro decks was to put out so many stats during the mid-game that your opponent couldn't do anything to stop it from constantly crashing into their face. But because it was so easy to stall Mortuary Machine while building up a board that could freely trade into opponents' boards, it really never saw any play in Wild or Standard. The only reason this card isn't lower on this list is because it has the amazing 8/8 stat line that could cheese out some wins against unprepared decks that aren't packing any top minions. As is, I think the card is pretty perfect, though if I had to rework it, I would make its effect to summon any minion your opponent drew to fit the mummy theme that other cards had. And at number 8, we have Chromatic Egg. This 5-mana 0/3 minion lets you secretly choose 1 to 3 dragons when you play it, and hatches it when this minion dies. This card follows the theme of other egg cards in the game, which are 0-attack minions which have great effects if you manage to hatch it. And by hatch, I mean find a way to manually kill it, since 0-attack minions can't attack at all in Hearthstone. For as clunky and convoluted as they may seem, a ton of eggs have actually seen competitive play over the years in tons of different decks. Boneweb Egg was in Discard Warlock, Nerubian Egg saw play in Death Rattle Hunters, and Runic Egg was played as a minion to trigger Plague of Flames. So why is Chromatic Egg so bad when compared to a Mechano Egg, which are both pretty similar cards? For one, Chromatic Egg's payoff stats are inconsistent at best. The reason it was printed with the text secretly discovered was so that if your opponent found that the best option you had to hatch was a 3/4 dragon, your opponent might actually feel sorry for you. It also doesn't really have any synergy. Despite hatching a dragon, most dragon synergy cards out there require you to hold one in your hand, not to have one on the board. Compare that to Mechano Egg, which is a mech and can easily be buffed by other mechs. And because it's just so expensive at 5 mana, and does nothing when you play it, it's guaranteed to lose you tempo and be ignored by your opponent. It's also not that hard for your opponent to play around it if they have to, since they can just silence the egg, which removes its effect. Or kill you, since you wasted 5 mana on an egg that did nothing. Chromatic Egg could easily be fixed to only offer you dragons that cost 8 mana or more, which definitely have enough stats to compensate for how slow and expensive it is. And at number 7, we have Enchanted Cauldron. This 3 mana 1/6 minion has the effect where, after you play a spell once, it casts a random spell of the same mana cost. This card just has a terrible stat distribution, and not enough going on to help make it worth playing. Unless a card has a really good continuous effect, having extremely high health and low attack is usually not worth it, since it can't kill anything or contest the board. Cards like Armorsmith and Jeeves can get away with it, since their potentially game-winning effects come from surviving on the board for as long as possible. Spellburst, on the other hand, is a keyword that only triggers once on a card and never again, and is ideally activated as soon as it's played. And it's not like Enchanted Cauldron has bad stats either. In fact, having 7 total stats on a 3 mana card is pretty ideal. As for its effect, you really don't want to be relying on random effects for your value cards, since they'll either do nothing or suck most of the time. Add on to the fact that you'll probably be playing at most a 4 mana spell with it, and the possible range of good spells to get really aren't that high. I get that not every card has to have premium stats, and in this case, is probably intended to survive in the late game so you can play an expensive spell with it, but there are so many easier ways to generate value from this random effect. For one, anytime you draw or discover a card, you're usually getting a card you want and can time when to play it, rather than by randomly casting a spell with Cauldron. In fact, there's another epic neutral Cauldron, which couldn't even attack and still saw a ton of play. I think Enchanted Cauldron, in keeping with the Spellburst theme, could cast a random spell of the same cost and add one to your hand, just so there's a smaller chance of it completely whiffing. I could also see its stats being adjusted to a 3 mana 2/5, which is a good stat line while still having enough health if you want to save it for a more expensive spell. And at number 6, we have Holomancer. This 5 mana 3/3 has the effect where after your opponent plays a minion, this summons a 1/1 copy of it. Holomancer is the prime example of a cool card that is just too squishy to be useful. Being able to create a board using your opponent's minion in concept is quite a good tech card, but it's just too easy to play around in practice. 3 mana on a 5 mana minion, no matter how good, is just too much of a liability considering how almost every good cheat removal spell deals exactly 3 damage. And because Holomancer summons 1/1 copies of your opponent's minions, if they play any Battlecry or buffed up minions, in practice they'll function as normal 1/1s, since summoning doesn't activate Battlecry effects. In fact, the only common minions I can really think of that have an effect that works with Holomancer are Ship's Cannon and Battleground Battlemaster. To actually break even, you have to summon something like 4 of your opponent's minions, considering how the era of cards which would benefit Holomancer, like Ragnaros, are long gone. And to top it off, because this card summons a 1/1 after your opponent plays a minion, if they happen to play a Battlecry which kills Holomancer, it won't summon that 1/1 minion. As is, Holomancer is just completely outclassed by Morshan Watchposts, which is cheaper and punishes minions harder, or Ogremancer, which is a beefier Holomancer that punishes plain spells. I could see Blizzard buffing Holomancer to summon 2/2 copies instead. Also trigger whenever your opponent summons a minion instead of after your opponent plays a minion, and to at least be a 3/6. As is though, Holomancer is just too weak and needs to summon too many minions to be any good. And speaking of bad 5 mana epic cards. At number 5, we have Dark Speaker. This 5 mana 3/6 simply swaps this minion stats with another friendly minion, and is the only minion I'm aware of that does this. The only issue is, to this day, I can't think of a single card that is so desperate for stats that it wants to play 5 mana to become a 3/6. The only thing you have to remember is that you're always playing 5 mana for 9 stats, whether you're playing Dark Speaker on an empty board or swapping stats at the 1/1. And what makes Dark Speaker crack the top 5 on this list is the fact that nearly every buff benefit cards function off of attack and not health. Blademaster Samuro, Rat Pack, and Sergeant Sally are some examples, and even then, there are some more cheaper, faster, and more efficient alternatives, if you just want to buff attack. In fairness, Dark Speaker is a really old card, and I'm sure Blizzard was afraid of it swapping stats with the minion on board and potentially dealing unavoidable damage. Even in the best case of using the stat swap on a small minion to get a good value trade-in, or to give it more health to live for longer, it's just not worth paying 5 mana for such a minor effect. If Dark Speaker lets you swap its stats with any minion, it would be way less bad and potentially playable. Even reworking its stats to be, at minimum, a 6/3 would put it on par with Leroy Jenkins, serve as a funny way to reduce the health of big taunt minions, while still being a low-statted situational minion that relies on board synergy to get decent value. And at number 4, we have Fel Orc Soulfiend. This 3 mana 3/7 deals 2 damage to itself at the start of each of your turns. Don't let this card's stats fool you, because this card is worse than literally every single 3 mana 3/3 for no good reason. So why is that? When you first play Fel Orc, he starts off as a 3/7. Let's assume that your opponent plays a 2 mana 3/2 and passes. On your turn, Fel Orc takes damage and is a 3/5, and is pretty good for a 3 mana card. Let's say that your opponent trades into Fel Orc, meaning at the start of your next turn, Fel Orc immediately dies without having a chance to attack. The reason I say it's worse than a normal 3/3 is that by the time Fel Orc Summoning Sickness wears off and it's ready to attack, it's really only good for 2 attacks into your opponent's face before it dies, whereas a normal 3/3 could attack an infinite number of times without dying. I think the intent was that you were supposed to continuously heal your Fel Orc to gain value off of its massive health in a class like Priest. The problem is, it is really expensive to continuously heal your Fel Orc, and your opponent can just face tank its damage until it dies to gain a massive mana advantage if needed. And because the damage step occurs at the start of your turn, before you can do anything, Fel Orc is actually a 3/5 in practice. This means your opponent just has to get it down to 2 health on their turn, and it'll kill itself before you can even attack with it. If they wanted to make it at least comparable to Injured Blademaster, they should have made Fel Orc deal damage to itself at the end of your turn, so you can attack at least twice with it, or give it more health, since healing it constantly will still cost quite a bit of mana. And at number 3, we have Desert Obelisk. This 5 mana 0/5 minion, if you call it that, deals 5 damage to a random enemy, but only if you manage to control 3 of these things at the end of your turn. This card actually made it into our top 10 hardest win conditions to build around video, and for good reason. It's almost comical how unreasonable of a task it is to get at least 3 of these things on board in a normal game, much less use them to find a way to kill your opponent. First of all, assuming that you're playing without mana cheating, if you want to kill your opponent with them, you'll need to play at least 30 mana worth of obelisks, and have them all on board at the same time. And with only 5 health, which even some 2-drops manage to catch, it is insanely easy to kill them once they're on the board. On top of that, in Hearthstone, you're only allowed to include 2 copies of a card in your deck, meaning you have to find some other way to add an extra obelisk to your hand, which isn't cheap. Or if you do manage to get the combo on board, your opponent can just play a couple of cheap minions to take the 5 damage lasers, since the obelisks randomly target enemies. And if you do finally manage to get your obelisk on an empty board, all your opponent has to do is leave you with 2 of them, since they can only activate if you have 3 or more. The only possible way I've seen this card be remotely playable is in an Aviana Kun OTK, but that combo essentially gives you infinite mana to play any minions or combos you want. But otherwise, in normal play, if you happen to randomly generate this thing, you might as well kiss 5 of your mana goodbye. If Blizzard really wanted to push a Desert Obelisk, I could see them either giving it more health, scaling it down to be tiny, or even triggering with just 2 of them on board. Either way, Obelisk is just so bad right now it's not even worth building a meme deck around, which is why it deserves a number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have the Emerald Hive Queen. This 1 mana 2/3 beast makes your minions cost 2 more mana while it's on the field. While you might think that there are a ton of minionless or few minion decks in Hearthstone, most good effects are tied to the battle cries on minions. You see, because of how Blizzard split up the classes, there are no neutral spells or weapons really, meaning that a vast majority of all cards in Hearthstone are minions. A 1 mana 2/3 is honestly not enough stats for a card that locks you out of 80% of your potential cards and isn't really worth protecting. The more you buff this thing up with spells as an early game threat, the longer you lock yourself out of playing any minions with a steep tax. And don't forget, this effect is one-sided, meaning your opponent is free to play their minions at their normal cost, while you have to suffer Hive Queen's effect. In fact, if your opponent ever does play this god-awful card, it's probably the right play to just never attack into it and play your cards as usual. Even if you don't have any immediate answers to it on turn 1, it deals so little damage over time and is probably the only minion your opponent can play until turn 3, that it's worth just ignoring. I think Blizzard intended for Hive Queen to be played in control decks as a way to contest the board against aggro decks, like Deathlord, since they assume control decks wouldn't want to play any other cheap minions. The problem is, Hive Queen is just tanky enough where you can't easily kill her off when you need to, and doesn't have high enough tack to ever really pressure your opponent. I could see Blizzard buffing this card to be a 3/4, so they can be included in silence decks, or just rework it so it made all minions cost 2 more mana, though this would probably make it more OP than the already very popular Narubar Weblord. And at number 1, we have Gurubashi Offering. This 1 mana 0/2 minion destroys itself at the start of your next turn and gives you 8 armor, which is basically additional health for your hero. Let us know if you remember this card, because we definitely forgot this card existed at all when we were researching this video. Wow, so where do we even start? This card is like if you took Alarmabot and Doomslayer, but instead of giving it a good start of turn effect, you gave it a completely useless effect, and gave it enough health to barely just survive a slight sneeze. I can understand giving other egg-like cards low health so they can get their death rattle effects off sooner, but on a card that you need to survive until your next turn, that isn't to say 8 armor isn't a lot. In fact, cards like Frozen Buckler and Bring It On saw play in control boards just because they gained you so much armor for so cheap. But in every other class and deck, gaining armor on turn 1 doesn't help you gain board control or tempo. It just makes you go -1 in card advantage. There's a reason why cards that exclusively heal your hero have never really seen any play. And during those times where you do really need the healing, most other options let you do so immediately on your turn. Gurubashi Offering, on the other hand, requires you to wait a turn and hope your opponent doesn't kill your 0/2 minion. It's honestly baffling to me why Blizzard made it so hard to get its effect off, and not even for one that immediately impacts the board state. I think they could buff it to be a 0/3 or even a 0/4, so it can at least be a greedier, niche form of healing. But without that change, Gurubashi's Offering definitely deserves to be called the worst neutral epic card of all time, somehow being the perfect mix of awful and forgettable. In this list, we'll be going over the top 10 worst main quests, side quests, or quest lines that have been released over the years. These are cards that are 1 mana spells that have various conditions you need to meet in order to get the reward in its card text. And at number 10, we have the Last Kaleidosaur. This paladin quest requires you to cast 6 spells from your hand onto your own minions. Then, when you complete the quest, you get a Galvadon, a 5 mana 5/5 beast that adapts 5 times when you play it. Adapt was a newly introduced keyword at the time that lets you choose one effect from 3 options to give your minion from a pool of 10 unique buffs, like giving your minion Divine Shield, Poisonous, or Stealth. This card may be some people's first choice when thinking of what the worst quest has been, especially since a song was written in commemoration of how bad this quest was when it was first released. But over the years, this quest has actually aged quite well. The thing is, when this quest was first released, Paladin had some of the worst buff spells in the game, like Blessed Champion and Hand of Protection. And while you could use removal and negative buff spells on your own minions to get the quest progressed, this would just cause you to go -2 in card advantage and would often lose you the game on the spot. It also didn't help that the good buff spells they did have at the time were very expensive, and weren't easily or searchable since Paladins had bad card draw at the time too. So for a while, it was completely unplayable, until the Libram archetype came out and was buffed. The Libram archetype released years later revolved around reducing the cost of Libram spells with Adal Attendant and Adal Truthseeker so that it could play all of its other Libram cards for much cheaper. These cards dominated Standard while they were in rotation, with Libram of Wisdom being the real powerhouse. This card would give a minion +1/+1, and when it died, would add itself back to your hand. After playing the Libram support cards, this card would often cost 0, effectively giving your minions a permanent +1/+1. Since you could reapply it over and over for free when your minions died. By this time though, the Last Kaleidosaur was long out of rotation and in Wild, but with a Libram deck as support, buffing your minions happened so often that this quest could be completed before your turn 5 even starts. And when played at 5 mana as a well-statted tempo minion and not as a game-ending win condition, this card doesn't actually seem half bad, even if there are better cards for Libram decks to run. So although it isn't played at all competitively, it's still the least bad card on this list when compared to some of the other quests that have been added to the game since. And at number 9, we have Lucari Sacrifice. This Warlock quest simply requires you to discard 6 cards from your hand in order to add the Nether Portal to your hand, which is a 5-mana spell which creates a permanent portal on the field, which summons 2 3/2 vanilla demons at the end of each of your turns. So theoretically, once you create the Nether Portal, you gain infinite value off of the never-ending waves of imps that the portal creates. However, when it was first released, it too was considered one of the worst quests alongside the last Kaleidosaur. The main problem was that most of the time when you discarded 6 cards in Hearthstone, it usually means a -6 in card advantage. And unlike other card games, death rattle effects don't work when discarded from the hand and specifically need the text, whenever you discard this, to have any extra effects. They do work even when your hand is empty, so they don't require you to always discard a card, but they're also completely random, meaning no card in your hand is ever safe. So what could happen sometimes is that you play discard card to stay alive, but discard the quest reward by accident. And at the time, there was a very limited amount of discard support, and only 4 good cards which could actually discard at all. This meant that decks, which did try to make Lucari Sacrifice work, basically played like Zulocks, swarming the boards and occasionally using discard cards, very rarely completing the quest, and even more rarely actually using the value created by the portal to win the game. This card kind of demonstrates the issue with underpowered quests. When quests are too hard to complete, have slow or terrible quest rewards, or have few cards to help support its archetype, then it's going to be a bad card. Luckily, though, in Wild, this card still sees no play, but has a very decent discard Warlock deck that could theoretically include it. Nowadays, it has built up enough support from different expansions that it has decent draw to help offset the discard cost snowbally minions that can outright win games, and cards that actually want to be discarded. The only issue is, modern discard Warlock skews very aggro heavy. So a quest reward that gains value over time does nothing to help it put in as much early aggression as possible, and still wouldn't see any play. And at number 8, we have Unite the Murlocs. This Shaman quest requires you to summon 10 Murlocs and adds Megafin to your hand, which is a 5-mana 8/8 Murloc that fills your hand with random Murlocs. Of all the quests so far, this may seem like the best quest so far, especially since Megafin's effect is great, and since the quest only requires you to summon Murlocs and not play 10 Murlocs from your hand. So, why is it below the other 2 quests? Because using Unite the Murlocs is basically just a much worse version of a good deck. You see, the original quests had the mechanic where they would start in your opening mulligan, so you had the option to keep it and be one of your opening hand's cards, or shuffle it back into the deck for a different card. This mechanic was intended so that at the start of the game, quest decks could reliably play the quest on turn 1 if they wanted to. The problem is, Murloc Shaman aimed to be one of the most aggressive decks in both formats. So, spending any mana in the first couple of turns that didn't play or buff Murlocs was seen as a waste. Especially since Murlocs are a very snowball-y deck. Their gameplay almost requires them to play a Murloc on turn 1 so they can continually buff it and attack with it each turn. So, it's no surprise that even though Megafin could be a threat and refill your entire hand, it was never really played since it essentially lost to a card in your opening hand and wasted you a very important turn 1 doing nothing. Back when this card was released, the best way to turbo the quest was to use Murloc Tidehunter and Call of the Fishers to complete the quest quickly, and actually saw limited success. But that was more so because of how good Murlocs have always been, rather than how good the quest was. Even now, with more Warlock support than ever, there are just better ways to create threats and refill your hand than by wasting your precious turn 1 on a quest that isn't even that easy to fulfill by the time you run out of steam. And at number 7, we have Bizarre Burglary. This rogue quest requires you to add 4 cards from other classes to your hand and transforms your hero power into Ancient Blades. This hero power equips a 3/2 weapon that makes you immune while attacking. The reward isn't half bad, since it basically lets you deal 6 damage for 2 mana without hurting yourself. And of all the quests in the game, this is probably one of the easiest ones to complete, even during the time it was in rotation. You see, Burgle Rogue, which was named after the first card to have this effect, adds 2 cards from your opponent's class to your hand, kind of like you're stealing from your opponent's class. The thing is though, the cards you generate are at best playable, but are usually complete garbage. Most Hearthstone cards, especially from your opponent's class, are either bad or have some sort of synergy that Rogues doesn't have access to. So while you could easily complete this quest while keeping your card advantage with cards like Clever Disguise, Blink Fox, or Pilfer, the reward was not good enough to compensate for the useless cards that Burgle Rogue would often generate. That isn't to say that the Burgle archetype didn't have support over the years. In fact, it has some of the best support cards in Wild to compensate for the random garbage it would generate to make the deck work, like Vendetta and Windpaw Knoll. In Wild, there are two niche variants of Burgle Rogue, one that uses the Control Burgle package or Temple Burgle package. The Control variant uses Spectral Cutlass and weapon buffs to make a giant cutlass that deals tons of damage, heals for a ton, and gains unlimited durability by actually playing the trash cards from the other classes that Burgle Rogue generates. This deck is very niche, but if you were to play this quest in this deck, the quest reward hero power would create weapons that would either make you take up your weapon slot or destroy your giant Spectral Cutlass. The other variant is the Tempo variant, which just runs barely enough good Burgle cards, like Wand Thief, so that it can play the really good Temple Burgle Rogue support cards like Double Agent and Windpaw Knoll. And in this case, the rest of the deck is dedicated to other Tempo Rogue cards, with no room to run slow Burgle Rogue cards. Also, since Wild has become so fast now, Tempo Rogue doesn't really want to spend its first turn in opening card slot for any quest, no matter how quickly it can get it completed. And at number 6, we have Rise to the Occasion. This Paladin quest line has 3 quests in one, with the first quest requiring you to play 3 different 1-mana cards and equip a 1/4 weapon. After doing that, the second quest would be to play 3 different 1-mana cards and upgrade your Paladin hero power. Then the final quest is to play 3 different 1-mana cards again, and to add a Lightborn Carriel to your hand. The final reward is a 5-mana 7/7, which permanently gives all future Silverhand recruits you summon a +2/+2. So, the first thing that makes this questline pretty bad are all of the restrictions it has for each step of the questline. First, it requires you to use 1-cost cards, meaning that your deck will be almost entirely made up of 1-drops. Second, it needs you to play them, so any spells, hero powers, or minions that summon other 1-mana minions won't count towards the quest. And finally, for each step, all of the cards that you play have to be unique. So if you draw 2 of the same 1-mana card, you can only play 1 of them for that step of the quest. Also, you may think Twin Spell, a keyword which adds a copy of a playing card once, would be good in this deck, but no, you can only use it once per quest step. In total, this questline requires you playing 9 1-mana cards, but you can't even draw enough cards naturally to finish this quest by turn 5. And even after spending all of your card advantage to finish the questline, the reward you get is still not even that great. The 5-mana 7/7 Carriel you get is decent, but having to rely on summoning 2 3/3s each turn to win is just barely better than the Nether Portal. That's not even mentioning how you likely only have measly 1-drops to help you push for lethal, and how you won't have other ways to summon Silverhand recruits since the deck is so focused on running 1-drops. I don't really understand what Blizzard was trying with this questline since the quest rewards don't synergize at all with what the card needs to fulfill it. This deck tries to win by swarming the board with Silverhand Recruit quest rewards, except the pressure they create is negligible since the deck is made of useless 1-drops that don't work with the Silverhand Recruit. And at number 5, we have Sanctuary. This Paladin side quest strangely costs 2 mana and summons a 3/6 with Taunt, if your opponent doesn't damage you during their turn. So it functions kind of like a secret where your opponent has to keep damaging you, otherwise you get fairly beefy Taunt minions. The card also does not work on your turn if you don't take damage, and is the only quest in the game that doesn't cost 1 mana. So, the way it theoretically could be used is on turn 2 and force your opponent to spend their hero power or other direct damaging spells on your face for a couple of turns to stop you from summoning a 3/6. The thing is though, this card usually only works when your opponent either has no cards or mana left, or basically when you've already won anyways. It may seem like a good idea to use it as early as possible to stop early aggression or as an early threat against slower decks, but in real games it usually performs pretty lackluster. All aggressive decks ideally want to play a minion on turn 1, so if by the time you play Sanctuary on 2, they can just repeatedly attack into your hero while continually stacking on the pressure. If you do manage to clear the board and stop damage for a whole turn, you've won and don't need Sanctuary as a win more card. Or when you're against slower decks, you'll be playing cheap minions to draw through your deck or be fine with using their hero power to stop your Sanctuary from going off. So in most cases, it's just a -1 in card advantage and loses you 2 mana, with most opponents able to negate its activation for free with their minion attacks. And even when it goes off, the 3/6 taunt minion it makes can't even attack the turn you get it, since the side quest triggers on your turn and as a result gives your minion summoning sickness. And just to put the cherry on top, side quests have almost no archetype support, since they don't start in your opening hand and require you to actively have it on the field. This card might be good in a very low power level environment or in metas with few viable aggro decks, but ever since Sanctuary was printed, neither of those 2 scenarios have happened yet. And at number 4, we have Clear the Way. This side quest simply requires you to summon 3 rush minions and summons a 4/4 beast with a rush when you do. Rush, for those who don't know, is a keyword that lets minions attack immediately, but only into enemy minions. The best thing about this card is that it only requires you to summon rush minions, so cards like Wound Prey and Desert Spear could proc it. The thing is though, rush minions really aren't that great unless they can stay alive or have some other synergy. They're really seen as removal spells that are minions most of the time, and have some support in Hunter, but most of them have low health and will die after they trade into something. When this card was printed, it was probably during a rotation that could best support it, and it still wasn't played. Blizzard at the time decided they wanted to stop printing charge minions and start putting more rush minions into the game, so there were a pretty decent number of played rush minions, even in Hunter. But there was never a critical mass of good rush minions to include that could consistently complete the side quest when drawn. Remember, even if the quest only cost 1 mana, it also cost you a card to draw it, which could have been another card which did something better or sooner than clear the way. And while there were maybe 4 cards which could be played or summon rush minions for a total of 8 cards in a Hunter deck, Hunter's only viable deck at the time was Highlander Hunter, which required 30 unique cards in your deck to work. So with its consistency cut in half, it wasn't worth running more bad rush cards, so the side quest could potentially be completed when you drew it. It's even difficult to make a rush Hunter deck in Wild since, like mentioned, most rush minions have high attack and low health and are too easily cleared off the board. And also, as a side quest, it won't start in your opening hand. So even if you do build a deck around its decent reward, you won't be able to consistently draw it from your deck. And at number 3, we have Final Showdown. This Demon Hunter questline has 3 steps, with the first one requiring you to draw 4 cards in 1 turn to reduce the cost of the cards you drew by 1. Then you need to draw 5 cards in 1 turn to reduce the cost of the cards you drew by 1, again. And finally, you need to draw 5 cards in 1 turn to add a Demon Slayer Kurtrus to your hand, which is a 5 mana 7/7 that permanently reduces the mana cost of the cards you draw by 2. To start with this questline doesn't just require you to draw 13 cards over the course of the game. No, it requires you to draw either 4 or 5 cards all during a single turn. That means each time you end your turn or finish one step of the questline, your progress with the number of cards you drew that turn resets. For example, if you drew 3 cards and ended your turn from your natural draw and using acrobatics, your progress for that step would be reset to 0 drawn for your next turn. This meant that Final Showdown decks had to save up their draw combos since it doesn't matter how much they drew during a turn, it didn't advance the questline. Demon Hunter does have some of the best card draw in the game though, with Skull Gul'dan and Spectral Sight seeing lots of play in aggro and combo Demon Hunters. The best card to use for this quest was Glide, a 4 mana spell which shuffles your hand into your deck and draws you 4 cards. Or if played from the leftmost or rightmost position in your hand, would also make your opponent do the same. With an empty hand, this card could be a +4 in card advantage while also resetting any card advantage your opponent potentially had. The issue is, with the Final Showdown deck, most of your deck is dedicated to drawing and staying alive, so your hand would very rarely be empty. Also, if you outcasted this card, it kinda just removes all card advantage you get from the quest requirements, since your hand often has 8 to 10 cards, and also resets your mana reductions from the quest when you shuffle your cards back into your deck. And if you do manage to finally get and play Kurtrus, you've already drawn through so much of your deck to complete the quest that only a couple of cards in your quest will get reduced before you hit fatigue. That's not even mentioning how, even though card advantage matters a lot in other games, in Hearthstone you need to pay mana for your cards to be played on the field and be useful. Drawing cards without developing any minions or interacting with the board at all is a surefire way to be blown out by aggro, or just be straight out outvalued by control decks. This questline suffers once again from requirements which are too hard to do early in one turn, and with a quest reward that doesn't synergize with a near-empty deck. And at number 2, we have Making Mummies, another Paladin quest. This quest requires you to play 5 Reborn minions and transforms your hero power into Emperor Wraps, a 2 mana hero power that summons a copy of a friendly minion. For those wondering, Reborn is a keyword that when a minion dies, it comes back to life, but only with 1 health, and loses its ability to be reborn again. Again, at first glance, this card doesn't seem too bad, especially if any good Reborn minions or Reborn support have been printed over the years. So, have there been any? No. So far, there have been only 12 Reborn minions printed that Paladin could use, of which only 3 of them see any play and in very different decks. This deck basically aims to play Hearthstone, but most of the cards only have Reborn as text and no impactful effects when played. That's not even mentioning how many of them cost 4 or more mana, which is a lot in either format, and have no support cards that benefit Reborn minions at all. You see, Reborn is kind of like a backwards Divine Shield, where instead of having 1 health shields that takes the hit first, a 1 health Reborn minion is summoned after the main minion dies. This means that unlike Divine Shield, any buffs that you put on your Reborn minions won't carry over to the minion once it dies once. Also, the quest reward doesn't give Reborn to copies of minions if they died once and only work on friendly minions. So even though you can summon a 2/2 copy of any of your friendly minions, if one of your Reborn minions dies once and loses the ability to Reborn, its copy won't have Reborn, the whole point of the quest reward. Also, you don't even have the flexibility to get a 2/2 copy of one of your opponent's powerful effect minions if you need it. Maybe if really good reborn minions or ways to search reborn minions get printed, then maybe this card would be better than some of the other cards on this list. But as it is, the cards you need to complete the quest are just so bad with the quest reward not being much better. And at number 1, we have Hack the System. I honestly don't know what Blizzard was thinking when they made this card. Hack the System is a quest that requires you to attack 5 times your hero power and transforms your hero power into Unwrap its core, which is a 2-mana hero power that summons a 4/3 vanilla minion and is refreshed when your hero attacks. Again, this quest may not seem that bad and was best built around a Temple Warrior shell. The thing is, weapons weren't really that great at the time, and the weapons that were played weren't for their high durability. The thing about weapons is that you can only have one equipped at a time, can only use them a certain number of times, and can only attack once per turn, at least most of the time. The best weapons usually have high attacks so they can kill multiple minions or push a ton of damage towards the face before breaking. That's kind of why weapon-only decks have never worked since, like mentioned earlier, you can only attack once per turn, have a maximum of 1 attacker, and have a limited number of attacks, unlike minions where you can have 7 and push for damage for free. So, to attack 5 times to complete the quest, you would have to use a high durability but low attack weapon. This meant you can complete the quest very slowly over 5 turns, but you also wouldn't be able to kill enemy minions with your weapon since it was so weak. Some cards did eventually let you attack more than once per turn, like with Sulthraze, but the problem was that you had to attack minions with your hero and take tons of damage while doing so. And once you did complete the quest, it was another slow, value-generating hero power that did nothing to help you if you were at low health or needed to clear the board. Again, while potentially spending 4 mana each turn to summon 2 4/3s may sound good, in reality the quest was completed after turn 10, since this deck had to focus so much on trying to stay alive with few minions and spells to help them. And that's why Hack the System takes number 1 spot on this list. It was slow, poor reward that requires you to spend mana on each turn, requiring you to fill your deck with bad weapons, and has a reward that doesn't synergize at all with the rest of the deck. Spells in Hearthstone are a type of card which can only be played during your turn and usually don't summon a minion. One of the most common effects they can have is dealing damage, destroying, or otherwise removing enemy minions from the battlefield. And for the purposes of this video, we'll only be going over the top 10 worst spells which could act as removal, which aren't minion buffs or minion summoning spells. And at number 10, we have Greater Arcane Missiles. This 7-mana mage spell fires 3 missiles, which can target any enemy and deals 3 damage to each. Greater Arcane Missiles was originally designed to be bigger and better arcane missiles, a staple temple mage spell for a while, which could be either used as a finisher or as a removal to kill 3 minions which had 3 or less health. The problem is, even though Greater Arcane Missile deals 3 times the damage, it costs 7 times as much, which is a really bad deal for the effect. The only reason Arcane Missiles was played was because it was a decent, efficient 1-mana spell, which could be used with Mana Worm, Flamewaker, and Sorceress Apprentice to quickly burst down and overwhelm your opponent. Besides, if you really wanted a removal spell which could deal 3 damage and clear the board, there are tons of better options out there. In Mage alone, you could use Flame Strike, Fire Cell, Tunnel Blaster, and Flame Ward, all of which do a much better job as removal. And before you ask, having spell damage doesn't increase the number of missiles you shoot, but the amount of damage each of your 3 missiles does. This is way worse, since if one of your juiced up missiles hits a 1/1, it'll waste a ton of damage, which could have killed a huge minion or gone for face. I will give it that, if used on an empty board, it's not half bad as direct damage spell to burst down your opponent with, especially considering the pre-nerf Pyroblast and Massive Cthulhu offers similar amounts of direct damage for the mana. But since this list is only ranking spells on how good they are at removal, this point will be slightly discounted. Greater Arcane Missiles makes the number 10 spot on this list because, although it was pretty bad removal spell, it has seen the slightest bit more competitive play than the rest of the cards of this list, because of its ability to also deal face damage. And at number 9, we have Embrace Darkness. This 6-mana pre-spell lets you select an enemy minion to steal at the start of your next turn. And at first glance, this card seems amazing, especially since stealing minions is one of the best effects you can have in a card game, because it effectively lets you go +1 in card advantage. Unfortunately, there's a reason why Mind Control costs 10 mana and Embrace Darkness costs 6. Mind Control, and by extension Mind Control Tech, steals one of your opponent's minions as soon as you play it, and gives them no way to counter it when you play it. Embrace Darkness, on the other hand, gives your opponent a whole turn and a myriad of options to play around the Mind Control effect. The best case scenario of when to play this card is when your board is empty, your opponent is low in cards, only has 1 giant threat on the field, and Embrace Darkness's Mind Control effect goes off, letting you steal it. And even in this ideal case, you still have to take damage from your opponent's target, since it can still attack and isn't under your control yet, and still gives your opponent outs. In a more realistic case, what your opponent would probably do is try their best to kill their minion by trading into one of your own, effectively wasting the card and the mana you spent on Embrace Darkness. Or, even if you did manage to steal the minion you wanted, it probably is so damaged and useless that you might as well not have even bothered. And while you could make the argument that at least you destroyed a minion for 6 mana, an effect usually priced at 4 mana, you still had to let it attack you their face or trade into one of your minions to do so. That said, the best case scenario described earlier could sometimes happen in long, drawn-out Control Priest matchups, especially versus other priests. And using one of Priest's many spell discovery options, they could sometimes generate a copy of Embrace Darkness, steal one of their opponent's threats, and gain a massive advantage, which is why this card sits at the number 9 spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Crush. This warrior spell costs 7 mana, lets you destroy a minion, and costs 4 mana less if you control a damaged minion. When this card was first printed, it seemed like another natural inclusion in Control Warrior, a deck that aimed to remove all of your opponent's threats with ease and outlast your opponent with value. You see, the thinking at the time went, more removal meant more ways to deal with threats, which meant better survivability. So, why was it never played? Well, it wasn't because it was too horribly bad, but when Crush was printed in the class known for having the best removal options in the game, it basically had no chance of seeing play. On paper, Crush is comparable to Assassinate, the gold standard for unconditional single target removal, and has a condition that really isn't that hard to fulfill. Some classes, which really do lack single target removal in most standard rotations, like Druid, would love it in fact. Sadly, when Warrior has had near constant access to Brawl, Shield Slam, and Execute, cards which can generate insane amounts of mana and card advantage, it becomes pretty clear to see why Crush got easily overshadowed. Take Coerce, for example, another Warrior removal spell which can target and destroy an enemy minion if you played another card that turn. Whereas Coerce will always cost 3 mana even if you don't fulfill its optional condition, Crush will be basically unplayable if you can't fulfill its condition. In fact, this effect has little synergy with its effect since most of the time as a Control Warrior, or otherwise, you'll be playing removal spells when you have no minions on the board. 7 mana is just too much to be paying for a simple 1 minion removal spell. Especially since at that price, you could be playing multi-layered board clears, mass silences, or Brawl for way cheaper. And at number 7, we have Cobra Shot. This 5 mana hunter spell deals 3 damage to a minion and 3 damage to your opponent. We're starting to get to the really bad cards on this list, and Cobra Shot is a really good example of a spell that costs way too much for its effect. Bundling is a term that Hearthstone players use to describe effects with no mana costs that have been combined in order to basically calculate what a fair price would be. To keep it as brief as possible, the more effects combined and flexibility added to the card, the more bundling will add to the final mana cost. This card was printed in one of the first expansions of the game, so either the cards were horribly overpowered or just terrible, like this card. I think Blizzard's rationale when designing this card was that dealing 3 damage was worth about 2 mana, dealing 3 to face was worth about 1 mana, plus the cost of bundling and the hunter tax equaled 5 mana. Unfortunately, a couple of years later, Blizzard showed that they could also print Corrosive Breath in Hunter, and still have it not be overpowered. For reference, this card had the same effect as Cobra Shot, except you had to hold a dragon in your hand and it only cost 2 mana. Corrosive Breath was actually quite good, considering it cost less than half of what Cobra Shot did, and found itself as a cornerstone of a very good Dragon Hunter deck list. Another trend you may notice with these cards on this list is that bundling, when done wrong, just makes a card bad in multiple areas, like in the case of Cobra Shot. And at number 6, we have Dark Bargain. This 6 mana Warlock spell destroys 2 random enemies and discards 2 of your cards. The astute among you may recognize that Dark Bargain will still work even if you have an empty hand, effectively removing the horrible downside of this card. Unfortunately, even if this were a good effect for the cost, most of the time you'll still have to pay the discard cost too. For those of you who don't know, unlike in other card games, in Hearthstone, whenever you have to discard, the game does so randomly, meaning no card in your hand is ever safe. Your win condition that you just drew into could immediately be discarded when you play Dark Bargain, or any other discard card for that matter. And as of yet, no cards have been printed that let you selectively protect any cards in your hand, just ones that benefit from when you randomly do. And for as bad as this entire mechanic sounds, discard decks have actually been very good in the past. Unfortunately for Dark Bargain, this meant that their deck lists were very refined and had no room for an awful removal spell, even if it did synergize with the deck. And to save you from having to do too much math, randomly destroying a minion is priced at about 2 mana. Discarding 2 cards adds 2 more mana to the cost, meaning the card effectively costs 8 mana for 4 mana worth of effects. Of course, if you had an empty hand, you could pay 6 mana for 4 mana worth of card effects, but that isn't even the worst deal on this list, as you'll see with the next card on this list. And at number 5, we have Inferno. This 3-mana Warlock spell deals 1 damage to all enemy minions and gives all of your friendly demons +1 attack. This card once again suffers from having terrible effects all bundled together for way too much mana. Inferno is so bad, I can honestly see it priced at costing 0 mana and still not being played. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but like Crush, Warlock is another titan in terms of removal spells. And though it may seem like a minor factor, having access to a hero power that can draw you cards whenever you want allows Warlocks to be able to quickly comb through their deck and find their best removal spells. Looking at Inferno's effect, both of them are worth 1 mana at most. Sow the Soil, a card which can give all of your minions +1 attack, gives flexibility and works even if your minions aren't demons, cost only 1 mana. Fell Rattler prices dealing 1 damage to all enemy minions at about half a mana, if you exclude its body. So not only does this card have effects worth half its mana cost, it also has 2 of the most random effects stitched together. When buffing minions, or demons in this case, you probably want another effect that synergizes with an aggro deck, like summoning more minions or dealing face damage. Instead, Blizzard decided to tack on a control effect, and a pretty bad one at that, with an effect that favors building a board. And it really doesn't help that there hasn't been any good cheap demon-centered decks that have been competitive in the 3 years since it's been out. At least Inferno doesn't damage your minions, but by costing 3 mana, it makes it basically useless if you just want to use its demon buffing effect or board clear effect. Some great Warlock removal that comes to mind, like Defile, Plague of Flames, and Dark Skies, can do everything Inferno can do, and for less. Well, except for buffing minions. And at number 4, we have Ramming Speed. This 3-mana warrior spell simply forces any target minion to attack one of its neighbors. And just for clarification, it doesn't force a minion to attack into one across from it, no. It makes it attack a minion to its side of the field. So, if your opponent had 2 8/8s on the field, one would attack into the other, they would both take 8 damage and both be destroyed. If this were every case, this card would be insane. There's a reason why this card only costs 3 mana, and that's because of how few specific cases there are in which this card is good. The most obvious case being if your opponent only has 1 big minion that you want to remove, but can't since it has no neighbors to ram the big minion into, while, funnily enough, still using up 3 of your mana. Or if the 2 minions you want to remove can't kill each other, you spend 3 mana without killing either of the minions you wanted to. And in by far the most painful case, if the 2 minions you want to slam into each other are separated by a third smaller minion, or if you lose the 50-50 and your target attacks the wrong neighbor. In any case, this card requires so much setup and assistance from other cards to function optimally that it's usually not even worth running over more simple, reliable warrior removal. Not to mention, if you do really want this effect on a more efficient card, Super Collider gives you 3 opportunities to use a ramming speed on a weapon, at the cost of taking some face damage when attacking an enemy minion, and while ramming speed is technically a solo removal spell, it usually needs a lot more help to get close to even being worth running. And at number 3, we have Imp Balming. This 4-mana Warlock spell lets you destroy a minion and shuffles 3 1/1 vanilla imps into your deck when you do so. Now at first, this card doesn't seem that bad, especially considering the 4 mana is pretty standard for its effect. And to those unfamiliar with Hearthstone, shuffling 3 useless cards may not sound that bad, but when every deck is required to have 30 cards in it, you're going to inevitably draw 1 or 2 during a standard game. And when you draw a worthless imp, you're basically losing a card you would have drawn instead, effectively making the cost of embalming the possibility of messing up 3 of your future card draws. Pretty much the only real advantage this card has is to delay fatigue, a Hearthstone mechanic which does increasing amounts of damage whenever you draw a card with an empty deck. Reno Warlock was once a strong deck that actually played Blast Crystal Potion, a similar removal spell which destroyed 1 of your mana crystals instead of shuffling 3 imps into your deck. And while it was because they really needed single target removal at the time, Embalming was printed years later during a time when Warlocks got much better removal, and when every card drawn was critical for staying alive or staving off aggro decks. And as decks get more and more powerful over time, it'll make drawing cards, unless the cost of drawing useless ones, hurt a lot more. And at number 2, we have Cannon Barrage. This 6-mana rogue spell deals 3 damage to a random enemy and repeats its effect for each friendly pirate you control. So, if you control 2 pirates for example, it would randomly fire 3 cannonballs that deal 3 damage each. The main problem with this card is that it's just a really expensive win more card. A type of card which only works well when you're already far ahead, a poor finisher, and very bad as a reliable board clear. Win more cards are usually quite bad, especially for removal spells, since you'll typically want proactive cards or cards that can help you catch up when you're falling behind. You see, even though you could potentially deal 24 damage with this card, it's also really hard to get more than 4 of any type of minion to stick around the board for more than a turn or 2. And it really doesn't help that the pirate tribe is made up of cheap, frail minions which try to win as fast as possible. Basically, if you're playing a pirate-focused deck right, it should either be as a heavy aggro deck or as a tempo deck which prevents your opponent from ever sticking a minion on the board. Again, while Cannon Barrage could function as a game finisher, since its damage could actually hit your opponent's face, for this list, we need to see how good it is as a removal spell. And just like Greater Arcane Missiles, board clears, which rely on randomly targeted minions, always have the chance of not hitting the targets you want it to, and can immediately lose you the game. On top of that, if you have no pirates on the board, you'll only be shooting out one 3-damage cannonball, an effect that's priced at about 1 mana. Unfortunately, Cannon Barrage suffers from the same problems as Greater Arcane Missiles, except much worse. Although it's cheaper and can potentially do more damage, in practice it'll only ever do 6 damage, which is pitiful when you consider how expensive, unreliable, outclassed it is by other removal. And if it weren't for how abysmal the next card on this list is, Cannon Barrage could have easily taken the number 1 spot. And at number 1, we have Deadly Arsenal. This 6-mana warrior spell picks a random weapon from your deck to reveal and deals its attack to all minions. As you can probably guess by now, having poor removal in warrior makes it a lot worse than if it were printed in another class. But Deadly Arsenal is in a whole league of its own. For one, if you just don't have a weapon in your deck, either because you drew all of them already or you randomly generated it, it'll literally do nothing for 6 mana. I think the idea behind this card was that you'd only run 2 copies of Gorehowl and had some other high attack weapons and use Deadly Arsenal as a mega board clear. And sure, dealing 7 damage to all minions is pretty good. The only problem is that Gorehowl hasn't been used competitively in any warrior control decks for about 3 years. In fact, the only warrior weapon printed in the expansion with Deadly Arsenal was Woodcutter's Axe, a cheap, low attack weapon that had little synergy with Deadly Arsenal. It also didn't help that the only weapon warriors really ran at the time was the previously mentioned Super Collider, a 1 attack weapon which you really didn't want Deadly Arsenal to select. And even in Wild, 6 mana is too much to pay for a simple board clear. And ignoring the fact that Deadly Arsenal has the chance to whiff, it also forces you to include bad high attack weapons. Control Warriors only ever really ran Ainkar and the occasional Bulwark of Azeroth, 2 cards which would result in a pitiful board clear. Besides, even if you did want to run Deadly Arsenal in a Temple weapon deck, since it deals damage to all minions, you can't even play without risking clearing your own board. So not only are the best weapons relatively low attack, there are also few cards with good weapon synergy effects, not to mention just how expensive and luck dependent the actual board clear of Deadly Arsenal is. This card could honestly cost 4 mana and only target enemy minions and still not be as broken compared to other warrior removal spells, because it would still require you to run worse overall weapons for Deadly Arsenal to function well. And when a card can cost 3 less mana and still not even be considered running, a feat that almost no other cards can match, it definitely deserves to be the number 1 spot on this list. Spells have been a long-time inclusion in Hearthstone, functioning basically as standalone effects that don't have a body attached to them. Unfortunately, not every spell in the game has been competitively viable, with a few really missing the mark. In today's list, we'll be doing something a little bit differently by taking a look at the worst spells from each of the 10 classes in the game. And at number 10, we have Recycle for the Druid class. This 6-mana spell lets you target an enemy minion and shuffle it into your opponent's deck. This card has aged really poorly, and for a single target removal spell, Recycle is pretty much the worst deal you can get in Hearthstone. You see, back in the day, a pretty reasonable price for a single target removal, which lets you choose and destroy an enemy minion, was pretty squarely set at 5 mana. The idea behind that being that even though you weren't paying a lot of mana for it, assassinating any late game card put you at a net mana advantage. But as the power of the cards went up, the value of single target removal dropped significantly. For one, most aggro decks became really good at swarming the board, which meant that single target removal was almost useless in those matchups, while control decks started running more minions which generated immediate value from battle cries than from staying on the board. So, why is Recycle on this list when nearly identical cards like Entomb have seen a lot of play in the past? Well, despite being a really good form of removal which doesn't trigger death rattles, Recycle doesn't fully destroy your opponent's minion and only delays the inevitable. Whereas Entomb could be used to destroy and steal one of your opponent's late game threats to use for yourself, there's always the chance that your opponent could immediately draw and replay the minion that you just recycled. The problem is especially noticeable when playing any control druid deck, since it gives your opponent way more time to find the threat that you just removed. Pretty much the only reason this card isn't even lower on this list is because it was printed in Druid, which has historically had some of the worst single target removal spells in the game. Even to this day, Druid still only has a handful of true removal spells, making Recycle potentially one of the better options if there's ever a single must-kill target in the meta. And if Blizzard ever decided to do another round of buffs to old cards, I'm sure a buff to 4 mana could make it an interesting removal for control druids and keep it in line with the cost of other conditional removal spells. Unfortunately, one card had to be picked as the worst spell in Druid, since, as surprising as it sounds, basically every single other Druid spell has seen some play at one point. And when Recycle is getting compared to cards which have all seen competitive success, it really is the best worst spell out there. And at number 9, we have Purify for the Priest class. This 2-mana spell requires you to silence a friendly minion to draw a card from your deck. Yes, you heard that right. In order to draw a card for 2 mana, this card requires you to wipe the text off of one of your own minions. And as you can probably guess by the fact that this card's on this list, silencing one of your minions is almost always a bad idea. The way silence effects work in Hearthstone is that it gets rid of friendly enchantments, buffs, and its card text so that it's basically a vanilla minion. And while your opponent could cast negative buffs on your minions, these effects are extremely uncommon in Hearthstone, so its use as a way to cleanse your minions almost never happens. There is one use for Purify though, and that's in Silence Priest decks. This extremely niche deck basically tries to silence their own minions, which are all overstated but have terrible drawbacks. The thinking goes that if you can play a ton of cheap, useless minions early, and remove their text, you can smash your opponent with huge, cheap threats. And while this strategy sounds good when it hits, Silence Priest basically requires you to invest 2 cards per minion, which means it very quickly runs out of steam. And at 2 mana, Purify would basically erase any mana advantage you would have gotten from silencing your own minions, even if it did replace itself. Purify was basically tied down to a bad archetype, because no other priest deck wanted to silence their minions' great effects off. Purify basically never saw any play. And although Blizzard has technically printed a ton of cards for this deck, Purify is mostly played as a meme card for people to try to dispute how bad of a card it is. It could be reduced down to 1 mana, since it would actually be a decent support card for Silence Priest, but I think Blizzard would rather print a new card to preserve Purify's meme status, as a nearly useless card tied to an awful deck. And at number 8, we have Explorer's Hat for the Hunter class. This 2-mana spell gives a minion +1/+1 and adds a new copy of Explorer's Hat to your hand after the minion dies. This card basically acts like a second hero power, since it re-adds itself back to your hand, but is worse in basically every way. For one, while every other hero power can be played each turn regardless of board state, Explorer's Hat requires you to control a minion to be playable and will only return to your hand once it dies. And for an effect that costs about 0.5 mana, you're going to be overpaying for it basically every time you play it, just so you can have an infinite card. And if your opponent ever happens to feel threatened by Explorer's Hat, they always have the option of silencing or transforming the minion it's cast on to completely delete the hat from the field. This card really only does well in Arena, which is a slow, low synergy format where players draft cards to make their deck, since Explorer's Hat does have the potential to generate enough advantage to win a game. The main reason why it's not lower on this list is because that continuous +1/+1, which is comparable to the Druid hero power, can also save you when you and your opponent are both running low on cards. But other than that, it's been completely outclassed by Libram of Hope, which on the surface does have the exact same effect as Explorer's Hat, but can have its cost permanently reduced to 0 with the help of Libram support cards. Players have tried to make it work in Spell Hunter decks as a way to increase the number of spells you cast for the game for Yogg-Saron, but again, there are so many better and cheaper options out there that don't require minions to work, that it's hardly ever worth considering. I could see Blizzard one day buffing Explorer's Hat to give +2/+1, but it's in a weird place right now because any slight number changes could make it either broken or even more useless than it is right now. And speaking of cards, which could go infinite, and at number 7, we have Headcrack for the Rogue class. This 3-mana spell deals 2 damage to the enemy hero, but can add a new copy of itself to your hand if you played another card this turn. This card may have seemed good 5 years ago, but even by classic Hearthstone standards, Headcrack is literally just a worse version of the Hunter hero power. So not only does it cost a ton more for an effect that costs about 1 mana, it also requires you to have played another card that turn if you want it to return to your hand, meaning it isn't a truly infinite card. Headcrack also doesn't really fit well with the Rogue class identity either. Compared to other classes, Rogue decks specialize in generating insane amounts of tempo and quickly executing one-turn kills and not in controlling the board and slowly grinding their opponent out. In fact, ever since Alpha, I can only remember there being a single viable control deck out there, but even that deck tried to end games as quickly as possible. And for as clunky as this card is, it is remarkably similar to Ignite, which is a card that made some of the best decks in Standard and Wild possible. That card lets you deal 2 damage to any target, shuffle itself back into your deck, increase its damage each time it was cast, and only cost 2 mana. Aside from tweaking the numbers on Headcrack, one of the huge killers for it is that it returns itself to your hand at the start of your next turn, meaning you can't even use it for any significant burst potential. Instead, you'll just be stuck overpaying for a niche effect each turn that just about every modern deck can punish you for. I'm sure that if this card was printed in a more control-y class, like Mage or Warrior, it could have probably seen more experimentation. As similar as it is to Explorer's Hat, the only reason why it's lower is because of the awful combo condition that only lets you play it once per turn. I think if they just added itself back to your hand each time you played it, it could be a very niche win condition for a heavy control deck, meaning it wouldn't be useless if you didn't have the cards, or have cards you don't want to play that turn. And at number 6, we have Void Contract. This 8-mana Warlock spell destroys half of each player's deck when played. Yes, at a mana cost comparable to that of a legendary Warcraft character, and game-changing effects, this 8-mana spell offers a terrible low-tempo effect that affects both players. And before you ask if destroying your deck is as good as it is in other card games, no, it isn't. You see, in Hearthstone, destroying cards in your deck effectively deletes them from existence, meaning it won't add cards to your res pool. Destroying cards doesn't even count as discarding them either, meaning Void Contract doesn't even get to benefit from a lot of very decent discard synergies out there. In fact, only a handful of cards actually benefit from having few cards left in your deck. But they don't even require you to have destroyed cards in your deck. You also don't get the option to selectively choose which cards get destroyed either, meaning it's up to pure luck if the win condition is still left in your deck or if it gets Thanos or not. And with so much of Hearthstone relying on card synergy, it's hard to even understand what the purpose of Void Contract is, even 10 expansions later. The main issue is that it's just terrible for tempo. You either play it and have basically spent 8 mana on an effect that doesn't impact the board, or it'll get so little value later on in the game where it only burns a couple of cards for 8 mana. Unlike most of this list though, Void Contract did land itself in probably the best class for it, since Warlocks naturally draw a ton of cards and are less affected by it. Warlocks are also really well known for having some of the best ultra late game control decks, routinely running some of the heaviest value-centered decks in the game. And during those games where each side can afford to play their late game tech cards, it is possible to play Void Contract without immediately losing the game. But just because a card is able to be carried by other broken cards in its class, still doesn't mean it's good. Void Contract could honestly have its cost reduced all the way down to 4 mana if it needed, since at the end of the day, it'd still be a 4 mana spell that doesn't do anything immediately. Or they can go with the Miracle Growth option and tack on a big effect like drawing a couple of cards or dealing damage to both players, just so that it had another less niche use. And at number 5, we have Holy Light. This 2-mana paladin spell simply restores 8 health to your hero. This card is terrible, and for the reasons you'd guess. It basically has no flexibility, synergy, or use cases other than for just healing your hero. All of the cards from this point onwards are very bad, and we're starting to get to the point where we're ranking cards by how likely it is for them to have any use. If you've seen other videos on this channel, you know how much we hate pure healing effects, and for good reason. Barring extremely large or efficient healing cards, small to medium heals are almost always useless because they make you go -1 in card advantage for a resource that doesn't immediately help you kill your opponent. And while it could be argued that a well-timed small heal can save a game, there are so many other scenarios out there where a card like Holy Light would just be a dead card if you ever drew it, that it's not even worth considering. Against combo and control decks, a medium heal like Holy Light will never be played, do nothing to address your opponent's threat, or slightly stall your opponents before they inevitably finish you off. Even against aggro decks, which is the ideal matchup, aggro decks nowadays can burn through more than 50 health without stopping, and have enough refuel to draw through their entire deck. And that's another one of the main problems with healing. It doesn't stop your opponent from beating you down, it just lets you stall until your opponent runs out of steam. Just about the only saving grace for this card is that since it was printed in the classic set, it's actually possible to wish for it by Zephyros during desperate times. This card, given that you have no duplicate cards in your deck, looks at the board state, generates 3 perfect cards from the classic set for you to choose from to best help you win the game. Other than generating off of Zeph though, no one actually plays Holy Light, so I could see it getting another full rework. One way I could see them making this card stronger is by letting it target minions and excess healing could be turned into a health buff. That way it could be used on minions too. But as of now, Holy Light definitely deserves to be called the worst paladin spell in the game for being so situational. And at number 4, we have Shatter. This 2-mana mage spell, when cast, will let you destroy a minion, but only if it's frozen, which is a mechanic which will skip the affected character's next turn. This card, as you might be able to tell, is literally useless unless one of your opponent's minions happens to be frozen, which is not that common of an effect, I might add. Of all the mage cards out there that can freeze, a very decent amount of them also deal damage to the targets and can kill minions quite easily without the need of another card to destroy it. And while mage doesn't have access to a ton of hard removal spells, they do have access to a lot of efficient removal spells that make the relatively cheapness of Shatter irrelevant. That's not even mentioning the fact that you likely have to invest another card to pair with Shatter, meaning you're always investing 2 cards to kill 1 minion. Sadly though, Shatter got the short end of the stick, since most other cheap situational single target removal spells have been pretty good. In fact, most of the time their drawbacks are hardly noticeable and can sometimes be an upside. But again, because of how rare it is to actually want to both freeze and destroy a minion, it ends up finding almost no good use cases. Typically, once a minion is frozen, no matter how big it is, it's taken care of for a turn and you don't have to worry about it. And while individual freeze effects are quite rare, there are a lot of ways to refreeze a big minion over and over again to the point where it might as well have been considered destroyed. Shatter suffers a ton from being printed during a time when Freeze Mage was a very dominant deck, so to compensate, Blizzard held back on its power level. Nowadays, they can print a board wipe version of it or a 1 mana version that can also freeze and no one would bat an eye. I think Blizzard could try one more time to make Shatter work, since these versions basically see no competitive play either. Unfortunately, if Shatter could destroy frozen heroes, it would probably be one of the best cards of all time. But if it could also destroy your opponent's weapon, I think it would be quite interesting. After all, it is called Shatter, and it could be interesting as a spell version of Acidic Swamp Ooze. But as is, the only cool thing about it is its artwork. And at number 3, we have Blur. This 0 mana Demon Hunter spell prevents your hero from taking any damage until the end of your turn, and basically gives your hero immune. And despite giving your hero arguably one of the best keywords out there, Blur offers pretty much no value even in the best scenarios. You see, the whole idea behind this card is that after your hero attacks a minion, Blur saves you from taking damage that you would have otherwise taken, which is basically just a more complicated way to heal. And while you do always have ways to attack using the Demon Hunter hero power, you also usually have a weapon equipped for you to be able to kill anything with your attacks. The best case scenario with Blur is that you get to attack a ton of times with Glaives in a single turn and save a lot of health. But if you're able to make this play to begin with, you probably would have won without Blur. And, like with most of the cards on this list, while you were able to effectively save a ton of health for 0 mana, it still costs you to draw into your hand and it takes a deck slot, which would have been better served by, well, just about any other card. What makes it especially funny is that Blur is almost entirely redundant, since Demon Hunter is strangely one of the best classes in the entire game at healing. Between all the different ways to give your hero minions and spells lifesteal and buff them, it's honestly really easy to stay at high health even in most aggro Demon Hunter decks. But if Blizzard wanted to make Blur slightly less useless and match the power levels of other strong 0 mana cards, they could let it also give your hero a +1 attack. That way you don't have to invest more mana to utilizing its already niche effect. Blur is ultimately pretty outclassed, and given that Demon Hunter has historically been given the best class cards in the game, it stood out so much worse compared to them that we just had to put it at number 3. And speaking of nearly useless 0 mana spells, and at number 2 we have Ancestral Healing. This 0 mana shaman spell lets you restore a minion to full health and gives it taunt, which forces all enemies to attack it. This card is just simply terrible and is a dead draw in just about every deck that it's included in. And if you thought small healing effects were useless, wait until you hear about small healing effects for minions. At least when you're healing your hero, you can usually time it so that you get its full effect off since your hero has relatively high maximum health of 30. Minions, on the other hand, basically cap off at 12 health, with most of them having about 3 health. And while you consider that 1 health minions can't even be healed, since they take at least 1 damage for that to happen, you can see why minion healing is so insignificant. For you to see why, let's first consider the Shaman hero power, which has a chance to summon a 0/2 healing totem that heals all of your minions for 1 at the end of each turn. And as a non-single target repeatable heal, it is honestly so much better in just about every scenario that it puts Ancestral Healing to shame. And when a card is being outclassed by a hero power, which have effects that are marked up by 2 mana, you know it's pretty pitiful. And honestly, on the hierarchy of effects out there, I find it kind of funny how Blizzard seem to pair the 2 most useless effects out there into a single card. For one, minion heals are just useless, especially when there are tons of cards out there that can straight up buff a minion's maximum health instead, no damage required. Taunt is also pretty useless, as it's definitely not worth going -1 for. Again, like Holy Light, Ancestral Healing suffers from being too inflexible and too weak even in its ideal case. And while 0 mana spells have historically been very good, I think it's time for this ancient card to finally see some play. In line with this card's theme of healing and buffing, if we were to change it to make it better, I think letting it also give a minion +1/+1 could also let it be used as a proactive play, rather than as a way to just heal your damaged minions. Unfortunately, Ancestral Healing couldn't make it to the top of this list, since the next card is just so incomparably garbage that it just had to take it. And at number 1, we have Dr. Boom's Scheme. This 4 mana warrior spell, when casted, lets you gain exactly 1 armor and will increase it by 1 at the end of each turn, but only if it's in your hand. And if you've never heard or seen of this card before this video, I envy you because this is about one of the worst cards in the entire game. This card takes about just every mistake that makes a card unplayable and lumps them all together into one ungodly mess. For one, at base rate, you're literally paying double the price for half the armor you've gotten from the warrior hero power, and the hero power isn't even that good. And while it does scale as the game goes on, it takes forever to even start being worth running. And that's not even mentioning how you have to draw into it for it to even start upgrading. And fine, maybe I am being harsh, but at the moment, it has basically no niche and is outclassed by a ton of other cards. I do feel for Dr. Boom's scheme though, since it was originally meant to have the effect of a Hagatha's scheme, but would have been too powerful as a board clear in a warrior class. So how can it be fixed? Well, thematically, all the scheme cards only have one effect, start off at 1 of it, and increase by 1 each turn. That means it can't start off at a higher armor amount or scale by more each turn, and barring a full rework of its effect, I think the only number that could be changed to not make it not the single worst spell in the game would be to reduce it to 2 mana, and make it at least comparable to the other armor gain cards Warriors has. Sadly though, one card had to be named the single worst spell in the game, and with terrible stats in just about every department, Dr. Boom's scheme definitely deserves a top spot on this list. Legendary minions are supposed to be some of the most memorable and unique cards in Hearthstone, representing important characters from the Warcraft universe. Unfortunately, not every card Blizzard has printed has lived up to the legacy of these characters, and have recycled effects that either aren't unique, or are just underwhelming. So in this video, we'll be going over some of the most disappointing effects that have been printed on legendary minions. And at number 10, we have Morose. This 3-mana 1/1 minion summons a 1/1 at the start of each of your turns and has stealth, a keyword which prevents a minion from being targeted by enemy minions and spells until it attacks for the first time. And while Morose is one of the more obscure legendaries in the Warcraft universe, being the head steward of Karazhan in its prime, he still manages to have an underwhelming effect for his title. Compared to the other legendaries in his set, who all have had entirely unique effects at the time, like shuffling cards into your deck at the start of the game, drawing 3 different tribes from your deck, or being the first neutral minion to equip a weapon to your hero, Morose, on the other hand, just summon normal 1/1 tokens. And we'll give him the distinction of being one of the only stealth minions that can passively generate value for you, and for summoning unique tokens, but this isn't unique enough for a card that is supposed to be the most exciting part of a new set. When you really start to compare him to all the other legendaries in the game, who all have game-changing effects, he's basically just a Primal Fin Totem with stealth. In fact, there are a ton of pretty forgotten cards out there, like Shrieking Shroom, which are very similar and see no amount of play. I will admit, Morose does have a pretty good flavor, and is kind of unique for being a stealth minion you aren't ever supposed to attack with, but the fact that he takes 4 turns before he actually starts generating value means he pretty much has no impact as soon as he's played. Add on to the fact that he's still vulnerable to basically every non-targeting AoE spell, and it's pretty clear why he's never seen any play, even in the most casual meme decks. And at number 9, we have Illidan's Stormrage. This 6-mana 7/5 legendary demon has the effect where he summons a 2/1 vanilla token whenever you play a card. And yes, you heard that right, the Illidan Stormrage, who was the first demon hunter ever, served as the main villain of one of Warcraft's expansions, and is the face of Hearthstone's 10th class, was years ago once a card that just summoned a bunch of 2/1s. And while the Flames of Azeroth were a huge headache in his actual fight in WoW, in Hearthstone, despite being named tokens, they don't have any text. In fact, it's almost an insult to label generic 2/1 tokens as Flames of Azeroth, considering they're just so pathetic and weak by the time you can actually summon them by turn 6 or later. Heck, even Mechgineer Thermoplug, who has a nearly identical ability to summon 2/1s on a fairly common trigger, except for the fact that the 2/1 Leopard Gnomes he summons actually have an effect and are, quite uniquely, collectible cards. And when a very obscure legendary from the first expansion of the game has a more unique and impactful effect than one of the most recognizable Warcraft characters of all time, you probably messed up when designing his effect. Blizzard did finally recognize how much of a fumble Illidan's card form was, and gave him his very own, initially very overpowered class, but I'll take a point off based on the fact that it took them nearly 6 years to give Illidan the respect he deserves. And in case you didn't know, this card doesn't exist anymore except in Classic Hearthstone, since Illidan's card was rebranded as Xavius Summoning Satyrs after the Demon Hunter class was released. While this effect is arguably less unique than Morose, I just had to put Illidan, or Xavius now, on this list because of how hilariously forgettable and underpowered this card ended up being for multiple years. And at number 8, we have Dreadscale. This 3-mana 4/2 legendary hunter beast has the effect where it deals 1 damage to all minions at the end of the turn. Dreadscale is just one of those legendary minions that, upon first glance, could honestly be printed as just another pack filler card with an above average stat line and effect. And while Dreadscale, out of all the legendaries on this list, isn't too bad, the issue is that its effect has almost no synergy with other hunter cards, and has very unremarkable text. Whirlwind effects, so called because of the card, have been a staple in Hearthstone effects, most often pegged to the common rarity because of how ubiquitous and simple the effect is to understand. In fact, some of the most popular cards in Hearthstone's past have had this effect, like Wild Pyromancer and Spirit Lash. And while you may think that Dreadscale casts the Whirlwind every turn may be unique enough to warrant it being a legendary, unfortunately, Blizzard printed a card called Missile Launcher, which has the exact same effect along with the bonus keyword attached to it. In fact, Dreadscale has been so forgettable over the years that Blizzard even printed improved lower rarity versions, or other legendaries that added an extra layer of uniqueness to its effect. I will give it that it was the first time Blizzard ever printed more than one legendary to set, since it was originally meant to combo with its partner, Acid Maw, a 7-mana 4/2 that destroyed any minion that took damage. And when played together, Dreadscale and Acid Maw could wipe every other minion off the board while leaving you with them on your board. The only problem is, well, the combo just absolutely sucked for a ton of different reasons. For one, it required you to draw both of them, which was pretty hard since there weren't many good ways to draw beasts at the time, and because Hearthstone limits you to 1 copy of Legendary per deck. This combo also cost 2 cards and 10 mana, which cost way more than other more competitive board clears, but could repeatedly clear your opponent's board if left unchecked. Unfortunately, since Dreadscale dealt its damage to all minions, it would kill its partner Acid Maw in 2 turns, as well as prevent you from building up your own board. And because it never really saw any play in its only gimmick and could easily be replaced by better control hunter spells, Dreadscale definitely deserves to be on this list, even if only at the number 8 spot. And at number 7, we have Captain Greenskin. This 5-mana 5/4 legendary pirate just gives your weapon +1/+1. Yep, instead of buffing your other pirates like Southsea Captain or leading your troops like Skycam Crag, Captain Greenskin's legendary worthy effect is just to slightly buff up your weapon. Captain Greenskin, much like most of the other cards on this list, was printed in the Classic set, Hearthstone's very first original set. And for whatever reason, possibly because of technical limitations or a small initial budget, a lot of the early cards in the game were just really underwhelming. In fact, probably the most unique effect out of all the cards in the set was Doomsayer, and he wasn't even a legendary minion. Anyways, for those of you who don't know, weapons are a special type of card in Hearthstone, which lets your hero attack like a minion, except that it loses 1 durability each time you do so. You might have guessed by now that maybe weapon buffing cards were pretty hard to come by back in the day, but that wasn't even true either. In fact, in that same first set, there's a warrior card called Upgrade, which had the same effect and even equipped a 1/3 weapon if your hero didn't have one, unlike Captain Greenskin. So if Greenskin had a direct, cheaper replacement with an arguably less unique effect, what made him a legendary minion to begin with? Honestly, the only reason I can think of is that since he was a neutral legendary minion, he gave every class access to an upgrade-like effect. The issue was, not only was this not enough incentive to run more weapons in other decks, since he could only be played as a one-of, only 4 out of the original 9 classes even had weapon cards printed for them. An honorable mention goes out to Lady Ashvane and Dr. Krasnov, 2 other legendary minions that also had Captain Greenskin's effect. Granted, they are slightly better, but it's still kind of funny to me how Blizzard thought its effect was so cool they just had to print it not once, but twice more on a legendary minion. And speaking of bad weapon buffing legendary minions, at number 6 we have Hobart Grapplehammer. This 2-mana warrior legendary gives all weapons in your hand and deck +1 attack. If you thought Captain Greenskin was underwhelming, Hobart takes it a step further and only buffs weapons attacks. As mentioned, since weapons have a limited number of uses, most of them already have high attack and low durability. You see, unlike a weapon attack buff, adding more durability means you get an extra swing to put you further ahead in card advantage, or deal more face damage with your extra swings. Extra attack, on the other hand, will only probably just be wasted overkill on a minion or by dealing slightly more face damage. There's a reason why Hack the System, a card which encourages you to play a ton of weapons, made it into our top 10 worst quest lists. That's because just having weapons as your main source of damage is really bad since you can't deal with multiple threats. You'll take a ton of face damage doing so, can only swing a limited number of times with each weapon, and can't develop any good board presence. And while having a spell-only or minion-only deck is fine, adding more than, say, 3 weapons in your deck will significantly weaken all of your future draws and the consistency of your deck. Because you can only equip 1 weapon at a time, it means that any future weapon you draw will be a dead card until your first weapon breaks. And out of the many weapons Warriors has available to it, I can only think of a couple that would actually benefit from an extremely minor attack buff. So not only does Hobart's effect rely on having a ton of weapon cards in your deck, which have anti-synergy with each other, and provides a minor buff that only a few niche cards can actually gain value of, Hobart himself, for whatever reason, also happens to be an understated 2-drop furthering his mediocrity. And while his card text and effect are unique, the fact that he only affects a few cards in your deck and hand makes his effect so minor that it's hard to even tell if its battlecry even did anything at times. And at number 5, we have the Beast. This massive 6 mana 9/7 legendary beast has the effect where it summons a vanilla 3/3 for your opponent after it dies. This placement may surprise some of you since the Beast, while it is a pretty bad card, was one of the first overstated minions with the drawback ever printed. But given the vast number of overstated minions with more interesting or nuanced drawbacks, the Beast had to make it here considering there's nothing really interesting going on with it. Compare it to a card like Rattling Rascal, an effective 4 mana 7/7 that summons a 5/5 for your opponent when it dies, and requires a decent amount of skill to pilot correctly. If the 2/2 Rascal dies too early, you'll be forced to trade your 5/5 into your opponent and basically have wasted 4 mana. Or you could take a risk and ignore it to try and better protect it next time. The Beast, on the other hand, basically forces you to hit your opponent in the face with it as many times as possible to get value, since trading too many times will just summon a 3/3 for your opponent. It also doesn't help that its stats just aren't big enough to make the Beast that much of a threat, especially considering its relatively lower health makes it much more susceptible to being killed by damaging spells. And while you can't just subtract the stats of Pip from the stats of the Beast to get a net 6 mana 6/4, which is pretty bad, the truth isn't too far from it. A 3/3 is just large enough that it can't easily be killed off by most board wipes, and can kill a fair number of your other support minions. And while there aren't any one-to-one comparisons for the Beast's exact effect, there are a ton of cards out there with similar drawbacks to them, with one even summoning an annoying minion for your opponent on death. And at number 4, we have Karen Bloodhoof. This neutral 6 mana 5/5 legendary minion summons a vanilla 5/5 minion when it dies. This card's stats are actually pretty impressive, clocking in at an effective 6 mana 10/10, even before being buffed. Even in Hearthstone's classic format, which only uses cards from the open beta, Karen saw play as a very solid mid-game threat. So why is Karen even on this list if he's seen any amount of competitive play? Well, like a lot of early Hearthstone legendaries, this card doesn't have an entrance animation and effectively serves as a pile of stats with some removal protection. He wasn't even the first minion to have a ton of stats locked behind a death rattle, since Savannah Highmane saw just as much play in the beta, and even beat Karen out as a premium 6-drop. And not that much later, a ton more oversized death rattle minions began to be printed and were usually more interesting or had more card flavor. Some examples include Stubborn Suspect, Wobbling Runts, Piloted Sky Golem, Eccentric Scribe, Cursed Vagrant, Plagued Protodrake, and most of these cards didn't even see any play. I think the saddest example is probably Dragon Ball Skystalker, which in addition to being a dragon, literally has the same stat total as Old Karen, but is a common minion. I'm sure Blizzard learned their lesson by now that having more stats than normal isn't a legendary worthy effect, and is kind of a trite design that should have been saved for pack fillers. I just hope that one day every classic minion will one day get their own unique entrance animation and music since they deserve some love. And speaking of which, and at number 3 we have Gruul. This neutral 8 mana 7/7 minion gains +1/+1 at the end of each turn. While in lore, Gruul the Dragon Killer is a massive hulking beast of a raid boss, in Hearthstone he's probably one of the weakest 8 mana minions out there. I think when Blizzard originally designed him in Alpha, they probably imagined that an 8 mana late game threat that grew each turn could potentially be problematic and become unkillable. Unfortunately for Gruul, they never made him strong enough to be at that point by both making him understated for his cost, and giving him one of the weakest scaling effects in the entire game. And while you may think that scaling at the end of both yours and your opponent's turn is pretty unique, Gruul unfortunately has to share that title with some other legendaries, along with Micro Machine. It also doesn't really help that after his first turn on board, Gruul is only an 8 mana 8/8, which means he can be one-shotted by a lot of other late game threats. And while an 8/8 is a pretty sizable card, because he doesn't have an immediate effect on board, your opponent can just ignore him, while he takes forever to get to an actually threatening size. Even as an 8 mana 8/8 legendary minion, there is a ton of competition for cooler, more threatening, and more interesting finishers. The only reason Gruul isn't even lower on this list is because his effect has a precedence to be, at best, an epic, since Shade of Naxxramas basically has the same infinite scaling potential as Gruul, but just slower. Or if you really want to make a case for it, Daring Reporter effectively also scales by +1/+1 at the start of each of your turns, and she's only a common. Sadly for Gruul, his awfulness combined with his relatively unremarkable effects lands him squarely in the bottom 3 in this list, where you're about to see just how lame legendary minions can get. And at number 2, we have Hemet Nestingwary. This neutral 5 mana 6/3 legendary lets you target and destroy a beast when he's played. This card was printed in Hearthstone's very first expansion, and it definitely shows. Back then, Face Hunter was becoming stronger and stronger, relying on Animal Companion and Savannah Highmane to quickly close out games. In response, Blizzard decided to, for whatever reason, print a legendary tech card to keep Beast from ever getting too strong. The issue was, not only was Hemet's effect simple, he was also terrible at 5 mana. Even to this day, whenever Blizzard prints new Beast, people in the Hearthstone community joke that it'll never see play because it dies to Hemet. That being said, you may wonder why the Black Knight, a very similar legendary minion that only destroys taunt minions, isn't on this list, and isn't ever memed on. That's because taunt minions are a lot more common and devastating to destroy compared to the average beast minion. Back in the day, players often got into mind games deciding whether or not to taunt up their big minions to protect themselves from their opponent's board, and risk their opponent destroying their minion with a Dark Knight that they couldn't otherwise. But with Hemet, there's no option to outplay your opponent since there's currently no way to make one of your minions not into a beast. Unfortunately for Hemet, Beast decks never became good before he got rotated into Wild, and he never got his time to shine. What's really baffling to me, though, is that even in the Classic set, Blizzard had printed good tribal tech cards, like Hungry Crab, which makes it even more strange they printed Hemet to be such a terrible tech card. Unlike every other good modern tech card, he was expensive, understated for his cost, and didn't gain any stats when he got his battlecry off. In fact, Hemet has been so outclassed over the years that I'm convinced that Blizzard forgot about him when they printed Golakah Gluten, which fixes all the problems with Hemet we just mentioned and is a common. And when a normal pack filler can be printed with a more complex effect than a legendary minion, you know there's something off about its design. And at number 1, we have Myexna. This neutral 6 mana beast is a 2/8 and has Poisonous, a keyword which destroys any minion that is damaged by her, and that's it. If you thought that all the other legendaries in this list were disappointing, Myexna has to take the case for the most simple and underwhelming effect of a legendary of the entire game, at only a single keyword for her entire card text. I think the most disappointing part about this card, besides how utterly trash it was that she wasn't even unique when she was printed. And wouldn't you know it, Emperor Cobra, a non-legendary minion printed before her, also had this same exact effect but with different stats. I'm sure Blizzard was scared of a high health poisonous minion since they probably assumed that she could easily go 2 for 1. But in practice, she'd either get ignored because she was a 6 mana minion that could only deal 2 damage to heroes, or get no value against a wide swarmy board. Even when she was played optimally against other large threats, she was still vulnerable to hard removal since she only had 8 health, which as we talked about earlier is not a good breakpoint to be at. Before Poisonous became a codified keyword, minions with this effect originally had the text written as destroy any minion damaged by this minion, along with a poisonous vial below the portrait when on board. But I secretly think Blizzard delayed to introduce the Poisonous keyword just so Myexna wouldn't be a legendary card with literally 1 word on it. And because the only thing going for her is her keyword, basically every other poisonous minion out there is more interesting, impactful, or both. Heck, Blizzard has added so many non-legendary spider brood mothers over the years that if I asked you which one of the 4 were a legendary minion, Myexna would probably be your last guess. That's not even mentioning all the pack fillers that have been printed over the years just to mock her. Wasteland Scorpid, just Myexna with +1 in every stat. Karen Drake, Myexna with -1 in every stat. Venomancer, this one's tricky, but it's just Myexna with -3 health. At this point, her only saving grace is that she was one of the best tier 6 minions in Battlegrounds, an auto-battler version of Hearthstone since Poisonous is an extremely valuable keyword in that game mode. Myexna has to take the cake though for the most underwhelming, uninteresting, and disappointing legendary minion in the entire game, because she's just had so many lower rarity clones printed of her at this point that it has to be some kind of inside joke. The core set is a new set of cards that Blizzard gives to all players at the start of the expansion year. Compared to the classic set, which has been in the game since launch, a lot of these cards are way, way better. As a whole, the core set introduced in 2021, the Year of the Griffin, has seen a lot more of the free cards being used, compared to the classic set, which only had a few good staples amongst all the garbage cards. And in fact, a lot of the cards which were reintroduced into standard through the core set were buffed, being mostly playable by today's standards. Unfortunately, not every card Blizzard brought back hit the mark, so in this list we'll be going over the worst cards in the core 2021 set. And at number 10, we have Shadow Form. This 2-mana priest spell transforms your normal priest hero power into Mind Spike, which is a 2-mana hero power that lets you deal 2 damage to any target. This may seem like a pretty controversial pick to even be on this list, especially considering the hero power that deals 2 damage are actually pretty good. In the past, cards like Justicar Trueheart and Soul Priest were pretty valuable cards for their ability to provide 2 damage hero powers and racking in the value over time. Even now, ways to get 2 damage hero powers come a dime a dozen, with some cards like Wildfire seeing a ton of play currently. So why is this card on this list? Well, a while back, Shadow Form was reworked from its past form, which was a 3-mana priest spell that did the same thing. Except, if you cast it again, it would upgrade Mind Spike to deal 3 damage while still costing 2 mana. You may notice that in the new version, although it cost less, also removed the text that lets you upgrade your hero power. So even though you could run 2 copies of Shadow Form in your deck, if you had played the first copy earlier in the game, the second copy would literally do nothing when cast. Now, this doesn't seem too bad, especially since drawing 2 of the same card doesn't happen that often during a normal game of Hearthstone, except in one of the more recent expansions, Blizzard printed Dark Bishop Benedictus, a 5-mana 5/6 priest minion which has the effect where if you only have shadow spells in your deck, you automatically start the game in shadow form for free. This card was so good that it single-handedly made aggro priest viable, and saw play everywhere since its condition was so easy to fulfill. Benedictus basically power crept shadow form in every way, and even if you wanted to play them together in the same deck, it would literally be a 2-mana spell that did nothing. And while in a vacuum, Shadow Form has no reason to be on this list, because Benedictus exists, this card definitely deserves to be at the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have Elven Archer. This 1-mana 1/1 neutral minion lets you deal 1 damage to any target when you play it. Let's just say you can probably guess if a card is bad if you have to pay any mana for 2 effects, which cost 0 mana. Elven Archer is one of the oldest cards in the game, being available in the Classic set when you first opened the game. And because she came out in the earliest set, like most card games, she was bound to be either incredibly broken or unusable trash. Seeing as she's on this list, you can probably guess which category she falls into. She was originally meant to teach new players about balancing tempo, or your onboard momentum and value, or how much card and mana advantage you currently have. Even though she may seem great at killing one of your opponent's 1-drops, and putting a 1/1 on the board for just 1 mana, new players would soon discover that she died pretty much to every hero power, and was not a card you wanted to draw in the late game. She did, however, find her home in alpha version Zoo Warlock, a deck which tried to swarm the board with a ton of small minions. Elven Archer was actually a pretty welcome part of the deck since she had a decent matchup against most of the early game minions, could help finish off a bigger minion with a battle cry, and could even deal 1 damage to face and kill your opponent if needed. Being a cheap minion also helped a lot since she worked well with buff cards, and because there weren't actually that many good 1-drops at the time. Of course, since then, 1-drops are now the most efficient minions in the game and have become insanely strong when compared to early Hearthstone cards. Just recently, Fillet Fighter was printed for Rogue, which literally has double the stats of Elven Archer, while still costing the same amount of mana. It's hard to justify using Elven Archer nowadays, even in the most aggressive decks, but she at least saw a pretty good amount of success in the earliest days of the game, which is why she's at the number 9 spot on this list. And at number 8, we have Baron Rivendare. This 4-mana 1/7 neutral legendary minion makes all of your minions' death rattle effects trigger twice while it's on the board. Baron was originally printed in the Curse of Naxxramas expansion, which centered around minions with death rattle, which is a keyword which only triggers on effect when a minion dies. And when a card wasn't ever really played in the expansion built around its synergy, you know there's some big problems with this design. For one, a 1/7 stat line isn't really understated for 4 mana, but it is really badly distributed. Typically, you want enough attack on a minion to be threatening to trade into, while having enough health to not die to cheaper minions. That's why you'll usually see pretty balanced stats on the best minions in the game, and never really anything too extreme. I think Baron Rivendare's stat line was originally designed to be able to tank a few hits and stay on board for as long as possible, but it doesn't even have the health to do that. Because you need your other Death Rattle minions to die before you're able to get any value off of Baron's effect, it's pretty much going to be a sitting duck while you wait for your other minions to die. And with only 1 attack, your opponent's minions can easily trade into it while taking almost no damage in return. Baron only really saw play in Quest Priest decks, whose entire deck is made of Death Rattle minions so they can complete their quest, but even then, it was still one of the poorer cards in the deck. Because it was a legendary minion, you could only have 1 of them per deck, which made it almost impossible to build a deck around it. Even Death Rattle Demon Hunter, which literally had Baron's effect in its name, still didn't want to use it because it was too slow. Baron could have been so much more than it currently is, and Blizzard proved it by printing a spin-off of him, which saw more play than Baron could have ever dreamed of. And at number 7, we have Humongous Razorleaf. This neutral 3-mana 4/8 minion has the effect where it can't attack. Okay, if you spent any amount of time playing other card games, you probably guessed there are some ways to take advantage of this card, even if it's completely useless on its own. After all, this card has the stats comparable to a 6-drop, saving you 3 mana if you just wanted its stats. The problem is, at least in the core set, there just really aren't that many cards that synergize with it. During the Year of the Griffin, which included the core set and 3 expansions, I could literally only find 5 cards out of nearly 700 that had any synergy with Razorleaf. 2 of them have seen play but don't want to be used on Razorleaf. 1 had been nerfed to the ground, and the last 2 are cards that I almost forgotten about. The only thing that keeps this card from sinking further down this list is that a long time ago there was a tier 3 deck called Silence Priest, which, as you probably guessed, silenced the text off of the cards like Humongous Razorleaf. Silence, for those of you who don't know, is a keyword which wipes any text or enchantments off of a buff, basically making it a vanilla minion. And because it wiped any text off, silencing your can't attack minions made it so they could attack. Again, this deck was really not that good, because despite putting out huge minions early, the silence keyword is generally really expensive, and requires you to invest at least 2 cards into each of your big minions. Even if you want to see how well Silence Priest could compete against other bad decks in Wild, there still really aren't enough support cards to make a full silence deck. That said, at least Razorleaf has seen any amount of competitive play, which is more than the rest of the cards on this list can say. And at number 6, we have Snap Freeze. This 1-mana mage spell lets you freeze a minion, which is a keyword which prevents a minion from attacking for 1 turn, or if it's already frozen, then it destroys it instead. This card is basically like if Freezing Potion and Shatter had a baby. Unfortunately, that still wasn't enough to keep it off this list. Snap Freeze is on this list pretty much only because of its situational uses off of random mage effects. In the Year of the Griffin, it was only one of 3 mage spells that could actually freeze minions, and of them was the cheapest targetable one. So if you were in a really tight pinch and you had to stall for 1 more turn, you can get it off of a card like Ruin Orb and freeze one of your opponent's threats. Unfortunately, if we are comparing to other cards that were also in rotation with Snap Freeze, Flurry is almost always just a better and wider freeze effect, while Shattering Blast can just destroy every frozen minion. In fact, Warden Dawngrass can basically just cast Snapped on all of your opponent's minions, while still giving you a 3/3. And yes, dealing 4 damage isn't as good as destroying a minion, but Varden was played in almost every single mage deck for her ability to freeze the board. This list of better freeze cards goes on in Wild, with Ray of Frost giving you 2 spells for 1, Glacier Racer also giving you a 1/3, and Frost Nova being the gold standard for stalling. And as mentioned, Snap Freeze is really only on here because it synergizes well with Mana Cyclone, Flamewaker, and Evocation as another cheap spell that won't clog up your hand when being generated. And at number 5, we have Focused Will. This 1-mana pre-spell lets you silence a minion and give it +3 health. This is another one of those cards that no one ever plays, but can come in clutch when you desperately need an answer. I decided to give Focused Will its own spot on this list instead of lumping it with Humongous Razorleaf, because as far as I'm aware, Focused Will has seen no competitive play as of yet. The gimmick behind this card is that since you can target any minion with it, you can use it to silence an enemy minion, but to give it +3 health, or give one of your own minions +3 health, but silence it. It's a creative idea for a card. Unfortunately, it's too weak at both of its jobs, and it's just completely outclassed. In reality, you're almost always going to use Focused Will for its ability to silence an enemy minion, since silencing your own minions to give it a +3 health really should be valued at about 0 mana. So when you do use it to silence one of your opponent's threats, you're just making the enemy minion harder to kill. And it's not like silence as an offensive tool is completely useless. In fact, it was so oppressive for a while that they had to rotate a lot of them out. The ability to silence so often made buff decks nearly unplayable and taunt minions against aggro decks useless. Even in the same year, better silence options completely outclassed it, with a better Spellbreaker being printed for all classes. I could see this card being played more than the rest of this list if a cheap silence is really needed again in Standard. But for now, Focus Will is definitely one of the worst cards in the 2021 core set. And at number 4, we have Toxicologist. This neutral 2-mana 2/2 gives your weapon +1 attack when you play it. Other than being a tribeless 2-mana 2/2, less than half of all classes in Hearthstone can actually use weapons. In the top 5, we've really started to get to our meme tier picks that haven't seen any serious competitive play ever. Toxicologist was originally a card from one of the weakest sets ever, and I think they wanted to keep weapon buff cards from being too OP, which is fine from a game design perspective, but when maybe half of all classes can even use weapons, it's gonna hurt the viability of Toxicologist by a ton. Weapons, for those of you who don't know, are a special type of card in Hearthstone which lets you equip it to your hero as an attack buff, but loses durability each time you attack. In the past, weapons have been some of the strongest cards in the game, since they can very often go 2-for-1 in card advantage, or push for a ton of damage for their mana cost. Old school versions of Pirate Warrior abuse the fact to create a very potent aggro deck, using pirates and their weapon synergy buffs to quickly close out games. One of the more underrated parts of the deck was the ability to increase the durability of weapons, which could make an Arcanite Reaper go from dealing 10 damage to 18 with just a 1/1 buff. Since then, almost no new weapon buffs give weapons durability, and only buff their attacks. Toxicologist was just printed during the wrong time when Blizzard was really afraid of weapon buffs, even choosing not to make it a pirate so it wouldn't see any additional play. And in Standard, almost every weapon has 2 durability, meaning you're paying 2 mana for a 2/2 and a pitiful amount of damage. That being said, I could see this card being played again if Kingsbane ever made it back to the core set, or if it were made into pirate. But other than that, Toxicologist deserves to be the bottom half of this list for its pitiful effect. And at number 3, we have King Mukla. This 3 mana 5/5 legendary beast adds 2 bananas to your opponent's hand, which are 1 mana spells that give a minion +1/+1. Mukla is another one of the infamously useless classics at legendary minions that you absolutely dreaded unpacking. Even in Arena, where the game is at the weakest state with no deck synergies, Mukla still manages to be one of the worst cards in the format. At first, Mukla may not seem that bad. After all, if your opponent's board is empty and you play King Mukla, you're going to have to deal with a 3 mana 5/5 somehow. The issue is, if your opponent has any board presence, they can easily use the bananas to buff their own minions and trade over Mukla. Like, if your opponent has a 3/4 on the board, they can use both bananas to kill Mukla and be left with a 5/1. Or, which is more likely to happen, is they'll save the bananas you gave them for an important turn. Like if they just need 1 more attack to kill one of your minions, or have minions that benefit whenever you cast a spell. The only use I've ever seen Mukla have was in a meme deck that somehow managed to copy his battlecry multiple times to fill their opponent's hand with bananas, and make them overdraw cards. But since the maximum hand size is 10 and your opponent can easily play all the bananas from their hand in 1 turn, this strategy really only is able to burn a couple of cards per game. And yes, with Shudderwalk, a card which repeats all battlecry effects you play that game, it is pretty easy to set up the combo where you repeat the battlecries infinitely, but at that point, why not use a less convoluted combo to win the game with? And at number 2, we have Ice Rager. This is a neutral 3 mana 5/2 minion that has the effect where, well, that's it. Ice Rager is in a long line of other Rager cards that were cousins to the original Magma Rager, an infamously terrible 3 mana 5/1 minion. You see, at 1 health, this paper-weak minion dies if it gets sneezed at wrong. That's why in the Grand Tournament expansion, Blizzard decided to print a Rager with double the health, and it still saw no play. Years later, and with the introduction of elementals, Ice Rager gained its elemental tag, ultimately just screwing up the discovery options of other elementals. Yeah, there's really not too much to say about this card, since it literally has no good niches due to how frail it is as a 3-drop. The only deck I could possibly see ever playing Ice Rager is a Quest Druid deck. This quest requires you to summon 5 minions with 5 or more attack, and it just so happens that Ice Rager has the perfect amount of attack to proc it. Unfortunately, Blizzard has printed non-Rager Ragers with actually good battlecries that are infinitely better than Ice Rager in that deck, like Elder Longneck. An honorable mention goes out to the other vanilla minions in the 2021 core set, like Chillwind Yeti, Spider Tank, and River Crocodile, that have also been power crept over the years. Unlike all those cards though, Ice Rager never saw any play in any competitive deck, even during the early days of Hearthstone. I think Blizzard included this card in the 2021 core set as a Magma Rager replacement to signify the rotation of stronger cards. Or they just thought it was funny to include such a useless card. In any case, at least Ice Rager has the chance to deal damage, unlike the next card on this list. And at number 1, we have Holy Light. This 2 mana paladin spell simply restores 8 health to your hero, and that's it. This card is so simple that there's literally no nuances or special cases for when you play this card, other than when your hero is already at max health. That may seem like a lot considering your hero starts off at 30 health, and it is, but it's still not enough. Holy Light is mostly brought down by how bad healing is in most card games because of how unimpactful restoring health to your hero is most of the time. For example, if you're in a position where you're using healing to stay alive for 1 extra turn against an aggro deck, unless you're able to find a way to win the game or clear the board, they can just attack you again on their next turn. It's only when you're trying to play around direct damage that you really only ever have to heal, but by then you've probably already lost. The only big exception to this rule is Reno Jackson, a conditional card which can restore your hero to full health. But that's because he heals for so much that it's usually impossible for aggro decks to do that much damage again. Holy Light, which had been buffed from a measly 6 health, while better, offers no utility or value while your hero is at full health, is still outclassed in terms of healing. Flash of Light gives paladins desperately needed card draw and can heal in a pinch. Benevolent Jin gives you a body and can contest the board. And Healing Rain can even heal your minions if needed. Healing should be an extra bonus from a card and not the main focus. Otherwise, it's going to be a dead card or just delay the inevitable. And because Holy Light is a paladin card and not targetable, you can't even use it to deal damage instead. The only possible deck I could see this card in is a gimmicky paladin deck like Dual Paladin, which needs most of your deck to be spells in order to summon your big minions. But even then, I'm sure there are at least 30 other cards out there that can help this deck reach its win condition faster than Holy Light. And unless Blizzard prints a card which redirects face healing into direct damage to your opponent, I can pretty confidently say that Holy Light deserves to be called the worst card of the 2021 core set.